Chapter 1. At that time of the morning the roads were clear of traffic, even though the holiday season was about to hit its peak, and at first Waters drove quickly. In the half-light a roe deer had crossed the road ahead of him as he passed through the woods of the royal estate near Snettingham, and moments later a cock pheasant had launched itself up from the roadside and into his speeding path, the bird's long tail brushing the windscreen inches from his face. After that he had slowed a little, just enough to make sure he arrived in one piece. The call from Detective Chief Inspector Alison Reeve had woken him at 05:29. The digits were imprinted on his memory, and he had the feeling he was never going to forget them. Reeve herself had said it after giving him all the information she had so far. She had said, "Well, this is it, Chris. Apart from the 2 uniformed officers from Huntston, you'll be first on the scene. As soon as D.I. Turek gets in, we'll be sending other people up, depending on what you think is required. But that won't be for at least an hour." Depending on what he thought was required, depending on his assessment of the situation. For an hour, maybe more, he would be in control of a crime scene for the first time, in command of it. Reeve had continued, "You remember everything that needs to be done? Want me to run through it?" "No, ma'am," he'd said politely, and she hadn't insisted. When he reached the edge of the town, he dropped his speed to the legal limit. Already there were a few people on the pavements, some carrying newspapers or loaves of bread as if they were in France and not here on the East Anglian coast. But the heat wave had lasted for almost a month, so it wasn't hard to imagine now that you were on the Costa del Norfolk. The people were in shorts, sandals, and T-shirts, enjoying the cool of the morning, holidaying, idling the time away, with no idea what was waiting for him, not a mile from the centre of this small seaside town. The turning was on the left, immediately after the traffic lights, at the corner with the only amusement arcade. The little land train that takes visitors the 3/4 of a mile out to the beach was parked up at its mock station, and when Waters slowed again for the first speed bump, he could see the elderly driver in his Victorian railway cap polishing the brass bell that signalled arrivals and departures. Without a doubt, it was the same driver as it had been when he and Claire stayed here on the Pine Hills caravan site more than 3 years ago, stayed in the caravan, which was, and still is, up here on the right, the 3rd turning. He shook his head a little to get his thoughts straight and fixed his eyes back on the gravel track between the caravans. Of all the places in all the world, this had happened here. He could see the site office buildings ahead, and there were 2 cars. He thought about pulling in and seeing if Shirley Salmon, who still owned the place as far as he knew, was here and aware of what was taking place, and then decided against it. Check with the uniformed officers first. The priority was always to get control of the crime scene, if indeed it was a crime. People die of natural causes, and that can happen as easily in the countryside as indoors. Or it might be a suicide, and for some reason those often do take place outside. All he knew for certain was that a woman's body had been found on the edge of the pine woods, close to a busy public footpath. 2 uniformed officers from Huntston had arrived, confirmed that this was no hoax call, it had come from a dog-walker, naturally, and then the matter had reached the duty desk at Kingslake Central. The track, by now more sand than gravel, took a turn to the left. Waters drove past the small cafe that sells ice creams and tea, plastic buckets and spades, little windmills and paper flags for sandcastles, and then at the far end, where the track becomes a footpath, he could see the patrol car. A small, elderly woman with 2 pedigree pugs on a single lead came towards him as he made his way along the footpath. It was narrow here, and he stood aside for her. She said crossly, "You can't get through. The police have closed it off." Waters said, "Yes, I know, They wouldn't say why. They should at least tell you why, especially if it's going to be all day like they just told me, and we don't know where else we're going to go for a walk, do we, girls?" He looked down at the dogs. One was breathing so heavily its own demise might soon need investigating, and the other stared up at him. It had crossed eyes, the first dog he'd ever seen with such an affliction. The woman said, "So you'll have to turn around. You can't get through." Having been sent back herself, she was plainly determined that no one else was going along the footpath. Waters said, "I'm actually with the police." She looked dubious, so then he had to take out his ID card, and she checked it. "Well, all right. Is it going to be closed all day?" "I couldn't say, not until I've been up and had a look for myself." "A look at what? What's happened?" "I'm afraid that I really can't discuss it, but—" "And do you get to decide? Are you in charge? You don't look old enough." There was no point in carrying this on. Waters gave her a vacuous smile and waited. The woman turned away, took 2 or 3 steps, and then turned again. She said, with more menace than one might have expected, "Just don't forget." "Forget what, madam?" "Who pays your wages?" He watched her go then, still muttering to herself, and the girls, and wondered how things might have gone differently if she had met his old boss on this footpath. He didn't recognize either of the uniformed officers who stood together on the footpath just a matter of yards before it entered the pine woods, but his ears were sharp enough to hear one say to the other, "Look up, the suits have arrived." It was true about the suit. He was wearing one. Nothing specific had been said, but Tirek always had a suit on, and since he had arrived, most of the junior detectives had taken this as a hint. But there were times, like this one, when it felt out of place, 6:30 on a sunny morning out in the dunes and pine woods, and other times, too, when it was the wrong thing to be wearing, such as on the mean streets of Lake, when you wanted to get some sort of relationship going to gain some intelligence, but a pinstripe seemed to represent the very authority that the people who had the intelligence most despised. He'd heard the snide comments about Smith's shabby chic, but like most things concerning him, the longer you were in this job, the more sense it made. When he reached the officers, Waters introduced himself, held up his ID, and said, "I just met the old lady with the dogs. Have you sent many back that way?" The constables glanced at each other. The younger of the two was as tall as Waters himself, but much broader, a younger version of John Murray. The other was short, almost shaven-headed, in his 40s, and unsmiling. Eventually the older man said, "She's the first, but she won't be the last, not along here. You need to get on top of this, or they'll be taking shortcuts around, trampling over God knows what." Waters looked about him. From here he could not see the body, but the tall grass to his left had been recently trodden down. There seemed to be a new path into a patch of low brambles and elder bushes. It must be there. Encouraged by the silence, no doubt, the same officer said, "You all they've sent, then?" "No, I'm just the first to arrive." "Is this the place?" He pointed to his left. The constable nodded, not bothering to conceal a smile. "Yes, she's in there. You go and fill your boots any time you like, son." They were both watching him again, and the man's lack of respect was grating. All Waters needed was a few seconds to think, and their cooperation. Surely not too much to ask. The same officer continued, "But the thing is, this isn't just a local footpath. It's part of the coastal path. End of July, you could have dozens along here in a couple of hours, with kids and dogs all over it. Hell of a mess if you're not careful." "We need to tape it off to prevent that straight away." "Where do you want us to do that, then?" "Back where the path leaves the caravan site." The constable nodded slowly, as if the instruction had passed some sort of test in his head, and then he said, "But what about the other end? People come both ways along here. It's the coastal path, you see." Waters sensed that his face was giving away some of the irritation he felt, but he kept his voice as level as possible, so we'll need to tape it off from both directions. "But where? This path runs all the way to Huntston." The man was laughing openly now, and plainly encouraging the other officer to join in, and Waters was wondering how this had all become awkward, and how soon Turek or Reeve would be calling him for an update. He said, "Well, you're the people with the local knowledge. Use your own judgment." "Oh, I don't know about that. We don't get a lot of practice with that where CID is concerned, do we, Steve?" The younger officer still seemed unwilling to join in with it. He looked directly at Waters, who saw the opportunity and took it, saying to him, "Okay, tape it off in both directions, and one of you stays at each position until I can get more people out here. Where's the person who found the body this morning?" It was the younger officer who answered now. "We let him go. He said his wife is disabled and he needed to get back, but he's staying on the caravan site. We got his phone number and the address." "Good. I'll need those. Do you have enough tape? There's some in my car if not." The older officer said, "I expect we'll manage to find some tape and that." Waters stepped off the path, steeling himself for what had to come next. He took 3 or 4 steps, stopped, turned, and walked back to the man who should have known better. Their eyes met, and Waters said, "I think you meant to say, 'I expect we'll manage, sir.'" Chapter 2. He saw a bare arm first, the hand palm up with fingers curled inwards. Then he stopped and took a few breaths. He could hear the 2 constables making arrangements before they separated, one saying he'd bring the other some tape from the car, and then it was just the early summer morning quiet again. The training isn't as long as people might imagine, but it is intensive. He has already made mistakes, so stop and go through the list in your mind. Save and preserve life. The woman is dead, and there are no other lives at obvious risk. But which of the 2 officers checked the body closely enough to ascertain that she was dead? He should have asked. And were they wearing any protective clothing to protect the integrity of the crime scene? Where is his own protective gear? In his pockets and his car. He retreated a few steps, took out the disposable blue plastic shoe covers, which are never disposed of until a case is completed and all possibility of appeal is over, and pulled them over his shoes. From another pocket he took a pair of matching gloves. Provide emergency first aid for those injured at the scene. Too late for this poor woman, and there's no suggestion of anyone else being around. But, of course, it isn't impossible there is another victim. Nevertheless, he cannot conduct a search for one, because that could compromise the crime scene. Ensure the scene is safe for investigators and forensic examiners. Some of those bramble bushes look as if they could make a right mess of a plastic suit. He can hear Smith's voice and tells himself to focus again. A lot could depend on this. On someone saying after today that Detective Sergeant Waters is a safe pair of hands. Secure and preserve the crime scene, keeping a record of everyone who enters and leaves. This he can do. The tape is already going up and the public are being kept away. Make sure you get the names of those officers and a record of exactly where they went and what each of them did when they arrived on the scene. He moved forward again slowly, step by step, placing each foot where there was already an indentation in the grass. He saw the arm again, pale against the dry, straw-coloured vegetation. This heat wave will soon turn into a drought. It was her left arm, and there were rings on the 3rd finger, gold rings. Don't just look, make sure you see as well. He narrowed his eyes and saw an engagement ring, a wedding ring, and bright red varnish on long nails. 2 more careful steps, and he could see the rest of her. She lay on her back, her head turned to the left, and resting on her shoulder-length copper-red hair. The right leg was straight, the left was half bent at the knee, exposing her groin. Waters looked away for a moment because she was uncovered there. When he looked back, he could see her underwear looped around her right ankle. A short blue skirt was rucked up around her waist, and a white blouse looked as if it had been torn and pulled open, partly exposing her breasts. There was a bra, but it had been pushed up and lay across the top of her chest. Finally, he looked at her feet. One silver, high-heeled shoe, the right, was half on the foot, the other lay in the grass a few inches away from her left foot. He looked away again, breathing deliberately slowly. This was not the first victim he had seen, but it's different when you're on your own, and when you know that the last but one person to see this awful thing was the individual who had done it, who had done this to the poor woman. A glance at his watch told him 10 minutes had passed since he parked his car. Then he took out his phone and found he had a signal, 1 bar, which out here was a minor miracle. He debated whether he should call Reeve or Tirek, and then he thought about what he might be asked if he did so. What else should he have done by now? He took one more step into another depression in the grass, almost certainly made by whichever officer had come this far, and leaned down towards the body, close enough to examine a wrist for a pulse. There was no colour in the face, and her eyes were partially open. Funny how they never are on films or on the television. There is something profoundly disturbing about sightless eyes. Maybe that's why. The mouth was open, and her swollen tongue protruded a little, lolling to the left. There was an extensive mark on her right cheek, which was probably a bruise, and her neck was heavily discoloured. No blood visible anywhere, and Waters guessed she had been strangled. In the end, he didn't touch her because he had never seen anyone more obviously dead, but he made himself look over the corpse again. He had no personal experience of rape investigation, but that was surely, in part, what they were dealing with here, and his training had involved the collection of evidence in such cases. He had seen and studied photographs, albeit in a lecture theatre with 30 other detectives. So, the bruising on her face suggested a violent assault, probably a punch or punches, and being on her right side might suggest a left-handed assailant. The parts of her breasts that he could see bore no marks. Then he looked at her legs, and inside of her thighs, and finally at her crotch. Nothing out of the ordinary, as if doing such a thing as this on a bright July morning could ever be anything but extraordinary. No further bruising, no scratches or cuts anywhere. Waters returned to her face then, trying to come to some conclusion about her. She had put on plenty of makeup the evening before. There was light blue eyeshadow, finely plucked and penciled eyebrows, foundation and blusher, and lipstick that matched her nail varnish. But when the blood drains away beneath the skin after death, the effect of all this artifice becomes the opposite of what was intended. The underlying pallor produces a ghastly, unnatural, doll-like appearance, and the final irony was the usual one. She had been an attractive woman anyway, without all that, probably in her 30s. He felt suddenly quite sorry for her, aware of the impulse to reach out and touch her arm in some odd gesture of reassurance, as if to say, "It will be all right." But of course it never would now. As he stepped back onto the footpath, his mobile began to ring. It was Detective Inspector Tirek. He wanted to know what the situation was on the ground and whether there was a phone signal where the body had been found. As they were having this conversation, Waters thought, the second question was superfluous until he realized what Tirek was driving at. If the woman had had a mobile, the signal could be used to follow her movements, and if they were lucky, the movements of anyone else they were questioning about her death. After listening to Waters' account of what he had seen and done, Tirek said, Good. It sounds as if you've followed protocols to the letter. I'm at Central now, but I'll be out with you as soon as everything is moving here. Scenes of crime and the photographer should be there by 9 o'clock. Nothing at all on the woman's identity?" "No," said Waters, but the chances were that she was from the caravan site. She probably hadn't walked far in those shoes. "Really? That's useful. You need to stay close by the victim until the teams have arrived, but then we'll find the site manager. Huntston have been told to send up every spare officer as they come on shift, so you should have more people there soon. If you— Oh, stay on the line. Here's DCI Reeve." Waters could hear a conversation taking place in King's Lake. Should he tell Turek that he knew the owner of the caravan park, that he had even stayed here on a couple of occasions? Turek is funny about procedures and propriety sometimes. He has this thing about professional distance and— "Chris, I've relayed everything to DCI Reeve. She is saying you've done a great job." Waters knew that Reeve would still be standing by Turek's desk. Then the detective inspector said, "She's coming out with me. We'll be leaving shortly, and she's making you crime scene manager on this one." And that, he told himself as he walked back along the footpath towards where he had parked his car, is a serious responsibility. It means that if anyone is charged and the case comes to court, every aspect of how the crime scene was investigated will come under the closest public scrutiny. One error, one omission, and the guilty might walk free. One error, one omission, and you are marked forever as someone who cannot handle that sort of pressure. It was the younger of the two uniformed officers who had come back to the beginning of the footpath. The tape was already in place across it, and the officer stood on the other side. It was too low for Waters to duck his 6 feet something under it, so he lifted over first one leg and then the other. They stood together, and Waters told him that he was now managing the crime scene, and he'd need to know their names and exactly what each of them had done since they arrived. On his own, this uniformed man was friendly and cooperative, and he told Waters he was the one who had approached the body closely and established that there was no sign of life. Waters had assumed it would have been the older, more experienced officer. "I checked her wrist and her throat, but she was cold. I'd say she's been dead a good few hours, sir." "I agree. Have you turned anyone back yet?" "No, but it won't be long. This is a busy old path in the summer. I'm just wondering whether we could get the names and details of anyone who walks the path every day, the dog walkers and such. Anyone who went along here yesterday evening might be worth speaking to at some point. Would you mind asking them about that and passing anything interesting on to me?" "Not at all," said Police Constable Steve Hannum, "and if anyone had anything really useful, he'd hold them by and send for the detective straight away." Waters thanked him and said reinforcements from Huntston were on their way. Then he headed for his car and his notepad, relieved that not every uniform in West Norfolk had some sort of a grudge against young upstarts in suits. He had turned the notepad so the pages were landscape instead of portrait, and he had drawn grids as neatly as he could freehand. There are naturally proper proformas for all this, but no one had told him when he left the station last night that he would be managing a crime scene tomorrow morning. If he'd had the PDFs on his iPad, even better, but he didn't, for the same reason. He recalled as much as he could and would transfer what he was collecting now as soon as he was back in Kings Lake Central. He wrote P.C. Stephen Hannum and then stopped and wondered whether it was a P.H. instead of a V. Presumably a defense counsel wouldn't be able to make too much of that. Then he noted down that Hannum had touched the body in 2 places to ascertain that the woman had no pulse. Hannum's prints would be on his personnel file for the purposes of elimination in these situations. Waters made sure every significant time had been recorded before filling in spaces in the left-hand column with the roles of those he knew would soon be here: Socko, photographer, doctor, and so on. He added columns that would show the times of arrival and departure for everyone who would be involved. When all that was done, he went to the boot of his car and opened it. Months ago he had put a full plastic overall into his car just in case, never imagining the day would come. He found it in its cover, wedged down in the space beside the spare wheel. As crime scene manager, should he be wearing this? The absurd realization came that he was worrying about appearing overdressed at a murder scene. Waters concluded that he himself was one of the people who needed to be kept away from the body, however, and the plastic covers over his shoes would do for now. And it was going to be hot again. You could feel it in the air already. That would be a factor in the management of the case today. The processes of putrefaction begin earlier and take place much more rapidly in high temperatures. He frowned as he took off his jacket, trying to order his professional thoughts and his personal ones at the same time. Yesterday, the victim had been a living individual, breathing, moving, interacting with others that she knew, making plans for tomorrow. And now she was a corpse beginning to decay as the sun rose in the sky on that tomorrow. Murder is theft of the most precious thing we ever own, and all crimes in the end are brought about by selfishness. Our job is to make sure that the selfish are brought to justice as a lesson to the rest of us. If we fail in that, the world begins to spin off its axis. So, no pressure then, sir. Waters put the plastic overall back into the boot and closed it. He could hear a vehicle approaching through the caravan park, the gears changing as it moved quickly through the 90-degree bends. Squinting up at the sun, he thought, it's going to be hotter than ever. Then he took off his tie as well and put it, with the jacket, onto the passenger seat of the car, hanging the lanyard with his ID around his neck. If he'd wanted to wear a suit all day, he could have become an accountant and earned more money. The thought and the actions had given him an unexpected lift, a little burst of confidence. This might prove to be reckless, but sometimes one must live dangerously, especially when you've just looked into the sightless eyes of death. When he got back to Steve Hannum, the police BMW was just parking up. 2 uniformed officers, a man and a woman, got out and came towards them. Waters took their names and explained what he wanted them to do. They followed him back along the footpath to where it was closest to the body and positioned themselves 20 yards either side of that point in case anyone managed to avoid the areas already taped off. Then, notepad in hand, he set off to interview the older officer, the one who'd said, "Look up, the suits have arrived." If his attitude hadn't improved a little, the crime scene manager would probably make sure he was the last to leave. Chapter 3. I'm sorry, I'm not very good with names, and I've forgotten yours already, but of all the days, and at this unearthly hour as well, that's not good enough. And my daughter's getting married tomorrow! The photographer put out his arm again, which was a signal for Waters to stop moving, while another image of the footpath was taken. Then the man shambled forward again, lens cases swinging from the specialist's utility belt that barely managed to meet around his middle. Detective Sergeant Waters. Congratulations are in order, then. Is it a big wedding? It had better be, the amount it's costing. Primitive bloody tradition. Marriage? Yes, that as well, but I was referring to the fact that the bride's father is expected to pay for most of it, not the bride's mother. She just flies in from Florida the day before, today, with a dark look at Waters as if he really was in some way responsible for the timing of this. Plays a leading role in the emotional feeding frenzy over one weekend and then flies off back to the Sunshine State. Marvellous, eh? Plainly this was a rhetorical question, but Waters felt compelled to make another effort to interact with this fellow professional. So who is the lucky man? Philosophy lecturer, an idiot with 3 degrees, no money and even less common sense. Is this the spot? The photographer had seen the female police officer on the footpath ahead of them. Waters explained that it was another 20 yards beyond her, and Gervase Fraser seemed to take this as another personal insult. He waddled on past the woman without a good morning, and Waters made a half-apologetic gesture on his behalf before following. It would be easy to dismiss the man, but Waters had not forgotten the shovel in the grass at Lowacre, the shovel that had mysteriously appeared several days after the murder of Mark Randall. The morning it was found, Smith had specifically asked for Gervase Fraser to photograph the scene if he was available. "Right, I can see it now. Stand aside unless you want to be in this, Sergeant. Video record of the approach and the measures you've taken to protect the scene." Fraser held up a miniature video camera, little bigger than an iPhone, and swung it slowly through 180 degrees, ending with the faint but now unmistakable pathway that led towards the body. "Done! Now I suppose I'd better take some protective measures myself. Help me with these damned things, would you?" He was referring to foot coverings like the ones Waters was still wearing from his previous visit to the crime scene. Fraser had a set in his right hand. There was nowhere for him to sit, and he had considerable difficulty when he attempted to bend forward so that he could slip them over his shoes. In the end, he balanced alternately on one leg, a hand on the detective's shoulder, while Waters pulled on the covers. "Thank you. I'm hoping that soon they'll declare me medically unfit for this. Right, in we go. Follow me, please." Fraser switched on the video again and moved slowly towards the body. Waters had an interest in photography, and he recognized the manufacturer's name on the DSLR that Fraser was holding in his other hand now, but the model was far more sophisticated than anything he owned himself. Every shot taken was a potential item of evidence, and not only for the prosecution. Defense lawyers have the right to see each one, whether used in evidence or not, and so every image had to be documented. Waters tried to keep count, but soon gave up. Digital time and date stamping mean that ensuring a full record has been kept is a relatively straightforward matter nowadays. Fraser worked silently, methodically, and surprisingly quickly. He took pictures of the body from all four sides before moving in to make close-ups of the obvious things: the bruised face and throat, her hands and feet, the tears around the buttons of her blouse. Only when the camera moved close to her exposed private parts did Waters feel his stomach turn over a little. This was necessary, but it still felt intrusive. Then he remembered how much more intrusive things would become when she lay on the metal table in the police mortuary and Dr. Robinson picked up the first of his instruments from the tray that Olive Markham had prepared for him. For a moment Waters had forgotten the notepad in his hand. Then he flipped to a new page and wrote down the time the photography had begun. On the same page he drew a quick sketch of the scene with a rounded oblong at the centre to represent the body, followed by an arrow to show the direction of travel as Fraser worked his way around the victim. There was no backtracking to get a different shot, and not a single unnecessary footstep. Waters realized two things then. One, he was watching an expert at work, and two, Smith had come to the same conclusion years ago. The entire business had taken little more than 10 minutes. When Fraser finally straightened up, he looked briefly like a different man. The short temper and gruff manner had been replaced by something more reflective and quiet. He wasn't exactly smiling, but... Fraser looked down at her again, and then up at Waters. Strangled? It wasn't really a question. The photographer must have seen plenty of such victims in his time. Waters said, "It looks like it." Then Fraser twisted the lens away from the front of the camera and slipped it into a case. From another pocket he took out a cap and covered the dark, circular space. Somewhere inside, on a computer chip, were stored the patterns of pixels that had recorded the place where a life had come to its end, and what remains of us when that has happened. The sun was shining on the dead face, the eyes surely more cloudy now than when he had arrived. As he looked down at that, Waters saw a fly buzzing around her. He half stooped and waved a hand to brush it away.
Fraser said, "Socko will be here soon. They're never far behind me in these cases."
Waters nodded, and then Fraser looked about him at the silent forest of Scots pines on one side and the gentle rise of the dunes on the other, as if he had just noticed the place for the first time. A few yards away from the woman's head there was a stand of rose bay willow herb, the brilliant red and purple flowers already busy with bees. The photographer raised a hand to all this, and then the blue sky, before he said, in a different voice, "Well, this makes a change." Waters said, "What does?" "The beautiful light," Fraser said, patting the camera as he turned away. He held the tape as high as possible so Fraser could duck beneath it, and then he saw DCI Reeves' Audi coming to a halt a little way down the road. Waters couldn't see who was in the passenger seat, but he guessed it would be DI Simon Turek. Had the question already arisen as to whether DCI Cara Freeman's murder squad would take this one? There hadn't been a single unlawful killing since the unit had been officially formed in February, much to the disgust of Serena Butler, the same Serena Butler who was now a member of his own team, and who would be reporting for duty at Kingslake Central in, he checked on his phone, about 30 minutes' time. He would get a call in about 35 minutes, therefore 5 minutes being the time it would take for her to hear about this one. Gervase Fraser arrived at his own vehicle, an early model Range Rover, and opened the rear door. Then Reeve got out of her car and went to speak to him. Perhaps she was checking with him that the crime scene was being properly controlled. Simon Turek appeared at the same time and made for where Waters was waiting with PC Steve Hannum. Before he arrived, Waters asked whether any walkers had been turned back from the footpath yet, and Hannum said a party of 4 had been. They were long-distance ramblers with maps and all the gear, not local people. He'd given them the choice of going up and through the town or out along the beach as the tide was out, and they had chosen the latter course. They hadn't asked many questions, Hannum said, but it wouldn't be long before it was out on social media that something was going on down at Pine Hills. Turek was here now, saying good morning to the two of them and asking whether there had been any developments since they last spoke on the phone. As ever, he was meticulously groomed. This morning's suit was a light grey without a stripe, and even the gold-rimmed glasses looked as if they had been thoroughly polished before he'd set off for the station at King's Lake. Waters reported what had been done so far, and Turek said, "Good. You certainly look as if you've been busy." There was just a glance at Waters's open shirt collar and the absence of a jacket. Then Reeve was approaching, and Waters couldn't help noticing what she was wearing. As a result, a dark grey, pinstriped, single-breasted blazer over a white blouse and a matching skirt. Good to know everyone was making an effort to dress for the occasion. At least she managed to make her good morning more convincing than Turek's, and she took the time to thank Hannum for getting here so promptly, before she said, "The photographs are being uploaded as we speak. It will take a few minutes, but we should have access to them before long. How far from here to the body, Chris?" 150 metres or thereabouts, ma'am." It might be slightly more. He knew his own stride length and had counted them back to here when he accompanied Gervase Fraser just now. "Okay." She folded her arms and thought for a moment. "Right, we're not going there until Socko have been over it. No need to risk any further impact on the scene, and we know they'll be here soon." To Turek she said, "Let's make a start with the people who run this caravan park. The woman could have come from anywhere, but it makes sense to begin here." Then she looked at her watch and said, "Go on 7:30. There should be someone about by now. "Do we know where the office is?" Waters said that he did, on the left, near the main gate, and he wanted to mention the shoes again, the high heels, but Turek had already been told that, so it was up to him now, assuming he hadn't forgotten it. Instead, Waters added that he'd stayed here on the caravan site a couple of times. Then Turek looked surprised and said, "Really?" as if he had expected better of a sergeant on his team. Reeve must know about Smith's caravan, but perhaps she didn't know exactly where it had been sighted. She wasn't showing any sign that she had connected the dots yet. Instead, she said, "God, it's going to be hot again," and took off her jacket, draping it over her left arm. "And the thing is, once you've trained your eyes to see, you see everything." In the crook of her left elbow, Waters saw the bruising and the little circular plaster that covered the place where a blood sample had been taken. She said, "Do you know the owners of the site or the manager, Chris?" "Yes, ma'am, if it hasn't changed hands. It's the same person, a Mrs. Salmon." "Right, that's a start." And he wondered whether she might take him along and leave Turek in charge of the Norfolk countryside. Managing a crime scene was good experience, but talking to live people was preferable to standing guard over dead ones. He waited, and she seemed to be considering it, and then her phone buzzed with a text. Reeve took it out, read it, and smiled. "Socko have got lost. Sat-nav failure." They just called Lake for directions. Wouldn't exactly fill the general public with confidence, would it? "We'll go to the office and leave them in your capable hands, Chris, assuming they don't end up in Cromer." Her mobile was still in her hand when it began to ring. She said, "Here we go. It's going to be a busy morning. DCI Reeve speaking." Waters thought he recognized the female voice on the other end. If he was right, it hadn't taken Serena Butler as long as he'd thought to get herself involved. Reeve listened and then said, "All right, could well be. Text me that name straight away, please." She ended the call before saying, "Serena, a few minutes ago Huntston had a call from a woman saying her sister didn't come home last night, only it isn't exactly home because they're on holiday. Guess where they're staying?" No one needed to answer. Instead, all three men did what DCI Reeve was doing then. They watched the phone in her hand until it pinged and vibrated once more. The detective chief inspector read the message and sighed, because with a name it becomes a little more real. Soon you will be face to face with people who share that name, and you will begin to feel their pain. Then Reeve said, "This could be her. Michelle Sims." Chapter 4. Shirley Salmon tried to reach Ted on the shortwave radio 3 times before she realized he hadn't put the handset on charge overnight. When he was doubling up as one of the land train drivers, the work as her handyman and caretaker was too much for him now. The moment was approaching when she would have to make a difficult decision. He'd been with her for many years, but secretly she hoped he would choose the train-driving life to see him into and past retirement, and then she could bring in some new blood with a clear conscience. But it must have been Ted who opened the security gate early this morning to let the police through. She had been sleeping here in the flat behind the office, and he should have let her know what was happening. A few minutes ago, Mrs. Collins, one of her regulars, had knocked on the door to complain that the police were everywhere down on the footpath. At least 3 cars, she said, and plain clothes as well. And where else was she supposed to take the dogs? Shirley had resisted the temptation to point out that if one turned right instead of left, the coastal path would take her guest to Essex if she fancied a longer walk than usual. Instead, she placated her with the reassurance that the police were probably dealing with a report of an unexploded World War II shell. They still turned up occasionally, and Mrs. Collins wouldn't want her girls trying to retrieve one of those, would she? Shirley considered getting into the truck and driving down to the footpath herself, but her nephew was staying with her, and she wouldn't leave him on his own in the flat. So she sat down at the desk and looked at the day's list of changeovers. Whatever it was going on down there, she'd find out soon enough. This wasn't by any means the first time the emergency services had used the site to access the beach and the pine woods. The television in her sitting room had its channel changed. She listened and recognized the theme tune of CBeebies. After several seconds of listening, she said, "You all right, Ollie?" And he said that he was. Shirley Salmon smiled, but it was a smile of that strange, sad sort, because it was a man's voice now. 8 changeovers today, and she still only had one cleaner on a Friday, so she would have to get out the mop and bucket herself later this morning. It seemed that cleaning was too demeaning even for the young migrant workers that are supposed to be everywhere now. Not that she minded hard work. That's what had built this business from nothing more than 20 years since. A car pulled up outside. She looked at the strategically positioned mirror on the back wall of the office and saw a man and a woman get out of a silver Audi. The man, the passenger, walked around to the woman, and they looked towards the office and spoke quietly for several seconds. No prizes for guessing who they are, Shirley told herself, but 2 CID for a shell uncovered by the spring tide last night? The woman entered the office first, plainly in charge, and introduced herself as a detective chief inspector, so it definitely wasn't a bomb on the beach. Shirley held out a hand because her manners were old-fashioned, and the woman took it with little hesitation, and then Shirley shook hands with the other one, who was a detective inspector and less sure of himself. "It is Mrs. Salmon, isn't it?" the woman said, and then, "Good, I'm afraid we're going to need a few minutes of your time." She offered them a seat and took her own again behind the desk. It was something serious. You can just tell from the way people are hesitating a little, wondering how to say it. The woman, the detective chief inspector, was a little above average height, but there was nothing of her, not by Shirley's own ample standards. She looked as if she needed feeding up. Late 30s, or maybe 40, and no sign of a wedding ring. A career woman. As for the detective inspector... "Mrs. Salmon, I'm afraid it isn't good news. Early this morning we received a report of a body near the coastal footpath. It was found by someone staying on your site. You haven't been told any of this?" Just a shake of the head. She would know them, whoever had had the misfortune to find the body. Every single guest comes and goes through this office, and she meets them all every season. The detective chief inspector went on, "I see. Well, the report was correct. There is a body, and we already have several officers at the scene." Shirley Salmon said, "Yes, I've heard that much. Who is it? Do you know?" The woman glanced at the man before looking back at Shirley. She was choosing her words with care, too much care for this not to be about to get much worse. "Mrs. Salmon, we've not yet identified the body, but we have received this morning a missing person report. These two things might not be related, but we do need to have a look at the list of people who are at present staying on the site. Please." While Terek studied the list on the desktop, Reeve said to Shirley Salmon, "How many caravans do you have on the site?" 48, but only 45 are in use this week. 3 are having the gas lines replaced." 48? That's a lot of work, isn't it, managing all those? "It's not just me. I have a few staff, and we're not big at all, not these days. We're the smallest independent operator in the business now. The major chains have bought up most of the sites." Reeve could see Terek spinning the wheel on top of the mouse, going back to the beginning of the list before going through it again. He hadn't found the name they were looking for. "Mrs. Salmon, does your list contain the names of everyone staying on the site?" "No, that's a list of the people who made the booking. We keep the paperwork separate from that. I still ask visitors to send me a paper form with a signature as a backup. That lists the names of the party. They'll all be filed in the cabinet there." She pointed to her right. Reeve thought for a moment and then said, "I see. As we haven't found the name we were given yet, I'll need to make a phone call to get the name of the person who contacted the Huntston police this morning. I'm sorry, we should have had that already." Shirley Salmon seemed to understand why she hadn't simply been told the name of the missing person. She said, "It's not a problem. You take as long as you like." Reeve decided to wait until Turek had completed the second check of the list, and then she saw the site owner look up as someone appeared in the doorway behind. She turned and saw a young man standing there. He stared directly into her face for some seconds, and then his attention went to Turek before it finally rested with Shirley Salmon. Shirley said, "Say good morning, Oliver. We have visitors." He frowned, and Reeve could see he was cross with himself because he should have known what to do without being told. Then he nodded and said, "Good morning. Would you like some coffee, or would you like some tea?" Turek had looked up now. Reeve checked with Shirley before she said to Oliver, "A cup of coffee would be very nice, thank you." The youth made an odd gesture towards her, a sort of half-bowing motion as he said, "1 cup of coffee for the lady," and she realized that he was joking as he played the part of a waiter. She smiled back at him. Shirley Salmon said, "Ollie, put out 3 mugs and fill the kettle. We'll sort out the milk and sugar in a little while." He went back into the flat, and Shirley said, "My nephew, my younger brother's son." Reeve nodded, and then Shirley added, "He stays with me for a week or 2 every summer. You know, gives them a bit of respite." Turek was back at the list, coming to the end of it again. Reeve watched him at work for a moment or 2 before she said to Shirley, "How old is your nephew?" 18 last month." "And is it Downs?" "Yes." Turek looked up and said, "Not here, ma'am. I've double-checked." Reeve said, "All right, I'll contact Huntston. They'll have the name of the woman who got in touch this morning." Again Shirley Salmon was listening, taking notice, but not asking questions. Reeve said to her, "It was a woman who called. She said they were staying on this caravan site and that her sister hadn't come home last night." "Sisters? Excuse me, if I could just—" She was talking to Turek then, and he made way for her in front of the desktop. She read down the list, found something, and then went across to the filing cabinet. A few seconds later she pulled out a form and handed it to Reeve. The booking had been made by a Mrs. Michaela Fletcher. Staying in room 14 with her were her 2 daughters, Zara and Phoebe, and her sister, Michelle. Reeve studied the form for a long time, gleaning everything she could, but also giving herself time to think, because the next hour was critical. Then she looked at Turek and said, "Call Huntston and get that name anyway, just so we're absolutely sure. Then get a line open to Lake. Tell them I want an incident room up and running in half an hour." Simon Turek had reached the door to the office, making for the car, because things needed to be said in those calls that were best not heard by members of the public, when Reeve spoke to him again. "And Simon, find out who's in on family liaison at Lake this morning. If it's Anne Crisp, tell her I'd like her out here 10 minutes ago." When he'd gone, the 2 women looked at each other, and then Shirley Salmon said, "So it's a sister who's been reported missing, and you found a body." "We've found a body, and it looks as if we know which of them it is, Mrs. Salmon. But in these situations it's best to assume nothing until you have all the facts. That's why I asked the detective inspector to call and check the name of the person who made the report this morning. Once we know that, we'll have to go to the caravan and ask some difficult questions." "Well, I don't know what to say. In more than 20 years I've never anything like it. And dear God, there are children in that caravan." Alison Reeve didn't respond, but she said a short, silent prayer that Anne Crisp would be on duty this morning. Not only was she the best person to have in a situation like this, once they had told the remaining sister what had happened, they couldn't leave her until support had arrived, and that would mean herself staying with them, away from the rest of the investigation when, as the senior investigating officer, she should be everywhere else. It was a given that she would be SIO on this, wasn't it? but she also needed to speak to Alan as soon as possible in case DCI Cara Freeman was in the building. The adrenaline had kicked in now, but she'd felt tired again this morning after another poor night, and she could actually do with some of the coffee that Shirley Salmon's nephew was supposed to be making. Surely Tarek had had time to finish those calls. She fought down the impatience and irritation, focusing now on the computer screen and its list of guests on the Pine Hills site this week. "Mrs. Salmon, Shirley is fine, dear." "Thank you. You said 45 caravans are occupied this week. When do those people leave the site? Which day?" Well, I can tell you that it's 8 today. We like some Friday changeovers to spread the weekend load a bit. The rest will be gone by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, apart from anyone staying for a fortnight. I think there are only 2 or 3 of those this time. I can easily check. School holidays, so lots of those caravans will have Mum and Dad, or Grandma and Granddad, or even both. There could be anywhere between 35 and 50 men staying on the site, and Pine Hills is the nearest centre of population to where the woman's body has been found, and in 24 hours they're just about all going to disappear to heaven knows where. People come from all over the country for a week on the Norfolk coast. Finding them all again, if they needed to, would take days and be a case coordinator's nightmare. She would need Alan's agreement at the very least, but there might be a way to avoid most, if not all, of that. "Shirley, could you print that list for me? 2 or 3 copies, if possible, and at some point today we'll need to see the paper booking sheets." "Of course I can. Do you want photocopies of the booking forms as well? My office girl, Nikki, is in at 9. She can do that." "Yes, please. The 8 who are leaving today first, if that's okay." Shirley was on her feet already, heading for the cabinet that held the forms. She pulled open the drawer, ready to make a start, then turned and said, "I couldn't do it, your job. You've got to go there and tell that poor woman the most awful thing, haven't you?" Yes, almost certainly, because there was little doubt in Reeve's own mind that one of the 2 sisters was lying dead not a mile from this office. It would be wrong to say one ever gets used to it, but she had brought those tidings several times in her career, and she'd seen the light dying in the eyes of those who received them. A violent and untimely death is often only the first act in a tragedy, not its ending. What was it he used to say? "The ripples go on forever." "No, I couldn't do it. We used to have one of your people staying here, one of our private owners. We do the bookings for them when the van isn't in use. He never talked about the job, though. Came here to escape it, I'd say. And now this. I don't know what he'd make of it, I'm sure, David. A lovely man." Reeve stayed silent. She had guessed from what Waters had said that Pine Hills might be the site where DC had kept his caravan, but this was hardly the moment to begin reminiscences that could go on for at least an hour, though Shirley Salmon was looking at her and inviting it. Where the hell is Tarek? And where the hell is the coffee? It's nearly 8 o'clock, and if... A tray with 3 mugs appeared slowly in the doorway to the living space beyond the office. Oliver Salmon inched his way forward, his gaze fixed on the coffee, his tongue out between his lips in concentration. The spectacles he wore made him look rather studious, and the most distinctive features of Down's syndrome were hardly evident in his face from some angles. He went on towards his aunt's desk and managed to place the tray there without spilling any of the drinks. There was a little jug of milk and a bowl of sugar with a spoon. Alison Reeve was still sitting in the chair. She leaned forward to admire his work and thanked him. He stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "You're very welcome. I will fetch some biscuits." When he'd gone, Shirley said, "I'm sorry. He can be a little too familiar. Now that he's 18, he considers himself a grown-up and a bit of a ladies' man." "No need to apologize. His manners are perfect. I can think of plenty of men who could learn a thing or two from Oliver. Is he still at school?" Shirley halted her collection of forms for a moment, pleased at the interest someone was showing. Most people were more guarded in their reactions to Oliver than the detective chief inspector. "He left in June. Now he's expecting to get a job soon." "And will he?" "He seems quite high-functioning. That's the official term, according to my brother. He might, if they find an open-minded employer. He's been volunteering in a charity shop for a year." "Really? Good for him." "The British Heart Foundation in Norwich. They think the world of him. He has one of the heart problems himself that go with his condition, but that's not why he does it. He just loves to think he's helping out. Doesn't matter with what." Reeve stirred milk into one of the mugs of coffee and thought, the crosses some people have to bear. Did they know before Oliver was born? Did they have the amniocentesis and decide to go ahead? Shirley had said he was her younger brother's son, and Shirley wasn't old, so perhaps it wasn't age-related. There's an increased risk for older mothers, though, especially if it's the firstborn. She'd done the reading herself, in one of those times when you re-evaluate your choices and the options that still remain, not long after John Murray and Maggie Henderson had their baby. But another year had slipped by since then. The outer door opened and Simon Turek came back into the office. He looked first at Reeve, and the nod she gave him meant go ahead, say what it is you need to say. The report was made by Mrs. Michaela Fletcher. The call handler took a contact phone number and said that as the missing person was over 18, you know, the usual thing, no one has been in touch with her since. I have Mrs. Fletcher's number just in case she isn't at the caravan. Shirley Salmon had stopped collecting the forms again and was watching as Reeve considered what she'd been told. Then Oliver came back with another tray, this time carrying 2 plates with 2 kinds of biscuits, ginger nuts and custard creams. Custard bloody creams, Reeve thought, remembering the never-ending tales of the biscuit wars between Smith and Desk Sergeant Charlie Hills. She said, "All right, that's cleared up one thing. What's happening in Lake?" "John Wilson is getting the incident room organised. I rang Anne Crisp myself. She isn't due in until 2 o'clock, but she's on her way here now. She said I might have prevented the murders of 2 children. The school holidays seem to be having an impact." Reeve looked at Shirley Salmon and said, "Sorry about that. It wasn't meant to be in bad taste. Sometimes we—" "No, like I said, I couldn't do what you do, what you've got to do now. This morning." There was a silence in the room, and somehow all eyes ended up on Oliver Salmon, still standing and holding the tray. When he realized, he beamed a smile at them all and asked if anyone would like a biscuit. Chapter 5. Detective Sergeant Waters was thinking about breakfast. Usually he would have eaten by now, but opportunities were somewhat limited in the current situation. If the beach cafe was open, it might consist of a Magnum ice cream and a can of Pepsi. Nobody thinks about things like this. You don't prepare a packed lunch before you attend the scene of a murder. He was back at the side of the road with P.C. Hannum. The forecast stampede of ramblers and dog-walkers had yet to materialize, and they had pretty much exhausted the idle conversation one can have about the weather, exceptional though it was. Hannum had mentioned the state of play in the 3rd Test match against India, but Waters confessed that he hadn't followed it much this year. The constable had nodded and eyed the detective sympathetically. Waters might have been able to pick out a cricket bat from a line-up of sporting paraphernalia, but that was about his limit. A white van turned onto the road down near the cafe, and thoughts of breakfast were forgotten. Waters had sharp eyes, and though he hadn't seen this particular vehicle before, he could read what was written on the side of it, Major Crime Investigation Unit. His empty stomach performed another slow somersault, because these specialist officers would be reporting to the crime scene manager any moment now. It was a relief, then, when he recognized the woman who got out of the passenger seat, and even more so when she recognized him. She came around the van and held out a hand.
"Hello, Sally Lonsdale. We've met before. A blood-stained bathroom and the body on the boat back in King's Lake. Except you never found the body. I hope this one's still here. Sorry we're late. My driver got lost." 2 more people were getting out of the van, another middle-aged woman, and a long-haired youth who looked as if he'd just finished his science A-levels. They nodded, went straight to the rear and opened the doors, busy already, and Waters sensed that the roller-coaster ride of responsibility, of being in charge for the first time, was about to begin again. But he took another moment to think about how odd this morning was already. First, Gervase Fraser, who, despite his eccentricities, was Smith's photographer of choice, and now Sally Lonsdale, who without a doubt had been at the top of the Socko list as far as Smith had been concerned. Sally Lonsdale said, "Yes, you get a team this morning, not just me. Who's managing the crime scene?" "I am. Chris Waters, Detective Sergeant, Kings Lake Central." "Oh, well, congratulations, Detective Sergeant. We'll be ready to deploy in a couple of minutes." She left him and joined her colleagues at the back of the van. Beyond them, Waters saw another marked police car arriving to join the party, and that's what it was beginning to feel like, the party you've organized while your parents are away, when the house is suddenly full of people you didn't invite, and you've just heard the sound of breaking glass. The Octavia pulled up behind the white van, and to his dismay Waters saw 4 more uniformed officers getting out of it. That made 8 already, and there might be more on the way. What on earth was he supposed to do with them all? When the new arrivals joined Steve Hannum, it was quite a crowd. They looked very smart and well-equipped and professional, making Waters feel more inadequate in his shirt-sleeves and holding only a notepad and pencil. Reeve and Terek had disappeared and left him to it. But that's what happens. That's what manager means. He had been a sergeant for 4 months, but only now, it seemed, was he beginning to realize all the implications. And Reeve had probably only done this because there was no one else around. One of the new arrivals was a sergeant, too, and he looked friendly enough. Waters took a decision, introduced himself, and then said, "Can we have a word?" They stepped away from the general conversation. The uniformed man, Sergeant Eric Boyd, said, "Got landed, did you?" "Landed? How?" "Worst job, isn't it? If it goes all right, it's only because you were doing what you were supposed to and following procedures. If it goes wrong, and there's 100 ways it can, it's all your fault. How can I help?" Waters had to wonder whether it looked as if he was struggling, but the sergeant seemed genuine. "Okay, thanks. Can we delay any more uniformed personnel from Huntston until we know what we're dealing with a bit more definitely? There's no sense in leaving Huntston empty. The SIO is here, but she's up at the caravan site office." "She? Who is it?" "DCI Reeve, Kings Lake Central." "Ah, she's all right. A good hand, isn't she? Fair enough, I can get on the radio. Do you want some of us to go back as well? I can tell you Huntston's empty already, but they might start pulling bodies from other stations. No sense standing around in this heat unless they're needed." Waters's first thought was, actually, yes, the fewer boots trampling about here the better, but he took a moment to think it through, to think ahead. If he was the SIO, for example, what had he already considered? One thing was the absence of a handbag. The woman was dressed for a night out, and that meant she'd had a handbag with her. He'd looked around where she lay, and it wasn't there. Conceivably, it was underneath her, but that was unlikely. Was it thrown into the grass and bushes somewhere, along the footpath? At least 2 members of the public, as well as himself and the first uniformed officers, had already walked up and down it, so further contamination wasn't an issue, and if the bag was found, that could resolve the question of identity. It might also contain a mobile phone. Phones had been crucial in several of the cases he had worked on since coming to Lake. A couple of these men could conduct a visual search. And the other thing was CCTV. At some point, Terek or Reeve would want to know whether any of the caravan site was covered. Shirley Salmon would have the answer, but what about the road down to the site from the town?
There were other caravan and camping sites, and a few upmarket private homes that might have something. The sooner it was located, the better. So Waters told Sergeant Boyd what he wanted, and the sergeant was happy to oblige, dividing the two jobs up between his team of 4. That's temporarily 11 people under my command, thought Waters. 8 uniforms and 3 CID. Empire building. An orange-gloved hand was waved in front of his face. He stopped daydreaming and found Sally Lonsdale waiting for him, fully plastic-suited and booted, with her team in matching apparel. She said, "I'm a bit concerned about this weather. We need to make a start." Waters said, "Yes, of course. Go ahead." She waited, and when he didn't move himself, she added, "You have to take us in. It's procedure. You have to lead the way." Lonsdale stopped them on the side path as soon as she could see the body, and looked around. Then there was a discussion with the other woman, Patricia, about how to best tackle this one. There was no doubt who was senior here, but it seemed to be a democratically run team, and Waters watched and listened. These were questions that had occupied a lot of his time recently. Every crime scene is unique. In a building, the nature and limits of the search for evidence are invariably defined by rooms and the connections between them. But in the countryside, someone has to decide on the parameters, or you end up trying to fingertip search the entire planet. Waters had the feeling that in this case that someone was going to be him again. He could only pray Sally Lonsdale would be gentle with him. She crouched down, cupped her hand, and lifted some of the soil from the path. When she tilted her hand, it flowed out in a dry, dusty stream. It was just fine grey sand. She said, "Not enough integrity to hold a print of any sort, but we'll take several samples. It's probably different enough to be interesting if you can find it on someone's shoes." "You said you thought the woman has been strangled?" Waters nodded. "So there's no sign of any blood at all?" This time he shook his head. Sally Lonsdale took a little more time to think. "If the vegetation all around is as thick as it is here, we can't go shoulder to shoulder. We'll just end up flattening it all and cover up anything useful underneath. I suggest a radius of 5 meters. We've got some software which will convert that to a virtual grid, in theory anyway. It's only beta from Imperial College, but it seems promising. We can then go meter by square meter. You should end up with a 3D record of the search procedures. How does that sound?" Complete honesty with more than a dash of gratitude was all Waters had to offer at that point. He said, "It sounds like you know exactly what you're doing. Thank goodness." She gave him a brief smile before she said, "Pat will use Gridder. Can you set it up? Troy, a list of plant species and pollen samples, if you don't mind. Then we'll get down and dirty." She took his arm and walked back a few paces along the path. Then she pulled down the mask, covering her nose and mouth. A thin film of perspiration had formed on her upper lip. She said, "Before you ask, his name really is Troy. He's a Ph.D. botanist from Bristol Uni and a brilliant addition to my team. But look, Chris, I'm worried about these temperatures." He could see why. It must be hell in those plastic suits. Should he fetch them some bottled water from the cafe? The thing that made him feel really stupid was the pause and quizzical look, as if she assumed he must be joking. No, I'm thinking about the body. When's the pathologist due?" How was he supposed to know that? It's no great distance to the police mortuary at Lake, but Robinson is only part-time there, and famously a law unto himself. Waters's hesitation brought a change to Sally Lonsdale's expression. She said, "Someone has called for a pathologist, haven't they?" "I'm sure they will have done so, but I came straight here from home. I didn't." "The thing is, we could reach 30 degrees again today. The body isn't in the shade." "You mean the flies? I thought about that earlier." "Well, yes, there is that, but I'm thinking about core temperatures. I don't know how that could be affected. Other processes could be impacted as well.
You really need to establish that there's a pathologist on the way, Chris. Of course, the dead human body loses heat at very specific rates, up to 24 hours. This can give good indications of the time of death. He knew all this. What had he been thinking? He said, "Perhaps we should cover the body, give it some sort of shade?" Sally said, "We have a tent we could use, but I don't think we should. That could affect the rate of temperature loss as well. I don't want to interfere with anyone else's work or compromise anything. Maybe you could just—" Sally made a dialing gesture on an invisible mobile, and when he took his out, she said, "But do it from here, please. Don't wander off. As crime scene manager, you have to oversee what we're doing." Oversee her work? As crime scene manager? What a joke. And "don't wander off" made him sound like an 8-year-old, even though she had plainly tried to be nice about all this. He opened his mobile and found that the signal had disappeared again. Sally was busy now. He could pretend he was ringing, even pretend he was speaking to someone, but that would be a pathetic bit of face-saving. The real issue was the one she had identified. Had anyone actually thought to call a forensic pathologist to examine the body of this poor murdered woman? And should it have been him as the crime scene manager? Sally Lonsdale was right. He couldn't leave them to it, even for a few minutes, but he had to make this phone call. Therefore, he needed another phone. It was possible that a mobile on a different network might have a signal. The only answer was to risk making himself look more of an idiot, but he asked the scenes of crime officer if he could borrow her phone. She obliged, without further comment, and sure enough, her signal was a solid 2 bars. Waters took a few steps along the trail that led back to the footpath and dialed Turek's number, ready to admit his failings with regard to Dr. Robinson and to offer his resignation as crime scene manager. Turek listened to the opening explanation for the call and then said, "I spoke to Robinson myself before we left. He was at Lake General but didn't expect to be delayed for long. I expect he's on his way if he isn't there somewhere already, Chris. You can't do everything, just keep the record of the crime scene 100% accurate." Waters closed his eyes in relief, suddenly aware that his shirt was sticking to his back with sweat. Yes, he could have gone into accountancy and earned more money, but in 40 years of that, he wouldn't have had a single morning as alternately interesting, exciting, and terrifying as this one. Turek continued, "But while we're on the subject, we just met a couple of uniformed men from Huntston who are checking the route back to the town for CCTV coverage. From what they said, I'm guessing that was your doing?" "It was," he said, ready for some sort of criticism. "The DI was a protocols man, and if you didn't follow them yourself, you'd be told about it with monotonous regularity." Turek said, "I see. Well, the DCI was impressed, so well done. Deployment is outside the scene manager's role, but you showed initiative." Waters thought he'd better reveal the rest of his initiative in that case, and said he had held up the arrival of more people at the crime scene until it had been fully examined. That one we might need to reverse. DCI Reeve is asking Chief Superintendent Allen to authorize the collection of DNA samples from visitors on the caravan site, just the men. Almost everyone will be going home either today or tomorrow, so it makes a lot of sense. We'll need more officers if that goes ahead, so it's a good thing you told me. Anything else? Have we got anywhere on the ID? Turek said, "We need a visual confirmation, but it's almost certainly the Michelle Sims woman. DCI Reeve is waiting to brief Anne Crisp, and then we'll be going to the caravan where they are staying. They're also due to leave tomorrow, so it's going to be a busy day, getting as much done here as we can. Do you need any help down there?" Waters thought for a moment before he answered, "No thanks, sir. Things seem to be under control." When Waters next glanced at his watch, he was surprised to see that almost an hour had passed since he'd spoken to Turek. The 3 soccos had done as Sally Lonsdale had promised. They had methodically examined every square centimetre of ground, working 1 square metre at a time on their hands and knees. Periodically he saw them pointing at something, briefly discussing and sometimes collecting a sample of the sand or the vegetation before recommencing the work. His hopes had risen that there was evidence here that would move the investigation forward, and quickly. So when Sally Lonsdale straightened up, stretched her back a few times, and walked towards him, he was disappointed to see a shake of her head before she spoke to him. "Not much, I'm afraid. We've sampled soil and vegetation 3 times over, so if you can find someone who spent time here, you could probably tie them to this general area with traces on footwear or clothing, but that's your lot." "Really?" He must have looked genuinely surprised. She pulled down her face mask and blew out her cheeks. The sun was high in the sky now and beating down hard. The plastic suits must be almost unbearable for any length of time. She went on, "We're Sockos, Chris. We do our best work at the scene of the crime. It would be my guess that this isn't it." He realized what she meant straight away. The woman's body had been dumped here. There isn't a kinder word. "What makes you say that, if you don't mind me asking?" Sally said. "Not at all. She wasn't very big, but she was relatively young and probably fit. It isn't a quick or easy thing to strangle another person to death. They tend to put up a lot of resistance while you're doing so, and that invariably shows up where the event takes place. I'd expect to see scuff marks on the surface, more flattened or damaged vegetation. We haven't touched her, obviously, but even close to the body the grass is as it should be, apart from where certain large boots have been this morning. As I say, that's only my guess." Back near the body, the other 2 Sockos were standing up now, and it looked as if they really had finished. Waters found to his own surprise that his mind was already processing this new piece of intelligence. He hadn't noticed the woman wasn't very big, but it was the case. She wouldn't have weighed more than 9 stones. That's 126 pounds, a weight a reasonably strong man could carry quite a distance, especially under circumstances of duress, such as a desperate need to conceal the body of someone he had just murdered. Sally said, "And her shoes. That's a bit odd. If she died here, she would have been kicking out in the struggle. That's a natural reflex. But I can see no marks on them that might be associated with that. And they're hardly walking boots either. It's surprising if they stayed on during the struggle." Waters said, "One didn't. And one did, which is still surprising. Maybe you need to be a woman to get that. Anyway, we're going to pack up. No sign of a pathologist, I see. Is it Robinson, by any chance?" But the tall, thin, blonde-haired and quite good-looking detective sergeant took a couple of steps past her and stood where he had a clearer view of the body again. He had his hands in his pockets, a notebook poking out of the right-hand one, and he didn't say anything for several seconds. Then, "So the shoes should have come off in any sort of violent struggle. What about if she was being carried afterwards?" "Maybe, yes. They're slingbacks. You're making an effort to keep them on most of the time." He thought about it some more before he said, "One shoe on and one shoe off, like the nursery rhyme." "Will you check the shoes for prints?" "We can't touch the body or anything on it. That's up to the pathologist, assuming he gets here at some point. I can ask for the shoe to be released to us when he's done. We've bagged up the shoe that wasn't on her foot. We can test that straight away." "Okay, let's do that, please. And yes, it's Dr. Robinson." The detective sergeant had a curiously abstracted manner at times, but Sally Lonsdale didn't pay that too much attention. The CID, she'd realized long ago, has a high percentage of eccentrics and oddballs. This one had worked with Smith for years. No one could escape untouched by an experience like that. She pulled up her mask for a few more minutes of torture and went back to her colleagues. The uniformed officer had probably spoken to Waters before he touched him on the shoulder. When the detective turned, he saw one of the men he'd sent off in search of a handbag. "Sir, it might be nothing, but there's a patch of flattened grass off the footpath, back near to where the cars are parked. My oppo says it was probably just a courting couple last night, but I said we should let you know. Dunno if you want to take a look."
"Yes," Waters said, watching the Sockos gathering together their equipment.
"As soon as they're done here, I'll get these people to have a look on the way back. Thank you."
Sally Lonsdale was down on her knees again to the side of the flattened area the constables had found, and Waters thought, well, that is just about the impression that a couple lying side by side in the grass would leave. There were low brambles and thorn bushes at the end, close to where their heads might have been, and now Sally was holding one of the stems between a gloved finger and thumb. She turned and waved the other woman forward, and then they were carefully removing something with tweezers and putting it into a sample bag. He couldn't wait, and stepped carefully in behind the two women, wanting to see for himself. Sally half turned and said, "This looks more like it. We've just bagged up a hair from the briar stem. It's reddish, and there are more, so we'll need to get them all. We need to start the whole process again, I'm afraid." The other female Socko said something about needing to lose a few pounds anyway, and then a new voice came from behind Waters, a broad Scottish voice.
"Is this it? My God, where's the body? I was told there was a body!"
Chapter 6. "Anne, we need to move them out almost straight away within the next half an hour. I want the Socko team to have a look at her room, Michelle's bedroom, as soon as they're done down on the footpath. The site owner said she has some caravans not in use. I'm going to ask if they can move into one of those this morning. That way we can get a proper look at the whole caravan as well." Alison Reeve watched as the family liaison officer took that on board and considered it. They were outside the Fletchers' caravan, far enough away not to be heard by those inside. Anne Crisp said, "She was only in there for a couple of nights, ma'am, if she came down on Tuesday. Are you thinking something happened in there? Her sister said, well, the story about Michelle leaving the social club last night sounded right to me. And me, I'm not doubting what Michaela just told us, but some of Michelle's stuff is still in there, personal stuff, and we need to examine it. What I don't need is her sister and her nieces watching us while we do that." Reeve had a dozen important things to do, but she didn't want to hurry the liaison officer. She needed her on side in a case like this. The older child, Zara, was 10 and had plainly grasped that something terrible was going on, even though the two of them had been sitting with Anne Crisp at the other end of the caravan when she and Terek had spoken to Michaela Fletcher. The two children might even turn out to be witnesses, just one of the many minor nightmares you have as the senior investigating officer. Anne Crisp said, "Yes, I'll explain it to them. I'll make sure they leave behind as much as possible. You mentioned DNA testing, ma'am. Will that include the family here? And here is another nightmare. Do you ask the victim's sister to have a swab taken from inside her mouth shortly after you've told her that her sister has been found dead? Do you then ask her permission for her daughters to be treated in the same way?" Reeve had no doubt that Anne Crisp was very good at explaining these things, but in the end it's another judgment call. Would the need to account for all individuals who had left traces inside the caravan be likely to arise? Was there a 10% chance of that? 20%? Reeve said, "No, we'll spare them that for now, but I need to ring Chief Superintendent Allen as soon as possible." The liaison officer could take a hint. She nodded and went back towards the caravan without another word. Reeve said, "Thank you, Anne. Ask D.I. Terek to meet me out here, would you?" "Not a problem at all," said Shirley Salmon. She would put them in number 28, which was just around the corner but out of sight of the comings and goings of the police. But she wasn't so sure how this DNA screening was supposed to take place. They wanted to use her office? Reeve said, "It's a simple and quick procedure, Mrs. Salmon. As I explained, we'll approach the 7 men who are leaving today and ask them to delay their departure for a short while. It's voluntary, obviously, and if they need to leave on time, we will have their local forces taking their sample on our behalf, if the men concerned agree. For the rest, those due to leave tomorrow, we'll ask them to come to your office during the day today. There will be 2 specialist officers to carry it out and explain to everyone what's happening. Those people will be on their way from Norwich shortly. It's better to use a central point than to carry the equipment around the site. And it is voluntary unless one has been arrested. Of course, refusing to give a sample without a convincing explanation probably just increases the chance that you will be arrested, and then the police can take the sample without your permission. But Reeve could appreciate why Shirley Salmon was a little uneasy. This was not the way anyone wants to end their holiday, their week away by the sea with the kids, even if it is only for the purposes of elimination. Might she even lose a little future business with these clients not having the best of memories to take home with them? "Well, I expect we'll manage," Shirley said. "Will you want me to let everyone know what's going on?" "No, not at all. That's our responsibility. Detective Inspector Turek has written a note which explains what's happening. It doesn't go into any detail. It will only say that Reeve looked at Turek and he said, "A serious incident?" "A serious incident took place nearby last night, and it would help us if the men over 18 could eliminate themselves from our inquiries before they leave the site. The note will explain their rights and our responsibilities as far as the samples taken are concerned. We have officers ready to visit everyone and explain as soon as we can get copies made. I wonder, could we presume on you again to help us with that? Obviously, we'll compensate you. Sometimes it feels like you need the cheek of the devil, but—" Shirley Salmon agreed, giving the detective inspector her email address so he could send the document from his phone and have it printed there and then in her office. Turek supervised that while Reeve went outside to brief the 2 constables whom Waters had sent off in search of CCTV. They'd located one detached house that had a camera mounted on a gate post, and from its angle it might have some coverage of the beach road. There was no one at home when they knocked, and it might only be a wealthy person's holiday home, they said, in which case it probably wasn't switched on. Their next job, Reeve told them, was to find as many people at home as possible, deliver the letters that D.I. Turek was about to give them to every caravan on this list, make sure to say this is a voluntary procedure, but naturally the investigating officers might need to speak in person to anyone who decides not to participate. The constables went to find Turek, and Alison Reeve went to her car and opened the door to let some of the heat out before she sat inside. She liked this, the responsibility and the pressure. She'd got used to it now, but it was tiring, and she hadn't eaten this morning. That would explain the little wave of fatigue that had just washed over her, and a hot flush at the same time. Not that as well, surely. That's not due for another decade at least. Once in the driver's seat, she reached into the well behind and found one of the small bottles of water she'd had there since she started jogging again. Started and stopped, the last time being weeks ago now. It was tepid and tasteless, but she drank some because it was better than nothing, and it might help with the hunger pangs. Then she closed her eyes and leaned back against the headrest, grateful for a moment to think. Turek was a good organizer, and he'd sort out what needed to be done on the caravan site for the next few minutes. They were in need of a confirmed ID now, but Michaela Fletcher had no doubt it was her sister's body that had been found. The grief had taken root as soon as Reeve introduced herself and her detective inspector, before she had explained the reason for their visit. Something changes in the eyes, and perhaps in the mouth, the lips. People sometimes hide their eyes because we know instinctively that they give us away, but the way the mouth works can be revealing too. Michaela Fletcher had pursed her lips as if annoyed that her sister had been so foolish as to get herself killed last night, and she'd taken a deeper-than-usual breath. She was intensely aware of her children, too, which would also be colouring her first reactions. But there had been no tears, no wailing, no hysteria. Anne Crisp had taken the children into the furthest bedroom, sat them down and asked them about their holiday, what they had been doing, and Reeve had explained to Michaela for the second time that there had been no identification yet of the woman who had been found. No one must jump to conclusions, but obviously, under the circumstances, and after her phone call to the Huntston police earlier in the morning, the proper approach was to treat this as a missing person until there had been an identification, and so Reeve had asked that sort of question, and the sisters' answers helped to begin the process of forming a picture of the likely victim. Originally, Michelle had said the holiday was a great idea. She'd love to spend a week at the seaside with the girls. Reeve had said then, "Michelle doesn't have children of her own?" And the response had been a simple no. Too simple, because it had been followed by a pause, and Reeve had waited to see what might emerge out of that silence. Some sort of pain had been hiding there, but it made no move, and this was not the time to go in and search for it. There would be other interviews soon. And then, said Michaela, on the Friday night, Michelle had called to say she couldn't come down after all, not on the Saturday. She said there were problems in the shop with too many staff taking holidays, but maybe she'd come down later in the week. Reeve said, "What sort of shop?" "A hairdressing salon. Michelle manages it." "I see. Was that unusual, the last-minute change of mind?" "No, Michelle is... Well, I'm used to it. I was cross for the girls. They think the world of her. Mad Aunt Michelle is lots of fun, you know." Reeve nodded, but she didn't know, being the only child of an only child. She could imagine, and there was a cousin who had 4 under the age of 10. Alison had never been quite sure what her relationship to them was in the technical sense. Were they second cousins? Not that it mattered. They lived in York, and she only saw them once in a blue moon. But then Michaela went on. She got a call on the Tuesday morning saying it was back on, that Michelle would drive up from Luton in the afternoon and be there in time to buy them all fish and chips. Reeve said, "And I assume that's what happened?" "Yes, she breezed in all smiles at 5 o'clock on Tuesday. She said—" Michaela Fletcher choked a little then, and Reeve had glanced at Turek. Was he picking it up? The slight undercurrent? What was it? Annoyance? Irritation? She'd seen them before, the peculiarly irrational responses people have to tragic news, their sense that the victim has been in some way inconsiderate in bringing all this woe to those left behind. Reeve said, "Mrs. Fletcher, we don't need to do this now. Obviously, we will want to talk all that through with you at some point, but we do need to think about an identification. Do you have a recent picture of Michelle?" She did, on her phone, and she'd handed that over to the detective inspector so he could forward it to his and to DCI Reeve's phones straight away. Still seated in her car, Reeve opened her eyes, blinking at the brilliance of the sunlight, took out her phone and looked at the picture again. It had been taken in a kitchen. Michelle Sims was holding up a carving knife and looking back towards the camera, or the phone, that had taken the image. She was laughing and trying to look scary at the same time. In front of her, on a work surface, there was a joint of meat of some description, roast lamb or beef, with several slices already cut. Behind her, and not in focus, was the figure of a man with his back to her. Perhaps this was the target of her mock attack. He looked as if he might be washing up at a sink, unaware of what she was doing. Michelle Sims was a redhead. Impossible to say whether it was natural, but it suited her face and features. Large eyes that were as much green as blue in the picture, but photographs can be deceiving in that respect. Long lashes, a wide, generous mouth, and in between a small, tilted nose. Not a beauty, Reeve concluded professionally, but attractive. looks that would turn a few heads whenever she walked into a room. Probably fun, too, judging by this photograph, and bearing in mind what Michaela Fletcher had just told them about her sister. And now look where that's got you, Reeve thought, before she closed her phone. Back to it, then. She reopened her phone, went to speed dial and pressed a number. It was answered after ringing 5 times, and she said, "Chris, TCI Reeve, what's happening?" "Ma'am, I was just about to call you or DI Tarek. We've got a bit of a situation now." "Chris, there's always a bit of a situation. If there wasn't, we'd be out of a job. What's the problem?" She listened as he explained. It seemed they now had either 2 crime scenes or 1 crime with 2 scenes. A sharp-eyed constable searching for the woman's missing handbag had found the place where she might have been attacked, and he, Waters, had got the Soccos going over that after they'd examined the area around the body. But now Dr. Robinson was there as well, and he wanted to go straight up to where the body was, and as crime scene manager, he, Waters, could not be in 2 places at once. Could another senior officer come down to the footpath and assist? Reeve said, "I'll be down myself shortly, but it sounds like you're doing a good job, Chris. You've got several uniforms there. Any sergeants?" "Yes, ma'am. There's a Sergeant Boyd from Huntston. He's one of the officers who were searching for the handbag." "Who organised that, Chris? Whose idea was it?" "Mine, ma'am." Waters must have misunderstood her silence. He said, "I'm sorry if that wasn't procedurally correct, but it was fine. I don't know Sergeant Boyd, but tell him he is now promoted to assistant crime scene manager by me. He can supervise one place, and you can do the other. It doesn't matter which way round you do it, as long as someone is observing and recording both procedures. Anything else?" No, just my phone signal, ma'am. I can just get one here where the Soccos are working now, but if I go back to where the woman is, I lose it. So if I don't answer, that's why." He'd made up his mind then, without any hesitation. Waters was going with Robinson to watch the examination of the body. That might be what one would expect from an ambitious young detective, but it isn't for everyone, and there had been some doubts expressed about Waters's operational readiness for command. He had completed just 3 years' police service when he applied for the promotion, and that wasn't the only question mark. If there is such a thing as a typical detective sergeant, Waters wasn't it, and not simply because of his academic qualifications. Increasing numbers of police officers are graduates now. No, the doubts had been about his ability to manage detectives, who are a funny lot at the best of times. They ask questions for a living, and some of them get very good at it. If they don't quickly develop some respect for a new sergeant, they start asking questions about that as well. Had it been the right decision to give Waters the remains of what had been Smith's team instead of starting him afresh with brand-new faces? Reeve had allowed herself to be persuaded on that, but she said, "Chris, get Sergeant Boyd's number and text it to me just in case. I'll ring him and tell him this isn't a wind-up. Then you go with Robinson. That's the priority here. I'll be along there myself in the next half an hour. Oh, and tell Sally Lonsdale I've got a quick fingerprinting job before she can leave. She'll be thrilled. There was one more thing." She kept him waiting for a few seconds. She could imagine the pen poised over the notepad. "Oh, yes. Good work. Sounds like you've handled it well so far, and shown a bit of initiative. Keep it up." Detective Inspector Tarek came out of the office and shaded his eyes, looking for her. Then the 2 uniformed officers appeared behind him, each with a handful of the letters they were about to deliver. Had she jumped the gun on this? Data protection is a hot and controversial issue. Alan, of course, had pointed this out as soon as she made the request, and she was about to invade the personal space of a number of men in a highly intrusive manner. "Open your mouth and stand still while we rub this stick thing around on the inside of your cheeks. Then hand over your personal details. We just want to make sure you're not a rapist and a murderer." There's no easy way to sell that to the people you're supposed to be serving and protecting.
You can say this is the price of justice today, folks, but not everyone is going to see it that way. She looked at her watch and saw that it was now 10 o'clock. Come on, Reeve, get your rear end off this seat and into gear. The day is still young and full of promise.
Chapter 7.
Strictly speaking, as the crime scene manager, you should now direct me to the body by the route commensurate with minimal disturbance. But as various size 12 boots, along with photographers and scenes of crime investigators, have already been wandering about here for the past couple of hours, I don't suppose it really matters.
Waters had had no personal dealings with Dr. Robinson, the Kingslake police pathologist, but the man's reputation for irascibility preceded him wherever he went, and so he, Waters, decided not to respond to those remarks. They were standing on the now well-worn track that led off the main footpath, and he had to admit the pathologist did have a point. If he had arrived earlier, of course, best not to mention that, though.
And strictly speaking, we should all be on the scene together. Sometimes I need to direct the work of the photographer. Do you understand?
Waters nodded, and the pathologist lowered his head a little so he could look over his spectacles and up at the very young detective sergeant, who had been handed a heavy responsibility.
Who was the photographer?
A Mr. Fraser, sir.
Aye, well, Fraser has some idea what he's about, I suppose. Put your clipboard away now and take my case. You're going to assist me.
Observe and record. Preserve the integrity of the location. There had been no mention of assisting pathologists at the scene of a murder. But Robinson had thrust the battered black case towards him, and he had no alternative but to take hold of it. Robinson said,
I'll be taking my own notes as we go. You can make your record when we're done. Right. Let's see the poor wee lassie.
First, they had taken the air temperature above the body, and Robinson had tutted because he disapproved of it, as did everyone else wearing a plastic suit today. But he went on to explain that such high ambient levels would affect the rate of heat loss from the body itself, making that particular method of calculating the time of death more problematical than usual. And then, because the two recordings had to be taken consecutively, they had lifted the woman's body enough to take a reading of the rectal temperature. She lay stiffly against Robinson's raised knee, for all the world like a mannequin from an upmarket fashion store. Waters had watched the whole process on a single breath. Not squeamish, he never had been, but suitably appalled, as any of us might be on seeing such a thing close at hand for the first time.
Robinson said, Generally speaking, the core temperature falls at 0.8 of a degree Celsius per hour after death. But as you can imagine, if the air is very warm, the rate of loss can be slower. Then you must take into account the overnight temperature if she's been here all night, and I'd say she has.
Waters said, What makes you think that, if you don't mind me asking?
The pathologist lowered the body slowly back into its original position. The degree of rigor mortis. I'm assuming you weren't playing hooky when they covered this at Hendon on a Friday morning. Or was it Bram's Hill for you?
Neither. Things have moved on rapidly since those days, and the framework for training criminal investigation officers now is unrecognizable to most professionals over the age of 40. Waters said, I know rigor lasts between 12 and 24 hours and then decreases over a period of about another 12 hours.
Robinson said, Aye, good for you. Well, it can come on more slowly in low temperatures, and the converse is true. But this body is at full rigor, I would say. However you add it up, I think she's been here since yesterday evening.
The doctor made notes on a clipboard of his own. When he had finished, Waters said, There are other tests to establish time of death, aren't there? What about vitreous humour? Waters received the over-the-spectacles stare again. D.I. Turek does the same thing, but it's considerably more unnerving from an experienced forensic pathologist, for some reason.
I can see I have to be on top of my game this morning. Yes, that's a test I'd expect to carry out in a case like this one. The potassium level in the humour rises at a known rate after death. But that's not as objective as some would like it to be, either. You'll still only get an interval of confidence from me in my final report. Shall I proceed now, or do you have any more suggestions for me?"
Waters shook his head and kept his mouth shut, but he could see Robinson had not really been offended by the interest shown in his work. The pathologist examined the head minutely and pointed out something that no one else had mentioned. There were fine scratches on the skin above the bruising on her face, and these continued up beyond her hairline. Waters moved around to get a closer look as he told Robinson what the Sockos had found at the other scene, the hairs they had discovered on thorns close to the patch of flattened grass.
"Aye, this is consistent with that, thorns or briars. I'll be taking samples from these when we're back in the mortuary. You see this bruising on the cheek? I think we'll find knuckle marks in that. I'd say she was struck in the face by a fist."
That brought it home again. The fact that someone had done this to her, had hit her so hard when she was still alive. What could she possibly have done to deserve that? Nothing. No one deserves this, Waters reminded himself. She is, in every sense, the victim of someone else's selfishness and cruelty. Dr. Robinson had moved on to her hands. Then, his eyes still inches from her fingertips, he reached behind himself towards the bag that Waters was still holding and said, "Hand lens, please." Waters found one among the numerous implements the bag contained and put it into the pathologist's waiting grasp. After a tense few seconds he heard, "Ah, now, there's grit or sand under these nails, and something else behind that in two of them. Some sort of light-coloured material. It might be fabric of some description. I want to leave this in situ until we're back in the mortuary." Robinson straightened up and turned. He still had the woman's stiff, cold fingers held between his own living ones. He pointed and said, "Also, in my case, there are some clear plastic covers with red tapes for drawstrings. They look like plastic bags. Aye, those are the ones. Pass me 2 of those, if you please." A cover was placed carefully over the left hand of the body, and the drawstring tightened around the wrist. The same procedure followed for the other hand. Then Robinson told Waters he would have her head and neck covered in the same way before the body was removed to the mortuary. Waters asked why, and was told that this body, was itself a crime scene. The woman had most likely been strangled to death with someone's bare hands, hadn't she? Surely the detective had managed to come to that conclusion himself. Waters, however, had learned to be wary of making assumptions, and the look on his face said only that he might have considered the possibility. Robinson raised his eyebrows and said, "So what thoughts have you had? As the man in charge of all he surveys, at least for now, would you like to share your thinking with me? Perhaps direct me to look for anything else of interest, either here or in the lab." Waters said, "The state of her clothing suggests it was a sexually motivated attack, doesn't it?" Robinson looked back at the body as if the idea hadn't occurred to him until now. Then he said, "Did Socko find any fluids here?" "No, or at least they didn't say they had." "I've only examined superficially, but neither have I. So just a minute, then." The pathologist half stood, moved, and then crouched again by the hip. Waters flinched and watched only out of the corner of his eye as the gloved fingers examined the genitals. a very odd feeling in his gut, as if his own were next on the good doctor's to-do list. There was some head-shaking before he heard, "I'll be taking swabs in the post-mortem, obviously, but I can see nothing here that leads me to—" "And there's neither trauma, I'd expect, if that were the case." "None at all. No signs in or around her mouth, either. The motive is none of my business, laddie, but I wouldn't go jumping to any conclusions just yet, if I were you." Robinson stood then and said, "Where's the other shoe?"
"Oh, Socko have it bagged up. It was lying on the grass."
"You're sure they didn't remove anything from the body itself?"
"Absolutely not."
"You're absolutely not sure?"
"No, I meant—"
Robinson was being officious for the sake of it, and making certain he had re-established the proper relationship between an authority figure of long experience and a junior police officer, but he was almost smiling when he said then, "Look, we canna stand here chatting for the rest of the morning. I want this body moved out of the sun and out of this heat."
"I don't think that's up to me, Dr. Robinson. I'll need to speak to the SIO."
"Miss Reeve, isn't it? She's a sensible woman. You get in touch with her while I finish up here. Hand me my bag now, if you please."
Waters stepped away, preparing for more embarrassment. Having borrowed the lead Socko's mobile, he might need to borrow the pathologist's too. But then he saw Reeve herself on the footpath, talking to one of the uniformed men he'd left on guard there. She saw him and waved a hand as she continued towards him, but she stopped a few meters short so that he had to close the gap himself. Perhaps she needed to speak to him before she saw the body, or perhaps she just needed another moment to prepare herself. She said, "Finding the other location is a bonus, Chris. Sally Lonsdale's in her element. They seem to be examining every grain of sand. Bring me up to speed on the situation here." He did so, ending with the information that the pathologist wanted to remove the body as soon as possible. Reeve had joined the full plastic suit brigade, but hers was a white version, as if she'd found one that might reflect a little of the heat. She waved a hand in front of her face and said, "I can see why, but I'd really like to get something positive on an ID as soon as possible. I have a picture and something else from the sister, so has Robinson finished? I'm going to need to move the body a bit." In death, of course, the face becomes frozen, like a mask. Time and the complex processes of decay will eventually erase the features that made the individual unique among us, but for a while the face remains much as it was in life, before life came to an end. And yet, as many have found, the victim can still be difficult to recognize. Expressions, the minute and never-ending, ever-changing adjustments to the eyes, the brows, the lips, to all the musculature of the human visage, are themselves fundamental to the process of recognition. In life, we do not see the features of others in stasis. In death, that is all we see, and the shock can make us wonder who they are. Reeve had to shade the image on her phone with one hand and then peer at it to make out the picture of Michelle Sims. She looked at it for several seconds, and then she did the same with the face of the dead woman, trying to measure the obvious features in a systematic way. She glanced from one to the other 3, 4, 5 times, and still she was frowning. She said, "I'm not absolutely sure." When he was handed the phone, Waters got low down so he could hold it in front of him almost in line with the face on the ground. He didn't spend as long looking as the DCI before he said, "I think this is her, ma'am." Reeve looked at Robinson, as if the best of 3 would confirm the identification, but he shook his head and said, "No, thank you. I'll stick with my 9 loci DNA test. The odds of that giving the wrong result are 13 billion to 1. No guessing games for me." Reeve, however, had another card to play. She said to the pathologist, "I'd like to lift the body just a little so I can take a look at her lower back. Is that going to cause any problems?"
Only the fact that full rigour has set in, as your colleague already knows. Bruising is going to be evidential in your case, I'd say, but I suppose if we're careful—"
And Robinson was very careful. It was essential that nothing they did to the body here could be allowed to prejudice his findings in the autopsy. The fingers, for example, on a corpse in full rigor mortis are easily broken. Imagine a clever defense lawyer questioning that injury and then using it to throw doubt on the rest of the physical evidence the prosecution has assembled. Did that grit or sand get pushed under the nails while they were lifting and turning the body? Now Waters could see why Robinson had put the covers over the hands, and why he must make a record of the time that was done as soon as possible. Robinson lifted the woman's shoulders, and Waters her feet, lifted her high enough, and then turned her slightly so that when she crouched down, Reeve could see the lower back. The skirt was in the way, so then she had to reach under and ease it down, while the pathologist tutted and muttered a little because he hadn't yet examined the back himself. Reeve had been on her hands and knees. She straightened up and said to Robinson, "It's against the rules, but I'm going to take one picture of this on my mobile because I think it will speed the identification. D.S. Waters, you are to record that I have done so. You are also to personally delete it from my phone later today and again record that you have done so, okay?" Waters nodded, and Robinson said, "What is it you're taking a picture of, if you don't mind me asking?" Reeve was already getting back into position. "It's a small tattoo. I don't suppose there are lots of women with this particular one, but just to be sure, I'd like the sister to see it. We'll still need someone to identify her, but this will give us the best indication yet of who she is. Okay, that's it. You can put her down." Waters understood why he had been given those instructions. Under normal circumstances, police officers are not encouraged to use their own phones to record evidence. It seems hard to believe, but there have been cases in which such images have found their way into social media posts, and the consequences for subsequent judicial processes are too obvious to need explaining. Under normal circumstances, taking a picture of a murder victim on one's own mobile was forbidden. As senior investigating officer, Waters realized, you get to decide when the rules need to be broken. He was curious to see the image, but Robinson apparently was not. Instead, the pathologist said, "Now have you done? I need to get this out of the sun. Will you release the body from the crime scene, madam?" Reeve didn't answer immediately. She looked around, and Waters knew she must be checking off a list, making sure nothing had been missed. Then she said, "All right. Will you be calling an ambulance?" "Aye, we have one equipped for these auspicious occasions. When it gets here, we'll need a couple of your people to help move the stretcher. And I'd like your young man here to stay with it until she's safely on board. He seems to have the general idea of what needs to be done." The DCI made a face that said to Waters, "That's high praise," and then she told him he'd have to wait here until she sent Sally Lonsdale back up to examine the ground underneath the body. There was nothing obvious to see when they lifted it, but she was intent on covering every base. She said, "You're probably going to be stuck here until the early afternoon, Chris. I'll arrange for someone to bring you a sandwich and something to drink. Is there anything else you need?" He thought, well, a portaloo would be nice, but there are plenty of bushes round about. Do you have to make a record of that, though? Does it form a part of the crime scene investigation? "I can't think of anything, ma'am. Do you mind if I see the photograph, though?" "Of course not. You should, as I've involved you in breaching a protocol." She smiled, and he wondered whether there was a hint of mockery of her detective inspector, his boss, D.I. Tirek. She opened her phone, and there it was, the tattooed image of an imp, a little devil with horns, a forked tail, and a wicked grin. It was colourful, in various shades of red, with a black outline, and of high quality, professionally done. He said, "Where exactly is it?" Reeve made the involuntary movement, as we all do, placing a hand low in the small of her back as she answered, "Just here." Robinson's curiosity must have got the better of him. Reeve turned the phone so he could see the image. He looked without expression for a moment, and then said, "Well, it would appear she should have supped with a longer spoon." Reeve went away then, and Robinson made his phone call. Waters didn't know what the pathologist had meant by those words, and they'd troubled him for the rest of the day. That evening, as he sat in the flat, waiting for Janey to return his call, he Googled them and found the answer. Chapter 8. Sally Lonsdale took one of the small clear envelopes out of her field bag, held it up to the light so they could both see it, and said, "I don't know about you, ma'am, but I think it's a match. It's a dye, not her natural colour, but I think the hair we've found here is from the body we worked around earlier." Reeve nodded, but said nothing about the tattoo. It becomes an unconscious habit not to overshare, to keep new developments within the closed circle of those directly involved in an investigation. She said, "Anything else here, Sally?" "We've taken all the broken twigs, all the thorns with anything like a trace on them. It's worth telling Robinson that. There might be something on or in the body that matches our samples. Nothing in or on the grass. We got Fraser to take some pictures, but it had been a bit trodden on by people before the potential significance had been realized, I'd say." "Fair enough. How was Gervase this morning?" "His usual cheerful self. His daughter's getting married tomorrow." "Oh, that's nice." Sally was married too. Reeve could see the rings through the plastic glove. She wondered what the husband of a senior scenes of crime officer might do. You work with these people, but you know surprisingly little about most of them. Sally said, "Is Dr. Robinson moving the body soon?" "Yes, within the hour, I'd guess. As I said, if you could nip back up there, I'd be grateful. I've left Chris Waters in place until you're done." Sally smiled and said, "He's sweet, isn't he?" One can respond with professional distance to such remarks, or one can choose not to do so. Reeve said, "Yes, but I understand he's spoken for these days." "Shame. A pretty young police constable, I suppose." Gossip, or did Sally Lonsdale actually want to know? Reeve felt the senior investigating officer reasserting herself, and said, "No idea. How has the sergeant been doing? Boyd, isn't it?" "Fine, ma'am. I think he's kept a record of everything." "Good. I'll take a look and then get back to the site office. If you do come across anything else, let me know. How long to process what you've already got?" The Socko thought for a moment, and then ventured, "The end of next week?" "That's great. Tuesday or Wednesday, then." When Reeve arrived back at the Pine Hills office, there was already a short queue of men outside, a couple of whom had their wives with them for moral support. These, she hoped, were the people due to be leaving today, but if the constables had got around quickly, the two groups might be mixed together. There were also more cars parked here than there had been. She'd better check these belonged to the specialist officers from Norwich. Experienced journalists have the knack of wandering about and looking as if they belong. And another thing, if they were getting all the holiday-makers in one place, it would be wise to ask them the standard questions, such as whether they'd seen or heard anything unusual last night. In fact, the constables should have been told to do just that as they were knocking on every door, a chance missed that would have saved a lot of time. She saw Terek come out of the office. He said something briefly to the waiting people and then took out his phone. It must have been ringing. Reeve got out of her car, her mind also on what was happening over in number 14. She needed to check in with Anne Crisp as well. They had plenty of uniforms, but were light on detectives. Terek saw her and walked over as he talked into his mobile. As he got closer, she heard, "Right, just a minute. She's here now. Hold the line." Then he said to Reeve, "Detective Constable Butler, ma'am." There were many alternative and less formal modes of address between the two of them, but Reeve had months ago given up making suggestions. "Good. I was just thinking about her. I expect she's itching to get out here, isn't she?" Turek looked momentarily surprised. "I don't know, ma'am. She called to warn us there's something about this on the Huntston Community Facebook page. Lots of police activity reported at Pine Hills, that sort of thing. I doubt if we can keep a lid on it for very long." "No point trying. Tell her to pass it on to Chief Superintendent Allen's office. Is John Murray still on holiday?" "Yes, 2 more weeks, ma'am. Why?" Reeve watched as 2 more men joined the queue. When the testing began, one of them, either Turek or herself, needed to be inside in case there were awkward questions being asked. Then her own phone buzzed with a message from Anne Crisp. "Things getting a little tense here. Can you call me, please?" She said to Turek, "We need more bodies here so we can start initial interviews. As Chris is here, we might as well get his lot involved, so you can tell Serena and Richard Ford to join us as soon as. Wilson's team are still on the warehouse arson thing. OK, that's been going on forever. We might need to pull a couple of his people as well. Who's that?" A female officer she did not recognize was standing in the doorway to the office and looking in their direction. She was wearing pink gloves. Turek said, "One of the team from Norwich. I think they're ready to make a start, ma'am." "Let's push on, then. Can you sit in on that while I speak to Anne Crisp? And can we make sure everyone is asked whether they saw or heard anything last night? Turek rarely interrupted her, but he did so on this occasion. "Already underway, ma'am. The 2 uniformed men delivering the letters are doing that, and I'm repeating it here. Did the pathologist indicate when he would carry out the autopsy?" "Yes, I should have said Monday morning. That gives us tonight or over the weekend to get someone to formally identify her first. Good on the routine questions, I mean, and on getting all this sorted." He nodded, turned and walked towards the office. "I still can't read him," she thought, after 9 months. As she had said to herself earlier, he's a good organizer, but she still wasn't sure that Simon Turek was a good detective. The 2 of them met outside the caravan first, and Anne Crisp said, "The girls have been asking where Auntie Michelle is this morning. It's obvious the older one has worked out that something's wrong. Mum is struggling a bit now. She wants to get in touch with the menfolk, her husband and Michelle's. I've got her to hold back up to now, but she's going to ask you about that, ma'am." It's completely understandable and completely natural. When there's a family crisis, we turn to the family itself for support. Anne Crisp had done the right thing in persuading Michaela not to do so up to now, in not allowing the woman to call others and say that Michelle had disappeared and that a body had been found without any sort of identification being made, but the image was on Reeve's mobile phone now. She had to show it to the sister. Then Michaela's world would come tumbling down like a stack of Jenga bricks, and the rest of the immediate family would have to be told. Reeve said, "Where are the men, the husbands, do we know?" "Both in Luton, as far as I can tell. That's where the sisters live anyway." "So that's about a 2-hour drive." She looked at her watch and worked it out. "One or both could be here early this afternoon. She's going to need some support, Anne. What I've got on my phone makes it virtually certain it's her sister who's been murdered. What's the best way to handle this? I'm worried about the kids seeing her go to pieces." "There's a play park on the next door site," Anne had said. The girls had told her about it. She could take them there for half an hour, get them to show her around the rest of the Pine Hills place or something. Michaela Fletcher would guess what was happening straight away, but at least she'd have some space in which to deal with it. Reeve said, "OK, had we better have somewhere we can keep the children, keep them out of it if their mother does fall apart, until their father gets here?" Anne Crisp shook her head and said, "I doubt it. She's going to want them back with her, isn't she? She'll want to keep them close to her. Only natural, isn't it?" Is it? Reeve was dimly aware that she didn't really know the answer to that question, But she straightened her back, took a breath, and said to the family liaison officer, who apparently did, "Ready, then?" Michaela Fletcher had looked at the image of the tattoo for a long time, stared at it for so long that Reeve had thought fleetingly, "My God, she doesn't recognize it. Her sister is alive and suffering from a hangover in a cafe or some strange man's bedroom." But then what colour the woman had left slowly drained from her face, and she sat down at the small dining table. She'd made breakfast for her daughters, but they had hardly touched it. There was a half-empty bowl of cereal and a piece of toast with one corner bitten off. Reeve realized that she had forgotten to send any food or drink up to Detective Sergeant Waters. "Mrs. Fletcher, Michaela, I'm sorry, but I have to ask, is that your sister's tattoo? Is it Michelle's?" Just a slow nodding of the head and the refusal to look back at the detective chief inspector, the eyes fixed now on the cheap plastic-papered wall of the caravan. But her breathing remained steady, and that's the thing to watch out for. If there's going to be hysteria, that's the early warning. Reeve waited and watched. She'd done this before, and people need the space in which to process the worst news they are ever going to receive in their life. Finally, the woman said, "How? Mrs. Fletcher, how did she die? Was it some sort of accident?" The best investigators are able to view a situation from multiple perspectives almost simultaneously. Reeve had seen the body and the obvious marks upon it. She had asked one of her officers and the pathologist literally to manhandle it. She had herself lifted the dead sister's clothing so that she could take what would normally be considered an intimate photograph of it. Michaela Fletcher had seen none of this. She was aware only of what the detective had told her, that her sister was dead. For all she knew, Michelle had been knocked down by a drunk driver. Reeve took a moment to view the matter from that perspective before she answered the question. "We don't think so." Now the eyes came to her own. "It's important not to look away." "What are you saying?" "We're still in the early stages, Mrs. Fletcher. We have to gather together the evidence. We don't jump to conclusions." "But—" "And yet, even in these early stages, opinions begin to form about the people involved." Michaela Fletcher was not a weak individual. She was not a weeper nor a wailer. She looked to be the opposite, a tough character who would rather have the truth. Reeve wondered how alike the two sisters had been. Forming an understanding of the victim's personality is crucial in a case like this one. The first indications are that Michelle was the victim of an attack. All the associations of the word were there in an instant, and Reeve thought, she's closer to tears now, but she's also angry. An attack? Was she? It's too soon to say, Mrs. Fletcher. More time, allowing this to sink in, aware simultaneously of Tarek supervising the DNA screening, Anne Crisp taking the girls for a walk, Waters helping to arrange the removal of Michelle Sims's body, Sally Lonsdale and her team packing up their gear, and of it being a Friday, always a bloody Friday, with the weekend delaying work on their samples, and of a couple of keen young detectives who would be arriving shortly and who would need deploying in the most effective way possible. Beyond that, she'd have to speak to Detective Chief Superintendent Allen soon. And where is DCI Cara Freeman today? Has she got wind of this one yet? Michaela Fletcher interrupted Reeves's thoughts. "You haven't arrested anyone? You don't know who you're looking for?" "No, we don't. We have experts examining the place where Michelle was found. Shortly she will be taken to King's Lake. Everything is done—" There were tears at last, reluctant and few in number, but the woman's eyes had finally brimmed over onto her pale cheeks. Reeve had prepared for this. She took a couple of tissues from her bag and offered them to Mrs. Fletcher. It was Mrs. Sims, too, remember. There were others to be informed now.
What were you saying? Everything is done?
As respectfully as possible, Michaela.
Where will she go, though? Where in Kingslake?
In the first instance, to the police mortuary at Kingslake Central Police Station. You cannot hide the connotations of that word. They are as cold as its own steel tables and marble slabs. And these days, everyone knows what goes on in such places, thanks to all those CSI series. Or at least they think they do. The reality, of course, is much worse. Michaela Fletcher said,
Then what? What happens once she's there?
On Monday, the pathologist will carry out a number of tests. We have to know exactly what caused her death.
You mean an autopsy? They'll cut her up. That's what you're saying?
Yes. Some people want lots more words. They want it sugar-coated, but Reeves' judgment was that Michaela Fletcher wasn't one of those. She watched and waited, with at least a dozen important questions needing to be asked. The sooner they got past this, the sooner she could begin the really important business of finding out about Michelle Sims and her final hours.
Are you the one in charge of this? Detective Chief Inspector, you said?
Michaela Fletcher was looking at her differently, measuring her, making an assessment now. Reeve wondered whether she looked the part, looked up to the job. She usually did, she thought, but it was the first time she'd worn this jacket and skirt for work. Yes, I will be.
All right. But I want to see her. Before they do that. Sorry if that sounds stupid.
She was crying again, more freely now. That's how some minds handle it, drip-feeding sorrow to avoid being swept away by a tidal wave of grief. Not at all, Michaela. We will need a family member to identify her. It doesn't have to be you, but if you wanted to do that for her, I can arrange it. That's not a problem at all. A nod and a wiping away of the first proper tears. There would be many more. Anne Crisp had promised at least half an hour, and Reeve estimated how many minutes she might have left before she said, Is there anyone you'd like to call, Michaela? This is a significant step, the next stone thrown into the pool of many interconnected lives. Yes, she said, but with a note of uncertainty which had to be confronted. Reeve said, You don't have to do that, not yet. I'm just thinking this is a lot to deal with on your own. There was a pause before Mrs. Fletcher said,
It is her, isn't it? There hasn't been some terrible mix-up, a mistake. Only I can't.
Reeve said, The woman we found has red hair. My detective sergeant said straight away that he thought the lady in the photograph you gave me was the same person we've found. How certain are you about the tattoo, Michaela? There hadn't really been any doubt. Reeve knew.
That tattoo? We argued about it. She only had it done a few months ago, and I told her she was old enough to know better. We argued a lot as kids, cat and dog, Mum used to say. How am I supposed to, Who's going to tell our Mum?
How old is Michelle? It doesn't matter how you ask the question, whichever tense you go with sounds wrong. Reeve had concluded that to say was now would be too soon, that's all.
Just turned 37, 3 years older than me, but I'm the responsible one. That's how most people see it. I had the kids, stayed at home being the housewife. Shelley, she's still up for...
There was a space in which Reeve thought, That's my age next birthday. And then she said, She still liked to party. On one level it was a couple of women chatting about one of their sisters, but Michaela Fletcher understood what the detective was doing. She didn't answer, and then Reeve said, Sorry, but there will be a lot of questions when you're ready. I'll need to go over every minute since Michelle arrived. There could be something that didn't seem significant, someone you passed once on the site, someone who chatted to her in the bar last night. And if anything like that is already worrying you, tell me straight away. A shake of her head, and then Michaela took her mobile out of her handbag. She placed it on the table in front of her. Reeve said, Who will you call first?
Graham, my other half. I can't call Barry, not just like that. Maybe Graham will go and find him, so he's with him when, not on his own. Maybe it's better if Graham tells him. I don't know how I'm going to say this to anyone." She was trembling a little. Reeve put out a hand, touched her arm, and said, "If you'd rather, I can do it. I'm not saying we get used to it, but if you want me to make the first call, I can. You said Graham is your husband?" Michaela Fletcher nodded, but picked up the phone again. "It's down to me. I'll tell him first, see what he suggests. But—" "Yes?" "If you could stay, so I'm not— He might have some questions or something." "Of course," said Reeve. "I'll be here. If you need me to step in, just say and—" But she wouldn't, Michaela Fletcher. Must be good to have someone to turn to like that. A husband. Someone who has promised to love and comfort you through the good times and the bad, and through this, the very worst of times. Chapter 9. Detective Chief Inspector Reeve called a briefing at 4:00 that Friday afternoon, and they held it in one of the caravans vacated earlier in the day. Shirley Salmon said they could have another van for the rest of the weekend if they needed it, and she had arranged for a local café to supply food and drink as it was needed. All they had to do was pick up the phone. It was, Waters thought, a novel sort of incident room, but needs must, and being here on site made it ideal in more ways than one. DCI Reeve was better at this than her superior officer, Detective Chief Superintendent Allen. With him, finding and detaining the perpetrator was just one of the priorities that had to be juggled. At least this was Waters's impression, whereas with the DCI there was a clearer and more single-minded focus on catching the evil bastard who did it. Those were not Waters's words, of course. He could always hear another voice saying them. Reeve was saying, "Family members have just arrived. The husband and the brother-in-law, Michaela Fletcher's husband, were giving them a bit of private time, and then I'll start the process of formally interviewing Mrs. Fletcher." She wouldn't do that alone, and Waters wondered whom she would take in with her. His guess was Serena Butler, who was standing right next to him and paying close attention to what the SIO was saying. In these cases, where there might have been a serious sexual assault as well as a killing, the unwritten policy seems to be to put female officers in front of the bereaved. Waters wondered whether there was any data to show this was operationally more effective, and then brought himself back to the briefing. "Ask D.I. Turek to report on how the DNA testing is going. As I'm sure you all know, this isn't something we'd usually do in such a hurry, but under the circumstances, with everyone on the site leaving within the next 36 hours, it was decided to go ahead with it. D.I. Turek?" Turek, Waters' own line manager, still stood up whenever he had to address a group, and everyone was used to it by now. He hadn't taken off his tie or jacket all day, even though everyone else had succumbed at some point, and despite the stuffiness in the caravan, he still had an air of grim, sartorial determination. He could outlast the lot of them when it came to the wearing of a suit. Turek explained that they had managed to get samples from 7 of the 8 men who had been due to leave the Pine Hills site today. The missing man had left with his wife early in the day without speaking to Mrs. Salmon, and the keys to his caravan had been found posted through the letterbox of the main office. Waters had already been told this, but he saw its possible significance noted by some of the other officers now, including the other member of his team here, Richard Ford. Turek went on to explain that once again Mrs. Salmon had been most helpful. Having no spare caravan available herself, she had found a vacant one on a neighbouring site and transferred to it the booking for the coming week. This meant the police could examine the missing man's caravan closely over the weekend if necessary. "In addition to that," said Turek, with the over-the-spectacles look that meant he was about to say something of significance, "one person has refused to provide us with a sample or to come to the main office to explain why. When this was reported to me, I went back with the uniformed men concerned to speak to the individual. We won't go public here with his name, but we have confirmed his identity. He says he is taking a stand to defend individual liberty against, I have it written down here, against the ever-encroaching powers of a totalitarian state. You will not be surprised to learn that we already have officers at Central looking into the matter. That's all, ma'am. The detective inspector sat down, and the DCI thanked him and the officers concerned for what had been done so efficiently that afternoon. Then she said, "Following on from that, I've also got Central working up a list of known offenders in the county. This will be a long list when it's done. I mention this now so no one needs to point out to me later, when they are presented with it, that it is a long list. At some point, we might need to work our way through it, so be prepared. The site owner has told me that the gentleman who reported finding the body this morning is also due to leave tomorrow, so he needs to be interviewed tonight as well. D.I. Turek will be allocating that job in a moment. Finally, DCS Allen has told me this is already in the public domain, and that there will be an item on the BBC local news this evening. In view of that and the nature of the site where the body was discovered, we'll be putting up notices appealing for the help of the public. You know the sort of thing. A serious offence was committed nearby on the evening of Thursday the 26th. These are being printed in Lake and should arrive here later today. Again, D.I. Turek will be giving someone the job of getting those put up in the right places. Any questions?" Serena Butler raised a hand and asked whether there was any CCTV. Reeve handed that to Turek, who explained that apart from the camera outside the site office, there was nothing other than on the gates of one private house on the road back towards the town. They had not been successful in contacting the owners yet. This seemed to jog Turek's memory, and he went to Reeve to mention something while the rest of them waited for her to end the briefing. It wasn't like Allen's briefings, which sometimes concluded with people wandering off in uncertain fashion. Serena looked up at Waters and said, "All right, Sarge? Busy day?" This had begun as a joke, the Sarge thing, but now it had become a fixture. Before he was promoted, they had been equals in rank, which meant she had often taken charge because she was a few years older, a few years more experienced, and as she had regularly pointed out to him and to anyone else who happened to be nearby, a lot of years less naive. As soon as he was promoted, she had changed tack, naturally, but there had been a few awkward moments, and the situation would probably have been worse if at the same time she had not been made a part of the squad that sometimes formed up to investigate very serious crimes against the person. For some reason, they were still not officially calling it the Murder Squad, but since February there hadn't been a proper murder in North Norfolk, just a couple of near misses. Waters could not be alone in wondering why this one had not been handed straight to Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman. "Yes, busy and hot. I feel like I've been char-grilled. Is my face red?" Serena peered up at him and said, "Yes, you should have had at least a factor 30 on. Did you know that in people with fair skins, even a single episode of sunburn can produce dangerous conditions later in life?" Waters felt around his face as if to check he didn't have one of the rapidly developing sorts, and said, "Yes, I probably have heard that. Thanks for reminding me, though." "No problem." "Was it a bad one?" He knew she meant the murder scene and the state of the body that had been found. She would be disappointed she hadn't seen it all firsthand. Serena Butler wasn't ghoulish, but ever since she'd worked on the Sokolov case, she'd had an interest in this, the very worst of crimes. Thank goodness someone else had recognized it and made his, Waters's, life a little easier by giving her the prospect of working in a specialist unit from time to time. He said in reply, "They all are, but no, it wasn't what anyone would call a mess. I spoke to a uniform who was up there. He reckoned she was strangled." This was a question to him, of course, and he wasn't surprised that Serena was investigating the investigation.
I thought so too. I suggested it to Robinson, and he didn't disagree. And that her clothing was pulled about. Had she been raped? There was a directness about Serena Butler that some people found disconcerting. Waters said, I suggested that to Robinson as well. He was non-committal on that one. We won't have an answer until Monday. Someone will need to be present at the autopsy. If you fancy it, you could be the first to find out. It's a part of the job that most CID officers avoid if they can, but Serena had already done it. She'd been present at the post-mortem of Bernard Sokoloff and made a good job of reporting the results to meetings. There were other possible benefits. It might make it easier for Dr. Robinson and his technician, Olive Markham, if they were working with a familiar face. It would be useful for Serena in her career development as a member of the Not Murder Squad, and it would mean that he didn't have to be there himself. Waters had done it without the nauseous complications that some detectives have, but he wasn't desperate to repeat the experience. She said in an offhand way, "Yes, okay, I don't mind." But Waters was guessing she'd volunteer anyway if he didn't put her name forward for the job. He said to her, "So where's your other boss? I thought this would land up on her desk, to be honest." "She's in Lake today, but she's at some conference in Birmingham for 3 days next week. She's very good at communication. We get her weekly memo and emails and everything, and she has a laugh with us every time we have a meeting. That's how management should be done, isn't it?" She was frowning at Turek and Reeve as if she was trying to lip-read what they were saying, but Waters knew her game by now. This was an attempt to wind him up like a clockwork toy. D.I. Turek wasn't a caring, sharing sort of manager. He viewed his people as resources to be deployed, to be moved around the board of an investigation as a general behind the lines pushes models across paper maps. Sometimes this was efficient, even effective, but it didn't often foster loyalty and the sort of out-of-hours commitment to a team that other management styles can create. Serena had decided that Detective Sergeant Waters ought to be setting an example for his own line manager, but Waters shuddered inwardly at the thought of seeing John Murray's face when he received his first weekly "Hi there, team" memo on a bleary Monday morning. He glanced at Serena then, and not for the first time understood that, surprisingly, of the three of them, she missed Smith the most. She noticed him looking and pulled her "what" face before she said, "When this is finally over, is there any chance I can nip up and have a look at the scene?" "Fine by me, though I could probably describe every bush and blade of grass if you wanted me to. But it's my guess you're going to be busy." "We're about to find out." Turek was on his way. Serena muttered, "Why?" "I think the DCI wanted you here for a reason. Talent will out in the end, I suppose." Waters nodded as Turek arrived and began to deploy his resources. Yes, he thought, talent will out, but on this occasion it's as much about what you are not as what you are. You are not a man. Conceivably, there could be a time and a place at which these things could be pointed out to Serena Butler, but at this moment he could not envisage when or where either of them might be. "So I said to Molly, 'Come on, you lazy thing, get up.' She didn't want to go, and if I'd given in, I never would have, They suffer in this heat, but you have to make sure they get some exercise, so I take her for a walk late in the evening and early in the morning." Detective Constable Richard Ford smiled uneasily at the woman in a wheelchair who sat next to Mr. Norman Jackson, and then luckily her husband leaned down and stroked the fat brown spaniel at his feet as he said, "Don't I, girl?" Mr. Jackson had talked about Molly and Patricia interchangeably, and there had been moments when an awful mistake could have been made. This was the first time Ford's sergeant had given him the opportunity to lead with the questions. What a start that would have been, the detective who couldn't ascertain the difference between a witness's wife and his pet dog. "So, Mr. Jackson, if you could tell us what happened this morning when you took Molly for her walk?" Waters watched and listened, allowing Ford to make some superfluous notes because it was all good practice. A certain kind of killer likes to be involved in some way with the investigation, other than by being a suspect. That's why you always take a close look at whoever reports the discovery of a body. But he had already seen and heard enough of Mr. Jackson to begin ruling him out of that category. Some of his reasons, if he'd needed to explain them, were self-evident. Norman Jackson was elderly and frail-looking himself, despite the fact he was his wife's carer. In a fight to the death with Michelle Sims, one would have backed the young woman. Also, when Ford asked whether Mr. Jackson had walked the dog along the same path the previous evening, he'd been told no, they'd driven up to Clay Beach for a change. Patricia had sat on the shingle and enjoyed the sunset, while Norman walked the dog. Waters knew the place. There was either a warden on duty collecting the parking fee, someone who would remember a woman in a wheelchair, or there was a machine doing the same thing, the sort that requires you to input your vehicle number. Sunset must still be after 9 in the evening. It was unlikely that Norman Jackson had driven back quickly enough to get his wife and dog settled before nipping out to murder a young woman he'd never met. But Waters was aware that he had also developed some of the instincts of a detective. There is no mystery to this. Intelligent people tend to reflect on experiences and draw conclusions for future reference. With regular practice, the neural pathways become established and begin to operate so rapidly that we have to employ words like intuition and phrases like a sixth sense to explain what's going on. The reality is more mundane, but in its own way still remarkable, and Waters's instincts were telling him they wouldn't need to speak to Norman Jackson again. "Twice I called her back, but the third time she wouldn't come away, so I had to go and have a look. She was growling too. Never does that normally, does she, Pat?" The woman shook her head and looked at Waters. It was a look that said, "I know he goes on a bit." He'd learned to smile professionally, too, and the woman was grateful for that, and for their patience with her husband, who had clearly got over the shock of the morning and was now rather enjoying himself. "We've been coming down here for 20 years or more, and never in all my days did I expect to see anything like that. Poor thing, there she was, all—" The old man stopped, glanced at his wife, and said to the detectives, "Well, I imagine you've seen more than enough of it without me going into detail. I knew straight away she was dead." Waters said, "I'm sorry, sir, but I have to ask, did you touch the body? People sometimes do. They try to check for a pulse, that sort of thing." "No, I did not. Like I said, I could see she was cold. Her eyes were open. Molly had gone right up close, but there was no sign of movement. I went back to the path and called 999. I always have my phone when I'm away in case Pat needs me. Then it was awkward because the operator, or whoever it was, told me to stay close by, which I did, but I was thinking I ought to get back. But they were very good. They turned up in less than 15 minutes. People are always going on about the police and public services, but— Thank you, Mr. Jackson. You've given us a very clear account. And you didn't meet anyone else on your walk this morning?" "No, it was early, crack of dawn. Didn't see another soul until the boys in blue turned up. Very professional they were. Will I have to go to court, give evidence, all that sort of thing?" Waters said, "I don't think so, sir," bringing evident disappointment to the face of Norman Jackson, but things brightened up when he added, "However, we will print a statement based on what you've told us this evening, which you will be required to read, sign, and date." "Fair enough, Detective Sergeant. I mean, I tried to do what was right, you know. If there was anything else I ought to have done— Was there, just for future reference? You never know, do you?" Waters stood up, followed by Ford. "I wouldn't worry, Mr. Jackson. Statistically, I think it's highly unlikely you'll find yourself in this situation again." Again, Norman looked slightly disappointed, and for a very fleeting moment the detective sergeant thought, I haven't misjudged him, have I? The only way to be a serial discoverer of bodies would be to— No, don't be ridiculous, Waters. It's been a long day. Pull yourself together. The Jacksons' caravan was only 2 rows back from the edge of the dunes where the footpath began. When they got outside, Waters glanced at his watch and said, I think if we cut through here, we're close to where the woman was found. I'm going to take a quick look, make sure everything was left in order. Come on. He couldn't remember this being on the list of duties of the crime scene manager, but it felt like the right thing to do. They found the road and turned left towards where all the vehicles had been parked in the morning, but it was empty now. Long ago there must have been a fence and a gate here. One upright wooden post remained, and pinned on it was one of the police notices, printed and laminated in Lake that afternoon. They stood and read it in silence. Waters thought, and that's it. The murder of Michelle Sims has become a serious incident. Somehow it seemed inadequate, a criminal understatement of the enormity of what had happened here less than 24 hours ago. The patch of grass a few yards in and on the right-hand side had become considerably more flattened by the work of the Socko team. Waters pointed it out to Ford, feeling uncomfortably like a tour guide, but this did begin a useful conversation about why the killer had moved the body, always assuming the attack had actually taken place here. Waters said she would have been too easily seen. Anyone coming along the path would have spotted her and raised the alarm. But, sir, we have to assume it was a he, don't we? He wasn't trying to permanently hide the body when he moved her, was he? Not from what you've told me about where it was found. I mean, he must have realized she'd soon be found anyway, so why go to the trouble of moving her? The day had been taken up gathering evidence about a death and recording the movements of the living as they had done so. With that completed, the next phase was beginning, the logical exploration of what a murderer has done and why. Waters had no doubt that Reeve and Turek had been over this aspect of the investigation, but experience had already taught him that the most significant insights are not necessarily confined to those in charge of a case. Ford had asked a good question, and it deserved an answer. Maybe he needed a little time to get home, to get his story straight, to work out some sort of an alibi. Where he left her, we'll go and have a look so you can see for yourself, where he left her, she might not have been found for another day or 2. Ford said, if it was a bloke off the caravan site, he could have been back home in 10 minutes, couldn't he? Maybe he was from further away. They walked along the footpath between the overgrown dunes on their left and the pine forest on their right. The sun was lower now, slanting through the trees, and flies danced in the light ahead of them, like motes of dust in the beams that shine through stained glass windows in an ancient church. It was as silent as a church. Waters thought, where are all the birds? Why isn't there a single bird singing on this beautiful summer evening? The only sound he could hear was an occasional cricket or grasshopper chirping in the tall, rough grass that covered the dunes. They passed another of the notices. A uniformed officer had found or brought with him a wooden post, and erected it right where the new path had formed, leading off to the left. Waters didn't go onto the ground where she had been lying. He stopped a few feet short and let Ford go on into the little clearing. Nothing remained. It all seemed too brief and perfunctory, too officially complete. A woman died here, was murdered here, and left to grow cold under last night's stars. And all that's left to mark the spot is a patch of flattened grass and a notice board asking for information. He became aware of a small but steady flame of anger somewhere inside. This wasn't right. Never mind who she was or what she had done. This wasn't right. Ford turned and said,
How big was she, sir? The sir was okay when they were with senior officers or members of the public, as they had been a few minutes ago, but out here it felt a little ridiculous. Waters had vague memories of his own sergeant making the same point. Dr. Robinson estimated about 60 kilos. He'd already thought about this, but let Ford run with it. That's still a fair old weight to carry more than 100 yards, sir. Most blokes could pick up a weight like that, but it's another thing to go any distance with it. In training, we have to carry another bloke 10 yards, and it's not easy, even when he's a scrum half. Ford was stockily built. He played rugby for Kingslake Town, and he'd also represented the police in competitions. In the summer, he played cricket for a village team, and apparently he was good at that as well. Waters remembered someone telling him that Ford was a number 8, but had no idea whether that applied to rugby or cricket, or both. But the detective constable obviously knew about carrying people around, which was useful. Waters said, "A fairly strong man could do it, though, under pressure, with plenty of adrenaline going on." Ford nodded and said, "Yes, I reckon. Could have been more than one, though. A lot easier if it was." This was a new idea, and Waters's eyebrows lifted a little in recognition of it. He had no experience of investigating anything like that, but surely an attack by 2 or 3 men would have left more traces. He didn't want to picture it, but wouldn't such a thing be more frenzied and brutal? Still, it was something he would have to take to the next meeting with senior officers. Richard Ford was staring down at the grass. After a few seconds, he looked up and said, "It's all a bit weird, isn't it, sir?" "Yes, I know what you mean." Ford didn't mean the case itself. He meant the being here in the aftermath. He meant having the job of trying to sort this out, of finding the person who had done such a monstrous thing, and of finding out why. Waters turned and walked away then, and Ford followed. On the path back to the road, Ford said, "I'm not trying to get home, sir, but what time do you think we'll finish tonight? If someone is waiting for you, text and tell her you'll be late. We'll have to hang around and see what comes out of DCI Reeves' interview with the sister. I'm guessing there will be another briefing after that, and we'll be told what she wants to do next. If you're just hungry, there's a long tradition of us eating fish and chips on the harbour wall back in the town." When they got back to the car, parked by the Jacksons' caravan, Waters checked his phone. There was a message from Janey. He didn't open it fully, but he could see from the first few words that she wasn't coming home this weekend. Chapter 10. Michaela Fletcher had told her husband she would be all right, but he insisted on not leaving her, not until he was sure. Their brother-in-law, Barry Sims, was up at the site office being given tea and sympathy by Anne Crisp. "You should be with him," Michaela had said. "He shouldn't be on his own." And Fletcher had said he would go soon when he was certain she would be okay with all this. They seem like a close family, thought Detective Constable Serena Butler. DCI Reeve would not have asked her to be here just to offer hankies and emotional support. "Step in any time you like," Reeve had said. But although they'd been interviewing Mrs. Fletcher for several minutes now, Serena had said nothing. She had watched closely, listened carefully, and dealt with some uncomfortable thoughts. She had 2 sisters of her own. They lived back in the Midlands, where she came from. One a housewife, the other a busy, professional woman like herself, though both had found the time to have children. She didn't see them often now since she'd moved east, but she tried to imagine losing one of them like this, as Michaela had lost Michelle. I mean, she thought, even those names make them sound close, as if their parents had meant for that to happen. Graham Fletcher had sat close to his wife and held her hand at the beginning. When she reached for another tissue, she didn't take his hand again, but he patted her arm supportively a couple of times and asked more than once if she was all right to go on with this.
She didn't have to, he said. With a look at the detectives, he was sure it could be done another time. Reeve hadn't signalled either a yes or a no to that, but Serena knew that as senior investigating officer, the DCI would have an opinion on the matter. After a suitable pause, Reeve said, "So, Michaela, I'd like to summarize what you've told us just now. Your sister came down, as she had promised, on Tuesday. You had tea at a cafe in the town, a walk along the beach, and then you both came back here on Tuesday evening. You didn't meet anyone or speak to anyone new. Michelle was on her phone texting some of the time, but that wasn't unusual. When you asked her about it, she said it was all to do with work, just people from the salon. You remember telling her to ignore it and take a proper break for a change." Michaela Fletcher nodded and swallowed hard. When sudden death comes, it alters everything, and even the insignificant things said before it are then seen in an altered and often ghastly light. Reeve went on, "On Wednesday you had a similar day. The four of you spent much of it down on the beach. Michelle went off alone a couple of times. Once to fetch some ice creams. You said that took longer than you expected. And later in the afternoon she said she wanted to walk on her own. I have to ask, was that unusual?" The question seemed to trouble Michaela, and then Graham Fletcher said, She's either the life and soul of the party or, well, the opposite, if you know what I mean." Michaela said, "She's never seen a psychiatrist, but if she had, they'd probably say she was a bit bipolar. She knew she was, she talked about it. She could be hilarious one minute and really sad the next. She knew she had to be careful having a drink, because that could send her too far in either direction." They were all watching Michaela as she said those words. Her gaze had been at the shiny surface of the plastic table, as if she could see in it some reflection of her lost sister. Then she looked up at the Detective Chief Inspector and added, "There was something on her mind, but that wasn't unusual. That's all I'm saying, I suppose. She didn't always tell me everything." Fletcher folded his arms and said, "Look, I'm not one to tell anyone their job, but I can't see what this has to do with what's happened. It's as Michaela says. Michelle came down for a couple of days with her family because she adores the girls, and some evil bastard has grabbed her, and it's too bloody awful to contemplate. Surely you need to be out there looking for him, not raking over all this personal family stuff." A perfectly reasonable question when considered from their point of view, Serena told herself. You cannot expect them to see it any other way because they don't know the numbers, the statistics, the astonishing data confirming that in more than 60% of such cases the victim is killed by a partner or a family member. Being murdered by a stranger is much rarer than most of us imagine. The people you need to keep an eye on are those closest to you. Then she thought, well, I'd like to be in that chair one day, DCI Reeves' chair. So how would I answer Graham Fletcher's question? How is DCI going to respond to it? Alison Reeves said, I do understand, Mr. Fletcher, and we cannot expect people to see why we ask the things we do in such difficult circumstances. I'll try to explain. Sometimes someone's state of mind can make them vulnerable, can make them more likely to become a victim. Their state of mind can affect their behavior, and their behavior can make them more visible to someone else with, as you yourself said, evil intentions. Understanding Michelle's emotional state might, and I only say might, help us to understand why this happened to her and not to someone else. Fletcher nodded, albeit grudgingly, and looked at his wife with a shrug as if to say he'd done his best. Reeve knew that ground had been given, and she went on, Thank you. Michaela, I hope you can see that what you're telling us might be useful. You said that on the Wednesday evening you all went to the Pine Hill Social Club here on the caravan site. How was Michelle while you were there? She was all right? The place wasn't very busy, not many people there, and she said it needed livening up a bit, but she didn't do anything about it, not like she might have done a few years ago." She managed a wan smile, and through it Serena caught perhaps her first real glimpse of Michelle Sims, a party girl. A bit of a raver, as her own dad used to say embarrassingly about one of his own daughters. But Michelle was 37 now. She'd crossed the invisible line. Before the line, you're a little bit crazy and it's fun. People look at you and smile. After the line, it gets awkward and sad, and people start to look away. Reeve asked, "Did either of you speak to anyone? Get into conversation?" "On the Wednesday? No, I don't think we did. But we saw the posters saying the next night was a country and western supper with a band and dancing, so we said we'd give that a go. Shelley loves a dance. We took the girls, and they had a good time. It was full, but we got a table in the end. We were chatting to people at the tables around us." Reeve said, "How was Michelle? Was she chatting to people as well?" Michaela Fletcher paused, as if thinking carefully about her answer. Serena saw Graham Fletcher lean back in the seat and fold his arms again. He thought all this was a waste of time, that was clear, and she wondered whether they would have been given a different version of events if Reeve had manoeuvred him out of the way before the interview began. Michaela was bound to pick up these signals from her husband, wasn't she? The planning and the conduct of interviews is an art in itself. Reeve was good, but Serena had sat at the feet of a master. Michaela said, "She was fine. There'd been more texting in the afternoon, and she went off for a walk again, but then her mood seemed to pick up a lot. It was the best she'd been since she came down. Yes, we were both talking to people around us, and she was going up to the bar, fetching drinks and crisps for the girls. She was laughing with people up there while she waited, I remember." Then Serena realized that Reeve was watching her and waiting. There was an obvious question now, but it was a difficult one, and she didn't want it to be the first thing she said. So she looked at Michaela Fletcher and asked whether she could remember the names of any of the people they'd been sitting with on the Thursday evening. Michaela said, "I'm not sure. You know how it is, noisy crowd and music, when you're half shouting to get yourself heard. The people nearest us were an older couple, from somewhere up north by the sound of them. Her name was Elsie. She said how well-behaved the girls were. Her husband was teasing them, and he bought them one of the slushy drinks. His name might have been Bill, but I'm not certain." This was useful, and Reeve acknowledged that with a look as Serena wrote down the names. The more witnesses you can find to the victim's final hours, the better. The social club had been open to the public that Thursday evening, but if the woman Elsie and her might-have-been Bill husband had been staying on site, they could find them through Shirley Salmon's excellent paperwork. D.I. Turek should also have the name if the man had given a DNA sample. Reeve said, "So you stayed until what time, Michaela?" "It was getting on for 9:30. I said to Michelle that it was past the girls' bedtime and that I was taking them back. She made a big fuss of them and—" An emotional pause as she had to relive the moment, the last moment when she saw her sister alive. Graham Fletcher put an arm around her shoulder and said something that Serena couldn't hear. "And then I said good night to her. I told her not to be too long, and she said she wouldn't be. She said she'd join in with the line dancing when we weren't there to see her look daft. Then she'd come home." Reeve said, "This was at the table where you'd been sitting?" "No, at the bar. She'd been up there for a few minutes, waiting to get another drink." Serena saw Reeve taking the decision to ask the important question. "Michaela, I'm sorry, but I do have to ask you. How much had Michelle had to drink on Thursday night?" "She wasn't drunk, if that's what you're suggesting." Reeve waited before she said, "I'm not at all. But you can see that it's something we need to know. Remember what I said about how someone's behaviour can get them noticed." It took more time for Michaela Fletcher to accept what the detective was saying, but eventually she said, "She was drinking her usual G&Ts. By the time we left, she'd had 4, I should think. And she was waiting at the bar to get served again." "Yes, but she wasn't—" It didn't need to be said again. Reeve moved on to what took place afterwards. Michaela had taken the 2 girls back to the caravan. They were excited and overtired, but they were asleep by 10 o'clock. She stayed awake watching the television and using headphones, so she didn't wake them. At about 10:30, she sent a text to Michelle. Reeve asked to see Michaela's phone then to see the text. It said, "Going to bed. We'll leave the door on the latch. Don't wake us up. Behave." After the message was the word "delivered." Reeve angled the phone so Serena could see it and scrolled back to previous messages. The only ones that didn't have "read" after them were the one Michaela had sent at 22:33 last night, and the several she had sent early this morning, asking her sister where she was, why hadn't she got in touch, with an increasing sense of panic and then desperation. Reeve handed back the phone, said thank you, and asked whether Michelle was usually good at answering texts and calls. She was, said her sister. She was one of those people who lived for her phone. She'd told them, hadn't she, that Michelle had been using it on and off since she arrived on Tuesday. Graham Fletcher said, "It was someone in the social club bar. Has to have been. Someone who was watching her and probably got talking to her once you'd gone. Either she went outside with them or they followed her." Michaela Fletcher looked at Reeve, who said, "That's certainly something we will be following up. It's getting late, and you'll want to be getting back to your daughters. But there is just one more thing. I mentioned this earlier, but I have to bring it up again. We need someone to formally identify the body, Michaela." Serena Butler watched and thought again about her sisters and about having to do this. She would probably turn as pale as Mrs. Fletcher had at the thought of it. Fletcher put an arm around her again and said to Reeve, "Christ, really? Does she have to do this now?" "Not this moment, of course, but it is a legal requirement that somebody does so in cases like this." "Could I do it? I'm a family member. You can't ask Barry, he's already in pieces." Reeve took her time before she said, "It should be the next of kin or a close family member. I'd need to speak to the coroner's office if anyone else is to do it. I'm sorry. I know this is a dreadful thing." Michaela Fletcher said, "She's in Kingslake now? That's what you said earlier." "Yes, we have our own mortuary at the police station." "And you said there would be an autopsy when?" Mrs. Fletcher had found some strength. She was drawing on an inner reserve to get through these final moments, Serena thought. When we're gone, she'll go to pieces. Who wouldn't? Reeve said, "I think the autopsy will be done on Monday morning. The sooner we know what caused her death, the more chance we have of finding the person responsible." "I want to see her before that. Before they do that." "Of course. I can arrange for you to see your sister at any time tomorrow morning. You only have to let me know what would be best for you." When they were outside, Serena said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. I didn't contribute very much to that." Alison Reeve dismissed it. "In my experience, the nearest and dearest want to talk to a single person, a face and a voice they can have some sort of relationship with, someone who at least appears to have enough authority to make things happen. You did get something useful. What were your impressions of Michaela Fletcher?" They were walking back towards the site office. Daylight was draining into the west, and the first stars were visible, with Venus glimmering low in the southern sky. Serena said, "Sound. I think things happen pretty much as she described them." Reeve was silent long enough for Serena to say, "Did I miss something, ma'am?" "No, I agree with you. But she fell asleep and didn't notice her sister was missing until 6:30 the next morning. 7.5 hours. Is that odd? What might explain that?" It didn't take long for Serena Butler to say, She'd had a few drinks herself? Quite possibly. And that's something we need to bear in mind. Someone is expecting us.
In the light from the office doorway stood Detective Inspector Turek, and indeed it did appear that he was waiting for them to arrive. He didn't salute his superior officer, but one always had the impression that he would, given half a chance.
Reeve said, "Got something?"
"We might have, ma'am. I was in two minds whether to ring you, but didn't want to interrupt. The man who left the site earlier than expected this morning, we've traced him easily enough from Mrs. Salmon's booking system. I passed the details on to Central, and John Wilson got back to me a few minutes ago. The man's name is Donnelly. He's a registered sex offender."
Reeve made no attempt at hiding her surprise before she said, "I see. You have the details already, I'm assuming. Does he fit at all?"
"I think he does, ma'am."
"All right. Great work by the people involved in that. Can you get everyone back here, Simon? A quick briefing, and then we can go. Some of us will be in early tomorrow."
Turek had turned away when Serena said,
"Sir, what's Donnelly's full name, if you don't mind me asking?"
As ever, Turek waited for the nod from the DCI before he said, "William Sidney Donnelly."
Chapter 11.
Of Detective Chief Inspector Alison Reeve, Detective Sergeant Chris Waters, and Detective Constable Serena Butler, only the latter was due to work on the Saturday, and that was the 1 until 11 afternoon and evening shift. And yet, when the three of them found themselves together in Incident Room 2 at 9:30 on the morning after the discovery of Michelle Sims's body at Pine Hills, no one expressed any surprise. The DCI was wearing jeans and a short-sleeved T-shirt. Without thinking, Waters glanced at her bare arm and saw a tiny red bruise marking the spot where there had been a plaster yesterday. Reeve said she was making a drink and asked if they wanted anything. In official hours this would not have occurred, but there's an unspoken understanding about work done out of hours and with no pay, and they both said coffee would be good. Reeve had the facilities in her office, which meant avoiding the awful substances the newly installed vending machines were dispensing. While she was gone, Serena said, "Do you know if anything's happened with this Donnelly character?" Waters went across to the broad table where little stacks of documents were beginning to grow. He was looking for anything relating to William Donnelly, as he said, "I don't think so, but she was on the phone to his local force last night, Barnsley in Yorkshire." "Really? I can't imagine they work late on Fridays any more than we do." "No, she was asking for uniform to take a look at his place and make sure he was home. I'm guessing the street where he lives is now getting a regular drive-by." "Smart. I wonder where she learned a trick like that." Waters had no need to answer. Turek wouldn't be in this morning, still living too far away, but he'd been busy yesterday getting the information organized. There were lists of names from the caravan site, and someone had roughly sketched out a timeline in felt pen on a sheet of A3 paper. If this wasn't on screen somewhere, ready for the whiteboard on Monday, that would be something useful Waters could do this morning. Reeve reappeared, holding 3 mugs. Serena found a spare piece of paper for a communal coaster, but it was an empty gesture. The table was ringed with cup stains from innumerable investigations. Some of them, she thought to herself, would belong to officers since departed. Would the table still be here as evidence of her own time at King's Lake after she had moved on? The DCI took a tea bag from her mug, dropped it into the waste bin, and blew on her fingers. Waters said, "Tea, ma'am?" "Yes, gone off the coffee. I do sometimes, usually after I've reached 10 mugs a day." She took a sip, burned her lip, swore, and then said, "I worry about you young people. Haven't you got anything better to do on a Saturday morning? You know you won't get paid a penny." Serena said, "I think that's a no and a yes from both of us. I'm on at 1 anyway, so I'll probably nip out and do a bit of shopping before that, but—" Then they were both looking at Waters, waiting for his excuse. He said, "I'm at a loose end, I suppose. I've got the crime scene report to write up. That looks like a big job. I didn't want to spend all Monday doing that if there's something else that needs doing."
Reeve said, "Like making an arrest? I doubt we're anywhere near such a thing. Not a single person questioned at the caravan site yesterday had anything interesting to report, as far as I know. We're going to be waiting on forensics and test results for days on this one, hopefully not weeks. Simon tells me you're going to be at the autopsy." Serena nodded and said one reason she'd come in was to look over her reports on the one she had attended on Bernard Sokoloff to make sure she didn't miss anything. "You'll be fine. Bodies are all remarkably similar inside. Not a job I'd volunteer for first thing on a Monday morning, I don't mind admitting. You can't do a practice for that this morning unless Chris is prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. What about the mobile phone?" She meant Michelle Sims's mobile. It had disappeared, but records held by the phone company could be vital in tracing her final contacts and movements. It was another area in which D.C. Butler had a good record. Because none of them were here officially, the DCI wasn't giving orders this morning, but even voluntary work can be more productive if it's prioritized. Serena said, "I can get what we need set up for Monday as well, ma'am." "Good. Chris, I've read what we have on William Donnelly. It's on the laptop on my desk rather than on the table at present, but if you want to fetch it and read it, I'd like to hear what you think." Waters said that he would do so, but then left hanging one of those unfinished sentences for which he was becoming nearly famous. Reeve said, "What is it?" "I was talking to Dr. Robinson about it, about whether Michelle Sims had been, attacked in that way. He wasn't convinced that she had been." It was clear this hadn't reached the DCI's own mental notebook, even though Waters had mentioned it to Tarek. "Oh, right. Well, Serena, that's something we need the good doctor to look at closely on Monday, horrible thought though that is. Still, a known sex offender disappearing early in the morning after a woman's body is found half a mile from where he's on holiday. You have to wonder whether he caught sight of the marked cars and decided to take off. And that would be odd unless he had some reason not to want to be questioned. And then there's what Mrs. Fletcher told us, isn't there?" Waters knew that a man had apparently dodged the police presence at Pine Hills, but he'd arrived late to last night's briefing and missed this part of it. Serena told him about the nice couple who'd sat next to the Fletcher family in the bar on Thursday evening, about the kindly man called Bill who had chatted to the girls and bought them a slushy drink. Waters weighed it up and wondered aloud how many men in 100 were named William and called Bill. Serena thought there was probably an algorithm he could download to find out, but meanwhile she was going with her gut feeling that it was the same man. She looked to the DCI for agreement and found her staring a little vacantly at the empty interactive whiteboard, the fingers of her left hand spread on the tabletop as if she felt unsteady. But it was momentary, and then Reeve looked at her watch and said she'd better go to her office and change into something smarter. Mrs. Fletcher would be here in 15 minutes to identify the body of her sister. When she had left the room, Serena made her sympathetic face, one of her least convincing, as far as Chris Waters was concerned, and said she'd rather watch the body being autopsied on Monday morning than be taking relatives to see it today. However sensitively one tries to do that, it always ends badly, doesn't it? Now it was Waters's turn to look distant. After a frown, he said, "If she wasn't sexually assaulted, we're short of a motive, aren't we?" "Well, I didn't see the body," said Serena, "because I wasn't brought in quickly enough. But it's my guess, from what I've heard, that she was, Chris. Sorry, if you hang around until 1 o'clock, I'll start calling you Sarge again." "Why? Why are you guessing that she was assaulted like that?" Serena had many ways of expressing impatience. Today it was the head slightly to one side, combined with the stare that says, "Really?" in italics. When he waited anyway, she said, "Because murdered women usually have been." Reeve heard the sound of the trolley being wheeled into the mortuary's small reception room. Olive Markham hadn't needed to be told that the mortuary itself is no place for the bereaved to view their lost one. The technician had also come in unpaid at the Detective Chief Inspector's personal request, and Reeve would need to find a way of thanking her without offending her. Flowers seemed entirely inappropriate. Maybe a Christmas card at the end of the year. When the detective stood up, Michaela Fletcher flinched, and her husband put his arm around her again. Reeve said she would check that everything was ready. She went in through the swing door and found the mortuary technician waiting by the trolley. Olive Markham had taken off her usual lab coat and was wearing a tweed skirt, a blouse, and a jacket. Just another small gesture, thought Reeve, but better than the impersonal white coverall that reminds the grieving that their relative has become a specimen, like a frog preserved in formalin in a school science laboratory. Reeve stood on the other side of the trolley from the technician and did not need to say what she wanted. The corpse was covered in a grey plastic body bag. Olive took hold of the zipper and pulled it down. Then she opened it enough for the Detective Chief Inspector to see the face, to make sure it was the right face, because the unthinkable has happened somewhere and at some time. Never here, to Reeves's knowledge, but there are some matters one does not leave to chance, however tiny that chance might be. It was the face of Michelle Sims, somehow paler and more lifeless now than when Reeve had seen her in the dunes yesterday. The bruising on her cheek was more apparent because of this, and the sister would see it. There was nothing to be done about that before the autopsy. It was evidence. But Michelle's red hair, the little of it that could be seen, looked as if it had been brushed and smoothed to be as nice as it could. Reeve nodded to the technician, turned away, and went out through the doors. When Michaela Fletcher had identified her sister's body, Reeve said they should take as long as they needed, and that she would be close by in the waiting room. Olive Markham retreated to the same place, and the two women watched in silence through the small observation window. Mrs. Fletcher stood close to her sister, Graham Fletcher a little way back, just a pace or two, and Reeve thought, good on him, not every husband would do as much. After a silence of perhaps a minute, they saw Michaela half turn and say something to Fletcher. He replied, and they exchanged a few words before she stared again at her dead sister. People react very differently in these situations, and Reeve hadn't made any guesses about Michaela Fletcher, but strangely the theatrical wailing and weeping almost never happens. Another silence grew behind the little window. Reeve said quietly, "Definitely Monday morning for this one, isn't it?" "So the good doctor has told me. 9 o'clock. He hasn't had a look already, hasn't said anything. If he has, it was not to me." Reeve wanted to ask, "What about you? Any thoughts?" Robinson was rarely here nowadays, but Olive Markham was experienced, and Reeve knew that on more than one occasion she had pointed things out to Smith which had altered the course of an investigation. But she wasn't exactly approachable. In fact, she was quite peculiar, which was undoubtedly another reason why Smith had got on well with her. Instead, Reeve said, 9 o'clock it is, then. Detective Constable Butler will attend on our behalf." "That will be helpful." It appeared that Serena's steady nerves had already been noted by the pathology department, and Reeve made a comment to that effect. Olive Markham seemed nonplussed for a moment, and then she said, "I meant that if this is not her first autopsy, it will save me the trouble of putting out a second trolley, just in case." The doors opened, Graham Fletcher holding them so that his wife could walk through. She seemed unnaturally composed and thanked the mortuary technician for allowing her to see her sister. Olive Markham nodded and went back into the reception area behind them. Then Michaela turned to Reeve and said, "It's the quietest I've ever known her." What else can one offer but a sad smile in a situation like this? Michaela said, "She had a lovely voice, didn't she, Graham? I mean a singing voice. That's what she really wanted to do." He said it was true. Michelle would sing at family dues, and you couldn't keep her away from a karaoke. She was the life and soul, all right. There were tears in Mrs. Fletcher's eyes, but she had them fixed on Alison Reeve, as if making this clear to her mattered more than anything else at this moment. She said, "I know lots of people can sing, but she was very good. If she'd had the break, she sang like that girl from Fleetwood Mac, the pretty one, Stevie Nicks, sort of low and gravelly and sexy, didn't she, Graham? You always thought she was really good." "Yes," he said, "she was. I did." He looked at Reeve with an odd, mute expression, and she couldn't blame him. Words are never enough in these moments, but they are all we have. Reeve said, "You're going home today, as you planned?" Graham Fletcher said they were, though Mrs. Salmon had offered them accommodation over the weekend if they wanted it. They needed to get the girls back to some sense of normality, and to help Barry deal with all this. "Where is he? How is he coping?" Michaela said, "He's with that lovely liaison person you sent and the girls. He thinks the world of them, just like Michelle. They couldn't have any, so, you know." "Of course," Reeve said, "of course." But had they remembered she needed to speak to Barry herself before they left? The arrangement was that he would come to Kingslake Central later this morning. Graham Fletcher said, "Yes, we're calling back here on the way home. I reckon it will be about midday. Is that all right? Should I come in with him if he wants me to?" "I don't think it's a case of should, Mr. Fletcher. It won't be an official interview in any sense of the word. As the senior investigating officer, I ought to speak to Mr. Sims, to Barry, if only to offer my condolences, and there are one or two formalities I need to go through with him. It's entirely up to Mr. Sims as to whether he would like someone with him." True, but not the whole truth, of course. As SIO, meeting the partner of a murdered woman is right at the top of your to-do list. The statistics make it so. Reeve had no reason at this point to suspect anyone other than possibly one William Sidney Donnelly, but the simple fact was that if Barry Sims was not involved in the death of his wife, he was in a statistical minority. Reeve walked the Fletchers to the rear entrance of the station. She watched them cross the car park to a silver Mercedes C-Class saloon. She thought, that's a lot of car for a family who just spent a week in a seaside caravan. These are the things you notice after years in the job, the little pieces in the jigsaws of people's lives that don't quite fit. 99% of the time such observations are meaningless, but you can't stop making them, and in the end it can seem that your life is full of meaningless observations. And groundless suspicions. That's the other thing. Believe no one. All very well, but after a time it seeps into your other life, the one that is supposed to happen away from here. It can and does make relationships a problem. How many people does she know here in solid, long-term marriages or partnerships? Charlie Hills, John Murray and Maggie, Anne Crisp, of course. Detective Chief Superintendent Allen, but he doesn't really count, for some reason. Simon Turek, apparently, though she has yet to meet his wife. Even Chris Waters has been seeing the same girl for nearly a year. Quite a few, then. Maybe it is me, Reeve concluded, as she turned away from the door and headed back to her office. And maybe it's the lack of caffeine that's making these headaches worse. Coffee and paracetamol, then. If that was a cocktail, she'd name it the DCI. Chapter 12. Waters had found the paradigm of the perfect crime scene manager's report in his training materials from last February, but as yet it lay unused on his desk. He was reading a file instead, the file for William Donnelly. The most recent address was in Barnsley, and Mrs. Fletcher had said to Alison Reeve and Serena that the couple sounded as if they were from somewhere up north. Barnsley would do for that, and Serena's instincts were probably right. This was the same man who had chatted to the Fletcher family in the Pine Hills Social Club last Thursday evening. One had to assume this was Donnelly's current address. Being on the sex offenders register meant he must inform the local force of changes in personal details, and anyway the DCI already had local uniform making sure he was at home. They would have picked up a change of address issue immediately. Donnelly was 58 and no longer working, according to his last police interview, but before that he'd been employed as a bricklayer. Waters checked the dates and found that the last interview was 3 years ago. This was not as part of an investigation, but presumably just someone in a Barnsley police station doing an unusually thorough job of monitoring offenders and updating their records. 5 years before that, Donnelly had been found with a 15-year-old girl in his car, parked in a side street in Sheffield, close to one of the city's red light districts. She had been partially undressed when the officers shone a light into the back seat of the vehicle. Donnelly claimed the girl had been working on the streets, that she had propositioned him, and that she looked at least 20. The Crown Court judge must have taken something of this into account. The sentence had been 12 months' imprisonment, suspended for 2 years. Donnelly had not served time, therefore, but the fact that a custodial sentence had been given meant he would be on the sex offenders register for 10 years from the date of sentencing. That wasn't all, however. In 1983, when he was 23, William Donnelly had been accused of inappropriately touching the daughter of a family who lived next door to his parents. He had been charged, but these had been dropped. It was, as is still often the case, a matter of his word against the girl's, and in those times that meant she would have to give evidence in open court. Unsurprisingly, the parents had decided to move away rather than put a 13-year-old through such an ordeal. Waters took a detour then into online guidance for criminal investigation officers. As he had suspected, the earlier offence long preceded the Sex Offenders Act 1997, which had set up the register. There was no reason for it to be mentioned in this file other than that an officer somewhere had decided it should be. "Good for them," said a voice from somewhere behind Waters. He went back to the beginning of the file and read it again, this time with his reporter's notepad beside the keyboard. The first point he made was about the ages of the two unfortunate girls who had encountered Donnelly, 13 and 15. Undoubtedly the girl he'd picked up on the streets of Sheffield looked older, but if he had been in the red light district with that purpose in mind, hardly an if at all, he had probably cruised around and taken his pick. He'd chosen a girl who was plainly still at the younger end of the spectrum. Waters had not worked on a case like the ones involving Donnelly, but he'd read and heard enough to know that repeat sexual offenders tend to have specific behaviours. They very often choose similar victims in similar situations. There are exceptions, but the gap between the two girls known to have been approached by Donnelly, there would be others, of course, and Michelle Sims was more than 20 years. What makes young girls dangerously attractive to some men? Waters was aware he didn't know much about this, and that he didn't really want to, but this job often takes you to places you don't want to go. Something to do with their vulnerability, their innocence and lack of experience, which compensates for things missing in the man himself? Has he discovered that mature, experienced women can see through him, that they intimidate him? Maybe. But Michelle Sims, according to the picture they had of her so far, was none of these things, surely. Not inexperienced, certainly not innocent, at least in the biblical sense, and even though someone had killed her last Thursday evening, she wasn't coming across as someone you'd call vulnerable, was she? Waters looked up and watched Serena Butler at work for a few seconds. Taking on Michelle Sims and getting it wrong was more likely akin to taking on his female detective constable than it was to picking up a teenager, and any normal man would shudder at the thought. Next, there was a Mrs. Donnelly, Elsie Donnelly, the kindly lady who had befriended the Fletcher family first. How long had they been married? Did she know of her husband's past offences? There are women who forgive and believe it was an aberration, that young girls these days bring it upon themselves. There are even women who in some ways aid and abet their partners' behaviours. You can't rule anything out, but that was unlikely. When questioned, was Mrs. Donnelly going to say they had gone back to the caravan, had their customary cup of cocoa, watched the 10 o'clock news, and gone to bed? Waters made a third point on the notepad. Donnelly was 58. As a former bricklayer, one might expect him to have good arms, but Ford had said that if Michelle Sims had been killed near the road, and in his 3 years on the force Waters hadn't known Sally Lonsdale to be wrong about anything important, if she had been killed there, the murderer had carried her body quite a distance before he made those rudimentary efforts to conceal it. That was surely going to be easier for a man of 20 or 38, rather than one who was nearing 60. On the other hand, their best estimate was that Mr. and Mrs. Donnelly had left the Pine Hills site at around 7:30 on the Friday morning, much earlier than the typical guest, Shirley Salmon, had said. The official time by which one should vacate the caravan was 10:30. Most visitors would have breakfast, call in at the office to say goodbye, and leave the keys. Waters looked at the photocopied records and found that the Donnellys had arrived on the Friday afternoon a week previously, so they'd had their 7 days, but why the hurried departure? Had William Donnelly seen the police activity, there was enough of it by 7:30, and made his escape, having up to that point hoped that the woman's body had been well hidden enough not to be found so soon? It was possible, but anyone with a normal amount of common sense would realize the police would check who was staying on the site that week. Leaving as he had was only going to increase the interest in Donnelly. Waters's mobile had rung 4 or 5 times before he realized and picked it up. He looked at the screen and then pressed the button that meant he was not going to answer it. Serena was watching and looking surprised, because this wasn't something Waters often did. He was too well-mannered. She said, "You can answer it. You're not on duty." Waters nodded and said, "I'll get back to them when I'm not so busy." He refocused on the screen, but knew perfectly well this would not be the end of it. Them? It was a personal call, not work-related. So she, then. She'll be cross if you do that when she calls. I bet she knows you're not on shift, doesn't she? How are you doing with Michelle Sims's phone? Being ignored is the worst thing. She'll get really cross, unless... Is it you that's cross? Have you had a falling out? What did she do? This was just one of a number of potentially terrifying things about Serena Butler. She could take these apparently ridiculous shots in the dark and keep hitting the target. 400 years ago she'd be dead already, he thought, burned at the stake as a witch, or maybe that ducking stool thing, which would take longer. None of your business. Michelle Sims's phone? But it's always difficult when you're a long way apart. Did she get that job she was going for, Manchester or somewhere? What would you do? Get a transfer? Inner city policing is a whole different ballgame, Chris. When I was working in... Waters had sat back in his chair, crossed his arms, and was staring at her. She must have concluded that this part of her job was now done. She said next, "You know, there's just one mobile phone service provider that still insists on reviewing every request made under Reaper. Well, guess who is Michelle Sims's mobile phone service provider?" "Right, got that. Where are we with it?" Serena said, I don't have any contacts with them. They asked me whether it's terrorism-related or whether withholding the data is likely to put life in danger. I said I'd check and get back to them, which is ridiculous when you think about it, but I could call back and say it's one or the other. My guess is they would then pass it up the food chain, and we'd do the same. They're going to want a senior officer's say-so before they break their protocol. Otherwise, they said it would be dealt with on Monday. It hadn't taken Christopher Waters very long to realize that for a policeman he was politically a little left of centre. Probably that moment of understanding came early in the afternoon of his first day. The Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act had, according to many privacy campaigners, effectively deregulated the processes by which criminal investigation officers can obtain information about an individual's use of their mobile phone. The other major service providers generally now hand over the data automatically through an online request, and if the police have the handset in their possession, even that isn't required. Officers have at their disposal devices and software which enable them to extract huge amounts of information from any phone in a matter of minutes. Was there now a state database of private communications, as some claimed? He doubted it, but such a thing would be easier to construct now than ever before, and that felt wrong. On the other hand, mobile phone data had already been key to solving important cases in his short career and bringing wrongdoers to justice. Michelle Sims's phone records would without a doubt throw light on her final days and hours, but did lives depend on accessing the information now rather than on Monday morning? As a detective sergeant who had, he hoped, the confidence of the senior investigating officer, he could make a case for demanding the records today, and Reeve would go along with it. But was it justified? Was it necessary? He said, "We'll let the DCI know when she's back from meeting Barry Sims, which should be soon. I think Monday will do, but you won't be here. Leave it so that Ford or someone can get straight back into it and chase them. In the meantime, we need to get the list of holiday makers in order and make sure no one was missed out when the uniforms went round. We can cross-check their lists against Mrs. Salmon's and make sure we haven't missed a potential witness. Also, we need to finalize the list of convicted offenders for the northern half of the county. We can't leave that until everything else has failed to come up with a lead." Every major investigation involves hundreds of hours of such routine work. Today, much of the resulting bureaucracy is stored invisibly on hard drives, but that's a relatively recent phenomenon. There is a story, possibly a true story, that the search for the Yorkshire Ripper eventually produced so much paperwork the floors of the building had to be reinforced to hold it safely. Now we could store those files on a single memory stick, but the work itself must still be done. Serena said, "I've got the rest of the day to do that, and if I get bored, I'll make Mike and O'Leary do some. They're both on today." "You're not. You should go and sort out whatever it is you need to sort out." And then, just as quickly, she could switch to being genuinely thoughtful. Immediately, you forgot how annoying Serena could be, until the next time. There was always a next time. Alison Reeve came into the room. It wasn't yet 12:30, so Mr. Sims hadn't been in the station very long at all. She came towards them, still wearing the smarter clothes she'd put on for Michaela Fletcher's visit to the mortuary. "Mr. Sims is in the fairly predictable state of shock. He changed his mind about seeing his wife's body, so I had the phone in my hand, praying that Olive Markham was still in the building, and then he changed his mind again. I had to explain the coroner's procedures twice. There was no point in keeping them here until we know more, to be honest," Waters said. "Them, ma'am?" "The brother-in-law came with him, Graham Fletcher." Serena said, "When did he last speak to her?" "Barry Sims, not the brother-in-law." Good question. He wasn't sure and had to check on his phone. He had a text from her on the Tuesday afternoon letting him know she'd arrived in Pine Hills. And that was it? The two women exchanged a look before Serena said, "Did you see the text for yourself, ma'am?" "Yes, I asked, and he didn't mind handing it over. That's all it said." Was there much before it, the last text? Another look, and Waters understood that Serena was asking whether the DCI's thumb had pulled down across the phone screen a little further than necessary so she could view texts previously exchanged between Michelle and Barry Sims. No, there wasn't. The last one was several days before, and that was something about him having to work late again. Serena said, "What does he do?" "He's something in a packaging factory. I got the feeling he often works nights. Maybe they're just not the sort of people who text much." Reeve was watching Serena and waiting. Even though she hadn't asked a question, she wanted an answer. After a few seconds, she got one, and most likely the one she was expecting. Michaela said her sister was never off her phone for long. She mentioned her sending and getting texts several times while she was staying in the caravan. Girlfriends, maybe, or people at the salon she managed. Where are we with her phone, by the way? Waters explained the situation, and Reeve accepted it, but said no later than Monday morning. They had to begin chasing for access to the records first thing on Monday. Any problems, she said, bring it straight to me for authorization. And Donnelly? What did he think about Donnelly? In Turek's absence, Reeve was talking to him as if he was her detective inspector on this. Waters had come in this morning, in part, to take his mind off other matters, but it might also be seen by some as a smart move by an ambitious person. Was that him? He'd become a detective sergeant within a matter of months of deciding he wanted to be one. Could the same thing be achieved again? The old time-serving approach to promotion in the force was long gone. Everywhere you could hear the tutting of the remaining old stagers as teenagers were put into positions of authority. Look at Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman. To Reeve he said, "The victim profile isn't a good match as far as motive is concerned. On the other hand, he was there, he had opportunity. I checked which caravan he stayed in, and you can almost see the Fletchers' one from it. It's just around one corner. He might have seen Michelle Sims before the Thursday evening. We know from the offender's register that he's married to an Elsie Donnelly, so there's no real doubt it's the same man who chatted to the Fletchers the night Michelle was killed. That makes him more than just a witness, ma'am. We have to formally interview him." Reeve sat down with them then, something she didn't usually do, but there was still the air of Saturday morning informality. She said, "For me, he misses out person of interest and goes straight to suspect. I accept your point about his previous victims, but Michelle was attractive, and on a night out with a few drinks, she probably didn't look or act her age. Sorry if that sounds harsh, but... So we're certainly going to interview Donnelly early next week. We'll do it ourselves. I'm not passing this to the local force in Barnsley. So make sure you've got a full tank, Chris, and some expenses forms." She had decided then that he would be going to interview the one and only suspect at present. Not alone, obviously. She or Turek would be there, but this was another vote of confidence in him, and it was something else to have in the back of his mind for the rest of the weekend. Reeve said to him, "If your crime scene report is organized, you should clear off. I've got a bunch of inadequates in today," with a smile at Serena, "but we'll muddle through. Next week we'll be busy. You must have something worthwhile you could be doing instead of unpaid overtime." With a serious face, Serena said, "He does, ma'am." "Well, I'm not going to ask what it involves. See you Monday, Chris. No doubt your partner in crime will let you know if anything significant develops." She meant Serena, and he wondered whether that's how they were seen by others, as one of those detective partnerships which arise as much by processes of evolution or elimination as by any management decision. He was Serena's boss now, but for some time they'd worked effectively together as constables, especially on the investigation into the disappearance of Zoe Johnson. Their interview styles were quite different, but fitted together well. She was streetwise, whereas he could sometimes see the bigger picture, the one outside the box. But partners in crime? He said goodbye to the two of them, closing the door, and then he stood there as he checked his phone for any more missed calls or messages. When he looked up and through the glass, the two women were talking again, or rather, Reeve was talking and Serena was listening as if she meant it. Waters stood and watched for longer than he should, but then something odd happened. Serena reached out and placed a hand on the detective chief inspector's forearm. She kept it there for several seconds and asked something, to which Alison Reeve replied with a headshake and a smile. Then the hand came away, and the talk went on. Women's talk, girl talk, perhaps, and the tales they tell of men, perhaps, but he could not entirely convince himself that it was so. Things seemed good with Janey. They spent nearly an hour on the phone in the afternoon, and she got herself upset because she'd left him on his own all weekend. He made a show of putting on a brave face and even suggested it was good for them to spend some time apart to see how they really felt about each other. She told him off and threatened to go and get on a plane from Manchester to Norwich. She sounded as if she was serious at one point, so then he had to persuade her to stay and tell her how well she'd done to get herself invited to the second stage of the interviews. It was an opportunity with a major pharmaceutical company who took on only a handful of new graduates a year, and she would be crazy not to go for it. As soon as she agreed, he pointed out that without his assistance in all those hours of revision, she probably wouldn't have got the first-class degree that had earned her the opportunity. So Janey was staying with a university friend she'd made in Leicester, and he could even picture the girl from one of the parties he'd attended one weekend. Tonight they would go out just for a quiet drink, she said. What was he planning? I'm not sure it's a plan, but I might go down to the Blue Note for an hour, just to see what's on. It's Saturday, so someone will be playing something. Or I might not bother. I don't know. It was Lake's only jazz venue, in a basement off the Market Square. They'd been together a few times, and it was a good place to sit and talk without the need to drink much. You could even just have coffee and stay completely sober. Since the frightening encounter with the Albanians 2 years ago, when Smith had collected him in a stupor from Mickey Lemon's cafe, that was often Waters's preference, and also, in this job, you soon realized that alcohol was the root cause of many of the nastiest things you have to investigate. As for the music, he didn't pretend to know much about it. The modern stuff could be awful, something to do with chromatic scales. He'd looked it up. But then, on another night, there might be a man who looked like a retired geography teacher playing a piano so beautifully that it hurt, or a trio involving a young woman with a cornet who performed nothing but tributes to someone called Beiderbecke, and every time she appeared the place was full by 9 o'clock. "Okay," she said with mock seriousness, "but you sit on your own and don't talk to anyone." Because he had told Janey that he first went there with Catherine Diver, or rather that Catherine had taken him there not long after they first met, and she was giving him the tour of the King's Lake dives. These included his one and only visit to a pole-dancing club where the owner had recognized Catherine and offered her £200 if she would do that dance again, the one she did as a dare on a hen night months before. Waters had stood aghast as she seemed to be considering it. She asked for 500, and the man said no. Waters had sat there for an hour, dreading the man's return with an improved offer. He'd only known Catherine for a couple of weeks then, but had a horrible feeling that for 350 she might have obliged. That was years ago, of course, already years ago, and he hadn't seen Catherine or Jason Diver since it came to an end. Their improbable private detective agency, however, was still in existence, despite DC's absolute conviction that they wouldn't last 6 months after they inherited it from their uncle. Diver and Diver Associates. He wondered whether there were any associates now, or whether the sister and brother had taken on the investigative work themselves. When he arrived at the Blue Note at a little after 9, it was busy enough. There was no music then, but the stage was set up with drums, a double bass, and keyboards. Hopefully this would be music he could listen to for a while. When he bought an Americano, the woman behind the bar said hello, as if she remembered him from a previous visit, and he found an unoccupied table for 2 left of the entrance. He could sit in the shadows, with his back to the bare brick wall, and watch the comings and goings, something that the job had taught him to enjoy. The hand on his shoulder took him by surprise.
"Chris, long time no see. How are you?"
Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world. But he should not have been surprised, should he? Surprised that Jason Diver might still frequent the Blue Note. Waters returned the greeting and said he was good. How was Jason himself? But his eyes were already searching the basement room for Catherine. If she was somewhere between his table and the door, how would he make his escape? He couldn't see her, but out of politeness had to ask, naturally. Jason said,
"Oh, she's on top form, as ever. She's in the running for Lake's Young Businesswoman of the Year. Did you know? It's a hoot, isn't it? She'll be mortified she's missed you."
"She isn't here with you?"
"No, she went to the office to make a phone call. I know that sounds mad on a Saturday night, but it's transatlantic, to do with the case."
Jason looked at the iWatch on his left wrist. Waters said, "You're still in the business, then? How's it going?"
"Really taken off this year. I wasn't joking about the businesswoman thing, Chris. I bet that call is over. I'll give her a ring. Let her know you're here."
"I don't think—" Too late. He was making the call through the watch. Waters made his own call, in the form of a private prayer, though if you'd asked him at that moment what form salvation might take, he could not have given a straight answer. All he'd wanted was a quiet hour and some music. Now the other half of the most chaotic and confusing relationship he'd ever had might be striding in through the doorway in a matter of minutes.
"No, not answering, but Chris, come and join us. Just me and a couple of friends over there."
Jason put a hand by his mouth conspiratorially and said,
"It's all right. We don't need to tell them what you do. Seriously, they're good sorts. Justin's in the city and Mike teaches at the university. If you won't join us, we'll join you. What on earth is that you're drinking?"
Chapter 13.
"And the police witness is Detective Constable Butler. The date is Monday the 31st of June, the time 08:42. 12 minutes behind the scheduled start," with a look at Gervais Fraser, "and the subject has been formally identified as Michelle Sims. We'll begin with the preliminary photographs then." Dr. Robinson hadn't remembered Serena's name. He'd read into the voice recorder from a page of notes prepared by Olive Markham, but he had remembered her face from the Sokolov autopsy. The fact she had come back for more must have impressed him in some way, because he had taken the time to outline for her the procedures ahead. Her role was twofold, literally to be a legal witness to the autopsy, but also to supervise the assembling of material that might become evidence if they managed to charge someone with the murder of Michelle Sims. Autopsy is a slow, laborious, scientific process. Steps taken out of sequence can damage, even destroy, material that would otherwise have played an important part in an investigation. On the other hand, every case is unique, and the pathologist must be simultaneously aware of many potential evidence trails. Each discovery about a body can lead to a new pathway, another set of samples to be taken, and another batch of labels to be written and attached by the police witness. A single mistake with those labels, and hundreds, possibly thousands, of hours of police work might have been wasted. Gervais Fraser seemed singularly unimpressed by the doctor's mention of his late arrival. With slow but practised fingers he removed a lens from the digital camera body, put on its end cap, and placed it into a soft leather case.
Then the procedure was reversed as he fitted a new lens to the camera and adjusted various settings. He took one shot of the stainless steel dissection table and its occupant and checked that he was satisfied with the result before nodding to the pathologist that he was ready to begin. Robinson returned the nod and said to Serena, "We begin by taking a sequence of photographs, front and back, as we remove the clothing, one item at a time. Please don't feel the need to offer a hand as we rearrange the body. Miss Markham and I are used to this, and the fewer contacts with the living, the better, for all concerned. Rigor has passed, which should simplify matters. At this stage, there is nothing for you to do but observe." The mortal remains of Michelle Sims were indeed limp, and it was plain that the pathologist and his technician had worked this way many times before. Very few words passed between them, and Olive Markham knew the sequence in which Robinson wanted the clothes removed. Similarly, Gervase Fraser took his pictures steadily, moving around as they lifted and repositioned the corpse, showing no more interest in the subject than he might have done if he'd been photographing flower-arranging displays for a local Women's Institute Open Day. They took off the blouse. Robinson took a superficial look at it, front and then back, before handing it to his assistant. The line was very clear and sharp for him, and whatever evidence the clothing held was someone else's business, not his. Olive folded the blouse, as she might have after ironing it, and then put it into a clear plastic cover. But then, briefly, the eyes of the two women met. Their mouths were covered by identical blue masks, but the pathology technician's gaze was saying, perhaps, "Yes, it's a nice blouse. She took her time choosing this one, the way we do, and when she got home, didn't she try it on again in front of the mirror? It looks new. Maybe she bought it for her trip to the seaside with her sister and nieces." After the bag was placed on the side bench where the samples would gradually accumulate, Serena picked up her first label and began the process of adding the all-important information. It wasn't easy with latex gloves, and she hardly recognized her own handwriting when she had finished. Olive had folded the blouse, so the maker's label was still visible. It wasn't one that Serena recognized. Her own clothes almost always came from high street chains, and this cream-coloured blouse probably did not. It looked expensive, and she had half an impulse to break the seal and feel the material, as if that might give her a clue as to how this poor woman came to die in the things she'd bought to make herself look attractive. Olive took off the bra and repeated the bagging procedure. Nothing was done with any urgency, and the photographer took another 2 or 3 pictures, again from the front and the back. The bra was cerise pink, and the upper half of the cup was lace. It looked too flimsy to support the woman's breasts, which hung heavily to the side when they put her onto her back again. Robinson leaned down and lifted one breast with his own cupped, gloved hand, looked closely, and said something to Olive. She nodded, and when she brought the bra to the labelling station, she said to Serena, "Dr. Robinson wants you to know there are breast implants." A simple, factual statement, and yet somehow faintly damning, as if this too might have been a contributory factor. Why do we have these irrational thoughts and make these illogical judgments? And yet she knew, because she was an intuitive and instinctive detective, that nothing can be entirely discounted when we build the victim's profile. The decision to enhance or alter in such a fundamental way a body's appearance is only the final expression of complex psychological processes. Just how insecure and unhappy had Michelle Sims been? In what other ways did this manifest itself in her life? Serena recalled Reeves' words about how states of mind reflect themselves in behaviors, and how behaviors can affect one's chances of becoming a victim. It was a disturbing thought, not that anyone ever deserves to be attacked, but that in some unconscious way one might have invited it. When the body was naked, Robinson carried out a minute inspection from head to toe, and Fraser followed him, taking numerous close-up images. Serena didn't always eat breakfast anyway, but she had made a point of not doing so this morning. She found the process of dissection interesting rather than upsetting, but this manhandling of the complete but lifeless female body troubled her in some way. Another man had taken the life, and now 2 more of them were posing and photographing the remains, as if Michelle Sims had become a mannequin, or worse, a grotesque and ghastly sex toy. Tonight, maybe, Robinson would go out to dinner with his medical colleagues, and Fraser would sit at home processing these images. The thought made her angry. And that's okay. Use the anger to find the person who did this, who made this happen. Robinson said to his technician, "You can prepare for a T-shaped cut, but I'll begin with an examination of the head and neck. If you could take the hair samples first, and then the fingernails."
Olive Markham said, "For the nails, do you want scrapings or clippings?"
"We'll do both. Pay particular attention to the scrapings on the right hand, please. In fact, I'll take those myself."
They watched as Olive took samples of hair from the head and the pubic bone. Serena wasn't surprised to see that the dark hair on the latter had been carefully trimmed. She guessed that Michelle Sims had been a reader of magazines and a follower of fashion trends. Serena had already added information to several more labels, and she had time to say to Robinson, "Why the right hand in particular?"
"As I told your sergeant at the scene, there is material under 2 or 3 of the nails. I debated whether to remove it there and then. Here is a more controlled environment, of course. The bags over the hands should have preserved any material that was dislodged when the body was moved."
She'd noticed the plastic covers that had been tied around both wrists. She said, "What sort of material? Any ideas?"
"Light in colour, possibly some sort of fabric. Nothing you're likely to get DNA from, if that's what you're hoping. At least, that would be my suspicion. Ms. Markham has finished, so I'll do my bit with the right hand, and then we'll examine the head and neck. Keep all the bags lined up in chronological order on the bench. You are putting the time on each one? Good. I'll check them all before we leave. You're doing a decent job."
Robinson spent a long time examining the bruises on the right side of the face, asking Fraser to take more images until he, Robinson, was satisfied with the results. He used a hand lens and leaned in closely, eventually inviting Serena to do the same. He said, "Contusions alter over time, and this alteration process varies according to a number of factors. As a result, the conclusions we might draw from them are easily challenged. Nevertheless, our timing on this one is fortuitous. It's easy enough to make out the 3 darker areas within the general area of bruising, here, here, and here." He was pointing with the tip of a rollerball pen, and sure enough she could see 3 diffuse but darker patches within the damaged flesh of the cheek. Robinson went on, "Classically, these are the marks made by a clenched fist. Each point of more intense bruising is made by a knuckle bone. 1, 2, 3. Then he held up his own left hand, made a fist, and counted again, pointing to each knuckle with the same pen, the index finger knuckle first. 1, 2, 3. Finally, he moved his fist close to the dead face, crouched a little in order to line it up, and said, "This isn't at all scientific, and we won't note it down, but I'd say his hands are larger than mine." Serena said, "If she'd been hit more than once, there would be multiple marks from the knuckle bones?" "Yes, I can see evidence only of a single blow to the face, and no other contusions on the body other than what we're about to examine on the neck. A heavy blow." Robinson pressed gloved fingers onto the bruised area and palpated it gently.
I can feel nothing, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a hairline fracture in the cheekbone. It might be worth scanning that area, not something we would usually do, but at least one heavy blow with a clenched fist.
Heavy enough to knock her out? Could a punch to the face do that? She knew that the slight hesitation was because she had asked him to speculate, to move beyond the scientific facts and enter her realm, that of possibilities and probabilities.
Robinson said, "I cannot say she was knocked out by this blow. I would venture that she was probably knocked down by it. I would be surprised if she remained on her feet. When we examine the brain, we might find evidence of recent subdural trauma linked to the blow. That's basically what happens when boxers are knocked out. The brain collides with the inner wall of the skull, and the protective membranes aren't enough to prevent damage."
A single blow, though. We're looking for a strong man with large hands.
Robinson held up his gloved hands and said, "Well, hands larger than mine. And there is another possibility. A man who knows how to deliver a punch. It isn't solely about brute strength. It's as much about how the arm is tensioned and the body is positioned at the moment of impact. Boxers practice this for hours, and other such dubious sports too, I imagine."
Serena thought it over, watching Olive Markham remove the covering on the corpse's left hand. Then she said, "But you'd go so far as to agree that we're looking for a man?"
Robinson said, "I understand that increasing numbers of young women are taking up the noble art, which tells us much about the times in which we live, but yes, Detective Constable, I would think your attacker was male, and a relatively strong individual." Robinson took several swabs from the skin of the neck before he examined it internally. Serena asked why, and he explained that it was a routine procedure when one was confronted with an area with which the killer had been in direct contact. There was nothing obvious, he said, but the swabs would be screened chromatographically and then tested further if anything unusual appeared. The bruising internally on the neck was worse than the discoloration of the skin on the surface. Robinson said that none of the neck vertebrae had been broken, as perhaps not infrequently in manual strangulation, but the windpipe itself showed signs of trauma. In an unusually colloquial turn of phrase, Robinson, standing up straight for a moment to relieve his back, said, "He meant business, Miss Butler. Sometimes your killer intends to frighten or to hurt and misjudges the matter. I doubt that was the case here."
5 minutes later he straightened up again and looked at Olive Markham. She picked up a large scalpel from the tray of instruments, but Robinson said, "No, oral, vaginal, and anal swabs next. Let's rule out something your detective sergeant was interested in. I don't mean that to sound inappropriate, naturally." Serena knew what he was looking for now. She said, "Rule it out? What makes you so certain?"
The victims of sexually motivated violence usually have characteristic marks, both of the perpetrator's actions and their own in self-defense, or in their efforts to escape. I'm not seeing anything like those here. Of course, she might have been assaulted while unconscious, or worse, but I don't think so. The anger that Serena felt earlier seemed to have disappeared. She watched as he probed and sampled the 3 areas of the body, and felt only numb. That was her own mind defending itself against attack, of course, against a vicarious violation of all the private spaces and places through which we engage with the world of others. But Robinson had said, "Let's rule it out," and he was the expert, wasn't he? The intimate examination took 15 minutes, and at the end of it the pathologist said, "We'll test all those samples thoroughly, but I see no evidence externally or internally of a sexually motivated attack." He looked at Serena for a second or two,
perhaps trying to gauge her reaction because he understood that if he was right, this was a significant moment in the investigation. We abhor rape and sexual assault, but we understand them. We understand how natural drives and powerful passions can get out of control. We understand that some individuals are never able to fully resolve these things within themselves, and that this can lead to tragedy. The question of motive, the reason for such crimes, is effectively taken for granted. But when an attractive woman is found, strangled and semi-naked, and there is, in Robinson's words, no evidence of a sexually motivated attack, what then? The pathologist took off his gloves, dropped them into a bin, and put on another pair in a different shade of blue. He said to Olive Markham, "We'll begin the tea-cut, then." The technician picked up the scalpel again and stood ready with sample trays. Serena could only wonder at the intricacies and rituals of this process, and why one needed a different set of latex gloves before exploring the internal organs of a corpse. The body of Michelle Sims held one more surprise. Serena was labelling bags when she heard Robinson say, "Pictures of the liver, Fraser. In situ and then again when I've removed it." Serena stepped closer to the body, which was now in an advanced state of dissection, and waited for Robinson to explain. The silver pen reappeared, this time pointing down at the organ in question. "You see these patches of discoloration and the apparent unevenness of the dorsal surface? That is alcohol-related liver disease, and I'd say at least stage 2. I'd be surprised if she wasn't experiencing some symptom of alcoholic hepatitis." Serena thought and watched as the camera flashed. She wouldn't admit as much to Robinson, but yesterday she'd spent part of her Sunday evening Googling autopsies and what we learn from them. It made a change from box sets. She had learned that after the brain, the liver is the most complex organ in the body, as well as being one of the largest. After a few more minutes' study, she had taken a walk around her flat, and in the kitchen she had stopped to consider last night's empty wine bottles. She and Mike had had about 1.5 each. What felt perfectly all right, perfectly judged at the time, now looked rather a lot. And now, not a day later, she was viewing a discoloured, misshapen liver in the corpse of a woman barely 10 years older than herself. She said, "How long had she been drinking heavily? Can you tell?" "Oh, I'm no expert. You can get early symptoms of fatty liver disease from a few binges. She's beyond that, though, so I'd say she's been overdoing it for years rather than weeks or months. I'm going to remove the liver, weigh it, and examine it further. It's possibly not relevant to your investigation, and certainly not related to the cause of death, but I have to report things like this. Are you done, Fraser?" Just occasionally the Scottish note sounded in Robinson's speech. The discovery of the diseased liver seemed to have cheered him up, and she guessed that the brusque surname-only exchanges between the pathologist and the photographer concealed considerable mutual respect, if not friendship, when there wasn't a dead body in the room. Robinson said to her, "In view of the liver, we'll order full bloods for alcohol and drugs. Do you want stomach contents too?" "Yes, everything. Why not?" "Why not? Because you have a budget with us, and it's not open-ended. I wish it was. Every test costs you money, Miss Butler." A management decision, then. She glanced at the body of Michelle Sims, barely recognizable now it had been split open. She wanted this over and done with, wanted them to put the pieces back and stitch the woman together so she could have a decent burial. This, she thought, has gone on long enough. But the man with big, strong, dangerous hands is out there this morning, getting on with his life. "Yes," she said to Robinson, "everything." Chapter 14. At the briefing early on the Wednesday morning, before he and Turek had set off on the long drive to Barnsley, Waters had listened to the uproar when DCI Reeve told them about the wait for test results, and thought to himself, we're losing them too soon. The old guys who had done this job before the forensics fairy appeared and began waving her magic wand about. Only last month he'd gone to Charlie Hills's retirement do, 2 years earlier than it needed to be. Charlie was uniform, not CID, but the point remained the same. Charlie had helped to keep the peace on the streets of Kingslake for 25 years, and waiting for lab results hadn't played a very big part in that. And Smith himself had used forensics, obviously, but somehow, in all those investigations in which Waters had been involved with him, there was never the sense he was depending on them. That was the difference. The police force had fewer and fewer people who could still catch the villains when the network crashed or the lights went out. Reeve had said, "You all know the situation. The public laboratories are chronically under-resourced, and there's nothing we can do about it. You could try writing to your MP, I suppose." And a few people laughed, the few who knew why she'd said that. "They have huge backlogs, and we're in the queue. We're probably talking weeks for anything that requires chemical analysis or DNA." A few more mumbles and muttered curses. Serena had been sitting next to Waters. She looked at him and said, "I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's just some woman who got strangled." He didn't answer her, but she had come back from the autopsy on Monday looking more angry than shocked, and that's when she was at her best. But she had to control it too, and he, as her boss, had to watch out for the danger signs. As long as she kept those comments to herself or just within the team, he could allow her to express the bitterness she felt about the lack of resources in these years of austerity. Serena was only saying what they were all thinking. Reeve went on, "We don't have to wait for prints, but there aren't any. Find me some, and we're in business. If you can give me a name, a specific individual, I can lean on the forensics people and maybe jump the queue. But there's no way we can expect them to do our 50 mouth swabs by yesterday. We'll also have to wait for everything that Serena told us about from the autopsy. The Cambridge lab is so chock full they won't answer the phone. Everything's going to Norwich." Remembering that comment about the lack of fingerprints, Waters thought about the shoes again as they crossed the county border into Yorkshire. There were traces of prints on both shoes worn by Michelle Sims, but they were all smeared and smudged into untraceability. The second shoe had been sent from the mortuary to join its companion in Norwich, but both were in the same condition, wiped clean of any usable prints. One would expect to find at least the prints of the person who had put them on, even if she had cleaned the shoes before going out on the Thursday evening. The obvious conclusion was that the man who killed her had taken the trouble to wipe the shoes, and that was a careful and deliberate act. If she had been strangled on that patch of flattened grass near the road, had her shoes come off in the struggle? If not, would they have stayed on when he carried the body along the footpath to where he had concealed it? Almost certainly yes, and then no were the answers to those questions from the female detectives. He must have picked them up, carried them and wiped them clean before he left the body. Had he even put one shoe back onto a foot and left the other one in the grass? Why would he do that? "So," Reeve had concluded, "it is what it is. We still have plenty to do. I've told you about today's interviews, and you'll get feedback from those tomorrow morning. We still have a few gaps in the list of people who were staying on the Pine Hills site. Let's have those filled today." A couple of you are going to show Michelle Sims's picture around the bars in the town, just in case she went there after she split up from her sister. John Wilson has the list of our local candidates who have history that might be relevant in this case. We'll be paying them all a visit starting today. Get back to John with any queries about that. I say this again, if you can come up with a proper suspect, I can use that to maybe do some queue jumping in Norwich. Let's get to it. The modernised A1 is a fast road. It had taken them north as far as they needed to go in that direction, and the A635 had carried them west across the countryside of South Yorkshire. It was a part of the country that Waters didn't know. The names of the cities and large towns on the signposts, such as Rotherham, Sheffield, and Doncaster, had associations for him, associations of flat caps, grime, and industrial decline, but the landscape they had passed through on the final leg of the journey had been surprisingly attractive at times. On the far western horizon were higher hills, which he knew were the Pennines. But even here there were areas of moorland, escarpments, and broad wooded valleys. In an earlier time he would have received a lesson in local geography, have been told about the underlying Carboniferous limestone with its coal deposits, and how these had shaped the human history of southern Yorkshire since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. But it wasn't difficult to trace for oneself the former mines and spoil heaps, or to find evidence that the world's steel had once been made here. On the edges of some of the towns, derelict factories still stood as mute monuments to those times. Detective Inspector Simon Turek was a relatively silent travelling companion. Waters had taken Reeve at her word and filled up the tank of his Audi A3, hoping that if Turek then suggested he might drive himself, there would be something of a counter-argument. Smith's original account of the detective inspector's way with a steering wheel had been in no sense exaggerated. Every speed limit sign was interpreted as an instruction to drive at 1 mile an hour below it, and brakes were to be applied briskly and as often as possible. But there had been no such suggestion from Turek. He had welcomed Waters's offer to drive and said it would enable him to get on with some work. After the initial good morning and a check to see that Waters knew where he was going — Waters had pointed to the sat-nav on the screen — Turek had spent much of the journey rereading the papers and notes the case had already produced. When that was done, he moved on to his tablet, pausing occasionally to look out of the side window, but making no comments about what he could see or what he was thinking. Once, as they passed a service station sign, he said, "Pull over if you need a break, Chris. I don't mind doing some of the driving." But Waters had said he was fine. They might as well keep going while the traffic was in their favour. And if reading had to be done, best the DI did it. Some people simply cannot read whilst travelling, and Waters was one of them. The motion sensors in his brain flatly refused to allow it. Even as a child he hadn't enjoyed swings very much. As they crossed the administrative boundary for the town of Barnsley, the satellite map zoomed in to show the road where William Donnelly lived. Turek put the papers into his briefcase and said, "Do you like Donnelly for this?" An unusual question. Turek generally preferred objectivity to opinions and science to speculation, but Donnelly was the closest thing they had to a suspect. Perhaps the pressure of that had got to the detective inspector. Waters said, "To be honest, sir, I think it's too soon to say. We need to see him face to face. The DCI was right not to hand this over to the local force. The information we have about his previous offences, though, doesn't make him an obvious suspect. Not to me, anyway." Turek looked at his wristwatch, pulled an odd face of irritation, and said, "Why not? I know this came up in yesterday's briefing, but go over it again." Waters said, "He only has 2 victims that we know of, and they were both young girls. That's the first thing. Second, there's no suggestion of violence in his record. In the first case, there was never any proof that he actually touched the girl. In the second, she'd got willingly into his car and admitted she'd taken her own clothes off. Those were both offences because of the age of the girls involved, but it's a million miles away from what happened to Michelle Sims."
Turek looked at the sat-nav then and said, "We're early, almost an hour. Do you always drive this quickly? If you see a cafe, pull over and we'll get some coffee or something."
Waters had his mouth opening to reply, but thought better of it. When he joined the force, he knew that cars had 5 wheels, 4 on the road and 1 to steer with, and that was all. His first sergeant had given him a crash course, pun intended, in recognizing the makes of vehicles, so he could indicate something more in his reports than that a suspect's car was a blue one or a red one. Since then, he had passed the basic and standard tests in police response driving with maximum scores, and his name was down for an advanced training course. Turek said, "As for Donnelly's record, I wouldn't rely too much on it. There will have been other victims. There always are with sex offenders, because it's one of the least reported of crimes. Also, it's common for offenders to escalate the severity of what they do over time. Up here on the left there's a McDonald's." In the bottom drawer of the chest of drawers in Waters's flat there was a T-shirt, worn only once and now neatly folded inside its cellophane wrapper. It was too big for him, and Serena Butler had scolded him for that when he put it on that one time in the office. She had had it printed especially, and gave it to him on the day he told them he had been made a detective sergeant. It was red with 4 black capitals printed across the chest. WWSD. He had blushed at the attention and the laughter, and others had understood the logo before him, but it was good-natured. Serena had put an arm around him shortly afterwards and said, "Save it for special occasions, the cases where you need a bit of divine intervention." Was this such an occasion? What would Smith have done if he'd been told to drive to a McDonald's restaurant? Wouldn't he at least have considered defying a direct order, taking a wrong turn and ending up on a bypass somewhere in search of a truck driver's cafe? Might he have feigned a stomach ulcer or a minor heart attack? The door opened automatically, of course. The place was more than half full on a Wednesday morning, with lots of noisy children, because it was the school holidays, and where else would you take them for a treat in Barnsley? Turek pointed to an empty table, and Waters sat down. The detective inspector went to an automated ordering point and began pressing buttons. "Good grief," said a voice somewhere. "He knows his way around fast food outlets. Who would have thought such a thing?" They sat and waited for the order to arrive. Waters had played it safely and asked for just a tea, but it would come in a plastic cup or a paper one. 2 small boys raced around the corner of their table, and one of them collided with Turek's leg before running off again, shouting and laughing. The detective inspector didn't blink behind the spectacles, and Waters wondered about the Mrs. Turek that no one had ever met, and the 2 small children he had at home. After a time, Turek seemed to decide that some conversation was in order. He said, "Do you eat out much, Chris?" "Occasionally, sir. There are some decent places in Lake, if you know where to look." "Good. And how is your girlfriend? I understand you're going steady." Who could have told him such a thing? Surely they hadn't used that expression. Turek had never met Janie, or at least he had once, but he wouldn't remember her. Meanwhile, this conversation was edging its way towards the excruciating. "Oh, she's good, sir, thank you. His voice tailed away because he had no idea how to continue, but Turek was undeterred. "It's the girl you met on my first case at King's Lake, isn't it? When we went to see the people who found the body on the marshes, the seal trip boat, the captain's daughter." This was the thing with Turek. You underestimated him at your peril, and it was easy to do. Sam Cole would have laughed at being called the captain. He was a skipper, but it was the same girl, all right. "Yes, sir, Janie Cole, Sam Cole's niece. She's in Manchester on a job interview." "So that's almost a year. That is going steady. As police officers, and especially as detectives, I always think we have a duty to consider the people we have relationships with. Being the wife or the husband of a police detective isn't the easy thing. I'm sure you've already realized that. I thought long and hard before I suggested to Mrs. Turek, Maureen, that we should get married." They had arrived at excruciating now. Turek was, as his line manager, giving him fatherly relationship advice. Waters couldn't help for just a moment trying to picture Maureen, and the moment when, after much careful consideration, the suggestion was made, and he had never been more relieved to see a waitress heading for a table. Turek had some sort of coffee in a tall cup, and Waters had a tea bag suspended in a plastic cylinder. But best of all, there were 2 cardboard containers with slivers of fried potato and a selection of sauces sealed into cellophane pouches. Waters stared, and Turek must have taken the look for awkward gratitude. He said, "Help yourself. It was an early start. I thought you might be hungry." Within moments, the Donnellys had confirmed they'd met Michaela Fletcher, her 2 daughters, and her sister in the Pine Hills Social Club last Thursday evening. They were nice young women, said Elsie Donnelly, and you could tell they were sisters, even though they weren't like peas in a pod. Turek would have let that go, but Waters asked her what she meant, and she said, "One was quieter. She was the mother of the 2 youngsters, and the other was more outgoing, a bit of a character, I'd say. I thought it was funny because you could see the same difference in the 2 girls, couldn't you, Bill?" "Aye, you could," said Donnelly. He was watchful of the detectives, who had not yet told the couple why they were being asked about the events of last Thursday. Waters thought the man was wary of admitting he had noticed Michaela Fletcher's daughters. Elsie Donnelly said, "Why, what's happened then? Has there been an accident? Not to one of those children, surely?" Turek had explained at the beginning that they were talking to everyone who might have met the women, and Elsie Donnelly hadn't yet made the connection with her husband's criminal record. Her question was an innocent one, and possibly rather naive. "No," said Turek, and he told them why the police were now questioning so many potential witnesses. Waters watched them closely, and saw the shock become horror on Mrs. Donnelly's face, though the detective inspector had given them little detail. Donnelly saw the detective sergeant's intense observation, and showed that he understood it now, though he said nothing other than the usual expressions of sympathy for those going through such an ordeal. This was awkward, and Waters wondered how Turek was going to handle it. "I just cannot believe it," Elsie Donnelly said again. "We were sat there with them. She was very pretty with her red hair, smart clothes, knew how to dress herself. I'd say she had a wicked sense of humour too, didn't she, Bill?" Donnelly nodded, but said nothing, glancing briefly at the detective inspector before holding Waters's gaze again. One could almost interpret the look as saying, "Get on with it, why don't you?" Turek said, "We know Mrs. Fletcher left the club with her daughters around 9:30. We're interested in what her sister did after that. What time did you leave the bar, Mr. Donnelly?" Elsie Donnelly said, "I'd say about 10:30. I remember saying that we couldn't be much later because we had to be away early in the morning." "Why was that, Mrs. Donnelly, if you don't mind me asking?" "Oh, because—" She hesitated, looked from the detectives to her husband, and understood something at last, though Waters couldn't yet see how this line of questioning had brought her to it. Her expression altered. She was suddenly more defensive and about to speak, but Donnelly stepped in. "It's all right, love. These 2 gentlemen haven't come all that way without an agenda, and we're getting to it now, aren't we? I thought so. They've been doing some digging, that's what this is about." Turek said in a tone that was a little too official, "Mr. Donnelly, we are interviewing everyone who had contact with Michelle Sims that evening. By your own admission, you were in conversation with her. We managed to speak to most people on the Friday, but you had left the site very early. Naturally, we have followed up on the people we were unable to interview then." Donnelly said, "Right, followed up, you say. But did you check all their records? Their criminal records, I mean?" Waters saw the little shake of Mrs. Donnelly's head, and then her gaze dropped down towards the living-room carpet. It was flowery but threadbare, something from another era altogether. There wasn't much money here, and a week in a caravan would be their only holiday, he guessed. It was plain enough, though, that she was well aware of her husband's past. Turek was not willing to back off and find another way forward, and the sense of confrontation grew. "Mr. Donnelly, your behaviour aroused our suspicions, and we acted accordingly. Can you explain to us why you left the Pine Hills caravan site early on Friday morning? Were you aware of the police activity before you did so?" "I was not aware of it. We left because I wanted to get back here to Barnsley before midday." "And why was that, Mr. Donnelly?" Elsie Donnelly stood up and said, "I don't need to hear all this again." Her husband reached out a big hand towards her. The thick, blunt bricklayer's fingers curled inwards a little with what Waters guessed was arthritis. She said, "It's all right. Let them ask their questions. We've nothing to hide. I'll put the kettle on. Would you like some tea?" It was defiant politeness, and rather admirable, thought Waters. Turek declined. Waters felt the pressure to do the same, but resisted it. A mug of home-brewed Yorkshire tea would go a long way towards undoing the horror he had encountered in the fast-food restaurant, and, more importantly, his instincts were telling him to put some distance between himself and his inspector, as far as dealing with William Donnelly was concerned. He said he would like a cup of tea, and wondered silently whether there might be rich tea biscuits on a plate. Turek said, "You were not aware of police activity." "I see. Can you explain to us, then, why you wanted to be back in Barnsley by midday, Mr. Donnelly?" Donnelly watched his wife leave the room before he answered. "Because we'd left Barnsley at midday the previous Friday. I wanted to get home before the 7 days were officially up. That's why." "The 7 days? I don't understand, Mr. "The 7 days as stipulated by the register. If I'm to be away from home for a period longer than 7 days, I have to report it to the local police station. I don't like doing that, so I avoid it whenever I can." Turek allowed several seconds to pass as he reviewed his position. The noise from the kitchen had ceased, and Waters guessed that Mrs. Donnelly was listening, even though she'd said she didn't need to hear this again. Then Turek said, "By the register, Mr. Donnelly, I assume that you are referring to the Violent and Sexual Offender Register as set up under the Sexual Offences Act 2003. The large hands were partially concealed in Donnelly's lap, but Waters could see the fingers flexing and then tightening rhythmically into fists. When he wasn't saying something, the jaw was clenched, and the eyes that glared back at the officious fool of an inspector were hard. Donnelly was of average height, perhaps 5 feet 9 inches, but he was still broad-shouldered. In his time he had been a physically powerful man. Donnelly said, "Well, the only other register I've been on, to my knowledge, was the one at Dean Valley Primary School, so it'll be one or t'other, won't it? I'll leave it up to you to work out which one I'm talking about, you being the detective." Detective Inspector Turek was invariably oblivious to irony and sarcasm. This was one of his most remarkable qualities. Around him there seemed to be an impermeable membrane of self-regard and single-mindedness. He went on, "I see. Can I assume that you have been meeting the signing-on requirements of the register in other respects, Mr. Donnelly?" "Assume what you bloody like. You've only to pick up the phone and ask them, I expect. It's out on the hall table." Elsie Donnelly appeared in the doorway to the kitchen with a tray in her hands. She said, "Bill, make some space, please." The low coffee table between the sitting-room chairs had newspapers and magazines on it, the Mail on Sunday and Gardener's Weekly. Donnelly began shuffling them together, but he did so stiffly, his neck barely turning to either side. Waters leaned forward and helped a little. Donnelly muttered, "Thank you." And Waters said, "Back trouble?" "Ah, you could say that. I slipped down a ladder with a full hod on my shoulder. Only a couple of rungs, but it did for me. Compression injury of the upper spine 3 years ago, and I haven't worked a day since." Waters nodded and kept his expression neutral. but Donnelly's sense of persecution had been aroused by Turek. Still looking at Waters, he said, "It's all official. I claimed under the employer's insurance, X-rays, MRIs. It'll all be in my medical files. I'm not cheating on the benefits." "I never thought for a moment that you were, Mr. Donnelly." The man seemed to be grudgingly satisfied by that, and Waters was satisfied that he could, if necessary, get access to those medical records, this being a murder investigation. If he did so, it would not be to check on William Donnelly's benefits claim. There were 2 cups of tea on a tray that had a picture of heather-coloured moorland and distant blue hills with "Welcome to the Dales" printed around the edge. 2 cups on 2 matching saucers, bone china, the Sunday best. Waters had to allow himself a little smile. The tea was all anyone could have hoped for, and he thanked Mrs. Donnelly, and then realized that in the silence everyone was watching him and waiting, even D.I. Turek. It appeared that he was now expected to continue the interview. Waters said, "Mr. Donnelly, after Mrs. Fletcher left with the children, did Michelle Sims continue to talk to you and Mrs. Donnelly?" Elsie Donnelly moved a little to stand behind her husband's chair, but made no more answers on his behalf. It was plain who the police wanted to do the talking, and the young-looking detective seemed to have a better way about him. Donnelly said, "No, in fact she'd gone before t'other one. She'd been up at the bar for some time before her sister left us there." "Did you notice whether she was talking with anyone in particular? Anyone at all, not necessarily a man?" "No, it were crowded up there. I suppose there was a little gang around her. As Elsie said, she were a lively girl, one you'd notice." Waters looked up at Elsie Donnelly, but her face gave nothing away. After a moment she said, "And the singing, Bill, remember?" "Oh, aye. One time there was a country song, country and western, came over the audio. She sang a few lines, and they gave her a cheer and told her to keep going. We could hear her from where we were sat. She had a proper voice, I'd say." It helped that Waters had been in that bar, but he'd discovered a while ago a gift for imagining crime scenes, and as Michelle Sims would be dead not many minutes after that burst of song, this was almost such a scene. Was the killer there with her, watching, listening, cheering her on? He could imagine and then reimagine, altering a detail or two each time, until one particular sequence was the best fit for the evidence that had been gathered. There she was, Michelle Sims, a few drinks the worse for wear by 10 o'clock, on what would have been a hot, sultry evening, laughing, joking, showing off a little with people she didn't know. Waters said, "And you left the bar at what time, Mr. Donnelly?" "Still about 10:30, like my wife told you a few minutes ago." Waters accepted the rebuke to his simple ruse, and Donnelly almost smiled for the first time. "And then you walked together back to your caravan. You didn't take a detour, go for a stroll, and you didn't see or hear anything that might be useful to us?" "No to most of that. We did go straight back to the van. We must have been in bed before 11. We'd already packed." "Mr. Donnelly, I have to ask, could anyone confirm that, any of it? Did you see or speak to anyone else after you left the club?" A longer pause this time before William Donnelly said, "No, we didn't show our passports or have any photos taken when we crossed the border." Waters nodded his thanks, but then Mrs. Donnelly said, "We did speak to someone, Bill. The couple in the next-door caravan were sitting out on their veranda because it was such a stuffy night. We passed the time of day with them. Their dog was barking, a little terrier thing. They'd probably remember us." "Aye, that's right," said Donnelly. "We didn't know them from Adam, but they might." Turek said, "Thank you both for your cooperation. That's something we can check, if we think it's necessary. Should you notice anything about the case in the news, you'll possibly see that we have taken DNA samples from the men who were staying on the site. Obviously, in your case, Mr. Donnelly, Waters wondered how many times in a single interview it was possible to go the wrong way along a one-way street. Donnelly's DNA profile would be in the system, and there was nothing to be gained by reminding him of that. Turek went on, "We might have further questions, Mr. Donnelly. Do you have any other holidays booked in the immediate future?" "No." "Then we'll be on our way." When they stood up, William Donnelly remained seated, not looking at either of them. It was his wife who showed them to the front door of the terraced cottage that must have once been lived in by coal miners. Turek went out first. Waters stopped, in half a mind to make some sort of apology. Instead, he shrugged and offered her a smile. Then he said, "If you do remember anything useful about Michelle Sims, Mrs. Donnelly, my name is Waters, Chris Waters, Detective Sergeant. You can ask for me directly." He'd taken 3 or 4 steps when he heard her say, "Her phone, you know, her mobile phone." He stopped and turned again. Elsie Donnelly said, "She was on her phone every few minutes, you know, like you all are nowadays." "Right. Thanks. Making calls, talking to someone?" "No, tapping away on it, sending messages. Someone must have been interested in what she was doing, or at least she thought they were." Within minutes they were caught in queues of traffic as Barnsley stopped work for lunch. Turek read the messages on his phone and said that even though it might take them longer to get back to Kings Lake than it had to get to Barnsley, they would still be there before DCI Reeve and DC Butler. They were planning to interview Michaela Fletcher as well as Barry Sims, and then to call at the hairdressing salon to see if any employees there had been in touch with Michelle while she was away. Then Turek said, "What did you make of Mr. Donnelly? I thought he was hostile at times." Waters's reply to that was non-committal, but he added that he thought between them the Donnellys had given a clear and convincing account of their movements and actions last Thursday evening. And Donnelly's reason for wanting to be back in Barnsley before midday made sense. It was possible he hadn't seen the police activity and taken fright. Donnelly had said they'd already packed their bags the night before. Turek said, "Fine, but you're giving a lot of weight to Elsie Donnelly telling us the truth. She might habitually cover for him. Some wives will do so, either out of loyalty or fear. She could also, of course, be complicit. She would not be the first." Keeping an open mind is vital. Waters had already witnessed the consequences of not doing so at Kings Lake Central more than once. He tried to picture Elsie as being in some way involved in the attack on Michelle Sims, but he couldn't get past the china cups and saucers and the tea tray that said "Welcome to the Dales." And as for a motive, he said, "We should be able to confirm that they went back to the caravan when they said. We can find out who was staying either side of them from the information we already have. If they did so, were then looking at one or both of them leaving the caravan again at 11 p.m. or later, finding Michelle Sims, killing her and taking her body into the dunes behind the woods." Waters glanced at Turek and realized he was carefully considering the possibility. Waters went on, "If Sally Lonsdale's hunch is correct, someone had to carry the body more than 100 meters to hide it. I'm not sure Donnelly would be capable of that, not with such a back injury. I'd also say he has arthritis in his hands. Then we're looking for a motive. I know we need to have it confirmed, but Dr. Robinson said he could find no evidence of a sexually motivated attack. Donnelly is on the sex offenders register, so in a funny sort of way that makes it less likely he murdered Michelle Sims. Doesn't it, sir?" As usual, the detective inspector didn't reply immediately, and Waters had time to reflect that he might have said more than he needed to at this point. Was he doing his best to keep an open mind in the early stages of this investigation? Turek said, "You sound like the barrister for the defence," which was no surprise, really. This was how Smith had trained him, to look at the end game first, imagining that the evidence you have compiled is about to be examined in open court by some smart-ass from the chambers of Fitchett and Royce Lincoln's Inn, or even, if you really want to frighten yourself, by Gloria Butterfield, Q.C. Whether they're black or white, the best players, Smith used to say, can see the board from both sides. Suddenly the traffic had dispersed, and Waters could put his foot down and focus on the driving. He made a point of doing so, but Turek said, "Anyway, I think you should follow up on the next-door caravan and on Donnelly's medical records, sir, and let me know when you've done so." Donnelly, though, thought Waters as he eased the Audi out of the slip road and back on to the A635. What do you make of someone like William Sidney Donnelly? Just an ordinary bloke, couldn't be more so, and yet he was a sex offender. Twice he had been charged with engaging or attempting to engage in sexual activity with a minor, with young teenage girls. Was he married to Elsie when the second offence took place 8 years ago? She was younger than Donnelly, Waters had noticed, a good 10 years. Had she stood by him, as people like to say, or did she represent a new and improved part of Donnelly's life? The thing is, you'd never know just by looking at him, or looking at anyone. As the road climbed the first proper hill, you could look back over Barnsley, over the roofs of thousands of homes, where hundreds of thousands of people live, and know that in every family, amid the love and the laughter, there are secrets and lies. Chapter 15. There was plenty of room on the driveway in front of the house, but it becomes second nature to park in the road and take a look, even when the people you've come to see are victims, rather than persons of interest or suspects. The Fletchers' family home was a modern 4- or 5-bedroomed detached house on a small estate, St. Martin's Gardens, the sort that is invariably advertised as executive, though quite how this word became attached to a particular form of real estate is a mystery. Ask 100 people to describe their job, and it's a near certainty not one will call themselves an executive. The unfenced garden in front of the house was neatly planted and well maintained, with the original architect's idea of suburban chic, small conifers, low flowering shrubs, and mixed heathers in the borders. The red Mazda 6 saloon they had seen parked by the caravan at Pine Hills was here, and alongside it was a Peugeot Partner van, white, with green lettering on the side panel, LHCS Limited Boiler Installation and Servicing. Detective Constable Butler pursed her lips, frowned a little, looked around at the neighbouring houses, which were of a similar size and style, and said, "I'd always imagined that Luton was a dump, but this is pretty posh, isn't it?" Alison Reeve nodded. "Those don't come cheap anywhere south of the border." It wasn't clear which border she had in mind, but here in Luton the Fletchers' place had to be worth £500,000. They hadn't come across as people with money, but then, looking at the car, the Mazda, Serena realized it was a newish model, maybe not a year old. That's another 25 grand at least. She said, "Looks as if we're not the only visitors, ma'am. The summer boiler service, I expect. I need to get mine done. My gas bill last winter was horrendous. Before we go in, is there still nothing from Ford on Michelle's mobile account?" Serena opened her phone and checked. "No, I told him it was the priority again this morning. The thing is, we don't have any contacts with that carrier. No shortcuts." Reeve tapped the steering wheel in irritation. "You said yesterday we'd only get the metadata, but even that might have helped this morning. We could have started eliminating numbers. Is Ford up to leaning on them a bit?" "I'm sure he is, ma'am." "Maybe, but he's not up to accidentally letting them think he's a detective chief superintendent, is he?" Serena Butler had acquired a variety of ranks and roles in her pursuit of information about mobile phone accounts. She kept quiet now because the DCI was annoyed at their lack of progress, and because she was tired. She actually looked tired, and it was understandable under the circumstances. Reeve sighed and said, "Check in with him after this first interview. Come on, we've got too much to do today as it is. Let's hope this boiler hasn't burst and flooded the house. Michaela Fletcher needs to give what we have to say her full attention. She isn't going to like some of it." Graham Fletcher opened the door. Reeve expressed a little surprise, but standing behind her, Serena Butler had seen the smart green boiler suit with the LCHS logo on the breast pocket and made the connection straight away. Whatever the letters stood for, it was Fletcher's own company. They followed him along the wide hallway and into a lounge where Michaela Fletcher was getting up from a leather couch. Fletcher said, "I just called in to make sure everything was all right. I've got a couple of installations in the area, so I thought I'd be here. Is there any news? Any developments?" "No," said Reeve, but they were making progress with their inquiries. The four of them were standing now, a little awkwardly, in the immaculate lounge. The rugs on the polished wood floors were the real deal, thought Serena, and the price of one of those would carpet her entire flat. Michaela Fletcher said, "I'll put the kettle on. Tea or coffee? You'll want something after that drive." Reeve said, "A cup of coffee would be very welcome. Can we talk in the kitchen? We don't want to keep you long, and we're also going to see Mr. Sims this morning, as you know." Serena caught the look from her boss. Reeve wanted to speak to Mrs. Fletcher without her husband getting in the way. As the detective followed his wife towards the kitchen, Fletcher was clearly planning to go with them when Serena said, "You run your own company then, Mr. Fletcher?" He stopped and looked at her with an odd expression, as if he was seeing her for the first time. "Yes." "LCHS, what does that stand for?" "Luton Central Heating Services." "And how long have you been in that business?" This time Fletcher took a few steps back towards Serena, probably realizing what it was she was doing. "We're in our 9th year, started out as a one-man band. Now I have several blokes working for me, and some of those vans you saw out on the drive. We used to manage it from home, but since we moved here, the business has been run from a commercial park in town." Serena looked around the lounge, making it plain she was taking in the detail. "Business must be good. You have a lovely home." Fletcher nodded as if this was a simple and self-evident fact, and then said, "Well, that's Michaela's doing. She has good taste, obviously." He made a gesture towards himself, made a joke, and smiled at her too directly. It felt just a little uncomfortable under the circumstances, what with the bereaved sister just next door, and she wondered whether Alison Reeve had managed to get straight to the difficult matters she had to raise with Michaela Fletcher. Serena said, "So you spend most of your time in the office these days, managing things?" "A bit of that, but I've got a good woman to run it for me, and we've just taken on another girl. I still like to get out on the job, sorting out the technical stuff, but I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty." He held them up towards her, looking at her between the outspread fingers, and said, "Interested in business, are you?" "Not especially." "Only you seem to have a lot of questions about it. Look, I can see your boss wanted a private word with my wife. I can understand that. I don't have a problem with it. But has anything come up? What does making progress with our inquiries actually mean?" "Pretty much what it says, Mr. Fletcher. We're awaiting the results from lots of tests, and we're speaking to some of the people who are staying at the caravan site. We should soon be able to get access to Michelle's phone records. That's usually helpful." Fletcher stepped closer to her, and when he spoke again it was in a lowered voice. "Right. I've been wondering whether I should have mentioned this before. I didn't, because Michaela's been upset enough as it is. The two of them. It's a complicated relationship, right from when they were kids. You know, the old sibling rivalry. Sometimes they're very close, other times they're fighting like a couple of cats. If you were anywhere near it, you couldn't help getting caught up in it." Serena said, "I've got sisters, Mr. Fletcher. It all sounds familiar and normal enough to me." But she was watching him and wondering whether there was something here. Fletcher looked as if he had more to say. He went on, "Obviously I don't know what was happening down at the caravan, but Michelle sent me a couple of texts that evening. It's my guess she'd been drinking. I don't know if Michaela's told you, but anyway, she wasn't making a lot of sense. So in the end, I rang her up. I was just trying to calm her down and keep the peace. It wasn't the first time I had to do that. I said, go home and sleep it off. You'll feel like an idiot in the morning. I mean the things you say, not realizing." Serena looked at Fletcher for several long seconds. Reeve ought to be hearing this, but when there's a flow, a momentum, you don't want to interrupt it. Keeping her voice level, she said eventually, "You had texts from Michelle on the Thursday, and spoke to her on your phone? What time was this, Mr. Fletcher?" "I'm not sure exactly. Latish in the evening. She was about to go off on one. You can tell with her. So I told her to calm down, like I said. Not the first time I've had to get between them. And Michelle was, well, she was unstable, let's be honest. She had a few issues." Serena processed what he'd told her, and let him see that she was doing so. Sure enough, just as the old boy always told them, it was Fletcher who felt the need to say more. "You can see why I didn't mention this to my wife. She's lost her sister. The last thing she needs to hear is that Michelle was having a go behind her back. It put me in a bit of an awkward spot, didn't it? Be understanding, be sympathetic, be grateful for valuable intelligence like this." "I can see it did, Mr. Fletcher. I've played piggy in the middle myself more times than I care to mention. Can you be any more precise about the time of that last phone call? Did Michelle say where she was then?" Fletcher only had to take out his phone and check the time of that call, but Serena wanted him to keep talking for now. "It has to have been around 9 o'clock. She didn't say where she was, but she went out of somewhere so she could hear me better, somewhere noisy with music. That's why I thought she was probably a bit the worse for wear. It would have been somewhere with a bar." "You'd say Michelle drinks a lot?" "Too much. On top of her other problems, well, it was like having a live grenade in the room sometimes. I did my best. We all did. Poor Barry. He didn't know what to do with her half the time." Reeve's voice came through the kitchen door. "Of course we will, Mrs. Fletcher," sounding like she was winding things up. Serena didn't want Michaela coming in before she'd finished in here. "Mr. Fletcher, if you have your phone with you, we can check the time of that call to Michelle." He felt in the pockets of the overalls and said, "I've only got a works phone with me. Mine's on my desk back in the office." "OK. We'd like to see the record of the texts and the call. That sort of thing helps us to put together a picture of what she was doing on Thursday evening, and when. If you could mail screenshots of those to me, I'd be very grateful. I'll give you a card and write my email on it." As she did so, she added, "Would you be able to do that today?" "Yes, not a problem. I'll go straight back to the office. Sorry if I ought to have mentioned it earlier, but—" He nodded towards the kitchen, and then, "Do you think I should tell her now? Michaela, you said you've got sisters. Would you want to know?" The kitchen door opened and Mrs. Fletcher came through first, her eyes a little red and her face pale. Serena said to the husband, "I wouldn't want to hear it, but I'd want to know, if that makes sense." He looked around at the three women, one by one, and nodded. Reeve said, "What was that about? What would you want to know?" They were back in the DCI's car, still parked outside the Fletchers' executive home. The sun had been heating it up for an hour, and Reeve stabbed a finger at the electric window buttons one by one until they were all open. Serena repeated what Fletcher had told her, wondering how Reeve would react. She had her own thoughts ready, but wanted to hear those of the senior investigating officer first. Reeve said, "Correct me if I'm wrong, but today's Wednesday, isn't it? 5 days since we found his sister-in-law's body. We spoke to him on Friday. I saw him again on the Saturday morning at the station. and he never mentioned he'd had contact with her on the Thursday until now? Serena said, "He told me he'd wondered whether he should. He kept quiet because he didn't want to upset his wife any further. That's his reason. Apparently they often argued, and he had to keep the peace. When Michelle started texting him, and then he called her, he knew she'd been drinking. He told her to calm down and sleep it off. Then the next thing he hears is that she's dead. I can sort of see why he didn't go and tell her sister that Michelle had been bitching behind her back, ma'am." Alison Reeve leaned forward and pulled off her jacket, which she then threw into the back seat. She tugged at her white blouse, as if she might remove that as well, before she compromised and undid the top 2 buttons. "Global bloody warming. We'd be better off getting into the deodorant business." She put both hands on the steering wheel as if the car was moving, and stared at the house they'd just left. In the garden to their right, 2 doors away from the Fletchers, there was a lilac bush with faded mauve blooms. Serena watched as a small party of goldfinches, a charm of them, settled there briefly before taking off again in bounding flight, the sun caught in the yellow wing flashes that gave them their old English name. It was a brief moment of silent suburban peace. Reeve said then, "So, just now, Graham Fletcher decides to mention it. Is that what happened?" "Not exactly. I told him that we were expecting to have Michelle's phone records soon." Reeve turned her head and looked at Serena Butler. She didn't need to say anything else. Serena nodded and said, "Which is why he decided to tell me about it now. Better to have mentioned it himself than wait for us to get back to him with questions." Reeve said, "I don't think it's significant. He's still a witness, just a slightly more useful one. It's a 2-hour drive up to the coast in a fast car. He was here at home, enjoying some peace and quiet, no doubt, until the crazy sister-in-law got in touch. We'll get him to account for his movements on Thursday, and we need to see what's on his phone." "Already sorted, ma'am. He says he'll send screenshots this afternoon." "Good. Make sure he does." Another pause. Every senior officer has their own style and their own pace. DCI Reeve liked silence every now and then. "Mrs. Fletcher was upset by the autopsy details I shared. I thought there'd be some comfort in the knowledge that her sister hadn't been raped, but the alcohol damage. She seemed to take that badly, as if she should have done more to stop it. I said no one can prevent that. It's like trying to stop a river with your bare hands. She said, but if she hadn't been drinking, she might still be alive, and I couldn't really argue. Robinson's own test showed she was well over the driving limit, judgment impaired. Where did she go in that state? Who did she meet? And why did he murder her? It has to have been a him, doesn't it, ma'am?" Reeve said, "According to every other programme on the BBC, the world is full of strong women now." She saw Serena Butler's head turned towards her and added, "But yes, unless I'm completely losing my touch, we're looking for a bloke. And now our day just gets worse. We have to go and interview Barry Sims." Reeve turned the ignition key and Serena pulled on her seatbelt. She said, "Did Michaela say they'd been arguing on the Thursday? Did she say what mood Michelle was in?" Reeve was looking at the rear-view mirror, waiting for a red Jaguar saloon to ease its way past. Then she pulled the stick down into drive and waited for the automatic gearbox to engage. "I got the feeling they'd been having a nice time, and if you're doing your job properly, Detective Constable Butler, you'll think that's a little odd." There was a maze of streets connecting the council housing estates built after the Second World War, and it took Alison Reeve 3 attempts to locate Biscuit Road. To be more accurate, they are now ex-council housing estates, after Margaret Thatcher turned the world upside down and gave the occupants the right to buy houses they had previously lived in as tenants of local authorities. Many did so, liked the idea, and voted Conservative for the next 3 elections, changing British society irrevocably. But not everyone had the means or felt inclined to join the property-owning democracy. Councils handed over control of the remaining public housing to non-profit-making associations, who after a time and the realization that they really could not make a profit handed them on to other odd, anomalous organizations. Governments came and went, but no one has found an answer to the problem what to do with those people who are too poor, too chaotic, or just too awkward to buy their own home. Biscot Road was typical, and Serena Butler recognized it straight away because it was where she grew up herself. Most homes had been bought, but here and there a few of the old local authority houses remained stubbornly in small clusters. You could tell which was which easily enough. Over the years, the owners had improved their properties with UPVC double-glazed windows and doors, with superfluous porches over front entrances, with textured wall coatings and differently coloured roof tiles. Some had added tarmac driveways and little brick walls, intended to add a touch of distinction. 1 or 2 had wrought iron gates, miniatures of those you might see at the entrance to a country estate. And in contrast, of course, were those still run by housing associations. Some work had been done, they had been modernized, but to a uniformly low standard. By and large, the front gardens were unkempt, and in 1-2 doors away from the Simses' house, a fridge was nestling between overgrown buddleia bushes. On the opposite side of the street, 3 front gardens had managed to accumulate 7 cars, none of which was ever likely to hit the road again. Reeve looked down at the phone in her hand and said to herself, as much as to Serena, 71 Biscot Road. Yes, ma'am, a case of how the other half lives, and sibling rivalry. Why do you say that? Why sibling rivalry? Just something Graham Fletcher said about the 2 of them. It makes sense if this is where Michelle Sims was living. I don't think it's an if. This is the address, all right. It's just not a very good fit, ma'am? Yes, it's not what I was expecting. You?
You, yes. What about you, Serena Butler? What judgments do the officers at Kingslake Central make about you and where you came from, based on what they see in front of them now? Biscot Road is actually a bit posh compared to Balsall Heath, isn't it?
I know what you mean, ma'am. It's easier to picture her in the other house than this one. It's probably the best one in the street, but even so... Reeve took another look at number 71, and Serena remembered a conversation with Smith when he'd talked about his own origins, and they had realized they came from virtually identical backgrounds. His escape had been the army, and hers had been some unexpectedly good exam results. But those early years shape you and remain with you forever. After that conversation there had been something of an understanding between them, something like a bond, maybe. DCI Reeve took the keys out of the ignition and said, "Well, let's go and talk to her other half. He hardly said a word last Saturday. That's why I wanted to meet him here rather than at the Fletchers' place. I didn't want them doing all the talking again." She glanced up and down the road. "Do you think it's safe to leave the windows open a bit?" Serena shrugged and made a "I don't know" face. The detective chief inspector sighed, nodded, and closed them again. The posters were all over the station, the friendly old uniformed sergeant pointing out at you and saying, "Be safe, don't make yourself a victim of crime." Chapter 16. Serena Butler's first thought was that if number 71 wasn't a good fit for Michelle Sims, Barry Sims was an even poorer one. He came to the door wearing cheap baggy jeans and a green T-shirt with damp patches on the front. At first she feared he'd been sweating in odd places, but he explained on the doorstep that he was doing a bit of cleaning up, what with people coming. It was only later she realized they themselves were the people coming, the police detectives. They followed him along a short hallway and into the lounge. It was neatly furnished and carpeted, and there was a smell of polish. There were fitted bookshelves, wall lights with dimmer switches, oak window-sills, picture rails. The place had been expertly decorated, and Serena just knew that the man responsible was Barry Sims. He was asking whether they would like to sit down, uncertainly, as if the very suggestion might seem inappropriate under the circumstances, as if, never having had a wife murdered before, he was unsure of the right way to proceed. Reeve took a seat on the sofa, joined by Serena, and Barry Sims sat facing them on a matching chair. He wasn't a big man at all, little taller than Michelle had been in her bare feet, and his face was narrow and nervous. If he'd shaved this morning, it wasn't closely. In the corner of his mouth was a trace of white, which Serena guessed was toothpaste. Alison Reeve said she would explain why they were here shortly, but first she asked after Mr. Sims himself. She expressed her sympathies for his loss, and asked whether he was getting enough help. If not, she might be able to talk to someone in the local force, get a contact for the social services.
"No," he said, "that's not necessary, but thank you. Michaela and Graham have been very supportive. They couldn't have done more. Michaela's taking care of all the arrangements for, well, all the things that have to be done."
The funeral, Serena thought. He can't bring himself to say it yet. She tried to picture it, this man wearing an ill-fitting suit, because it would be, in a church or at a graveside, trying to make sense of the death of a woman who could not have loved him. She couldn't, could she? Serena looked around the room as Reeve worked through the platitudes, hoping to find a wedding photograph as a reference point, but there didn't seem to be one.
"So, Mr. Sims," said Reeve, "we came because I wanted to update you in person on our investigation. We've already conducted a number of interviews, and more are planned. We should soon begin to get back the results of the tests that have been carried out, and obviously, when there are developments, I'll make sure you're kept informed. But I also wanted to ask you whether anything else has occurred to you about what happened last week. You told us Michelle texted you when she arrived at the Pine Hills Caravan Park. We should have asked you this on Friday, Mr. Sims, but could we have a copy of that message on your phone? It's a routine procedure, nothing to worry about." Barry Sims got up and went to the television, which was mounted on its own glass shelf. There was also a USB charging point in the same socket, and his mobile was there. He pulled out the lead, found the text, and handed the phone to Reeve. She read it and passed it on to Serena, who knew what was required. She copied and forwarded to her own phone as Reeve explained what they were doing. Reeve said, "Mr. Sims, have you checked whether you had any missed calls from Michelle last week?" And again Serena was checking as Sims answered that he had not, but there were none to be found on his phone. Reeve next asked him if he knew why Michelle had changed her mind at the last minute and joined her sister at the caravan. He said, "I don't think there was a particular reason. That's how she is, sometimes. Impulsive, spur of the moment. The salon gets very busy, and she does long hours there. Some weekends, too, this time of year." Reeve said, "That must be difficult. You didn't see much of each other when that was going on?" "No." "What is it you do, Mr. Sims?" He didn't answer straight away. There seemed to be a moment when he realized that detectives were here, questioning him about the death of his wife. "Me, I'm a shift engineer at Schmid Plastics. You're right, sometimes we hardly met for days at a time, especially when I was on the late shift." "And what shift were you on last week?" "Early, that's 6 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. I remember saying to her we could have half a day somewhere if she could get an afternoon off, but then she decided to go and see Michaela." Serena watched him and thought, he said the Fletchers have been supportive, but he's still not come to terms with what's happened.
Has he been here on his own since they came back on Saturday? Is there anyone else he can turn to for help? Barry Sims said then, "You can't make sense of it. Someone goes to stay at the seaside for a couple of days and they never come back." There isn't much you can say, but Reeve did her best under the circumstances. Sims straightened himself up after a minute or so and said, "I'm sorry. I'm not being much use to you. Would you like to see her room?" The glance from Reeve was momentary, but enough. Michelle Sims had her own room here? How odd was this? You look at the rooms of missing persons, runaway teenagers, but Michelle was neither of those. Nevertheless, Reeve concealed her surprise perfectly and said, yes, if he didn't mind, that might be helpful. It was the largest bedroom at the back of the house, and made larger by the fact that a 2-story extension had been added, creating an L-shaped building, unlike the adjoining property, which was still the original rectangle. It was obvious that the Sims had been here for a long time, and Serena guessed that Barry had done most, if not all, of this work himself. The window overlooked the long, narrow strip of garden, exactly like the one she had played in herself as a child. There was a lawn and borders, a shed and a little greenhouse, all as neat and tidy as the lounge downstairs. Sims stood in the doorway behind them as if he needed permission to go any further, and he looked more nervous than he had downstairs, as if he might have made a mistake letting them in here without her say-so. After a moment, Reeve said, "Mr. Sims, could I trouble you for something to drink? It's such a hot day." He looked almost grateful for an excuse to get away from here and into the kitchen. Yes, he said, of course, he should have offered them tea or coffee before this, or a cold drink. "Tea would be good, Mr. Sims. They always say it's the best thing on a hot day. Milk, but no sugar, if you don't mind. And the same for D.C. Butler. We'll be back downstairs in a couple of minutes. No need to bring it up here." Serena didn't know about drinking tea on hot days, but she did know why Reeve had suggested it. Of all the options, tea would take the longest to make. The DCI wanted to look around without Sims there, or she wanted a quick word, or both. The bed was large, queen-size most likely, and placed centrally, the headboard against the inner wall. You could sit up in bed and look directly out of the window, or at the flat-screen television which was mounted on the same wall. Michelle Sims did that sometimes. The remote control was on a little table at the right-hand side of the bed. The duvet cover was crushed velvet, a dark red, and there were pillows to match. Reeve lifted one corner and revealed a satin undersheet in a lighter but still matching shade of red. The full-length curtains, tied back at each side of the window, coordinated too, dark red with shiny silver hearts and arrows woven into the fabric. The carpet was luxurious and cream-coloured, not a shade that Serena would have chosen, but it worked here. On the right side of the room was a small chaise longue. To be honest, if there hadn't been, you'd have asked why, and next to that a dressing-table and chair in a fine dark wood that could be antique. There were make-up items on it, probably the last ones Michelle had used before the impulsive departure for the coast and her death. The bedside table had a shelf underneath with a couple of paperbacks and some magazines. Serena crouched and took a look. The books were cheap romances, and the magazines were women's, but amongst them was one item that caught her attention, something that might be worth mentioning to Reeve when Barry Sims was not around and likely to overhear. Reeve had gone to the opposite side of the room. This consisted entirely of built-in wardrobes, oak most likely, floor to ceiling. She pulled open one pair of doors, there were 5 in total, and revealed rails hung with clothes, packed tightly together. To add more, you'd need to start making regular donations to charity shops. Dresses, skirts, blouses, jackets, winter coats. Serena glimpsed something in fur before Reeve closed the doors. When Reeve turned, she pointed. She wanted Serena to close the door to the bedroom as well. Then she said, "Christ, she's got more clothes than I've bought in my entire life. And nothing cheap either, ma'am." Reeve frowned and said, "Are you implying something about my own wardrobe, Detective Constable?" The two of them had worked together often enough for Serena Butler not to take alarm at that. She smiled and said, "The whole room's a bit over the top, isn't it? A bit self-indulgent." "I'm not sure it's just self-indulgent. I think she got whatever she wanted from Mr. Sims. He did a fair bit of the indulging himself. It's self-contained. She could shut herself away in here. All it needs is a kitchenette, and she had a bedsit. Did you notice how he stood at the door and didn't come in?" Serena nodded and said, "Well, almost self-contained. She didn't have her own ensuite." Reeve held up a finger, pointed, then followed it to the end pair of wardrobe doors. "This is clever, but the light switch gives it away. Unless I'm much mistaken—" She pulled open the door, and sure enough, there was a bathroom. Serena took a couple of steps, enough to see that it was as well appointed as the rest of Michelle Sims's private living space. "What are you making of this, ma'am? It's all a bit odd, isn't it?" Reeve said, "Define odd. You can't imagine a relationship so weird that someone somewhere isn't already living in it. There's nowt so queer as folk. It seems obvious she was dominant, though, and we should never ignore the obvious. This room's as useful as anything anyone has told us about her. You could almost say we should take a photo or two and pin them up in the incident room." There was a moment when they looked at each other before Reeve said, "No, they couldn't do that. It would be overstepping some sort of line, wouldn't it?" Then she said they ought to go and see what Barry Sims could do with a teapot. He was obviously good with his hands. "And is there anything else we need to ask him before we leave?" Serena said, "He was on the early shift last week, so he finished work at 2 p.m. We should ask him where he was on Thursday night." "Quite right. Why should we, though?" 63%, ma'am." Reeve took a last look around Michelle Sims's strange little sanctuary before she said, "I always think that's an underestimate." "At home and alone," Barry Sims said, in answer to Detective Constable Butler's question. He had rewired the utility room a couple of weeks ago and had redecorated it while Michelle was away. He offered to show them, and some men would have suggested that ironically, but not Barry Sims. You couldn't imagine that. When they declined, he looked a little disappointed. She asked him then, in a conversational way, how long they'd been married, and he said, without needing to check, 12 years last May. Serena remembered that Michelle was 37, so they'd married when she was 25. How had that happened, she asked herself. Michelle seemed to have been a handful in the second half of her 30s. What was she like in her mid-20s? Sims was probably a few years older, it was difficult to tell. But he seemed willing to talk, so she asked him how they had met. She had a destination in all this, another question she wanted to ask, eventually. As he talked, Alison Reeve reached into her bag and pressed a couple of tablets out of a foil pack, stronger than your average painkillers, was Serena's guess. They were taken discreetly with a mouthful of tea, and then, while she was looking in her bag, the DCI opened her phone and glanced at her messages. Something there caused her to frown and catch Serena's eye. "It was a blind date," he said. "You know, the kind of daft thing friends sometimes do." It was hard even to imagine them having friends in common. People were getting married, getting into relationships and having babies, and they tried to pull everyone else in with them. They bought us cinema tickets, and we had to go and sit and wait to see who turned up. I was there first. I sat there on my own, and the film started, and I thought, here we go again. Someone sitting at the back and having a good laugh at my expense. Reeve said, "What was the film, Mr. Sims?" "Casino Royale, with Daniel Craig." I thought that was meant to be a part of the joke as well, him being the handsome hero, the hard man who always gets a girl, and me sitting there like a gooseberry. But then I could see everyone in the row having to stand up, and there she was coming towards me. She was smiling and apologizing to them, and nobody minded because she was, she just sat down next to me and said, "Sorry I'm late, tell me what's happened." He had their attention now. The memory had animated his face for the first time. Barry Sims would never have got through the front door of the MI6 building at Vauxhall Cross unless it was to do some redecorating, but he had fallen in love with a very pretty girl that night, fallen in love at first sight. It was written all over his face, all these years later. After the film, we went and got something to eat at an Indian restaurant, her idea. I'd never been to one. I hadn't brought my car, so I travelled home with her on the bus, saw her to her front door. She had a flat in Leagrave. She asked me in, but I said I had to be up early for work, and she thought that was hilarious. She said I was a gentleman and gave me a phone number to fix up another date. In this job, thought Serena, people tell you stories all the time. They tell you lies, and even half the lies they tell you aren't true lies. You learn to keep your distance, to doubt and distrust. But there was something genuinely sad about Barry Sims and the story of his one true love. She had to ask him when they got married, and he said it was a year later, adding with a smile that was more from pain than pleasure, that he sometimes wondered whether she'd agreed to just have the last laugh on those friends who'd fixed them up in the first place. When she took the final step and asked about children, Serena sensed the surprise on Alison Reeve's face, but didn't look at her. Barry Sims was silent at first. For a few seconds the only sound was a distant roar of jet engines as a plane made the descent into the airport 3 miles to the east. Then he said, "No, it never happened. Michelle was a hairdresser. She was always ambitious, planning to open her own place. Then she took on managing Vicky's in the town. That's a big business now, thanks to her. You'd say she's a career woman, I suppose." Reeve said, "I expect her family was important to her, though, Barry. She seems to have been close to her sister Michaela." He nodded and said, "Michelle's fond of those girls. She spoils them on birthdays and Christmases." "Did she visit her sister often?" "She called in most weeks, I'd say." "And they got on well? Did they argue at times?" For the first time Barry Sims seemed to stop and reflect on the line of questioning. "Can I ask you why you want to know that?" Reeve had a practised and professional smile when required. "It's of no importance, Barry. I'm sure they were close, but they're quite different characters, aren't they? Sometimes it helps us if we understand the relationships of people who've been taken from us in such a cruel way." He said, "Michaela's a steady sort. Michelle is, well, not so much. They'd have words, but I don't think they ever really argued. I never saw that. Michaela speaks her mind, but she used to calm things down, if anything. Michelle can be a bit up and down, and you don't always find out why. She's not one for sitting down and talking things over with a cup of tea." He looked down at the empty mugs and asked whether they'd like another one. It felt almost unkind to refuse, but Reeve did so, saying they'd go into the town and call at the salon where Michelle had worked. Was there anyone in particular they should speak to about Michelle? Barry Sims said, "Well, Gavin, he was her deputy manager. I expect he'll be cut up about all this." Serena kept her eyes fixed firmly on the front door as Sims saw them out of the house. She missed Smith as much as anyone, but just occasionally there were times when you were grateful he wasn't here. Gavin, the hairdresser and deputy manager of Vicky's salon, would be feeling cut up about all this. Dear God, what would he have said to that? This time the car was so hot they had to stand outside it for a while. Reeve found a tissue in her bag and wiped her face, and Serena asked if she'd rather be a passenger and let her detective constable take the wheel. Alison Reeve agreed and handed over the keys, the first time she had ever done so. Biscot Road was baking in the sunshine, like the rest of the country. It had been relentless for 2 months now, and during the middle of the day streets were often empty of people, like this one now. There were no trees to offer green shade, and there was no prospect of a cloud in the sky, which was an odd colour, more brassy than blue. Alison Reeve took a last, still slightly puzzled, look at number 73, and then said, "They say that in another 50 years the Mediterranean will be uninhabitable." Once inside, Serena made ready to start the Audi, thinking that this was nice compared to her ageing Astra. Reeve said, "Why the question about children?" "Just making conversation, ma'am." "No, you weren't. That won't do." Serena turned the key and the engine started first time. The Astra disliked hot starting, probably the immobiliser beginning to fail. The mechanic had said, "That'll be about £250 plus VAT." She said, "In the magazines on the bedside table there was a brochure for an IVF clinic, the private sort, not the NHS. Reeve looked duly surprised. "Oh, right." She wasn't, obviously. That's not something Robinson would have missed. But she still paused there and waited for Serena to respond. "No, he didn't miss it. It's an automatic test for all females. She wasn't. And Barry Sims never mentioned it, even though you gave him the opportunity. He sounded like if they ever intended to, they'd stopped trying years ago. That's a bit odd, then." The air-conditioning had kicked in now, and it worked really well. Serena turned one of the vents so it blew up into her face. Reeve said, "Do you want to know something else a bit odd? Michelle and I were the same age." "With respect, ma'am, that isn't very odd. You and about 400,000 other women, I'd say, and that's just in the UK. In the whole world, I hadn't finished. We also share the same birthday." Serena looked at her boss then, catching her unawares, and seeing something fleeting on the edge of her expression before it disappeared, something apprehensive, maybe even afraid. Then the professional woman was talking again, making light of it. "It's true, the 16th of June. My dad always used to complain because he couldn't go fishing on the first day of the season. I don't think he meant it. One could see how that might feel a bit strange, though. A woman of the same age, who shared your birthday, who was another career woman, at least according to her husband, and now you were investigating her murder. Add to that late 30s, the ticking clock and so on, plus what Reeve had told her in the office a couple of days ago, and it was no wonder Reeve looked a little unnerved, just for a second or two. Anyway, Detective Constable, if you sit there much longer, we're both going to need our hair cutting by the time we arrive at this salon. Let's go and meet Gavin. Did you notice what Barry Sims said about him?" "Yes, ma'am." "You couldn't make it up, could you?" "No, ma'am, I couldn't." She pulled away, noticing that the outside temperature was showing as 33 degrees Celsius. Reeve turned up the air-conditioning a couple of notches and said, "And do you know what tomorrow is?" Serena thought, God, not another hugely important coincidental personal anniversary in your lives. "I'm not sure I can take another one, ma'am." Reeve went on, "Tomorrow is the 7th day. It's all right, I've not become an Adventist. If Michelle Sims was killed last Thursday night, tomorrow is 7 days, 1 week. Murder cases have their own chronologies of significance. The first is 24 hours. Certain kinds of evidence are evanescent and disappear within that time frame, but sometimes an arrest can be made within it. If it can, almost invariably, such an arrest results in a successful conviction. The next invisible marker is 1 week. Again, if an arrest is made before that expires, it often proves to be a good one. You won't usually have forensics back by then, which means the arrest was made on other grounds. You have an eyewitness, CCTV footage which the suspect cannot explain, or even a confession that sounds genuine. In the case of Michelle Sims, none of the above were now likely to apply. After the week has expired, everyone realizes they are in for the longer haul. Lab work and forensics take on a greater significance, and the detectives are going to be spending a lot more time at their screens, working through lists of every description. The process of elimination has begun in earnest. Serena said, "Maybe D.I. Tarek and Chris Waters came up with something this morning, ma'am." "Donnelly? No, they don't think so. That was the message I got at Barry Sims's. There's another witness to check out concerning his movements, but they haven't flagged him up. They're on the way back to Lake now." Serena glanced at the sat-nav and made a right turn. They should be at the salon in another 10 minutes or so. Reeve checked her phone again and then said, "So if I go all quiet on you, it's nothing personal. I'll be thinking about tomorrow morning's briefing." Serena said, "I think today had been useful, though. You know what he used to say, to catch your killer, study the victim. We've learned a lot about Michelle Sims today." But Reeve had already fallen silent. Chapter 17. "Good morning, Detective Sergeant." "Good morning, Detective Constable." The incident room had been filling up for the past few minutes, with more than 20 officers now present, but there was still an empty seat next to Waters, and Serena took it. She was wearing jeans with fashionable holes in the knees and a yellow T-shirt. He hadn't spoken to Tarek yet, but thought Serena had probably guessed correctly that this was likely to be a day in a stuffy office rather than another one in the great sun-baked outdoors. As far as he knew, no more interviews were planned, but the briefing would tell them more. He looked down at his blue chinos and white open-necked shirt and thought he'd made the right choice as well. D.I. Tarek would be wearing a suit, of course, and while the whole clothing thing might appear trivial, it wasn't. It had come to stand for something deeper, something to do with attitudes to the job, to other people, and to hierarchies. It would make an interesting academic study, the relationship between office wear and interpersonal You don't fancy William Donnelly for it, then? Serena's gaze was travelling around the room as she spoke, and no doubt she wasn't missing very much. Waters said, "No, he's a bit of a strange character. They're an odd couple, really. But his convictions don't line up with Michelle Sims at all, and unless he was putting on a convincing performance, I doubt whether he could have physically carried it out. We'll check on the timings he gave us, but I don't think it'll go anywhere." Serena didn't always carry a handbag with her, but she had one this morning. She'd put it down on the floor between them, and it had fallen open. On top of the jumble of contents was a foil sheet of contraceptive pills. He recognized them immediately because it was the same brand Janey had been using for the past year. When he looked up, Serena was looking at him, looking into her handbag, and this was embarrassing, though the whole business had been entirely accidental. It was surely only a matter of seconds before the barbed comment, but instead she said, "An odd couple? I think we can top that with the Sims. If you can picture Scary Spice living with Mr. Bean, you're heading in the right direction." DCI Reeve was in the room now, accompanied inevitably by Detective Chief Superintendent Allen. Another promotion. How was that possible? What did he actually do all day but get in the way of more junior officers trying to solve crimes and bring about convictions? Waters stopped that train of thought. Over time, we all become our fathers and mothers. That's a sort of natural process. But surely we don't all become our first detective sergeant as well. Waters said, I got some of that from Tarek yesterday. He told me the two sisters lived different lives in Luton. One has a big house and plenty of money, and the other didn't. And Graham Fletcher had been in touch with Michelle the day she died. Why didn't we hear about that earlier? Serena said, I'd guess there's some messy family stuff lurking beneath the surface. We should get some of her phone data today. That's where I've been, chasing the provider again, in case you thought I'd just breezed in. They're bastards compared to most of the other companies. I reckon we'll only get the metadata. She leaned towards him and whispered, I don't envy Reeve this one. Not only has she got Alan, look who's about to join us. Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman was in the doorway, talking to someone out in the corridor. It was plain she was on her way to this briefing. Waters said, Oh, your other manager. Is she here to make a bid for the case? And are you actually here as a double agent? It was a peculiar situation. Freeman ran the squad that was in everything but name the county's new murder unit, and Serena was one of the officers who could be seconded to it at short notice and for indeterminate periods. Freeman and Alison Reeve held the same rank, and as no criteria had ever been made public as to which cases would go to the specialist murder team, there were uncertainties and potential rivalries in the air every time a killing, such as that of Michelle Sims, occurred. It was unsatisfactory and likely to lead to conflict, which was why Smith had been of the opinion that Allen had deliberately engineered the situation. Waters knew his erstwhile sergeant had had some lengthy and significant conversations with Cara Freeman in the final weeks before his retirement, though he'd never been told what those were about. Finally, and most ominously for Alison Reeve, Waters knew that Smith, in the professional sense at least, had rated Freeman highly. Serena didn't get a chance to respond because Reeve was on her feet now. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for getting here ahead of time. At the sound of the voice, Cara Freeman ended her conversation and came into the room, followed by Detective Inspector Tarek. Waters kept looking steadily at Reeve, but knew he was getting did-you-see-that glances from Serena Butler on his left. DCI Reeve said, I'm going to keep this brief and just give you all a heads-up as to where we are with this investigation. Thanks to DI Tarek, the database is already full of useful material, and you need to find time this morning to familiarize yourself with it. I'm referring to the initial pathology report, the scene of crime photographs, and, later this morning, the first info from the victim's mobile phone. There was a glance in Serena's direction and a nod in return. We won't get anything from the labs until next week, if then, but I know Chief Superintendent Allen has already leaned on them to expedite the DNA screening results for the men who were tested at the caravan park. Allen also nodded at the mention of his own name, as if to say, yes, I'm a busy man, but that was the least I could do, as you're all plainly struggling with this one. Later today, you'll also have write-ups from the interviews that D.I. Tarek and I conducted yesterday. William Donnelly remains on our radar, but only on the edge of it now, to be honest. We have a couple more checks to do there. D.C. Butler and I filled in some background on Michelle Sims, and we now know she was in contact with another family member on the Thursday via her phone. The metadata I mentioned will give us a timeline for that. Freeman had taken a seat among the other officers and was paying close attention, whereas Tarek was standing at the front, behind Reeve, like an extra on stage, or like one of the many officials that line up behind anyone making a statement about anything that has happened in American public life. And then, as he watched her, Waters saw that Freeman was making notes too, in a small book or on a pad. He couldn't see enough to say which, but it was the first time he had seen her working in that way. "We're desperately short of CCTV on this one," continued Reeve, "and that's made me realize how much we've come to depend on it. We've discovered that the owners of the house on the beach road are on holiday in Switzerland and that they're expected back next week sometime, but the camera isn't well positioned for our purposes. Still, we have someone at Huntston who's checking every day for some sign of life at the house." Detective Sergeant John Wilson put up a hand, and Reeve nodded him in.
"There must be something in pace to justify forced entry at some point, ma'am. It's a bloody murder case, after all."
There were murmurs of support from those seated around Wilson, but Waters was still watching Cara Freeman. Her gaze went from Wilson to Reeve, and then back to whatever she was writing, but there had been a slight shaking of her head. Reeve said, "There might, John, but we're nowhere near that yet. I guarantee, though, that if anyone has to force an entry, it will be you." There was some laughter, which Wilson took in good part. It would take an experienced officer not to wilt while being questioned about that in Crown Court. These days there is as much focus on how evidence has been obtained as on what the evidence actually contributes to a case. Reeve had kept her word. This was a short briefing. "We still have plenty to do. No one is going to be sitting around. There's a long list, far too long, of offenders in the county who need to be eliminated from this one, and I've said to D.I. Turek that is now our priority. Second, we don't know where Michelle went when she left the social club. It's a 10-minute walk into the town along the beach road. Did she go that way? There will still be hundreds of people in the area to whom we haven't shown that photograph. If one of them says they saw her that night, we have a new lead. This means one team will be going out again today to work on their tans. Usually there would be some competition to get into that team, but the prospect didn't seem to appeal so much. It was weeks now since Waters had heard anyone say we shouldn't complain about hot summers. "Finally," said Reeve, "I'll share with you something about this case that's bothering me now. When you read the pathology report, you'll see that Dr. Robinson is as definite as he ever is about anything that Michelle Sims was not a victim of rape. He goes further. He could find no evidence she was the victim of a sexual assault. We need lab results to confirm this, but I know some of you have already talked about this. Examine the photos. She looks as if she has been sexually assaulted. Those of you who've worked on similar cases will agree with that. We're fairly sure her body was placed where it was found after she had been killed. So did someone arrange the body in that way to look as if she had been sexually assaulted? And if that's the case, then why? What were they covering up? What was the real motive? This time Waters could see DCI Freeman nodding as she made more notes. He didn't know whether she was officially on this investigation, but she had plainly considered the question of motive already, as had he, since Dr. Robinson first said he wasn't sure this was a sexually motivated attack. A case is like a coin. Spin it any number of times, it doesn't matter which side is facing up, motive or opportunity. Without the other one to complete it, you don't have a coin, and you don't have a case. With the briefing ending the way it did, someone not so long ago would have said to their team, "Answers on a postcard, please." Now the room was clearing, there were some empty chairs nearby, and Richard Ford made his way across to join them. This was Waters's team until Murray returned in a couple of weeks, but he refrained from trying to sound like DC. He had refused to do that from the beginning of his time in charge, and going his own way seemed to be working. He was about to say they should wait here until he had spoken to the DI, but then Turek was on his way over. The suit was an odd shade of brown this morning. "Good morning, everyone. I'm sending John's team out into Wells this morning as you were out and about yesterday. Can you all take a batch of the local candidates and start working through them, getting it down to a short list for closer examination?
I'm going to do the follow-up on William Donnelly. Serena, DCI Reeve tells me you've been chasing the phone data. Is that right?
Sir.
What is taking so long?
Now, a manager must ask these questions. We all know that. It's all in the execution. And Waters caught that first millisecond of expression in the eyes of his female detective constable, which suggested that execution was exactly what she had in mind. Should he step in between, or... I think in this case long is relative, sir. We have good contacts with most phone service providers, but we've not had to deal with this one before. They're playing it by the rules, as they are entitled to do. I've been promised something this morning.
Something?
Yes, sir. The metadata, numbers, times, and durations.
But no content of any text messages.
I don't think so, sir.
Why are they being difficult?
Waters thought the DI has been here at King's Lake for almost a year. Surely he has learned by now how this ends. No point stepping in any longer. It's too late. I don't know that either, sir. I suppose phone companies are just like people in that way, and some are just naturally a pain in the arse. Ford was looking at the DI with a vaguely not surprised expression, and Waters thought he'd wait a decent interval before trying to resuscitate departmental relations. But, and it might be just the heat that was to blame, Serena hadn't quite done. If you want to go down the formal request route, sir, I can have all the papers you need on your desk in 10 minutes. It will only require a signature from DCI Reeve. After that, of course, the company might appeal to the Information Commission. Then it's a bit of a process, sir. Something encouraged Ford to join in at this point. Perhaps he saw an opportunity for professional development. Am I right in thinking the phone company might not even have the text message content? Serena said, yes, they're all different. Under REPA, the only thing they must hand over, if requested, is the data, which they must keep for a year. Any content is a bonus, isn't it, sir? Tarek said that it was, that they'd better get started on those previous offenders and have something on the short list by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Then he left them in peace. Kings Lake Central has been a police station for almost 100 years. Fortunately, there had been room for it to expand in that time, but inevitably it did so in a piecemeal fashion, with a few rooms added here and there according to the needs and even the fashions of the time. Some early developments were single-story, whilst others, most notably that in the early 1970s, had involved imposing a small grey tower block in the new brutalist style on a green space behind the original station, the block which now housed the offices of the more senior staff. Waters had calculated that if Allen was promoted again, the force would either need to add an additional floor or invite him to relocate to Norwich. But a more immediate consequence of this architectural history was that few rooms seemed to be entirely suited to the demands of modern policing. An incident room should ideally contain all the staff working on an incident, which simplifies and speeds up communications. A major incident requires a major space, of course, and the most modern stations allow for this with flexible designs and partitions that can be moved at will. Moving a wall at Kings Lake, however, would involve a demolition team, and more than likely measures to contain the dust from blue asbestos. Inconvenient, time-consuming, and very costly. Money had been spent this year, but on the main entrance. Charlie Hills's old oak counter had disappeared along with Charlie himself. Now the reception staff were safe from attack, not only from irate council taxpayers, but also from armed gangs and terrorists, because the one-way glass screens were bullet and blast-proof. CCTV enabled these officers to assess the risk every time someone pressed the buzzer for assistance. At the opening ceremony, Assistant Chief Constable Devine had made it clear the force placed the highest priority on the safety of its personnel. Meanwhile, the incident room wasn't big enough for the incident involving the death of Michelle Sims. Tarek used it to begin briefing Wilson's team and some uniformed people about their visit to Wells this morning, while Waters took his team of 2 back to their original office on the next floor down. Tarek had said to get busy with the list of offenders in the county who might have an interest in an attractive, inebriated woman wandering around after dark on a sultry summer evening, but as happened not infrequently, there had been mixed messages from on high. Serena was already under instruction from DCI Reeve to write up their notes from yesterday's interviews in Luton. As these were on the database this morning, that had to be her priority. This left Waters and Ford to begin sifting through the records of men who had been charged or convicted from any form of violence against women in a sexual context. It's time-consuming, laborious, but essential work whenever fate has decided to hand you no leads. Perhaps the most significant step forward in such processes since that tower block was built has been Excel. Other software packages are available, but the point remains that the digitization of records has been a huge boon to investigators of everything, everywhere. Lists of potential offenders can be reordered in a split second according to effectively infinite combinations of criteria. But as Christopher Waters knew well by now, that is still just a beginning. Databases are only as effective as their data is fresh and who has the time or resources to continually update it. Here is a fellow who comes out as number 1 on our search 3 different ways, but how are we to know whether he has since moved to Mallorca, become a Cistercian monk, or simply gone and died? The answer is, as it ever was, by legwork. Metaphorically, or literally, someone will have to make contact and ask the old questions. But before any of this, Waters wanted to hear thoughts about the matter of motive, and with senior officers occupied for the moment, this was an opportunity. Serena and Ford had gone to their desks and sat down. Waters leaned against his own, the very one which had belonged to D.C., and invited contributions. There is no point having bright people in your team if you never give them the chance to shine. Serena said, "Well, it's usually sex or money, and sometimes it's both. It looks like it wasn't sex in this case, which seems a bit weird, but if it wasn't..." Richard Ford said, "Maybe it was money. A mugger sees her, follows until she's on her own, goes for the bag, and she puts up a fight. Her bag and phone are missing." A possibility Waters had already considered, but there were problems with it. He said, "It's not impossible. Muggings are on the rise in the county, but muggers are small-time individuals. They're opportunists who aren't usually thinking beyond how to spend the few pounds they get out of a purse or for a phone." Ford said, "And there she was, on her own after dark, an opportunity." Waters said, "But if she fought back, and that does fit with what we've learned about her, why the murder? Why not knock her down or subdue her enough to make a run for it? Strangling someone is only easy on the television. It takes some time and a lot of effort. Then, if Socko is right, he decides to move the body a considerable distance and hides it. And more than that," said Serena, "he then has enough about him to decide to make it look as if she's been interfered with. He pulls her clothing about and rearranges the body. You can't say a mugger would never do that, but it's not typical, is it?" This was a question of the sort that doesn't require a spoken answer. Waters waited a few seconds before he said, "A sex attack which went wrong? Someone who couldn't for some reason carry it out? That could explain the post-mortem stuff. Someone whose mind was working that way even if the rest of him wasn't." Serena seemed unimpressed. "A sex attack with no sex? Like a bank robbery where you leave the money in the safe?" Ford said, "And then you've got to ask why he would do that. He's just drawn attention to himself and maybe his record by making it look like a sex attack. It would make more sense if he made it look like something else, wouldn't it?" Waters said, "So what's left?" Someone whose thrill is the violence, the killing itself, rather than the sexual assault? That would be a useful starting point when we get into these lists, I'd say. We have to begin somewhere. He looked at his watch, expecting to see Turek on his rounds of the offices quite soon. Or, Serena said, someone with another motive altogether. It wasn't random at all. She didn't accidentally meet up with a man who fits any of the above. It was deliberate, and it was personal. It was someone she knew. That brought the discussion to an end. Ford went into the database of the county's sex offenders and began rearranging it in terms of the severity of violence involved in their crimes. It's hard for lay people to believe, but such things are given a numerical score and a letter code. Serena opened her laptop, and Waters saw a Word document appear with several paragraphs in the typical layout of an interview report. She must have begun it at home last night. He picked up his notepad, wrote a short message, and then put the piece of paper on the desk beside her. It read, "Tell me again why that phone data is taking so long." It was a joke at Turek's expense, one that might have produced an Anglo-Saxon response from his detective constable, but instead she just nodded because she had already worked it out for herself. She knew the real reason he had written that message. There was a danger she would be the first member of his team to leave, and that, he told himself, walking back to his own desk, would be unfortunate. Waters would take his chair to sit at Ford's desk soon, but he had a moment to himself. He'd switched his phone to silent for the briefing, but now he saw he had received a text, maybe from Janie. She would be on her way home now. Maybe from Janie telling him the company had offered her the job in Manchester. Then what? He opened it and read, "If you've got read receipts on, I know that you still have the same number, or that someone nicked your phone, which would be hilarious. How are you?" Waters sent back, "Who is this?" But he knew, in the private inner space some call the heart of hearts, he already knew the answer. "Hopefully not your very worst nightmare. How are you, Chris?" He wrote, "I'm good, Catherine. You?" "Not good, so no change there." When he'd met her brother at the Blue Note last Saturday night, this possibility had occurred to him, but 5 days had passed, and it had been forgotten. He stared at the exchange of texts until he saw the dots of the ellipsis appear, which meant another message was on its way. "So I have 2 more questions. 1, are you married?" "Not as of this morning." "You?" "Don't be absurd." 2, what are you doing on Saturday night?" Chapter 18. At 14:05 that afternoon, the file containing the metadata for Michelle Sims's mobile phone record finally appeared on the interactive whiteboard in Incident Room 2, Kingslake Central Police Station. Present to see it were Detective Chief Inspector Alison Reeve, Detective Inspector Simon Turek, Detective Sergeant Christopher Waters, and Detective Constables Serena Butler and Richard Ford. Michelle had been a heavy user of her phone. The file showed them no message content, but the list of calls made and messages sent and received stretched back several weeks, and she clearly used the phone every day, sometimes frequently. They had dates, times, durations, and the numbers of the other mobiles and landlines involved in these exchanges. Reeve blew out her cheeks, frowned, and said, "Serena, I'm assuming you've already had a look at this." "Yes, ma'am." "Okay, let's begin with Tuesday the 25th, the day she left Luton and went to the coast. What have we got?" Some of the activity could already be accounted for. Michelle had been in the salon that morning. She had made calls from there. Serena hadn't checked all of them yet, but the 2 she had were the numbers of a wholesale supplier to the hairdressing trade and a commercial window cleaning service, the sort of people to whom one would expect the manager of a salon to be speaking on a daily basis. Then Serena went on. "The first number we recognize is the call at 10:48. That's to her sister Michaela. They call each other a couple of times over the next hour. I'm assuming that's when they're arranging for Michelle to go down and join them. We know that originally she said she was too busy, and then she changed her mind. We also know from Gavin, the deputy manager of the salon, that Michelle was present there until around 1 p.m., sorting things out before she went. He said she seemed happy enough, even excited. He said she was, to use his exact words, in one of her hyper moods. She told him she was having a complete break and not to call her about work, which, as far as this file is concerned, is what happened. I don't think there's any further contact between Michelle and the salon, at least not through this phone. There was a pause while every officer studied the digital prints Michelle Sims had left behind on that Tuesday morning, her last one. Busy but excited about going to see her sister and her nieces, looking forward to a break. Serena said next, "There's a gap in the afternoon from around 2 o'clock when she was driving up to the coast, and then a text, this one," indicating with the electronic pointer, "at 17:42, which we've established was to her husband, Barry Sims. One thing I did notice about this is..." The sound of an opening door brought the pause. Every head turned to see DCI Freeman entering the incident room. She waved an apology for the interruption, but didn't seem in the slightest embarrassed about making it, taking a seat behind the rest of them. Reeve said, "Go on, Serena, what did you notice?" "Michelle is there for the next 2 days and nights, but she doesn't get in touch with Barry Sims. And as far as I can see, he doesn't make any attempt to get in touch with her, ma'am." Fair point. For anyone who's wondering, we haven't gone into depth about this in the report of our interview with Mr. Sims yesterday, but I'd say the lack of communication between the two of them is consistent with our impressions. What's next, Serena? I'm seeing several texts exchanged with one number. Exchanged only partly covers it, ma'am. Michelle sent texts to this number over the next 2 days, sometimes 2 or 3 in succession before she gets a response. On the Thursday afternoon, Michelle makes a call to the same number here, pointing again, at 14:07. As you can see, this lasted for 8 minutes. Then things go quiet, very quiet for Michelle, until she sends another text to the same number at 16:17. Then she gets a call from a different mobile at 18:14. Finally, at 22:23, she receives a text from the same number mobile that called her at 18:14. Waters had shifted enough in his seat to be able to see what Freeman was doing, and she was making notes again. About the case, about her occasional team member Serena, who was doing an excellent job, he pointed out to himself. When she's focused and not cross with someone, or about something, she really looks and sounds the part. Reeve said, "Good work. Now, first, how does this fit with Michaela Fletcher's account of that day? She told us her sister went for a long walk on her own down the beach on that Thursday afternoon. Presumably, that's when the 2 o'clock phone call took place. Making the call was possibly the reason for the long walk. Whatever was said, she thinks about it, maybe, for a couple of hours, and then gets back in touch. I'm a bit puzzled by the other number suddenly cropping up. Did you check? Has she been in touch with the 1814 number before last week?" Serena was shaking her head, having anticipated the question. "I don't think so. I checked back away and didn't find it." Reeve paused, thought, and then turned so she could speak to them all. "Yesterday, Graham Fletcher told us he had been in touch with Michelle when she was at Pine Hills, by text and call, he said. He told us she was either arguing with or annoyed with her sister for some reason, and that it wasn't unusual for him to step in and keep the peace. What he was saying about her is consistent with what others have said about her as a character, so it makes a kind of sense. Serena, put us out of our misery. Is that Graham Fletcher's phone number all over this data?" "It was, on a contract registered to that executive home in St. Martin's Gardens, an iPhone XS. Waters looked around, waiting for someone else to ask the obvious question. Then, in the absence of that person, he raised a hand, or rather the forefinger of his right hand. The habit had evolved over the past few years, since he was first teased here as a schoolboy, but it hadn't entirely left him. DCI Reeve nodded, and he said, "Ma'am, if you had Graham Fletcher in the room yesterday, telling you about his communication with Michelle while she was in Pine Hills, did you actually get a look at his phone?" Reeve was looking at Serena, who said, "No, we didn't see the phone. He had a works phone with him. His own was back in the office. I asked him to let me have shots of the texts from Michelle, and he agreed without a problem. He hasn't sent them through yet. My bad." Waters said, "His office? What does he do, exactly?" "He's a heating engineer, domestic boilers and radiators. He owns the company, built it up himself." "Why?" "Just curious. When he told you he'd been in touch with Michelle, what did he say?" "That he'd had a couple of texts from her on the Thursday, and that it wasn't unusual for him to get caught in the crossfire between the two sisters." Waters studied the screen again. "I've just counted 9 texts. Did he actually say it was a couple?" "Yes, sir. And the first one was on the Tuesday evening. Then they occur at regular intervals over the next 2 days, and occasionally she gets a reply from him. I know he has accounted for it, even though he doesn't seem to have a good head for numbers, but we should see the texts she sent him, ma'am." Tarek said, "I agree we should, but it might be more useful to establish where Michelle Sims's mobile was on the Thursday evening. As far as finding her murderer is concerned, have we looked at that? Can we track its final locations, Serena?" He knew they should be able to find something, of course. Tarek's point was really to ask whether she had done anything about it yet. But pinging phones is an inexact science. They'd know if Michelle's phone had left the area. They could find the moment when it last responded to a signal. And this would all be useful information, but there are only so many hours in a day. Whatever else Serena Butler was, she was never lazy. Yes, she said, she could do that next if he thought it was the priority. Awkward pause. Cara Freeman had stopped making notes. She sat with her elbows on the arms of the chairs, her fingers interlaced, and her chin resting on the arch they made. And Waters had the thought that she wasn't looking at any one individual, she was studying the whole group and its interactions. Reeve came to a decision and said, "No, let's see if we can clear this up first. Serena, get back to Fletcher and remind him about the texts. Tell him we'd like them this afternoon. He's had 24 hours. I'm sure he's phone savvy. It'll only take him a couple of minutes. Nip out and do that now." As soon as Serena had left the room, Tarek took over the interactive board and moved it on to the list of men convicted of crimes that might be relevant to the present case. He had his first candidates in place, and they could read these thoroughly depressing curricula vitae of crimes against the female person. So many, and several within a few miles of Pine Hills. One has to ask the question sometimes, what has gone wrong? Or has anything gone wrong? Was it always like this throughout human history? Have there always been sexual predators, and if so, what evolutionary sense does that make? The little study group was quiet, and a couple of them were making notes. Waters abandoned the philosophical questions and made an effort to come to terms with the reality on the screen, because it was possible that the name of the man they were hunting was there. Serious sexual offenders invariably have a history of escalation and yet Dr. Robinson had said it, no evidence of rape or of sexually motivated interference. The dangerously sad individuals listed here specialized in the very offenses that the pathologist was telling them had not been committed. There's a problem here, he told himself. 15 minutes had passed before Detective Constable Butler re-entered the room. She didn't look happy, and Waters knew immediately that she'd failed to get hold of the messages on Graham Fletcher's mobile phone. Reeve had picked up the same signals and said simply, "Go on." "He can't find his mobile, ma'am. He says that when he got back to his office yesterday after talking to us, he looked for it, but it wasn't on his desk where he thought it was. He's been searching for it on and off ever since, but it hasn't turned up." Alison Reeve took a slow breath with her eyes half closed. Then she opened them and said, "If he doesn't have the phone, how did you just get in touch with him?" "It kept going to unavailable to take your call." I remembered the name of his company, looked that up, and rang the business number. He wasn't there, but they've got a system to page callers through to him. He apologized and said he'd keep looking for it. "Sorry, ma'am. Not your fault. We should have gone after it while we were in Luton yesterday. Bugger." Turek said, "Some people lose their phones every day, ma'am. It might turn up. We can keep sending him reminders about it." "Or," said Waters, surprising himself, "we could go back down to Luton and help him look for it. If he can't find it, he could write down for us what was in the texts between them. That way we'd have something, and he'd know we're serious, ma'am." Every eye was upon him now, but he was most aware of DCI Freeman's gaze. Reeve said, "Serious in what way, Chris?" He shrugged, and she said, "You want to take a look at him?" This is a significant moment in any investigation, the moment at which you put forward the name of someone you believe might be involved. Waters had enough experience to know one does not do this lightly. "Too soon to say, ma'am. I didn't interview Michaela Fletcher. I haven't met her, but she didn't mention them having any sort of row when Michelle was in Pine Hills, did she? In fact, I've somehow got the impression they were enjoying themselves." He looked at Reeve, who looked at Turek, before she said, "You're right. Michaela didn't say they had argued, except for some reference to when they were younger. Of course they might have done so, and she simply didn't tell us." Waters said, "But at the moment we only have Fletcher's word for it. I haven't met him either, I know, but the only evidence that Michelle was fighting with Michaela has just become unavailable. We do know they were communicating, but we only have Graham Fletcher's word as to what it was about." Behind DCI Reeve, the interactive whiteboard went into power save. Suddenly, the senior investigating officer appeared to be seated beside a blue lake surrounded by virgin pine forest, with tall mountains in the misty distance. North America, Canada, maybe. Reeve said to Serena, "Thoughts? You were present when we interviewed Michaela." Serena said, "I remember her saying there was something on her sister's mind. She mentioned the texts, but didn't she tell us Michelle told her it was work, people from the salon?" "Yes, she did. But yesterday we heard from Gavin at the salon that the last thing Michelle said was not to bother her with work. From what I understood him to say to us, they didn't. Just a little lie, the kind we tell our siblings every day. But for some reason Michelle had concealed from her sister who the texts were from and to whom she was replying. For some reason. For the very obvious reason that it was her sister's husband. The metadata was unequivocal. And for argument's sake, Waters, let's say it wasn't about squabbles with her sister. In that case, it was about something else. It's not a huge leap from there to suggest that if the topic of those texts was, shall we say, awkward in some way, the loss of an iPhone XS might be a price worth paying." Serena said then, "And I remember Michaela telling us her sister was fine on the Thursday night, chatting to people in the bar. The Donnellys confirmed that, more or less, didn't they?" Waters nodded, but it was Turek who said, "Yes, I certainly think we should pursue Graham Fletcher for his phone content, but we must remember that he was 2 hours away from Pine Hills. Even without his device, we can check that in the same way we should be able to geolocate Michelle's phone, eventually. We shouldn't spend too long focusing on evidence we don't yet have. It won't be too long before we get a lot of it from forensics." Was it difficult for Turek not to glance to his left, where DCI Freeman was sitting? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe the thought had never occurred to him, Waters reflected. But one that should have was that electronically establishing the whereabouts of Graham Fletcher's mobile phone last Thursday evening established only that. It did not establish the whereabouts of its owner in any way, shape, or form. Reeve said, "Serena, stay on Mr. Fletcher's case over the missing phone. Keep nudging him about it. Simon is right. We're still in the early stages with this one, and we haven't had any breaks yet. But we will. Something will turn up. The sooner we get back to our desks, the sooner that might happen. Thank you, everyone." As the room emptied, Serena came back to the seat she had originally occupied, next to Waters. He said, "Well done. Everyone was impressed. I wasn't. I should have had that bloody phone off him yesterday." "Perhaps you weren't meant to." "What does that mean? It was destiny? Fate decreed that I must never see that iPhone?" "Sometimes you must just give her a moment," and Waters did so before he said, "What I mean is, Fletcher knew you were coming to the house to interview Michaela. He decided to be there himself. He had probably decided to mention the texts and the call. He might also have decided not to bring the phone." She sat down next to him and lowered her voice. Richard Ford had already left the room, Reeve and Turek were talking in the doorway, and Cara Freeman was behind, looking at her phone. Serena said, "But if he didn't want us to see the texts, why mention them to me? Why not keep quiet about all of it?" Waters didn't answer straight away. Reeve left the room, and D.I. Turek looked back at the two of them as if he wanted to say, "You heard the DCI, back to your workstations." If that was the case, he thought better of it and followed Reeve down the corridor. Why not? That depends on how smart he is, and maybe whether he was a fan of Crime Watch. "Oh, good, we're doing it that way. I have to work it out for myself. Now, where have I seen this before?" But she did work it out in just 3 or 4 seconds. Because he knew we'd look at her phone records through the service provider. Allison said that yesterday. His number would come up there, so better to disclose it than be questioned about it. "You're serious about Graham Fletcher?" "No, not yet. Just too many loose ends at the moment. He could have behaved that way and still be perfectly innocent of doing her any harm. It would still make sense to tell us about the texts. Good work on the phone records, Serena. I know where to come if I need that sorting out." They looked up to see that Freeman had approached without them noticing, and she was standing in the aisle, close to Waters's chair. "Thank you, ma'am. The other bit of phone work wasn't so good." Freeman smiled and said, "That's not all on you. DCI Reeve was in the room as well, wasn't she?" Which was true, though it required an officer of equal rank to point it out. Whether she should have done so here and now was a different matter. Serena nodded, and Freeman said, "Anyway, I've got some dates for a couple of training days next month. I'll find you before I leave the building. Will you be at your usual desk?" She would, she said, and stood up to leave, understanding what the DCI was saying before Waters himself. Serena seemed to have considerable respect for her other boss, but was it more than that? Was she a little afraid of her? That would be something of a novelty. When Serena had gone, just the two of them remained. Freeman took the empty seat next to him and said, "So, Sergeant, how is it going?" She had a pleasant enough face and was easy to talk to, so he told her what had been keeping him busy for the past few weeks. But you don't lower your guard all the way. Not with people who've climbed the ladder as quickly as Cara Freeman. She listened and then said, "So that's what you've been doing. But how is it going?" Still the same smile, but the dark eyes, there was something a little foreign about her when you studied her face carefully, were searching his own for a reaction to her question, testing him. "Pretty well, I think. I don't get a report every day. I'm not getting many complaints, ma'am." "I hear only good things, Chris." From whom? Who was discussing his progress as a detective sergeant with a DCI who wasn't even based in the building? He could recall his first meeting with her as he and DC waited to board the helicopter that would fly them to the gas rig in the North Sea at the very beginning of the investigation into the disappearance of James Bell. She'd been standing with her own sergeant, Terry Christopher, who was uncharacteristically missing this morning, and before the introductions, he, Waters, had assumed that the sergeant was in charge and she was a detective constable. Even now he wasn't sure of her age, but she wasn't many years older than him, maybe 32, 33. How was that possible? What sort of individual do you need to be to manage that? He said, "I know there's a long way to go on this case, ma'am, but it's definitely a murder. I'm not the only one wondering why it hasn't gone to the new squad." She raised her eyebrows a little and said, "I've no idea. We don't get to pick our cases. Someone from on high allocates them. Then we just turn up and solve them. At least, that's the plan." She was friendly, easy to talk to, and the gulf you felt with many senior officers wasn't there. It would be a simple matter to trust her and offer her confidences. She went on, "But obviously if there's not much progress, we might end up getting involved." Was that meant for his ears only? Freeman's expression never altered as she said these things, but had she just delivered an opinion or some sort of warning? "So tell me why you're looking at the brother-in-law, Chris." "I don't think we are, not yet. His mob—" "No, tell me why you are looking at him." "They say that a laser beam can travel across 1,000,000 of miles of space, and yet its intensity remains undiminished. What sort of an individual do you need to be to become a DCI running a murder squad before your 35th birthday? The sort with a laser hidden in the left hemisphere where most of us process language. Some detectives have it. Freeman wasn't, after all, the first he had encountered with such a weapon. He said, "Okay, ma'am, I'm not a numbers person. History, that was your subject, yes? Oh, she's friendly and so easy to talk to. But why would she know anything about his degree?" "Yes. As I said, I'm not big on numbers, but I keep up with the annual reports, the statistics. 63% of murders are carried out by a partner or close relative. DC always said, if you've got nothing else, start there, with the numbers." "Ah, the one and only. The inimitable." She looked at Waters for some time and then went on, "I expect he also said things like, 'Follow your nose and listen to your gut.'" He could not tell whether she was mocking Smith, but he went to defend him anyway. "He did, ma'am. But when you got down to it, his intuitions were always based on something he'd observed or worked out. He didn't believe in magic, just logic." She was smiling as she stood up to leave. "And loyalty, of course. I imagine he was a great believer in that." "He was, ma'am." When she was 3 or 4 steps away from him, Freeman turned and said, "You're 63%? "Yes, ma'am." "If you include the unsolved cases, I'd say it's closer to 70. I've no proof of that, but just a gut feeling. Good luck with your case, Sergeant." Chapter 19. It wasn't until Saturday Janey told him directly that the company in Manchester had offered her the job. She would wait, she said, until she had it all in writing so she could study the details, and she wouldn't make up her mind until she'd done that. Tomorrow, perhaps they could drive up to Barnum's Staith and visit her uncle. He'd want to know what had happened, and Waters thought that she, too, would want to know Sam Cole's opinion of the matter, though he could tell her himself here and now. Cole had said to Waters more than once, in a general but somehow still personal way, that he didn't want Janey getting too involved and not making the most of her education. And this was a great success. We should celebrate, Waters told her. He booked a table at Sandrine's for 7 that evening, and afterwards they could go on somewhere and make an evening of it. She looked relieved, and then suddenly very happy. She told him more as they lay on his bed in the flat, about how the company was a major player in pharmaceuticals research, with its headquarters in America, how they took on only 10 graduate trainees a year in the UK, and how she would almost certainly get the chance to spend some time in Boston. She was happy, and he was happy for her. But afterwards, when she'd fallen asleep in his arms and then turned away in her sleep, he spent a long time watching her and remembering the girl in the bows of the Lady Anne, as the 4 of them, Sam Cole, Janey, D.C. and himself, sailed down the creek to take samples of sea-water, almost exactly a year ago. Her face and arms had been tanned by a summer working on the seal trips, and her hair had been bleached by the sun. A red T-shirt and denim shorts, bare feet on the wooden boards. At first she had worn sunglasses, but after a couple of minutes she'd taken them off, and he knew why, of course. As the boat picked up speed, she had kept watch on the water ahead, but every few seconds she looked to the side, over the salt marshes, and then back into the boat, catching his eye every time. Janey Cole had looked as natural and as pretty out there as the flowers of sea lavender and sea aster that grew in profusion beside every wild and secret creek of the marshes. She belonged there in a way that he, Waters, thought he had never particularly belonged anywhere. Even her surname was one of the oldest along the North Norfolk coast. And now she would be a trainee executive in pharmaceuticals in Manchester. Now she was going to Boston. She lay asleep in his bed, as she had many times over the past year. She would wake up and tell him she loved him, and that everything would work out. But the Janey Cole in the bows of the Lady Anne, the Janey Cole he could see in his mind's eye, was already just a memory. Was he secretly a little annoyed with her, a little angry? Was that why, when she asked what they were doing after that meal, he said they should go to the Blue Note again? It had been all right last Saturday night, just somewhere they could relax and have a drink. Janey didn't ask whom he'd met there. If she had done so, he would have told her. He didn't mention the texts from Catherine Diver either, and it wasn't as if he had arranged to meet with either brother or sister, was it? But if he was being honest, Waters would have admitted he knew the music had no interest for Janey, and she would have been happier to return to his flat and talk some more about the future. She was being especially loving, trying to make it up to him, her absence this week and her absences to come, and he was annoyed with himself, too, because he understood but could not simply accept it. It was after 9 when they arrived at the jazz club, but the place was not yet half full. Every available door and window was open to allow in some air, but it was still a basement in a town square in a heat wave. The atmosphere was that of many deodorants fighting a losing battle. There was a man playing a piano on the tiny stage, quietly and slowly, not intruding on the low hum of conversation. Waters had hold of Janey's hand. He said, "Let's find a seat first, then I'll get us something to drink." He looked around as if searching the room for a good place to sit, but saw straight away that Jason Diver and a couple of the people he'd met last week were here again, occupying the same table. He went in that direction, and when Jason saw him, he waved and called out, "Chris, we saved your seat! Who's this?" Waters introduced Janey. She shook hands with Jason, and then he said, "What the hell?" came around the table and kissed her on both cheeks. Waters watched and thought, not at all the computer geek of a couple of years ago. Jason Diver had grown up, and maybe that's what success in your own business does for you. He had a brief glimpse of another world and other opportunities. The police force becomes your life if you let it, but if everything is to change, why not that too? It could. Nothing is set in stone, and nothing lasts forever. Circumstances alter. People come and go. "Single malt, Chris?" Jason said, and he nodded. They had taken an Uber into the town centre and could walk back under the stars. Janie told Jason she'd have a lemonade and lime.
"There's a trio playing later. Kenny Morton. He's local, believe it or not, but good. Sort of Bill Evans in style. Do you like Bill Evans?"
This was Mick, one of the people Waters had met last Saturday, a lecturer at the college in Kings Lake, which had, like hundreds of others in the recent past, suddenly discovered that it was, after all, a university. He was big and bearded, and a few years older than the rest of them, but Waters had already realized that jazz crosses all boundaries. He just wasn't quite sure yet what it actually was. It seemed to be more of an idea than a sound. Mick's subject was life sciences, Waters remembered, so he introduced Janie, thinking they might find something to talk about other than someone called Bill Evans. It seemed to be working, giving him time to sit back and look around the Blue Note casually, not for anything or anyone in particular. But then, when he found Jason still at the bar, he realized why fetching the drinks was taking a long time. He could only see her from the back, and the place was dimly lit, but there could be no mistaking the tall, slender figure of Catherine Diver. The skinny jeans emphasized that figure, and he knew that if she was wearing any sort of heels, she would be a little over 6 feet tall, just an inch or two less than Waters himself. Above the waist of the jeans, could he see a glimpse of bare midriff before a shiny black top, not quite a blouse, not quite a T-shirt? He'd always been a little astonished by her choice of attire. She wore things other women stared at in magazines, and they never seemed to fail. She was leaning slightly to one side, to her right, resting one elbow on the bar like a man, her left hip out a little, and talking to her brother. Waters watched and wondered, and it was only a matter of seconds before his wondering was done. Jason glanced to his right as they talked, glanced across the tables, and saw Waters watching him. He looked back at his sister and said something, and Catherine did not look, which would be a deliberate choice on her part. She had sent the texts, she had made contact with him, but it was quite possible she had now decided the whole business wasn't worth her time. Waters wondered, too, whether she was alone, or whether some of the others at the bar were with her. She looked at home here. It was obviously a regular haunt, and now he felt like an intruder. They would have the one drink and leave. Mick was saying,
"We don't mind an honorary copper, as long as he doesn't start bringing all his mates."
Janie patted Waters' arm and said, "You don't need to worry. He's not your typical detective constable. Oh, sorry, detective sergeant."
Mick said, "Years ago, the jazz scene was a lot about drugs. That's how cannabis made its way into Western society, through the old jazz clubs, and other stuff as well. Lots of the great players were addicted to something or other. Nowadays, it's much cleaner. A lot of the students I teach have got no interest in drugs. They're actively opposed to them. Come to that, I'd say half of them don't drink or have sex either."
The two of them looked expectantly at Waters, as if he must have something to say about all this, but he didn't. He was thinking again, this time about how he was not like your typical detective whatever, if that was true, and wondering, too, whether Jason was ever going to bring that drink because he could do with one now. The piano player got up and wandered off the stage, and nobody applauded. Nobody else even noticed, as far as Waters could tell. And then she was following Jason back towards their table, carrying some of the drinks, moving in that tall, slow way, upright, elegant, and provocative. She ignored Waters and spoke to Janey straight away, saying she hoped she didn't mind, but she'd told the barman to put in ice and lemon. Then Catherine took the empty seat next to Janey and asked how often she'd been here before, to which the answer was just twice. "You should join. I'm not saying that for your benefit. I'm being purely selfish. We need all the support we can get." Still no eye contact with Waters. He had to stop himself from smiling. Janey said, "We? You mean the other members?" "Sort of. Lake is a cultural desert. I'm sure you know that. The Blue Note is just about the last oasis. Maybe the arts are threatened by climate change as well. Anyway, the more members, the better. It's cheap, only 40 quid a year, and there are no benefits. You still pay full price for drinks and tickets." Jason Diver said, "Not much of a sales pitch, is it?" Janey smiled, and Mick said to her,
"They're not being entirely honest. They've got shares in the place."
Waters took a sip of the whisky, noting that it was at least a double, but he didn't take his eyes away from Catherine's face. Still not a flicker of recognition. Catherine said, "We do not. That's a vicious rumour put about by members of the International Socialist Movement who teach at second-rate provincial universities." Mick laughed and drank some of the capitalist pint that Jason had provided. She went on, "Last year the club was in a spot of bother with its cash flow, and we made a donation, that's all. International Socialists are allowed in on condition that they never contribute to political discussions. It's the only way to undo some of the damage they've done since 1945. Mick is allowed to talk about football, science, and jazz. And as he knows nothing about football, the situation is tolerable. Janey, you're not a socialist, are you?" Catherine had allowed her hair to grow a little longer since Waters had last seen her, more than 2 years ago. It was long enough to show a natural wave or two, but most women would still have described her hair as short. It was the same natural golden blonde with darker lowlights that one would swear had been created by a stylist, but it was not so. He could remember her telling him the story of her hair, and how at 14 she had decided to cut off the tresses that reached to her waist because she'd realized she would be in servitude to them for 2 or 3 hours a week for the rest of her life, and she had better things to do with her time. When her mother refused, Catherine had begun the job herself with a pair of dressmaker's scissors. There had been tears, followed by hysteria, followed by her parents almost divorcing over the matter. She made it sound absurdly funny, but Waters knew her well enough by then to think it was almost certainly all true. Janey had no political opinions that he was aware of, and so she passed the test easily enough. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have taken a liking to Catherine, though she could not be unaware that this was the same Catherine whom Waters had dated in the past, and she asked about their business. Was it exciting, the world of private investigation? Most of the time, not nearly as exciting as people imagine. It's either very technical these days — Jason is sad and loves that side of it — or it's very routine. We've employed 2 more people to do those bits, so now I just get to drive around in fast cars and go to meetings." Waters drank a little more of the whisky, which, as far as he could judge, was decent, and one that Smith might not have dismissed out of hand, and reflected on what he was hearing. The fast cars were true, without a doubt. He'd been in 1 or 2 of those with Catherine, and surviving the experience was enough to make you reconsider your rejection of the Christian faith. But we've employed 2 more people. We made a donation to the jazz club. Diver and Diver Associates were doing considerably better than surviving, by the sound of it. Smith had said they wouldn't last 3 months, even though they obviously had money. He said they'd get bored by the routine and bureaucratic nature of a highly regulated business. Waters was curious, and would have asked questions if Catherine had acknowledged his existence.
But we've been lucky as well, Catherine was saying. We had a job that took me to Amsterdam. I was at a meeting in one of their cafes, you know, the grown-up sort were not allowed in the UK, and that led to an introduction to some Americans. It turned out they were looking for someone to operate on their behalf over here. Their licenses aren't the same as ours, so there are regulatory problems. Anyway, it's all to do with the high-tech boom in the Golden Triangle, Cambridge, Oxford, London. For the Americans, we check out applicants for sensitive appointments and, after a warning glance from Jason, various other things. Janey said, "Well, that sounds pretty exciting to me. And interesting, if it isn't exciting." Catherine said, "What do you do?" Janey blushed at the sudden attention and said, "Me, I suppose I'm a chemist." Mick added, "Pharmaceuticals." Catherine said, "The legal sort, obviously. We sometimes get involved with the other kind, but I'm afraid we don't have a vacancy for a chemist. Sorry. You could always join the police. It's mostly graduate entry these days, isn't it? So I've been told." Then she was looking directly at Waters, not disguising where she might have learned such a thing. There are faces we never forget. Earlier he'd remembered Janey in the bows of the Lady Anne. Now it was the face of the young woman who climbed out of the Ferrari and knocked on Mrs. Fellows's door as he and Smith sat outside in the old Peugeot. She had looked improbably beautiful and out of place among the run-down social houses and broken fences of the Roydon Hill estate, and she had not changed. She was still improbable and beautiful. "Actually," Janey said, "I think I've already got a job." And they asked her about that and about life at the university. It was the most Janey had ever said to any of his friends, if indeed that's what these people were. Waters bought the next round of drinks. The piano, bass, and drums trio appeared one by one on the stage and began to play relaxed, free-form tunes, and the Blue Note slowly filled up with as diverse a collection of people as one could imagine. You could listen to the music, which was, as Mick had promised, rather good, or you could talk around your table. Nobody minded. After an hour or so, Janey said she'd go to the ladies' room, looking expectantly at Catherine. In a normal world, of course, Catherine would have gone with her, but this was not a normal world, or even close. Janey just hadn't realized that. Instead, Catherine waved a hand and said it was over there to the left of the bar. Jason got up, said he was going to the bar for another round, and that he'd show her, and the two of them picked their way through what was now quite a crowd. Mick had turned his chair around so he could watch the band, and he was talking to people at the adjacent table, whom he clearly knew. So then it was just the two of them, with Janey's empty seat in between. After a little while she said, "Hello, Chris." "Hello, Catherine." Nothing more for what seemed like a long time, and then, without taking her eyes from the Kenny Morton trio, Catherine said, "She's very sweet." There were taxis parked in the market square, but Waters said they should walk home. His flat was 15 minutes from here, and they would be there by midnight, unless Janey wanted to stop off somewhere for a kebab. He said this as a joke, but she didn't respond to it. She took his arm and began guiding him across the square, as if without her support he might not be able to find his way home. She seemed to be under the impression he'd had more than enough to drink, but this was not so. He knew he'd had a few, but his mind was surprisingly clear. They hadn't gone far before she said, "Well, I quite enjoyed myself tonight." "Good, we should get out more." He felt her glance up at him. "I have to say, she's not someone you'd forget in a hurry, is she?" He thought, you can say that again, but this would have been a foolish thing to utter aloud, so he made no comment. It was possible that Janey was using the you in the singular rather than the plural sense.
when under cross-examination, avoid the yes or no answer trap and never answer a question that could conceivably be a rhetorical one. Janey said, "I mean, she's—" Yes, he thought, it's hard to find the words. "She's overpowering, isn't she? I can't believe you went out with her, really." Or maybe you can't believe she went out with me, is probably what you're trying to say, politely, always politely. But he couldn't believe it himself, if he was honest. Seeing Catherine tonight brought things back. He remembered Smith and Murray threatening to detain him in a cell for his own safety when he first told them whom he was dating. Smith said he knew people who could have him sectioned under the Mental Health Act. The whole thing had been a little insane. Janey was looking up at him again, and he was aware that he wasn't saying very much. They had reached the far side of the square when his mobile announced the arrival of a text. He stopped and took it out, seeing first that he had had missed calls before this. The basement of the Blue Note was probably the equivalent of being in an underground bunker as far as Lake's mobile phone signals were concerned. Then he went to texts and saw that this one had been sent over an hour ago. He said as he touched the screen to open it, "It's work from Serena." "Chris, it's your weekend off. You can't answer it. It's nearly midnight." He read, "Dear party animal, tried to call you but gave up. The Sims case blew wide open tonight. Don't want to put names into a text. Ring me when you want to know what's happened." Waters started tapping letters and then changed his mind. He went to his phone book, found her mobile number and pressed dial. Janey let go of his arm and took a few steps away from him. 4, 5, 6 rings before he heard Serena say, "Christ!" "No, it's Chris. Where are you?" "I'm in bed. Where do you think I might be?" "I'm not getting into that now. What's happened? What's the name you wouldn't put into a text?" He could hear the rustle of bedclothes, and something squeaked as she either sat up or got out of the bed. She'd been asleep, but he felt a curious lack of concern that he'd disturbed her. Maybe authority had gone to his head at last. Serena said, "Hold on just a minute. I went to bed early for once so I could get up and go into the station, and then you wake me up." "You're not on duty until Monday." "I know, but I reckon this will kick off tomorrow, so—" Whatever it was, she didn't want to miss it, to miss being involved. She said then, "Right, I need to give you a bit of background. Mike and O'Leary had the late shift starting this afternoon. You know Wilson's running the desk on Michelle Sims, and he'd told them to file any stuff that came in over the weekend, ready for Monday. But then O'Leary was talking to someone he knows in Norwich, chasing up something on another case from months ago, and this person said to O'Leary, 'What about the result from the DNA screening we did at Pine Hills?' O'Leary, being O'Leary, says, 'What result?' To cut it short, the lab sent the results across to Lake this morning, on a bloody Saturday. O'Leary had filed them without looking to see what they were, and they've been sitting there all day." Waters said, "Allison said Alan put some pressure on them. Perhaps he carries more clout now he's a DCS. What sort of result from the screening?" Janey was staring into a shop window. Across the square there was some of the usual drunken shouting, the apes saying good-night to each other in the concrete jungle. As soon as this was done, he'd grab one of those taxis. So Mike called Wilson and told him, and he said, "Open the file, tell me what it says." "And?" Waters had a momentary diversion into wondering, when Serena had someone staying the night, how long it took her to remove her apparel. This wasn't the first conversation he'd had with her that resembled an old-fashioned strip-tease. "And," Mike did. "There's a direct hit on the DNA samples Turek took from the caravanners. Well, not the caravan people, exactly. Forensics found saliva traces on Michelle's blouse. Then they went to Robinson's post-mortem samples and tested the obvious ones, including her mouth and facial skin. Another hit, the same match. Are you sitting down?" Janey had wandered a little further away. She was gazing into the window of a shop selling home appliances and hardware. Waters said, "I'm in the market square, so there's only the curb. I don't think that would be a good look. Who is it?" "Okay, then. It's Oliver Salmon." Chapter 20. Things had not kicked off on the Sunday morning. Waters had gone into the station at 10 o'clock, telling Janey he'd only be an hour. He was back a little after midday, but by then she'd called Sam Cole, who had driven up from Barnum Staith to collect her. In the afternoon they talked on the phone, and she said she was going to stay with her uncle for a couple of days. Serena was already present when he arrived at Central, and Wilson was there because the desk was his on this one. But DCI Reeve didn't show up. Instead, she had phoned in, and Waters had spoken to her briefly. She didn't tell him as much, but he had the impression she wasn't well. When he said so to Serena, he watched closely for a reaction, but if there was one, his detective constable concealed it well. Reeve told him to keep this new development as quiet as possible, to keep a lid on it until tomorrow morning. She had informed DCS Allen herself last night, and whoever was on duty should be prepared for him to show up. He had seemed, she said with careful understatement, a little animated by the fact that someone had DNA tested an 18-year-old with a recognized mental handicap. In the incident room, John Wilson opened all the files that contained the data from the forensics lab in Norwich, as Reeve had instructed him to do, and Waters and Serena were there to check and confirm the contents. The results were unequivocal. Unless there had been an error in labelling the samples, Oliver Salmon's DNA had been found in 2 locations, on the collar and upper front of Michelle Sims's blouse, and also, as a very small trace, mixed in with the victim's own saliva in a sample taken from inside her mouth. Samples have been wrongly labelled, it is not unknown, but that's why those specialist officers had been called in from Norwich. The chances of such an error nowadays were almost as small as there being 2 unrelated individuals with matching DNA. There were several pages of results, mostly presented in the form of tables and lists of figures. Here and there was a sentence or two to summarize and explain, but laboratory scientists live in a world of hard data, and that's what they prefer to send to criminal investigation teams. Wilson had flicked through the rest of it before he said to them, "Who's this Oliver Salmon, then? Who's this Oliver Salmon, then? Did you meet him? What's all the bloody fuss about?" Neither of them had done so, but Waters explained, and Wilson listened. Odd to think that just a few years ago the broad-shouldered, bullet-headed detective sergeant had tried to intimidate the newcomer into giving up all sorts of information about his opposite number, Detective Sergeant Smith. In other ways, of course, Wilson hadn't changed much, and when Waters had finished, Wilson said, "Well, Down syndrome or not, you can't argue with this lot. It'll cause the brass a few headaches, though. Can we charge him? If we do, the lawyers will claim unfit to plead, I suppose." Waters took over the trackpad. He wanted to see the rest of the results that had been produced from the crime scene he'd been controlling 9 days ago. It was all there, the soil sample analysis, a list of botanical Latin names, the 3-dimensional images produced by Gridder with, at their centre, an outline drawing of a prone human figure to represent, in some universal and abstract way, all victims of murder, and a subsection for the shoe found near Michelle Sims, the absence of clean prints on it confirmed, and a list of chemical substances which Waters couldn't make sense of. Had they been found on the shoe, or had they been used to perform tests upon it? Wilson had said, "If they get away with unfit to plead, we can't get a conviction. The case is wrapped up, but we don't get onto the score sheet. I never reckon that's fair. Do you?" Neither Waters nor Serena had answered him.
Wilson was probably the least sympathetic officer in Kingslake Central, hard-headed and often ruthless, but he was also right on this occasion. Modern management practice pays lip service to many things, but in the police service it all comes down to conviction rates, to a percentage at the end of every month. If you tell people often enough that's how they will be judged, they will behave accordingly and will do what is necessary to meet the target. This Monday morning, some 20 hours later, Alison Reeve was still missing. Waters thought back, but could not recall her ever taking a day's sick leave in his time at King's Lake. Detective Chief Superintendent Allen had been in early, shut away in his office, but now, at 8:30, there was to be a briefing in the Michelle Sims incident room, and Allen would be taking it. Turek was in the building, but he hadn't yet spoken to Waters. There were 15 officers present. After such a significant development, there ought to be a sense of anticipation, even excitement, but the prevailing mood seemed to be one of apprehension. Then Turek entered, followed a few seconds later by Allen. The detective chief superintendent took the empty table at the front of the room, laid some papers in front of him, and poked a finger at the laptop which controlled the interactive whiteboard. Today's screensaver was an Arctic landscape, with a polar bear apparently adrift on an iceberg. Serena made a little noise in her throat, and Waters focused on quiet breathing, resisting the temptation to shake his head. Allen said, "I'm sure you're all aware that there has been an important development over the weekend. I can tell you it has already led to some lengthy and involved conversations on my part with Norwich. I spent most of yesterday afternoon in conference calls with the county's police solicitors, and I expect to spend a good part of today going over the same ground with the CPS." And the slow stare around at the occupants of the room was clearly saying, "And one of you must be to blame." The stare ended with a long look at Detective Inspector Turek. D.I. Turek is going to give you the background and explain how we came to be where we are in this investigation. Turek went to stand, as was his usual habit. Then he realized that Allen had begun the briefing from his seat and thought that he ought, on this occasion, to follow suit. Waters was sure the two of them, Allen and Turek, must already have had discussions this morning, resulting in the detective inspector being awarded this dubious honour. Turek was now in the firing line. The only question might be whether, if you could hit him with a good one, you could win a coconut. Turek said, "As you know, on the morning of Friday the 28th of July, DCI Reeve arranged for the men aged 18 and over staying on the Pine Hills caravan site to give samples of their DNA, so they could be did DCI Reeve specifically ask that men staying on the site be tested? And are we to take it by that she meant the guests in the caravans?" Turek looked up at Allen, and it was difficult not to feel a little sympathy for him. Difficult, but perhaps not impossible. Turek said, "I do not recall the parameters for testing being discussed at that level of detail, sir. Oliver Salmon was staying with his aunt, the owner of the site, but he was not a guest in a caravan. DCI Reeve did not specify the testing of only such people as were paying guests." "I see. We need to be very clear on all this. Some of you might think I'm making an unnecessary fuss." Allen looked about him again, but there were no takers. "But if this matter is ever examined in open court, the issue of consent will be of central importance. You were present, D.I. Turek. Did Oliver Salmon give his consent to the DNA test? Did he give it freely? Was there any pressure or even a presumption that he must be tested?" "There was no pressure. In fact," Allen interrupted again with an unpleasant edge in his voice, "because some of you might be thinking all that matters is the result of the test. I'm here to tell you that is not the case. Politically, this is a minefield. One wrong step and everybody gets their leg blown off, or worse." At Waters's side he heard a stifled whimper from Serena.
When he glanced at her, she managed to straighten her face again. Of course it was funny, but he didn't feel amused. He felt a little angry. This was Alan using some ritual humiliation of the detective inspector to distance himself from an imaginary explosion in the media that would be many months away if it ever took place at all. And it was easy for Alan this morning because of the absence of Alison Reeve. She would have stepped in by now to defend Turek, but if she'd been here, it was doubtful whether Alan would have put all this upon Turek in the first place. Turek said, "As I was saying, sir, there was no pressure put upon anyone to give a sample, other than us telling them they would be helping with our inquiries. Oliver Salmon was present in the site office where the testing was carried out. His aunt explained to him what was going on, but not with all the details, obviously, and he asked if he could be tested as well. It seemed that he wanted to join in, and—" "He wanted to join in?" "Yes, sir. But it's not the latest party game, is it, DNA testing?" "No, sir, but his aunt said he'd only just turned 18, and that being treated as an adult was important to him, so she, that's Shirley Salmon, said it would be all right." Alan's mouth had dropped open a little, but it was a theatrical gesture, nothing more. "So the boy's aunt took the final decision as to whether he should be tested in a murder inquiry." "Well, you could say that, but I accept responsibility as the senior officer present, sir." And that was most likely all that DCS Alan wanted to hear, before he went on to explain the legal complications of questioning, arresting, and charging a person with a recognized mental disorder. DCI Reeve felt unwell over the weekend. She has a doctor's appointment this morning, but says it's nothing too serious. She might be in later today. Turek looked over his spectacles at the CID officers, but there was no supplementary question. All of John Wilson's team were here, along with Waters, Serena, and Richard Ford. Behind the detective inspector, the interactive whiteboard still showed the pages of forensic data that had reset the compass on the investigation into the murder of Michelle Sims. Turek went on, "We're going to spend time, probably the rest of the morning, assimilating all the forensic evidence, but some things are already clear. First, the victim was significantly over the blood alcohol limit for driving a vehicle. As far as we are aware, she did not drive that evening, but the point is, we know such levels of inebriation mean her judgment will have been impaired, and possibly also her ability to fight off an attacker. That is significant now. Second, Oliver Salmon's DNA is present on the victim in the form of his saliva. It is present in 2 locations. One of these is on her clothing, specifically on the front of the blouse she was wearing. It is essential that we're able to plot Oliver Salmon's movements throughout the time Michelle Sims was staying at the caravan site. How many times, if at all, did they come into contact with each other? How close was that contact? If this comes to trial, a defense lawyer might argue that the DNA on her clothing was transferred in an otherwise innocent encounter. It's a sobering thought, Turek said in a rare reflective moment, that working together as we do here, we would find each other's DNA on ourselves. Waters saw Serena look across at Mike Dunn, who winked back at her. Then Wilson was looking at her as well, and she pulled a face of mock disgust and pretended to brush something off her right leg. But the other DNA trace of Salmon's saliva was located mingled with the victim's own saliva. No lawyer is going to argue that away easily, as I'm sure you have already realized. It's a damning piece of evidence, in my opinion. Wilson said, "Too right, sir. There's no way she got involved with that willingly, is there? It's disgusting, the thought of it." Waters went to touch her arm, but he was too late. Serena said to Wilson, "Got involved with that? Are you referring to Oliver Salmon?" Wilson smiled at O'Leary before he faced Serena Butler again. "Course not. I wouldn't be so politically incorrect, would I?
I was referring to the exchanging of bodily fluids, the process, not to any particular person."
O'Leary laughed, as did a couple of others. Serena was bristling, ready to go again, but Waters said quietly, "Leave it," and to his surprise she did so. Then Richard Ford said to Turek, "Are we bringing him in today, sir?"
"I think we will, but that requires careful preparation. We need to establish Oliver Salmon's movements on the evening of the 27th in particular, and it isn't clear how much he will be able to tell us himself. I don't know whether they are able—"
Turek was looking vaguely in Serena Butler's direction. Then he said,
"I don't know whether people with that disability have recall of events 10 days previously. From what I could see when I was in the site office, Mrs. Salmon is going to be important in this process. We need to speak to Michaela Fletcher again to see if she remembers meeting Oliver Salmon when her sister was present. And assuming we do bring in Salmon today, we're going to need to show we have made every effort to address his disability. Some of you will remember working with Detective Constable Marta Dubrovsky last year."
Wilson said with a serious face,
"Yes, sir. I'm not likely to forget that in a hurry."
And there was more appreciative laughter from some in his team. Waters heard a muttered, "You pig," from his left. As usual, Turek waited for it to subside and then carried on as if it hadn't happened.
D.C. Dubrovsky is from Regional Serious Crimes. She has expertise in interviewing people with," and he glanced down at his notes, "complex personality issues. She was very helpful when we were interviewing Stephen Sweeney. I've already reached out to her this morning, and once she's cleared it with DCS Alexander, she should be available to us."
Smith would have enjoyed that, the reaching out to her. "The plan," Turek went on, "is as follows. The foundations for bringing in Oliver Salmon would be put in place over the rest of the morning, supervised and signed off by Detective Chief Superintendent Allen. Turek would contact Shirley Salmon, establish her and her nephew's whereabouts, and say there were some further questions about Michelle Sims's stay at Pine Hills. Obviously, he would not go into any detail. Ideally, if she arrived before lunchtime, D.C. Dubrovsky would be invited to brief the officers involved on the best way to handle their contact with Oliver Salmon. She would also be involved in any interviewing of the young man. Waters asked about legal representation for the Salmons, raising a few eyebrows. Under normal circumstances, criminal investigation officers will often try to interview initially without a solicitor present. This is the helping us with our inquiries phase of questioning, which occurs even with individuals who are plainly suspects. At some point, the interviewee will either ask about representation themselves or have it put to them by an officer that a duty solicitor is available and perhaps advisable. Wilson said, "They can bring their own if they've got one, or they get whoever's on duty, the same as everyone else." "But it isn't the same as usual, John. Oliver Salmon isn't the same as everyone else." Wilson was quiet, watching Waters with a fixed look, and Serena Butler could not have been the only person in the room seeing and hearing something she thought she would not see or hear again. If only Murray had been here as well. And is Chris going on with this? Wilson said, "I'll give you that, he isn't. Most of us haven't strangled a woman and dumped her body in the dunes. He's got some disability, but that doesn't change the process. If it did, every mother's son would be pleading insanity and getting a nice easy ride in a mental ward." Serena was shaking her head. Waters said, "His disability has already changed the process. We're bringing in a specialist officer, and if we charge him, I'm sure she won't be the only one. The Salmon family are going to need specialist legal advice."
"Well, that's their problem, isn't it? The last thing we need is them having some smart-ass sitting in there from the off, isn't it, sir?"
The appeal was to Turek, for whom, under normal circumstances, Wilson seemed to have little respect. The detective inspector took his time in answering. He had seen something, and it probably was this. Alan was already on the procedural warpath in the case because the likely perpetrator was mentally disabled. Alan could see headlines. It might be advisable in this case, therefore, to have considered the question of representation before the first interview commenced. Tarek said, "Chris, I'll leave this with you then. Check the duty solicitor's rota. If you think anyone needs to be made aware of the situation, do so, but only in general terms, obviously. John, as the desk, you need to set up a new file on Oliver Salmon. He has no record, of course, so where do we begin? What needs to go into it as quickly as possible? Ideas, everyone?" There were 3 possibilities on the rota. Waters had got to know the regular duty solicitors, not in the personal sense, but professionally. He had met most of them, and he knew how they operated. Although their rights and responsibilities were clearly laid down, there was considerable variation in the way they applied themselves to the work. They could make the lives of interviewing detectives easier or more difficult, and to a surprising degree. One of the 3 names, however, was unfamiliar to him, a Mrs. Gethin from a firm in East Deering. That was at least a half-hour's drive as well. The most obvious choice was also available today, and this was Andrew Brown from a practice in Kings Lake. This man was fair and honest with clients, but very police-friendly. He would usually be the first choice for every experienced detective in the building. And then, finally, there was Christine Archer, a tiny, dark-haired lady with left-wing leanings, a limitless range of designer spectacles, and an apparently endless capacity for making an investigator's life difficult. It was virtually impossible to put anything past Ms. Archer. And she has to be a Ms., thought Waters, because one just couldn't imagine domestic life with anyone remotely like her. She was the only duty solicitor who could cause Smith to reconsider how a forthcoming interview would be conducted, which in its own way was quite a compliment. That had happened 2 years ago, before they interviewed Philip Wood. Tarek had left this up to him. There were good arguments for alerting whichever duty solicitor was likely to be called to the unusual nature of the case. If the solicitor had had time to prepare, it might allow things to proceed more quickly. It was just a matter of whom he called. If he did this now, he could inform the duty sergeant, who would be sure to let the solicitor know that his or her services were indeed required this afternoon. It was then purely a matter of deciding whom to ring. Waters looked up from his desk. Everyone was busy either reading their screens or writing notes, but he wasn't taken in by that. Certain people here had the ability to listen in to one's calls whilst carrying out the full range of a detective constable's duties. He waited, biding his time, and 5 or 6 minutes later saw Mike Dunn make his way to the printer on the far side of the office. Sure enough, Serena also had some printing that needed doing, and she went across to join the queue, carrying a couple of files for camouflage. Waters made his call, and it was answered on the 3rd ring. Chapter 21. There must have been a moment in the middle of that Monday afternoon when Shirley Salmon realized something had gone disastrously wrong. She was an intelligent, practical woman, and maybe it was as soon as she saw the 2 vehicles, one white Volvo saloon, unmarked, and one Octavia estate in full police colours, pull up outside her office on the Pine Hills Caravan Park. The detective inspector had said on the telephone there were a few more questions resulting from the further investigations that had taken place since they were last here a week ago, and although he had asked where Oliver would be, she would not have thought then that a calamity was about to befall them both, would she? She would have recognized the inspector who supervised the tests in her office and the kindly liaison officer who had spent so much time with the bereaved family. But there were two more detectives this time. One of them was very thin and very pretty, and speaking with a foreign accent. That one spoke to Oliver as soon as she met him, the way most people do not. But there were also two uniformed men who waited outside the office, looking large and a little awkward, as if they'd rather be somewhere else. Waters hadn't been there, and he could only imagine what took place between the fragments that Turek and Anne Crisp had shared with him when they arrived back in Lake Central at a little after 5 p.m. Neither was he to be involved in the interview. That would be carried out by Detective Inspector Turek, Marta Dubrovsky, and Anne Crisp. He could only presume that Alison Reeve was still not in the building. Shirley Salmon would be present, naturally. The boy's father was abroad, working in Dubai, and there were 3 other younger children to be cared for in Norwich. Shirley spent a long time on the telephone, and then Turek spoke to Oliver's mother, asking her to confirm that Shirley was to act as their representative and Oliver's guardian. It was also, Waters was later told, the boy's mother who asked about legal advice and told Turek that she wanted a solicitor present from the outset, and so the call was made by the duty sergeant. The 3 of them had gathered around Waters's desk, and they went over what Marta had told them in the briefing before the team went to Pine Hills. It's 1 extra chromosome, that's all, an extra copy of number 21, so Oliver Salmon has 47 instead of 46 like you and me. About 1 in 1,000 babies have it, and about 40,000 people are living with the condition in the UK today. From that single extra chromosome come dozens of other differences. It affects every aspect of life. There is no environmental cause, and no one is to blame. It is chance, that is all. Marta Dubrovsky had paused and looked around at the room full of officers. She didn't need to say it then, that we are just the lucky ones, winners in the lottery. She spoke with knowledge and conviction, and the Eastern European accent made her seem more doctor-like than detective. In the pause, Waters had wondered about her story, how she came to know what she clearly knew well, and moments later she had told them. She had grown up with a younger brother who had the same disability. She'd said, "His name is Antoni, and he lives in Warsaw. He is a funny man, and we love him very much." Another pause before, "It is important to see the person first, and then the disability, not the other way around, and to understand the difference between disability and disease. Down's syndrome is not an illness." There had been questions, some of general interest, some more clearly focused on the implications of this for the investigation. Serena had asked about IQ. The severity of the disability varies a lot, Marta had told them, but typically, if it is moderate, the IQ will be around 50, equivalent to a child of 8 or 9 years old. That, she said, is the most important thing to remember. This boy might be high-functioning, but even then he will be operating more like a young teenager than an adult. With an offense like this, Marta looked about her, shrugged, and said, "Very difficult." Serena said, "Have you seen a case like this before?" Waters saw it, the fraction of a second in which the Polish woman glanced towards the most senior officer in the room. Alan's face was impassive as he stared back at her. "No, never. People with Downs can be frustrated. Communication is difficult. They often understand more than they can say. They can be clumsy, awkward, but in my experience, not violent, not intentionally. Obviously, I do not know of all cases. There might be some precedent somewhere." O'Leary had said something to Wilson, followed by a brief, whispered exchange of words. Wilson was telling his detective constable to go ahead and ask whatever it was. Eventually, O'Leary had Marta's attention, and he said, "What about sex?" The laughter had been predictable, and she had clearly been in England long enough to understand the humour of it. Someone called out, "It's all right, love, it's not a proposition." She regarded O'Leary with a serious face and said, "No, I only have to look at him to see this. But you ask about people with downs and having sex. I'm not the expert. I know only from my brother's situation. I believe that most males do not develop the sperm, but some of the females can be fertile, just not very. They have the feelings and the emotions like the rest of us, but I believe sexual activity itself is not common." Waters looked at his watch. Almost 6 o'clock. The duty solicitor was most likely in the building by now. How long would they have in the first interview? Were there special conditions if the subject was mentally disabled? His own duty had ended an hour ago, and in another hour Serena and Ford would also be free to go. Tomorrow there would be new instructions, but what these were would depend very much on what others discovered in the interviewing of Oliver Salmon. Serena said, "If she's right and sexual activity is rare, what does that do for the motive? This doesn't take us any further forward, does it?" Ford said, "Marta said they do get frustrated. She was talking about communication then, not sex. We don't need another O'Leary over on this side of the office, Richard." Serena was still inclined to put Ford in his place as the new boy. The Christian name was deliberate. Waters said, "Marta was very good, but she told us several times she isn't qualified. She isn't a medical expert. If this goes anywhere with Oliver Salmon, my suspicion is we'll have experts all over it. But you're right, I've got a few questions myself since she talked to us. She said violence was unusual. Michelle Sims died a seriously violent death. Marta said that physical development is inhibited. I haven't seen Oliver, but if he's the average 5 foot and a couple of inches, how did he move a dead body?" Wilson walked past the office and glared in before his heavy tread continued along the corridor. "Any moment now, then." Waters continued, "There's more. According to Marta, there's a 75% chance of congenital heart conditions. Again, picking up a 9.5 stone body and carrying it 150 meters with no ill effects." After a few seconds, Ford said, "But, Sarge, his saliva in her mouth and on her blouse." "Yes, I know." Wilson came back along the corridor. He stopped in the doorway to the office, and Waters was getting out of his seat before he heard, "A word, please, Sergeant Waters." When they were outside, Wilson pulled the door to and hissed, "Christine effing Archer, what stunt are you trying to pull with that?" Waters put his hands into his pockets and looked down at Wilson. There was 5 inches difference in their height, and that was just one of the reasons he suspected why the older man always gave the impression of wanting to thump him first and ask questions afterwards. Waters didn't think it was all personal. Wilson probably wanted to knock most tall people down to size. "There is no stunt, John. It was the first number I rang after Turek told me to look into it. Her office answered. She came to the phone and said she was available."
"That's the bloody point! You rang her office first! You know what a pain she is. We could have had Andrew bloody Brown sitting in there."
Wilson had checked the rotor for himself before coming down here to complain. Waters said, "I don't think it's going to make much difference in this case, John."
"Oh, you don't? But then you're not going to be one of the people sitting in there, are you? Is that what this is about, feeling a bit pissed off because you're not centre stage for once? A bit threatened without your mentor to watch your back all day long?"
This was not the first occasion Wilson had alluded to Smith like that, The resentment seemed, if anything, to have grown since the two of them last set eyes on each other. The look of puzzlement on Waters's face was at least partly genuine when he said, "I think you're reading too much into this. Christine Archer is just a duty solicitor. The chances are she won't be involved after tonight." Without another word, Wilson turned an angry back and walked away. When Waters went back into the office, it was obvious both detective constables had been watching and listening. Serena said, "Consulting on the case?" "Yes." "Productive?" "Very." It was 20 minutes to 7 in the evening, and for all they knew they might be the only people in the building. The air-conditioning seemed to become noisier. Waters went to his desk and made a show of tidying up before he told the two of them to do the same, ready for a change of direction tomorrow morning. Serena said, "What about what we've been doing? All the stuff with Barry, Sims, Michaela and Graham Fletcher. As I said, leave everything tidy, dates and times onto everything, then file it." She turned away towards her own desk. Then she stopped and turned back to Waters. "So you think this one's over, then?" He shrugged and looked back at her blankly. If you didn't know him, you might think the detective sergeant had lost interest, or even that Wilson had been onto something when he suggested Waters had tried to sabotage the interview because he wasn't a part of it. But Serena Butler did know Waters pretty well by now, and she didn't believe either of those things. So she and Ford did as he suggested, and at 7 o'clock they said good night and left Waters alone at his desk. It had been his worst night's sleep in years. Waters had waited until 9:30 to see if Janey would contact him, but she hadn't done so. He sent her a text then which she read straight away, but no reply came until 10:15. She said she was sorry, but they'd been out on the boat on the evening tide, mackerel fishing with some of Sam's friends, and they hadn't been back long. She'd call him tomorrow evening when he wasn't at work. The comment about not being at work was deliberate. She was still cross about Sunday morning. It's the job. Who hadn't warned him about it in the past few years? Even Turek had said it a few days ago, how carefully he had considered matters before proposing to the lovely Mrs. T. And she might be. You never can tell. After that he went to bed, but sleep would not come. If he wasn't thinking about Janey, it was the case, over and over, round and round, trying to see it from the one angle where everything would fit and make sense. Periodically he managed to drift off a little, and then Wilson's mean face would rise up out of the pit of his own resentment, making even more ludicrous accusations than those in the office yesterday evening. Somehow he, Waters, had inherited the feud that had divided the department long before he arrived in it. How could such a thing have happened? He went in early on the Tuesday, and the first person he met was DCI Reeve. She seemed all right, with no sign of a cold or a cough, and no complaints about digestive disturbances. She was on her way to the coffee machine, offered to fetch one for him. It was, he noted, liable to become a habit, and they met again at his desk a few minutes later. As the senior investigating officer, someone had kept Reeve informed. She asked Waters how much he knew about what had taken place last night, and when she heard his answer, she said, "Well, you need to know. Come on, I've come in early to sort this out. I've had a blow-by-blow account, but I haven't seen it for myself. You might as well watch it with me." He followed her down to the media suite. There was a technician sitting in there with the back off a monitor. Reeve told him what she was looking for, and he pointed her towards the bench on the other side of the room, saying he'd just set that up as a spare. Find the file on the central recorder and press play. After a thank you, she asked if he wouldn't mind taking a break for 10 minutes, and he left the room. Reeve said to Waters, "From what I've been told, it doesn't last long. Christine Archer put us under pressure straight away. She was quoting government guidelines about the interviewing of vulnerable persons, which even Marta Dubrovsky had never heard of. Have you met Christine Archer?" Reeve looked at him and waited for an answer. She was probably giving him a chance to explain himself. "No, ma'am, not in any official capacity. I haven't been in the interview situation with her myself." "But you know her by reputation?" "Yes, ma'am." When nothing more came, Reeve found the file she was searching for, double-clicked, and it began to play immediately. She watched the opening 3 minutes, no doubt checking that procedurally there were no mistakes, and Waters had his first look at Oliver Salmon. He was seated between his aunt and Christine Archer. Anne Crisp sat back a little and to Shirley Salmon's right side, with the video camera mounted above the table at one end, but slightly behind the interviewing detectives. One could see the interviewee's face from an angle of 45 degrees to the front. When Detective Inspector Turek mentioned Oliver's name, as the list of those present was read out, the boy looked around at Shirley Salmon and smiled broadly, and his aunt said something like, "Yes, that's you." Turek finished the list, stated the time at which the interview was beginning, and was 5 words into his next sentence when Christine Archer interrupted him for the first time. "Have you been advised of the defendant's condition by social services, the probation service, or by a psychiatrist or other professional? If so, you should have the advice given in writing for me to examine now." Turek said no, they had not. This was merely an initial interview to establish, because under Home Office Circular 1295, that is your responsibility. Detective Inspector Turek, I think you said. Archer sat with a pen poised over her notepad, ready to write his name. If anyone had briefed her on how to unsettle this particular policeman, they had done a first-class job. Turek said, "Mrs. Salmon is Oliver's aunt. She knows him very well. She has explained to us—" Christine Archer turned to Shirley and said, "Do you have qualifications in psychiatry or a related discipline?" "No, course not, but—" Miss Archer made another note. Shirley went on, "But I do want to get this over with. It's some ridiculous misunderstanding. I don't want this dragged out. They can ask their questions and then we can all go home." Without taking her eyes from the screen, Reeve said, "She doesn't see it coming, does she? Mrs. Salmon doesn't suspect anything. She didn't know anything." "Ma'am? There are, I'm told, several more exchanges between our D.I. and Ms. Archer. I'm sure that in another place and time they'd have got on like a house on fire. That, ironically, might be why he did something I would not have predicted, something I don't think I would have done myself. However—" She fast-forwarded the video several times in short bursts, until Anne Crisp was seen to leave the room. There was a pause, during which little was said, and Oliver looked about the room and yawned. Then Anne reappeared with a file which she placed on the table in front of Turek. The detective inspector said, "For the record, Constable Crisp has returned to the room. We have managed to establish, with Mrs. Salmon's help, that Oliver does like to walk around the caravan site at Pine Hills while he's staying with her. She has told us he has his own key to their accommodation, that he was given this key for his 18th birthday." Oliver reached into his trouser pocket, took out a key ring, and placed it on the table. Turek said, "Thank you, Oliver. It is therefore possible that Oliver witnessed something or someone pertinent to our inquiry. In that context, I would like to show Oliver a photograph." The solicitor said, "A photograph of what?" "I'm happy for you to take a look, Miss Archer. If you don't approve, I will withdraw it." Christine Archer took the folder from him and looked inside. Reeve turned to Waters and said, "This is a clever move on Simon's part, Chris. She takes the decision. She can't object to what happens as a result." "What does happen, ma'am?" "Wait and see. In case you're wondering, it's a photo of Michelle Sims." Archer handed the file back to Turek and nodded. For the video, Turek explained what he was going to show Oliver without saying a name, and then he placed the opened file in front of the boy. He said, "Oliver, Can you tell us whether you've seen this lady before?" Maybe as many as 10 agonizing seconds passed before Oliver looked up at the detective inspector and nodded. "You have? That's good. That's very helpful. Can you tell us where you saw her the last time?" Oliver stared down again for just a few more seconds. Then he looked back at the kindly man who had told him he'd been very helpful and said, "I think she's dead." Chapter 22. Christine Archer stopped Simon before he could ask the question, so this is pretty much where we are this morning. But it's damning, Chris, even though I still find it hard to believe. The video had frozen at a single instant in time. The solicitor's hand was raised towards the detective inspector, with Turek's face in profile, his mouth opening as if to speak. Shirley Salmon's left hand was reaching towards Oliver, and Oliver himself looked momentarily surprised at everything that was suddenly going on around him. Alison Reeve said, "No picture of Michelle Sims had been made public. They went all over it last night, checking social media, but there isn't one. If Oliver had seen an image on the television or somewhere on the internet, what he said last night would have meant little, but he didn't, because there haven't been any. How did he know she was dead?" There was a knock on the door before the technician opened it and asked if he could continue what he'd been doing. Reeve got up and Waters followed her out into the corridor and back towards his office. As they walked, Waters said, "But they didn't charge him, did they? Not on that." "No, that's my first meeting this morning, preparing for a conference call with the CPS. But there's no way they will agree over the phone to a charge in this case. We'll end up arranging a pre-charge consultation meeting with them in person. We can't make the decision to charge, as you know." "Because it involves a death?" "Right, and they'll direct us to strengthen the evidence file so it's big enough to cover everyone's backside. But at the end of the day, I'd say this isn't looking good for Oliver Salmon. I don't see how the defense gets around it. How could he have known she was dead? How is anyone going to account for the DNA?" When they reached the office, they could see Serena was at her desk. She stood up as they approached, and all she said was, "Bloody hell." There is a bush telegraph in every police station, and Serena had ears that could hear drums many miles away. Reeve said, "So we're all going to be busy one way or another. But, Chris, you've met Shirley Salmon before, haven't you?" He said he had, that he'd stayed on the Pine Hills site in Smith's caravan on 2 or 3 occasions. Reeve considered something before she spoke again. "Okay, if you'd like to go down and say hello, it wouldn't do any harm. She clammed up after the interview ended last night, understandably enough. Seeing a friendly face this morning might help." Waters said, "Go down, ma'am?" "Down where? Pine Hills?" Reeve's eyes flitted to Serena and back again to Waters. No, down to the cells." Some people rarely show surprise, be it at triumph or disaster, and Waters was one of them, but he couldn't keep such an expression from his face or out of his voice at that moment. "Oliver Salmon is here? Under arrest? They locked him up overnight?" "Yes, DCS Allen thought these were exceptional circumstances. Mrs. Salmon stayed with him, and there has been support available throughout the night. I'm sure police bail will be given this morning after we've had more guidance." It was difficult for her not to sound a little apologetic, though it had not been her decision, and she, perhaps, wasn't the only person present wondering what she might have done differently if it had been. Waters turned away to his desk for a moment. Serena said, "Will there be a briefing this morning, ma'am?" "There will, just not sure what time yet. No later than 10 o'clock would be my guess." Waters looked back at Reeve. "You'd like me to go down and speak to Shirley Salmon, ma'am?" He wanted her to repeat it, and for it to be beyond any doubt, before Turek questioned him or before he met John Wilson hanging around in the detention area, ready to put cuffs on the unfortunate youth. Yes, the poor woman must be devastated, and seeing a familiar face won't do any harm, and she might have something to say that she might have recalled something useful. If she does, obviously, you'd like me to report it directly to you. Reeve could see that he was annoyed, and she thought, he's tougher than he used to be. He's even a little intimidating when he looks down at you from up there and doesn't blink when you return the stare. Yes, as the SIO. She tried a smile, but got nothing resembling one in return. We'll do that now, ma'am. D.C. Butler will go with me. And he's a smarter operator than he used to be as well. There are 6 cells in Kings Lake Central Station, arranged 3 each side of the short corridor that extends from the custody suite reception area. Lovely, comforting word, Smith used to say. Sweet. The sort of thing you find in posh hotels. Good evening, sir. Chilly out, isn't it? We have your room ready for you. They're all en suite. Please ring the bell if you need anything, and Sergeant Hills will be happy to attend. The cells date back to the major reconstruction in the 1970s. Refurbishment since has been kept to a minimum. You have a bench attached to a wall which serves as your bed, and on this bench is a long, thin cushion which serves as your mattress, covered in a blue plastic material which is theoretically indestructible. There will also be an equally emaciated attempt at a pillow, covered in the same material. In the winter-time, you might have a matching blanket. The rooms are indeed en suite. A low wall makes a small gesture towards privacy, should anyone peer through the viewing slot in the cell door, but a gesture only. Toilets are sometimes involved in complicated suicide attempts, and so need to be in view. In contrast to the rest of the cell, however, the doors have been regularly replaced over the years, as new regulations about the safety and security of inmates arrive from Whitehall. There can be little doubt that a department of 50, perhaps even 100 civil servants are employed full-time on the vital work of cell door development and operation. There might even be a small task force engaging with the epistemology of entrances into and out of incarceration. Waters never said a word on the way down. Serena had caught the look from DCI Reeve and kept her own silence. They reported their presence to the custody sergeant, who told them the cell was currently unlocked anyway, and that the lady who was looking after their latest charge was a good sort if ever he'd met one, not the kind of people who should be down here. The first cell door on the left was open. Serena glanced in and saw Anne Crisp sitting on the bench and writing in a notebook. The liaison officer looked up and waved, but even she seemed embarrassed. Waters, meanwhile, had walked on towards the end, where a plump, middle-aged woman was getting up from a chair outside the last cell on the right. It was obvious she recognized the detective sergeant, but there was a moment of awkwardness before he put out his hand, and she took it. Then Serena stepped forward, and Waters introduced her. Shirley Salmon said, "Have you come down to tell us we can go? I hope so. This is all some terrible mistake, isn't it?" From where they were standing, they could not see into the cell. They would need to be another yard further on. It was tempting to go on and take a look, but Serena had the sense that at the moment things were in orbit around Christopher Waters, and so she waited to see what he would say and do next. He said, "I haven't come down to tell you that, Mrs. Salmon." "Shirley, please." "Shirley, that can only come from the people in charge of the case. As to whether it's a mistake—" In the silence, then, a faint, tuneless humming, though perhaps not quite tuneless, someone trying their best to follow a tune, but always a second or two behind, trying to catch up with a melody and never succeeding. "I can't say that either, but it hardly seems credible." "The inspector last night, he said they might charge Oliver this morning. I've never heard anything so ridiculous. They'd only have to spend 10 minutes with him to see that for themselves." Waters nodded at what she was saying, but offered nothing himself at that moment. Shirley went on.
He gets upset if a butterfly is flapping at the window, and we have to let it out before it gets hurt. How could he possibly have done what they're suggesting?
Waters said, "How were things left with the duty solicitor?"
"Oh, she was very good. I told her I wanted her back if there are more interviews. She said she had to talk to her partners about that, but she hoped she could represent us. I think she wanted to. That's hopeful, isn't it?"
"I'm sure it is. Did she give you any advice about further interviews?"
"Yes, she made it very clear to them. No interviews without legal representation. Someone has to call her office when decisions have been made about how to proceed, but I can't believe they will proceed with it. There's no evidence, is there?"
Serena Butler sensed that Waters knew he'd come to the line he must not cross, and she realized, as he must have done, that the DNA evidence had not been disclosed. Turek had been under no obligation to provide it to Christine Archer, as the duty solicitor, at such an early stage. That would change, of course, if her practice did decide to take on the case. Waters said, "Shirley, I know it's easy for me to say, but try not to worry. It's very early days, and it's a complicated matter. People get questioned all the time. Sometimes they get arrested and even charged, but it doesn't go anywhere in the end. How is Oliver himself?" Shirley Salmon turned and went to the doorway of the cell, and the two detectives followed. He was sitting on the bench and didn't notice them. A pair of headphones covered his ears, and he was nodding in time to whatever was playing on the silver iPod that he held in his right hand. He looked small, round-shouldered, vulnerable, and entirely out of place in a prison cell. Shirley said, "He's all right as long as he's got his music. That's where he goes whenever he's worried or upset." Serena said, "What does he listen to?" "Oh, I can tell you exactly what it'll be. Eva Cassidy, Songbird." "My mum loves that. It's her favourite CD, ever since she first bought it. I'd say she's on her third or fourth copy." Shirley looked gratefully at the female officer. These two seemed more human than those she'd met last night. She said, "Well, Oliver does listen to it all. He knows all the words, but if he's worried, he'll just be playing the title track on repeat. There's something about it that appeals to him. We've bought all her albums for him, but he always goes back to that song." The three of them watched as Oliver sat on, unaware still of their presence. Then, after the pause, Shirley said, "And then she died, didn't she? That makes no sense either, does it? A beautiful girl with a voice like an angel. I think it was cancer." Waters stepped back from the doorway, and Serena caught the oddest look on his face, something taut and emotional. He took a few paces away from the cell, turned to Shirley Salmon and said, "I haven't watched all of the video, but I'm sure you were asked this yesterday. Did Oliver go out that Thursday night, the night Michelle Sims was killed?" For a moment he seemed oddly abrupt, but Shirley answered him, "This is where I blame myself. He does go out for walks around the site. He has done for a year or two. He likes to meet people, and some of them get to know him and talk to him. He loves that. He has a regular route, and he never leaves our site. He never has, not once. When he was 18 earlier this year, I gave him his own key to the apartment. It was a big thing for Oliver, being an adult." There were voices behind them in the custody suite, and Serena thought she could hear Detective Sergeant Wilson. Shirley went on, "He doesn't sleep well sometimes, and it's been so hot, making it worse. I'm an early riser, usually in bed by 10 o'clock. I didn't hear him, but he might have gone out that night. I can't swear that he didn't. He was in his bed as usual on the Friday morning. I remember him being a bit subdued most of the day, but I didn't think anything of it. If I hadn't given him that key, though—" Serena said, "You can't blame yourself for that. Things just happen." There were footsteps, and then Wilson was behind them. He said, "I hope there's been no contact with the suspect. We're under strict instructions from Mrs. Archer." Waters said in a level voice, "I was asked to come down and make sure everyone was all right." "Really? By?" "DCI Reeve." Wilson looked at the women in turn before he said,
ought to run that by Alan as well. He was in charge last night.
I expect they'll manage to sort it out between them. There had been a time, Serena recalled, when Waters had worked closely with Wilson's team, not long after she'd arrived in King's Lake. There had even been the possibility of divided loyalties, but now there was no love lost between them. She had never liked Wilson, but she didn't like about half the men in the world. For Waters, something must have changed. You'd think the departure of D.C. would have simplified matters, but the opposite seemed to have happened. Waters turned away from Wilson, back to Shirley Salmon. He said to her, "As I said, try not to worry too much at this stage. Have you spoken to anyone else?" Shirley Salmon didn't answer straight away. Waters watched her closely, and Serena watched him. There was something going on here that she did not immediately understand. Then the woman said, "No, there hasn't been time, and I didn't know whether Waters said, "I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem. I'll have to see. As you said, this might not come to anything in the end." Then the three detectives left her there with her nephew, walking back into the custody suite.
Wilson said, "Try not to worry. What was that about? You want to leave all that to family liaison. On our side of the fence, we want them worried."
Anne Crisp came to the door of the cell and stared, but Wilson was unabashed.
"And they should be. That DNA? You should be more honest with people. No sense in pussyfooting about with them."
But Waters was already moving away towards the stairs, and Serena followed him. The briefing began just before 11 that morning. Alison Reeve took charge of it, there being no sign of Chief Superintendent Allen, though his whereabouts was soon explained. The two of them had to meet face-to-face with a senior Crown Prosecution Service lawyer in Norwich at 3 in the afternoon. She said wryly, "As you can imagine, there's a bit of paperwork to be done." Wilson put up a hand and waited until she acknowledged him.
"What's your best guess? Will they go for it, ma'am?"
This is the central question in the work of criminal investigation detectives, the fulcrum upon which everything else turns and balances. No one was surprised that Wilson had asked the question, and every eye went back to the senior investigating officer. Leadership means not hiding, not running away, or at least not being seen to do so. Alison Reeve took a little respectful time before she said, "You all know it's early days. I've been involved in phone calls this morning which suggest to me that, subject to a lot more work from everyone gathered here, they will move forward to the next stage." The next stage would be to charge Oliver Salmon with the murder of Michelle Sims. There were nods and murmurs, nothing too excited because they all understood the unfortunate nature of the case. But a charge is a victory that must always be won if there is ever going to be a conviction. Reeve said, "Before we get too carried away, it's also pretty certain that the person in question will be given police bail this morning. In view of the likely charge, that's unusual, but it's an unusual case. There will be a number of conditions, one of which, I've suggested, is that he remains with his aunt at Pine Hills while investigations continue. That will make it easier for us if we need to go back there. He isn't thought to be a flight risk, nor to be one to the public. He would be on a daily report, and Hunston would be making contact on a regular basis." A flight risk? Waters looked around at the assembled officers and wondered which of them had imagined Oliver Salmon might already be planning to grab his passport as soon as he got back to the apartment before heading for Norwich Airport and chartering a small plane to take him to Bergerac. Was he the only person here who thought the entire business was absurd? Even Serena hadn't said much this morning. Reeve was saying, "The CPS will without a doubt hand us a shopping list of what else is required. We've anticipated that, and D.I. Tarek will be briefing teams shortly. We're going to need a full workup on the suspect." And Waters thought, the person in question and now the suspect. She's avoiding saying his name.
taking a look at every aspect of his life leading up to the events of Thursday the 27th. Someone will have the unenviable job of going over every aspect of the forensics again to see what else there might be to support the case, while others will be getting out and about, visiting family members, other places he spends time, where he went to school, all involving the taking of statements. It won't be comfortable, and you'll come up against incredulity and possibly some anger. Don't let those deter you. As far as the collection of intelligence and evidence is concerned, this is just like any other investigation. The processes remain the same. No, not a single face looked even faintly bemused at the prospect of pinning this on Oliver Salmon. Marta Dubrovsky was here. If anyone else had doubts, it would surely be her, but the two of them had never spoken face to face. Serena had her bag propped open on her lap, fiddling about with her phone inside it, and Ford was sitting very upright and paying very close attention to DCI Reeve. It wasn't often Waters found himself impatient to get to a briefing with his detective inspector, but that's how he felt this morning. "I'm happy to take on the forensics, sir." Turek glanced up over the spectacles, first at Waters, and then at the other detectives from his and Wilson's teams. "Really? I see it as a one-person job, Chris. I don't need a team on that. It's basically a checking exercise, eliminating the possibility that defense counsel might—" "Absolutely, sir. I'd be happy to do it." He could feel Serena's stare from his left side. Any competent and experienced DC could go over the forensics file at this stage. Later, and closer to a trial, more senior officers and prosecutors would do so, of course, but it was routine at the moment. More to the point, he guessed, was her realization that if Turek agreed and he was in here on a one-person job, where was she going to end up for the rest of the day? "Very well, let's do that. Serena and Richard, then. We're going to need a statement from Oliver Salmon's mother in Norwich. He has a mobile, but doesn't seem to use it much. When I say he has one, of course we have it now, but anyway, there are messages from his mother. We need to interview her. I'm told there are other children, so you'd better telephone and arrange things." Turek waited, perhaps to see if Serena was going to write any of this down. When she didn't do so, he looked away from her and said to the group, "We're looking for any indication that Oliver Salmon was showing interest in the opposite sex, and any indication that he could be violent or threatening. As DCI Reeve said, people might feel uncomfortable about this, but it's the job we have today. Persistence pays. As an example of that, I'm going to share with you something we got in only a couple of hours ago." He pushed a button on his laptop, and the whiteboard came back to life. More buttons, and they were looking at a blurred black-and-white image, an abstract at first, but which slowly resolved itself into a brick pillar on the right-hand side, then a footpath in the centre, and on the left, half of a road. Turek said, "This is a recording from a video camera on a gate post. The house is the one on the road between Pine Hills and the town. The camera was first noticed on the Friday morning when we were there at the caravan site, and we've been trying to contact the owners ever since. Last night they finally got in touch, and early this morning an officer from Huntston brought us this. There is still work to be done, but we have something in this clip. Bear in mind that the camera is used by the owners to see who is at the gates before they open them electronically. It isn't designed to video the road or the path. Here we are. Note the time in the bottom left corner. 27:07:18, 22:42. It wasn't clear whether Turek had pressed play. Nothing seemed to be happening. Something at the scene was giving enough light to make a picture, and Waters guessed that if the people had cameras, they also had security lights mounted on the gate posts. A few more seconds elapsed, and then a figure appeared on the footpath at the base of the picture, walked jerkily up across the screen, and disappeared into the top right. The image was grainy and only a rear view, but it was plainly a woman wearing a skirt and a light-coloured blouse, heading along the road towards the town. Turek said,
This is the first thing we've pulled out. There might be more, but we think this could be Michelle Sims. As I said, persistence pays. Chapter 23. As does attention to detail. He'd had that drummed into him often enough. Waters sat down, took out an A4 pad, and opened on his screen the file of forensics results. He intended to read it all meticulously, line by line, and to make notes for himself of key points. Death had been caused by asphyxia resulting from strangulation, leading to cerebral hypoxemia. The strangulation was almost certainly manual, because any implement or materials used would have left their mark. The bruising on and in the throat was consistent with considerable and sustained pressure. The vertebrae were intact, but there was significant internal damage to the trachea, blood vessels, and nerve structures. In other words, whoever had carried out the attack meant business. Dr. Robinson had been right in his guess that there might be a hairline fracture to the right cheekbone. It was slight, but was very likely to have resulted from the heavy blow she received to the face. Waters underlined the right zygomatic bone once in his notes, and then double-underlined the word right. Then he sat back and thought. Personally, he had never punched anyone in the face. The situation had never arisen. It was as simple as that. He had been punched in the face, of course, not long after he began working with DC. The two events were undoubtedly linked in some odd, Orphic way, but the point was that it had been a really heavy punch in the face that had broken his nose. Instinctively he felt it now with his fingers, feeling the little protrusion of bone where the kink was. So how hard did you have to hit someone to fracture their cheekbone, the zygomatic one, with a single blow? The post-mortem results stated clearly that there was evidence of just one blow. He returned to the picture of Oliver Salmon sitting on the bench in the cell, the one in his head that had been haunting him since he first saw it. Was it conceivable a boy, that boy, had delivered such a blow? Was there sufficient power in those arms and rounded shoulders to knock down Michelle Sims? And then in those fingers to close them around her windpipe and deprive her brain of oxygen for 3, 4, 5 minutes? No evidence of sexual assault other than the fact her clothing had been pulled about, and that obviously was not evidence of any such thing. It was cause for speculation, though. The killer might have derived some satisfaction from exposing her, from looking at her, but if he had then gratified himself, as some do, he knew this from his rather gruesome wider reading, then Sally Lonsdale would not have missed the proof of it. Maybe a killer who liked to look but not to gratify himself? He takes all sorts, Waters. Or, as they had already discussed, perhaps this killer wanted her to look as if she had been molested. But if you go that way, he told himself again, you're into a whole new ballgame. And before we finish this point, how much sexual interest do 18-year-old males with Down's syndrome have? Marta Dabrowski had said they vary from having mild to severe disabilities. How does that affect their libido? Can they become so frustrated they are capable of losing control, of extreme violence? Another question was easier to answer. The scratches on her scalp were consistent with Michelle Sims being assaulted and most likely murdered at the spot close to the road. The briars there had provided samples of her hair and skin, torn out as she struggled for breath. So she had been carried from there to the place where Waters had seen her, and been with her for most of the following day. Carried bodily, 9 stones and a few pounds, placed on the ground, rearranged a little, her clothing pulled about, the shoe put down, perhaps even the other one put back on her foot.
before the perpetrator took a final look at his handiwork and walked away. Oliver Salmon. But the results for the saliva were incontrovertible. His DNA was present on the front of the blouse in 3 places. The files contained a number of images, and there were 4 of the blouse. 1 was of the whole garment, the others were close-ups of where each trace had been recorded. 2 were on the upper front of the blouse, close to the line of buttons. The other was on the collar, the left side. All these locations were circled in red on the image of the whole thing, and numbered for reference to the individual sample tests. At some point, one has to trust the science and the system. It was conceivable just that during the process of labeling the samples on that Friday afternoon, 2 had become transposed, that he was actually looking at another man's DNA profile in these files. Conceivable, but extremely unlikely. There was a reason why Reeve had called in experts to do the work, and if such a gross error had been committed, it would be discovered anyway, because if charged, Oliver would undergo repeats of all the personal tests specifically to address such a remote possibility. Proceed then on the basis that Oliver Salmon's saliva is present on that blouse. There is worse for him, we know, but for now, think about the blouse. Standing upright, standing on our 2 feet, our saliva doesn't usually reach another person doing the same unless we spit at them, or unless they embrace us sufficiently to hold our faces close to their body. It was difficult to calculate which of the 2 possibilities was the most unlikely, but Waters concluded that it was the first. Was it possible that Michelle Sims, in her inebriated condition that night, had encountered Oliver on his walk, spoken to him, and put her arms around him? If she had pulled him close enough, saliva could have been transferred to her clothing. In doing so, if she had done so, she had committed no offence other than perhaps recklessness, but alcohol was thought to have played a part in 55% of non-domestic violence with injury cases in the years 2014 to 2015. The Institute of Alcohol Studies concludes that this figure significantly under-records the true situation. Drinking makes you more likely to commit a crime and to be the victim of one. Waters stared down at his notes. He was on the 2nd page of them and aware of just how many question marks he was writing. He was also dimly aware someone else had just entered the office and that he'd lost track of the time. When he looked up, he saw Marta Dobrovsky standing at the printer, her back towards him. He watched and waited until she turned, and then he put up a hand, not a come-over-here gesture, just a hello, but he hoped she would speak to him anyway. From the printer she said, "You look busy." "The forensics, there's a lot of it." She took 2 sheets out of the tray and tapped them together. "You still working the Sims case?" "Yes," he said. Was she? He knew the answer, but we go through these rituals of civility, don't we? She held up the papers and told him this was her account of the interview with Oliver Salmon last night. Then Waters asked if she had a few minutes to spare, and she came towards him and sat in the chair that faced his across the desk. She was almost painfully thin, and it was difficult to see how she had sufficient strength in her arms to meet the fitness tests on the dyno. Once upon a time, female officers had to be at least 5 feet 2 inches tall before it became illegal to discriminate against short people, and she would barely have made that either. Of course, Smith had occasionally wondered aloud whether there ought to be a maximum height for male candidates, a figure that was somehow related to his own height. That is, no one should be accepted onto the force who was a certain number of inches taller than himself, unless they had a body mass to match.
It was useful, he said, to have a few really big ones like John Murray to do the heavy lifting. Waters said, "I've only watched the end of the interview. Did he say anything about going for a walk that night, or meeting anyone?" "No, but I don't think he was able to recall the specific night, not after so many days. I would be surprised if he could. Quite unlikely, I think." Long dark hair, long dark eyebrows, blue eyes, and little if any makeup. Marta looked down at the notes and said, "You find anything? You looking for anything in particular?" He told her the truth, that he was searching for some explanation of the saliva samples other than that Oliver Salmon had attacked Michelle Sims. She frowned and pursed her lips. "You trying to prove he didn't do this? I don't think you do your job properly." Now she raised the long eyebrows and smiled. "It's part of the job, testing the evidence before someone else does in court. Someone paid a lot more than you or me." He nodded, and she sat back in the chair, not seeming to be in a hurry to go, now she was here. Waters said, "The woman had been drinking. I just wondered whether she might have met him on the caravan site and behaved really inappropriately. She doesn't seem to have been the most stable of characters." Marta said, "Maybe. Doesn't seem very likely. In my experience, I mean just my brother and the others I met through him, these young men, they don't have much interest in, the having sex. They want the girlfriend because they see that's what we do, the other people around them. They want to be like everyone else. They like the interaction, often they want to be sociable, but not the sex so much. Maybe this doesn't help you." He thought she might be 30 or thereabouts, and he wondered whether she'd been in the police in Poland. Could you get a transfer? The requirements and regulations would surely be quite different. She said, "Another thing is probably useless information. Down's syndrome produces many peculiarities because of the genetic linkage. One is that saliva is unusual, more alkaline. Sometimes this causes problems with the teeth as well. I thought you should know, as you are going so deeply into it." She was teasing him, of course, and he smiled at her before he said, "Honestly, what do you make of all this?" He waved a hand over the notes he'd made. For the first time she seemed a little wary. She was a detective constable, he a detective sergeant, and it wasn't clear to whom she was reporting in Kings Lake Central. After a more than usually expressive shrug, Marta said, "Not my case, as they say. I think I will soon be back in Norwich. I have some experience, but no qualifications. If the CPS decide to charge, they will find experts to interview. They will handle this one with the kid gloves." "Your idiom is very good." "Thank you. But I was asking you as Anthony's sister, not as someone from Regional Crimes. You remember his name?" She was genuinely surprised, but his head was full of useless information, which very occasionally was of some value, after all. "Okay, then. I have seen Anthony very frustrated sometimes. People say they are stubborn, but this is almost always frustration. They feel and understand much more than they can express to us. I have seen him upset, banging a table until you intervened to stop self-harm. I saw him throw a bicycle over a fence one day because he could not ride it. But I never saw him hit anyone or hurt anyone. I would say this is not in his nature." Waters was watching her, waiting, encouraging her to move to a conclusion. "So what has happened here, what might have happened here, would be very strange to me." "And to me. So that makes two of us. But his saliva is on her clothes and in her mouth. That's not in any doubt. After a moment, Marta said, "Another thing from the linkage, a large tongue. In proportion to the mouth, the tongue is larger. You can hear this in the speech sometimes, like a lisp. When Anthony is excited, sometimes he spray a little, you know. Maybe, but that seemed like a stretch the prosecution would deal with easily enough." Waters added her point to his notes anyway, and Marta asked whether he thought Oliver Salmon would be charged or bailed later in the day. "Just a guess," he replied, this all being far above his pay grade, but he thought bail was most likely. He'd heard discussions going on about the difficulty of holding Oliver in custody, which was what they would have to do if he had been charged with murder or manslaughter. It would take time to arrange something like that. The investigation would go on, and the search for more evidence. Voices outside, and then Serena and Ford entered the office. They'd been to Norwich and back, and Waters hadn't even had lunch. It was the middle of the afternoon. They didn't come over straight away. Serena was talking, Ford nodding, and then he went back out into the corridor. Marta looked around, nodded, and said to him, "Well, I wish you the best of luck with it, whatever you try to do." Waters said, "Thanks, but I'm not sure what luck is going to look like yet in this one." She got up and left. When she passed by Serena, the two women smiled at each other and exchanged some sort of greeting, and then Marta went out of the office. He watched Serena as Serena watched Marta go before she made her way across towards him, the look arriving long before she did. Waters asked how things went in Norwich, but it didn't work, so he just waited, and after a few more moments Serena said, "That looked cosy." Michael Salmon, Serena told him, is an executive in an energy company, and probably a senior one. He's flying back into Gatwick from the Middle East tomorrow to sort this out. That's what Mrs. Erica Salmon, Oliver's mother, had told her. Serena had been given the impression, and in no uncertain terms, that when this lot get lawyered up, they mean it. Waters asked whether Oliver's mother had actually used that term, lawyered up, but her answer wasn't as polite as it might have been. "I keep getting surprised by houses," she said. "First the Fletchers, then Barry Sims, and now the Salmons. They live in a village outside Norwich. It's probably the old manor house or a rectory or something. Acres of gardens and enough pets to charge the public to go in and see them. They've got a sheep. Why?" Waters admitted that he didn't know why anyone would have just one sheep. They don't make much money even when you have hundreds of them. He did know that in the Welsh hills, and Mrs. Salmon is a handful as well, she and her sister-in-law have been keeping in close touch. She wanted to make sure they keep that duty solicitor. Was I going to make sure of it? I tried to explain it's not down to us. In the end, I gave her the name of Christine Archer's practice, and I'll bet she's rung them already. You do know you're getting the blame for that. It's all over the station." Waters said he did know. How had Mrs. Salmon reacted to the news that her son had been arrested in connection with a murder? "Disbelief. She says he's completely incapable of it. She's never seen him violent towards another person." Marta just told me the same thing about her brother. "Marta? You mean Detective Constable Dabrowski?" "Yes, her first name is Marta." Which Serena Butler knew perfectly well, of course. They all did. Irony with Waters was a hit-and-miss affair. There were times when he didn't seem to be concentrating, and so he missed the point. In reality, she'd learned that invariably he was concentrating, but on something else entirely. Either way, often you couldn't be sure whether he'd missed your irony or whether he was outplaying you by answering with a serious, straight face. "Anyway," she said, "it's safe to assume they're going to get involved, and soon." She had plenty of questions, as many as I managed to ask. Who is in charge, and how could she get to speak to him? I told her it was a woman and gave her Reeves's contact details.
Fair enough, the DCI won't mind that. Then I happened to mention Detective Chief Superintendent Allen as well. Contact details? Yes. Waters thought about it for a moment before he smiled a little and said, "He'd have been proud of you, keeping up an old tradition." Ford returned with a plastic tray and 3 paper cups. He lowered it onto Waters's desk, and then the two of them sat at their own tables, their chairs swiveled so they were facing each other. Serena said, "What about you, Sarge? Found anything interesting?" "I'm still not halfway through it, but the two of them were at least face-to-face at some point during Michelle's stay in Pine Hills. There's no doubt about that. She said, 'I heard that when they take him back, they're going to collect clothing, anything he might have been wearing during the week. If they can get a cross-match to her from that, it tightens the noose a bit, doesn't it?'" Waters took a sip of the coffee, and for once it was halfway to acceptable. Then he realized this was because he hadn't eaten anything and his stomach was desperate. Ford said, "Actually, Sarge, it doesn't prove they'd been face-to-face. He might have been in contact with her blouse while she wasn't wearing it. I know that doesn't account for the traces in her mouth, but it could for the blouse, couldn't it?" Waters gave it some thought and caught Serena's eyes as he did so. She frowned and told Ford they'd let him know when he was qualified enough to begin thinking. But Waters thought he had a point. Assume nothing. Then Waters said, "Well, write up the interview straight away. There's no telling what we'll be involved in tomorrow. I'll push on with this stuff. I need to find out what sodium N-lauryl sarcosinate is." Serena said, "You mean apart from quite difficult to say? Why? Where did it show up?" "In the gas chromatography results. There were minute traces of it." "Where exactly? On the body? At the crime scene?" Waters skipped back a few pages on the screen, although he must already know the answer to her question. "The collar of the blouse first, then, when they checked further, traces in samples taken from the skin of her throat. 3 hits in total." Serena said, "Oh, my God, that's from his hands, isn't it?" "Could be. It's a solvent. I've got that far. But I haven't found out what it's used for yet. I'll follow it up when I've got to the end." She was still looking impressed with the discovery when Ford said, "We're all covered in chemicals now. We're all contaminated. It was in the Huffington Post a while ago, and solvents are everywhere. It just means it's a liquid that will dissolve But then Serena Butler crossed her arms and put her head a little to one side, and Ford said he'd get on with writing the interview report then. And the other thing was the 2 fragments of leather underneath Michelle Sims's fingernails, under the nails of the index and middle fingers on her left hand. That's what Dr. Robinson had spotted at the scene, and what he had taken care to preserve. Bovine in origin, mechanically processed and dyed cream, possibly linked to the automotive industry. The notes added that no central register of such materials was maintained by the forensic service, and the matching of samples would incur additional costs. Leather car seats found in classic cars and in fairly expensive newer ones. Somehow Michelle had got some of that material underneath 2 fingernails. Waters looked down at his left hand and flexed the fingers. It would take some force, wouldn't it, to tear leather like that? If you dragged your nails across the seat, maybe. And she had artificial ones, he remembered. Would that make it more likely that traces of the material would be caught under them? So a struggle in a car seat before she was strangled on the grass near the path could be significant. Whatever other evidence might point to Oliver Salmon, they were not going to find him in possession of a driver's license, were they? But the fragments of cream-coloured leather might have been there for hours, even days, before she met her death. They might have nothing whatsoever to do with it. He knew what incur additional costs meant, though. Hundreds and quite possibly thousands of pounds worth of additional work in an attempt, one which would by no means be certain of success, to link the scraps of leather to a particular make of car. He read to the end of the report and began his summary of it for DCI Reeve. It would be emailed directly to her with a CC for DI Turek. Experience had already taught Waters that Turek was inclined to be selective about what he passed on to senior officers, in the name of economy and efficiency. At the end, he would add 2 points recommended for further action, establishing what that solvent was used for, and locating which makes of vehicle might have used that cream leather for their interiors. The first few notes of lazy Sunday afternoon announced that Serena had received a text. Waters watched as she read it, and then thought about whatever it said. Eventually she looked up at him and said, "Graham Fletcher, he says, sorry, but he still can't find his phone. He now thinks someone might have nicked it off the desk in his office. He says he's contacting the local police to get a crime number for the insurance." Waters didn't say anything, and after another moment she added, "Maybe you were right. We should have gone down to help him look for it." "Okay, add that to the file, and reply telling him that if it turns up, we'd still like to see it." It took Waters another half an hour to complete the summary. By then it was a few minutes after 4 o'clock, and he was meant to be off duty until the Friday morning. At 10 minutes after the hour he received a text from Janey telling him that she would be back in Lake tonight and that she'd meet him at the flat, not to book a meal anywhere. They needed some time to talk. 8 minutes later, as he was clearing his desk, Detective Inspector Simon Turek came in and told them that following the meeting with the Crown Prosecution Service, Oliver Salmon was to be charged with the manslaughter of Michelle Sims. The lawyers had concluded that should the case come to trial, the question of diminished responsibility through abnormality of mental function was likely to arise. Also, murder is a crime of specific intent, something unlikely in someone with Down syndrome. But they felt there was sufficient evidence to present a case that Salmon had taken the woman's life, even if he had no intention of doing so. As to whether such a prosecution was in the public interest, that was for other lawyers, and possibly for a judge to consider at another time. Serena said, "What about bail, sir?" "Yes, post-charge police bail today. He has no previous convictions for serious offences." As if, thought Waters, he does have a few minor ones, like drunken disorderly, taking and driving without consent, and possession of Class B drugs. Turek was pleased, as if they'd all had a hand in it. "Let's have all the T's crossed and the I's dotted," he said. "We can regard this as another job well done. It's unfortunate when someone like Oliver Salmon is caught up in the criminal justice system, but we as police officers do our jobs without fear or favour. That is our mission. By the end of the week, at least some of us should be on to new cases, and anyone less like Winston Churchill I cannot imagine," thought Waters, as he passed by the one-way glass security screen at the new entrance to Kings Lake Central. He remembered Charlie Hills behind the polished oak counter. He remembered the exchanges between the desk sergeant and his favourite detective sergeant, the complaints about being a messaging service for CID, and the long-running inquiries into who had stolen his custard creams. He remembered Smith. Then, as he crossed the car park, he thought about the T-shirt folded away in the bottom drawer, WWSD. What indeed? Chapter 24. You take the coast road if you're in no hurry, and on the morning of Thursday the 10th of August, Christopher Waters was in no hurry. There is on that road a rush hour of sorts as village residents commute down into Kings Lake, and he had waited until that was over, but in the second week of August Every caravan, cottage, and room on the North Norfolk coast has been let to holiday-makers, and these days every single one of them has arrived by car. By 10 in the morning, they're on the move again, making the most of the week, because in another 48 hours they'll be returning to the North or the Midlands or London, to dusty streets and roads and estates far from the sounds of the sea and the seaside. He was alone this morning. Janey had stayed on the Tuesday night, and yesterday they'd taken Sam Cole's black Labrador and walked over Weybourne Heath, away from the crowded beach. There was shade under the birch trees, and they found a bench to sit on. It had one of those little plaques which said, "Presented by Peter and Martha Collins." They loved this place. They'd talked about Peter and Martha, wondered how long they must have been married and how many times they had walked here over the years. It must be a lot, mustn't it, if you donate a seat? Next week she was going back to Manchester to look at the bridge accommodation the company offered to its new recruits. They had flats you could use for up to 6 months while you found your own place. You paid rent, but it was way below the market rates. She had shown him the letter of confirmation, too, and he had seen a starting salary that was just a few £1,000 less than he was earning as a detective sergeant. In a year or two, he had no doubt, she would be taking home more than him. More than once he found himself looking at her with a feeling of surprise, because he'd underestimated her. Catherine Diver had called her sweet, and he knew why, but there was a tougher side to Janey Cole, and she was going to leave him because of this job. Maybe they're all tough like this when it comes down to it. Not for the first time. Christopher Waters thought that much as he liked them, he really didn't understand women. He was north of Huntston now, and the salt marshes had begun to appear on the left, flat and bluish-purple in the haze. The sea beyond, just a sliver of green between the marshes and the empty sky. He glanced at the dashboard and saw that the outside temperature was only 23 degrees Celsius. The forecast this morning had said the heat wave would come to an end this week, probably with the customary burst of thunderstorms. Janey was still telling him they could work it out, talk every day on the phone and visit each other nearly every weekend. It was only a few hours away, and whatever job she'd got and wherever it was, you were never going to be together all day and every day, were you? Waters had pointed out that when she moved to Boston, it wouldn't be so straightforward, and she told him not to be silly, but the idea appealed to her. It was plain to see. A part of him wanted to confront it then, as they sat on the bench, to say there on Weybourne Heath that it was over, that this might as well be their last day together. He wondered whether Peter and Martha Collins would have appreciated the irony, but in the end he let Janey talk on and dream for a little while longer. He passed the turn down to Barnum's Staithe, not slowing to look as he might once have done, but not forgetting either that it was where they had first met. Beyond that point the coast road becomes narrower still, and yet more winding. If you meet one of those coast-hopper buses, you might have to give way and reverse until you find a passing place. As you do so, as you wait for the bus to ease its way past, with its near-side wheels on the grassy verge, pause a moment and look to the left, because here the salt marshes are at their greatest extent, stretching for miles in every direction, and every inch you can see is part of a national nature reserve. There is a vastness and an emptiness here that draws some people back time and again, until they're too old and infirm, and after that they remember and revisit it in their dreams, or until they have enough money to move here and become one with it all. 2 lanes run north out of Marston, winding their way out across the marshes. He took the second, Key Drift, which bends first to the left and then back to the right, before straightening out on a low ridge of higher ground. Half a dozen flint and sandstone cottages sit on the insides of these bens, tucked away from the rest of Marston village. They can only have been fishermen's homes in past centuries. It would be a small outrage to good taste if they were not, but the fishermen are long gone. Now they are among the most expensive real estate in England. As the sea departed north across the salt marshes, the seamen's homes were rescued by a different sort of tide, the rising tide of money that, too, has flowed north from the square mile in the City of London. Waters passed them and slowly negotiated the final bend to the right, where the single-track road comes up against the creek and runs alongside it for another 200 yards. There is one more property here, at the very end of the shingle ridge, another flint and sandstone cottage, the red pantile roof and white windows and doors bright in the late morning sun. As the building came into view, he saw that a vehicle was pulling away from it and onto the track, heading towards him. 2 cars could not pass here, but he had time to reverse back into the driveway of the last cottage he had passed. Not all the way, but far enough so that the approaching car would have room to get by. The low flint wall obscured the road, save for the final few yards closest to him, but he should be able to see the driver, and to see whether he had had a wasted journey this morning. It was a dark blue Volvo XC70 estate, slowing right down on the corner because the driver could see the bonnet of Waters's car poking out, and he could see the driver then concentrating, looking down to her left because she was very close to the wall on the other side, and most likely wondering who the idiot was who had parked like that on the bend. If she'd glanced across, she would have recognized him. She might even have stopped and said hello, but she didn't, and he was left to watch Joe Everson driving away towards Marston. There had been another vehicle in front of the cottage, which must mean someone else was at home. He made the decision quickly and drove on towards the end of Key Drift. Far from a wasted journey, he might just have had a stroke of luck. He pulled in beside a red Subaru Impreza, making sure he'd left enough room for the Volvo if Joe returned while he was still here. An Impreza? That's a lot of car, sir. It didn't look bad outside the cottage, though, fitting in pretty well with the sort of vehicles you saw parked alongside the holiday homes all along the coast. He stood for a moment, admiring the place. There was a low flint wall in front of it, enclosing a small rectangular garden full of carefully chosen plants, the foliage all greys and silvery greens, plants that could thrive in the brackish air and the thin, shingly soil. There was a wooden gate in the wall, and a path leading to the front door and a porch, smothered not in roses, but 2 clematises intertwined, one red and the other a deep purple. On the gate was a sign that served as the name of the place and the cottage, Drift's End. Waters left his car unlocked and with the windows down. There was a public footpath leading on past the cottage, following the winding course of the creek into the marshes, and he could see a couple of people out there in the distance, but crime seemed something of an improbability here. He took the path that led from the parking spaces around to the back of the building, and then stood at the rear of it in a shaded square. There was an outdoor table and 4 chairs beneath a sunshade on the paved area, and beyond that another rectangle of garden 3 or 4 times the size of the one at the front. A little timber shed stood at the end, and a small greenhouse, which he didn't remember from his last visit. He took a few steps in that direction to be certain, but there was no sign of anyone. The cottage had a stable door at the back, and the top half was open. He listened and could hear nothing. Then he tapped quite gently, paused, and repeated it. Someone might be taking a nap, though it seemed too early for that. He hadn't been here in a while, and he couldn't be sure how things were going on. Waters reached inside and pushed down the handle on the lower half of the door. It opened with a creak, and he stepped inside, into the still, cool air of Drift's End, with its low ceilings, beams, and flagstone floors. He was in what one would once have been called a scullery, a better name than the utility room, but he knew where the kitchen was, beyond the next doorway. It, too, was open, and he stepped quietly through, to be faced with a blonde girl, holding in her left hand a baby's bottle, and in the other a carving knife pointed in his direction. To describe the ensuing moment of silence as awkward wouldn't do it justice. The girl never blinked, and Waters never moved. Eventually he said, "I'm sorry, but who are you?" She said in a definite and very Irish way, "Me? Oh, I'm Mairead Kelly. Who the bloody hell are you?" Christopher Waters, Detective Sergeant. I was hoping to speak..." But she'd taken a step towards him. It wasn't clear yet whether she was going to attack with the knife or the bottle of formula, but she was not intending to retreat. He put up both hands and edged back into the scullery. She followed, keeping the distance the same until he was outside the cottage again. She closed the lower half of the stable door. Eyes still fixed on him, she said in a surprisingly loud way, "Dermot, where are you? We have an intruder." With that name, things had begun to make some sense. Waters had never met these people, but he knew who they were because John Murray had told him. He said to her he was a friend and former colleague of D.C., just calling in to say hello on his day off. "Who's D.C.?" she had answered. David Smith. We worked together at King's Lake." "You're a policeman, you say? Any identification?" "Sorry." He pointed down at the T-shirt, jeans, and sandals, and she understood. "So is he expecting you?" "I doubt it. It's an unannounced visit, I'm afraid. I can call back. If you'll just tell him that Waters was here, Chris." Mairead Kelly had lowered the knife by then. She apologized in an unapologetic way, explaining that where she was from it's not a good idea to go wandering into people's houses without their say-so, and out here in the middle of nowhere, sure people should be more careful. He didn't know whether she meant the owners of these places who left their doors open, or the fools who went wandering into them unannounced, and he didn't ask. She said, "It's up to you whether you leave or not, but they're down the track there. You can see them. If you're not who you say you are, you might find you think I'm polite compared to my husband." But then she smiled for the first time, came outside, and pointed into the marshes. "That's them, where the dinghy is showing by the side of the path. I'm sure he'll be pleased to see you. Today of all days." Dermot Kelly was 2 or 3 inches taller than his father, powerfully built in the shoulders and with a handshake to match. He looked you in the eye as he shook your hand and made no secret of the fact that he was taking the measure of you as he did so. In the crook of his other arm nestled a baby. Waters said, "And who is this?" Kelly looked at Smith and gave a single nod, after which Smith said, "Christopher Waters, meet Justin Baron Kelly. Justin Baron, meet Christopher Waters, Detective Sergeant, Kings Lake Central Police. My advice is to say nothing at this point until you have legal representation. Despite his attire, this man might still be on duty." Waters was struck by the improvement since he'd last seen Smith, which had been here at the cottage some 3 months ago, just after they had moved into it. He had regained his colour, and even had the beginnings of a tan on his face, no doubt from the hours they must have spent outside at that table in the sun. And he seemed alert, too, the blue eyes watching Waters's face for a reaction to meeting someone entirely remarkable, Justin Barron Kelly, his grandson. Waters smiled and looked again at the baby. He was asleep, wrapped in a pale blue shawl, the old-fashioned way, and Dermot Kelly's strong right hand was now held above the tiny face, keeping the sun from it. Waters said, "When I left late this morning, this was probably the last person I was expecting to meet."
"It's just a flying visit. Dermot had a meeting in Birmingham, so he brought the family with him to say hello. They stayed over last night."
Waters looked at Kelly again. You could see it, that they were father and son. The same upright stance, the same straight, serious face, difficult to read, not betraying the emotions they must be feeling on a day like this one. After the stabbing, when they were all preparing themselves for the worst, when the doctors had said on New Year's Eve that if Smith was a religious man, they might want to call for a priest, John Murray had finally made sense of the photograph on Smith's sideboard. He had pieced together the little Smith had told him about his visit to Belfast the previous year, and he had found in a letter an address for a Leah Wisby, aunt to Dermot, great-aunt to Justin Barron. From there the telephone number was easy, and Murray had called them a few minutes before midnight. Waters didn't know all the details, but 2 days later they came to Lake General Hospital, Mrs. Leah Wisby, her sister Katrina, who had been in a wheelchair, he'd been told, and a young man escorting them to Smith's bedside. The young man, Dermot Kelly, had not known that Smith was his father when they met in Belfast, and it seemed that if it hadn't been for the knife wielded by Paulo Harris, he might never have known it. What extraordinary scenes there must have been. And now they stood together on the Norfolk coast in the August sunshine, 3 generations where there had been but one. Waters had been to Smith's home in King's Lake several times. He had felt the emptiness in it, comfortable though it was. It seemed that with her death Sheila had left a void nothing could fill, and he could not have been alone in wondering what Smith would do when the job finally came to an end. And now a son and a grandson, a devoted and fiercely protective new partner, and a cottage full of character in one of the loveliest locations on the coast that meant so much to him. As Smith himself might have put it in one of his more expressive moments, it was a bit of a result. "Anyway, DC, it's good to see you looking well. You've got a lot on today. I'll call back another time." Kelly said, "No need for that. It's getting hot for this little man. I'm taking him back inside, and he'll be hungry as soon as he wakes. Nice to meet you, Christopher." They shook hands again, and Waters was ready for it this time. Then Dermot left him, heading back towards the cottage. When Waters looked that way, he could see the girl up on the bank, waiting. "Another time we can stick the motor on and take her for a spin down the creek." They were standing by the dinghy, upturned on the side of the bank and chained to a metal post. It was bigger than Waters had expected, and newer, gleaming white in the sunshine. He cocked his head on one side so he could read the upside-down name, Rebecca Louise. Smith went on, "I was showing it to Dermot. He said that in another year or 2 we could take the boy out in it, as long as we can get it past Mairead. I take it you met Mairead?" "Yes, it was an experience in itself." "Don't worry, when we first met she didn't like me at all. We've moved on a long way since then. Now she likes me, she just doesn't trust me." Waters bent forward and touched the boat. He said, "It looks new. I assume you have been out in it. Obviously I wouldn't be assuming anything of the sort if this was part of an investigation." "I should hope not. I've only been out of the office a few months. Yes, we've had a few rides up and down the creek, but I'm not allowed out on my own yet." "But you're all right," Waters pointed. It wasn't easy to ask outright whether someone's heart was still at risk.
"Better than I've felt in years. Did you know I gave up smoking last Christmas Eve? The medics have had me on a physiotherapy program, and Joe's become a health food fanatic. If you fancy a race back to the cottage—"
Waters smiled and shook his head.
"Seriously, Chris, I was a lucky so-and-so. I count my blessings every day."
The edges of the creek had been exposed by the falling tide. As they watched, a small flock of wading birds flew in from further out in the marsh and settled on the shining mud on the far side. They gave shrill piping calls and then began to feed. Smith nodded at them and said, "Redshanks." There were other calls in the distance, other birds constantly flying over the marsh, taking off, settling and calling, something timeless about it, and otherworldly. It's the sea, perhaps, and the fact that here on these marshes the sea has compromised with the land, come to some sort of agreement that some places must be in between, not wholly this and not wholly that. Smith said, "Just a day off, then?" "Yes, I was driving by. I called in on the off chance. I should have let you know." This had been a mistake. Even if there hadn't been family here, Waters would have thought the same thing by now. Smith was leading an entirely different life, one that he had earned and fully deserved. Shirley Salmon might yet get in touch with him herself. That she had not done so was obvious, and Smith might then go to see her, but it wouldn't be right for Waters to bring the case to his attention. What had he been thinking? "And is everyone okay? I heard from Murray not long ago. I think he's off on holiday somewhere about now." "That's right. Central feels relatively empty when he's not in it." Smith was watching him, and Waters held the gaze for a moment before he half turned away, as if ready to go back towards the cottage. "Serena? She must be cross there haven't been any good murders since I left." "She's always cross about something, DC." Smith still hadn't taken a step. They were now facing each other again, but further apart than they had been. Then he said, "Apart from the body found near Pine Hills. I saw it in the local headlines last week, but nothing since." "What was that about?" To answer honestly would be to do what he had just resolved not to do. But the alternative was to lie, which would first be wrong, and second, difficult to get away with. Waters smiled, shrugged, and said, "I'm sure you don't want me to talk shop, DC. You've got better things to do now. I'll leave you in peace." He tried again, took another couple of steps, but it didn't work. Now they were even further apart. Waters said, "I'll ring you soon. We could go out for a meal, Joe, you and me. My treat. In the meantime, if there's ever anything I can do, you know where I am." Smith said, "And Janie, of course, for the meal." "Yes, if she's around. Busy these days, sorting out a job." The long blue gaze was unwavering and unsettling. Smith put his hands into his trouser pockets, signalling that he wasn't about to walk anywhere. Waters took a breath and overcame the crazy impulse to run back to his car. Smith said, "There is one thing you can do for me, Chris." "What's that?" "Tell me why you really came down here today." Chapter 25. If you overdo the paracetamol, you can damage your liver, though it's pretty good at repairing itself. At least that's what she'd read. But too much use of non-steroidal anti-inflammatories is worse, with all sorts of long-term complications. Alison Reeve decided to stick with the paracetamol for now, and to save the codeine she'd cleared out from her uncle's place years ago for emergencies. Chris Waters would be back in this morning, and she needed to have a word with him herself rather than going through Tarek. There was still some ill feeling about what had happened with Christine Archer, the duty solicitor. In fact, there had been consequences that Waters might not know about yet.
Alan had come to see her yesterday afternoon after he'd had a long and uncomfortable telephone conversation with a London QC. "Alison," the chief superintendent had said, closing her office door before he sat down, "I've never had a defence barrister get in touch as quickly as this. They're out to make us sweat on this one." She said, "He called you directly? That's out of order, isn't it? It's certainly unusual, and I cannot think how he managed to get my name. It was all very clever. He didn't raise points of law or police procedure. It was all about the exceptional nature of the circumstances and the vulnerability of his client. Could we work together in his best interests, whatever the outcome?" He called Oliver Salmon his client. "Oh, yes, I got the impression they've appointed him already." It was unusual. Important lawyers don't usually appear on the scene until court dates have been set, and then their first aim is usually to alter the court date. Alan had gone on. He made it clear he was concerned about the impact on his client and the family of pre-trial publicity. He mentioned publicity several times, and Reeve thought this lawyer was either lucky or very well briefed, because he'd found the chief super's Achilles heel with his very first shot. "Alison," he was using her first name a lot this afternoon, "I don't need to tell you that police forces everywhere are under scrutiny as far as their treatment of minorities is concerned, the mentally ill, the vulnerable. As the senior investigating officer, you need to tread very carefully in this case." She had not tried to hide the smile when he said those words. She'd heard them before and expected to hear them again. "Sir, but Oliver Salmon isn't mentally ill, as I understand it. He has a disability, a learning disability." "Of course, I understand that, Alison, but the tabloid press might not draw such fine distinctions, and we need to examine what led up to me being contacted by a QC in the first place. I'm told it might go back to this duty solicitor who seems to have taken it upon herself to... Is it the case that Detective Sergeant Waters deliberately put the Salmon family in touch with her?" Reeve had said she could not confirm that, but she would find out. Alan had gone over it all again before she could get him out of her office, how the defence were going to play the card of a disabled suspect being locked up in a police cell. Not any old police cell, but one in Kings Lake Central. Not any old backside being exposed to the tabloid gaze, but his, Chief Superintendent Allen's. When he'd gone, she sat down and added Seeing Waters to her to-do list. You'd think, wouldn't you, with Smith gone, that this sort of distraction and upset might have returned to normal levels. Say, once every few months. Would that be too much to ask? Christine Archer was a known danger, so why had Waters deliberately picked her out of the list of duty solicitors? Why had he even got involved in that? Calling in a duty solicitor should just be routine. More to the point, it should be routine for someone else, not one of her detectives. But the case was developing, slowly but surely. A more positive move yesterday was the fact that when they shared the CCTV from the gate with Michaela Fletcher via her iPad, she was sure it was her sister walking along the footpath in the direction of the town. The images were as blurred and jerky as ever, but family, friends, lovers see things subliminally in the way people move and hold themselves, and they are rarely wrong in circumstances like these. They had some of Michelle's final minutes on video. 12 minutes later, the lights of a vehicle had passed through the camera's line of sight, taking the road down to the coast. Another followed 2 minutes after that, and then, just over an hour later, at 23:45, one of those cars, an assumption, yes, returned towards the town. There was no chance of reading the plate or even identifying the make, but the vehicle movements might be significant. Had Michelle Sims been in one of the two cars? Reeve had thought about this, and then found the number of Eric Boyd, the uniformed sergeant from Huntston, who had been present on the Friday morning
when the body was discovered. He looked a steady sort, the kind of man whose judgment one could rely upon. Yes, he'd said, from the Pine Hills site up onto the town road would take someone between 10 and 15 minutes walking. So it was possible that Michelle had taken that walk. Why? And been driven back down to the place where she was later found. Again, why, and by whom? A stranger? By someone she knew would be more likely, but she knew no one in the area, other than her sister and her 2 nieces. And then you had to ask, because someone in a silly wig would eventually do so, where had she encountered Oliver Salmon? That she had done so was not in doubt any longer. That part of the case was solid. Forget motive for now, find the moment of opportunity. Shirley Salmon had told them that since she'd given Oliver his own key, he had been free to come and go. He did not usually do so in the hours of darkness, but it was possible on that Thursday he had gone outside. No, not possible. He had done so. He must have done so. But where had he met Michelle Sims? There was no sign of anyone following her along the road into town, not on the video, nor of anyone following her back, because there was no sign of her coming back. So either there is another way back, or she was in one of those cars. Is there another way? Reeve made a note to herself that she had another reason to speak to Sergeant Eric Boyd. Meanwhile, Oliver was somewhere on the Pine Hills site, having let himself out of the apartment behind the office. At some point in the darkness, they encounter each other. Michelle is fairly drunk, and God knows how it starts, but it ends with a heavy blow to her face, and then she is strangled before her body is carried away and partially concealed. But it doesn't end there. Michelle has not been sexually assaulted, but attempts are made to suggest she has been, and her phone and handbag are nowhere to be found, which surely can only be because someone, the killer, has realized their possible importance in a police investigation, especially the mobile phone. Those actions are calculated and rational attempts to avoid being arrested and charged with murder. And do those actions, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sound like they could have been carried out by the accused, by Oliver Salmon? The person in the silly wig pauses to give the question more effect, like an actor with a particularly fine line of Shakespeare. Maybe they gesture towards the small, pathetic figure of the young man in the dock behind the security screen. You have heard from those who know him, from family and friends, from his doctors and teachers, from those who work with him in the charity shop. Have you heard anything at all which might lead you to think he could carry out such an attack? Forget for a moment the single shred of forensic evidence. We will return to that, and ask yourselves whether you can imagine such a thing. Alison Reeve opened her eyes. Imagine it was Gloria Butterfield, QC, leading for the defense, preparing to cross-examine the senior investigating officer. This headache wasn't going away any time soon, and she had to bring Cara Freeman up to speed before she spoke to Waters. Then there was a briefing to organize, and Alan wanted another update by the end of the day. Gloria Butterfield, QC. Jesus. Well, you'd better reread the witness statements then. Start with the family, or we could be here all day. Richard Ford did as he was told, with no sign of impatience or feeling insulted. In his own way, thought Waters, he handles Serena pretty well. She waited until Ford was busy, and then shook her head in Waters's direction, as if to say, this is going to be hard work. In his 2 days off, as Serena had told him this morning, everything had been focused on filling in Oliver Salmon's background, but Ford had also done the chores he was given, one of which was to list the possible uses of sodium N-lauryl sarcosinate. He had this morning duly presented the list he had made to Waters, who had read down it once, looked up at Serena, who had nodded, and then Waters passed the list back to Ford and asked what he thought. Ford had said that he thought it was quite a long list. Serena had then pointed out that the list of reasons why someone might be a useless detective was also quite a long one, and somewhere near the top was the inability to work out the sum of 2 plus 2. Then she had directed his attention to the witness statements. While Ford got busy, Waters asked Serena about the fragments of leather found under Michelle's fingernails. What did she make of that? Could they have come from her own vehicle? Her answer was a definite no, and when he asked why, she said, "It's a light blue Toyota Auris." So, "Light blue with a cream leather interior? That would be disgusting." Serena could do an excellent impersonation of a dumb blonde when it suited her, but she was neither of those things. Waters knew that either she could remember the interior of the victim's car, or she'd already checked in some other way. He looked at the time on his phone and thought it would make sense to buy himself a watch. There were situations in which you needed to check the time without it being so obvious. They might have a few minutes before Turek turned up with the day's orders. The final phone call to her mobile, the one from a different number. Anything there? It's a pay-as-you-go. Not tied to a contract, and therefore not to an address or an individual, but not, as some imagine, entirely untraceable. Waters watched as Ford dutifully worked through the witness statements and thought, he's in just about the right place now. Will he see it? Then he said to Serena, "Have we done anything with that?" Now she was thinking and frowning a little. "No, the focus has switched this week. I know you've been off for a couple of days, sir, but we've made an arrest and we're going to charge. I don't think the phone records are going to play a big part in the case against Oliver Salmon." There had been times when Smith hadn't told him things for his own good, and he, Waters, understood why that was sometimes the wisest choice. If you're going to lead, you make those decisions, and you prepare yourself for the possible consequences. He said, watching her, "We know the time that mobile was used to call Michelle. It would be time-consuming, but we could perhaps find out where it was when the call was made. Just a general location. Yes, I'm hoping you know that I already know that, and if we had some idea where the phone had been bought, we might trace the IMEI through a store's sales records. You know, when they scan it during the sale. Then we'd have a date, and if the customer paid by card, we'd have a bank account and then a name, neither of which would tie in with where the investigation is currently going." Ford had stopped reading the witness statements. Now his eyes were on his own handwritten list, and then they went back and forth a few times between the two. He's a bit of a plodder, thought Waters, but he seems to get there in the end. Waters said to Serena, "We know she'd had conversations with and texts from Graham Fletcher. He was open about that, but he's lost his phone. Then out of the blue she receives a call from somebody else late on the Thursday night from a different number, one that appears nowhere else in her phone records. Or she didn't." Serena was going carefully now. She said, "She definitely did get a call from a number that's not anywhere else in her phone history. I checked that. But if this is what you're saying, it wasn't necessarily from someone else. That's a natural assumption, but it doesn't have to have been. It could have been from someone she knew, but on a different phone." Waters said, "And if it was, you'd have to ask yourself, why?" Ford was double or treble checking, but it wouldn't be long now. Waters said, "Well, we could come up with more than one reason, but the most obvious is that someone didn't want their involvement to be recorded on a mobile phone, or at least on a phone they knew could be traced to them. So they got a different phone." She wasn't convinced, but she was interested, which was all he needed her to be for now. Serena folded her arms and thought about it some more. Meanwhile, Ford was waiting, and Waters gave him a nod. "Sodium and lauryl sarcosinate is a common solvent with," Serena said without looking at him. "I'm not sure you're saying it right. A number of uses. It's a foaming agent in skin cleansing products and shampoos, so obviously anyone who used those products could have traces on their skin. And Michelle Sims worked in a hair salon, so," Serena said, "she managed a hair salon. Not the same thing. Go on." Ford said, "But it also has a lot of other uses. In particular, it's a component of power flush solutions for cleaning central heating systems." Turek entered the office with Wilson, and both made for the tables where the three of them were seated. Brisk good mornings from the detective inspector and a couple of grudging nods from the detective sergeant before Turek said, "Michaela Fletcher has told us she never met Oliver Salmon or saw him around the caravan site, but we cannot be certain that someone didn't see Michelle Sims with him. DCI Reeve has decided, therefore, that we will recontact everyone staying on the site to ask them about this. So that's everyone, all adults who were on the list for the week, not just whoever answers the phone. John has the lists ready for you. Please mark off each person interviewed and keep him updated. And with anything else of interest, as John still has the desk on the case. All clear?" Ford was about to say something, and Serena saw it. She moved quickly and said to Turek, "Is it just us on this today, making these calls?" "Yes, John's team are out working on further face-to-face interviews. If you make a start straight away, you should be almost done this afternoon. Most people will have been staying as couples, so it's 2 potential witnesses for each call. Be prepared to follow up on missing people tomorrow. It's a long shot, but these things have to be done." Wilson looked at Waters for the first time. He, Wilson, had become the senior detective sergeant. There is no such role officially, of course, but it was one he had taken upon himself. Now he had Waters sitting at a desk making routine phone calls for the rest of the day, just like one of his own team. Wilson laid a sheet of printed names, addresses, and phone numbers in front of his fellow sergeant, as if he was playing the king of trumps. As the two of them walked away, Waters's phone pinged with a message. He looked at it and then pointed to the side office before leaving Serena and Ford at their desks. When he, too, was out of earshot, Ford said, "Shouldn't we have mentioned the solvent thing? I know it's only tenuous, but what? It's all there in the files if anyone wants to follow it up." "Yes, I know, but Chris, Sergeant Waters, said he'd reviewed the forensics. If it looks like he's missed it, that reflects badly on us. I admire your team spirit, Fordy." He looked a little crestfallen then, and she took pity on him. "If our sergeant decides it needs mentioning, he will. It's his decision. But he probably won't just yet. Want to know why?" Ford nodded, and Serena went on. "If we do mention it now, with the current focus all in a different direction, the detective inspector will say, 'Very interesting, make a note on a file somewhere and get on with those phone calls.' In other words, he'll park it. Whereas if nobody mentions the solvent thing yet, then nobody will be told not to follow it up a bit further. See?" He did, and then he asked how they could follow it up a bit. Serena told him that finding out how you could find out a bit more about things was actually quite an important part of the job. Maybe at some point they could ask a local central heating engineer whether they used that solvent, and if they did, exactly how, and was it a persistent sort of stuff? Would it hang about on your hands for days if you weren't careful? "But not now," she said, "because we've got all these phone calls to make, haven't we?" picking up the handset on her desk. Richard Ford did the same, and she thought, "That's it, follow my lead." Chapter 26. The text message was from Smith, and it said, "I'm in town. Fancy meeting for a quick lunch?" The detectives at Kings Lake Central rarely took time out for lunch unless there was a reason to do so, and so Smith would have a reason for sending the invitation. Waters had told Serena he wouldn't be more than an hour, and she had asked no questions. He hadn't visited Mickey Lemon's cafe since the night he'd got himself seriously drunk and had been confronted by Duncan Bridges and the two Albanian thugs, but the proprietor remembered him, nodded, and pointed towards the back of the establishment. Most tables were occupied, but Smith was there, seated at the very same table Waters had been sitting at when Smith arrived to take him home, put him to bed, and force-feed him a fried breakfast the next morning. The choice of table now was no accident. As Waters sat down, Smith said, "Bacon sandwich or a full English fry-up?" Waters smiled, declined, and said he'd have the same as Smith, which, as far as he could see, was a cup of coffee. "You know me," Smith said, "can't resist a trip down memory lane," and then he raised a hand in Mickey Lemon's direction. Here in the cafe, away from the cottage in Key Drift and out of the sunshine, Smith looked more tanned and fit, like someone who lives the outdoor life. The dark blue, short-sleeved cotton shirt revealed tightly muscled arms, and Waters could see that, for once, the physiotherapist had one of those patients that physiotherapists dream about. When Smith took a glance around at the nearby tables to see who might overhear the coming conversation, Waters saw streaks of sun-bleached hair mingled with the grey at the temples. It was hard to imagine now that the surgeon had suggested reading the last rites, if David Smith was a religious man. Satisfied, Smith turned back to Waters and said, "I thought it would be better to meet up than for you to have too many long conversations with me in your phone records." "Too many? You think there'll be more after this?" Mickey Lemon arrived with 2 coffees, which he placed in front of them. He was gone again within seconds, and nothing had been said to indicate he knew the 2 men he had just served. Smith said, "Mickey tells me he doesn't seem to be on anyone's Christmas card list these days. Anyone from Central, I mean." Waters tasted the coffee instead of giving an answer. After a few seconds, Smith went on, "I suppose it's viewed as old-fashioned now, more than ever, just going out and putting your ear to the ground. Do you ever call in on old Ma Budge?" Waters said he didn't and tried to explain why. There was more expected now in terms of day-to-day accountability. You can't wander off and disappear for an hour or two, sitting in Ma Budge's flat, just drinking tea and not looking at the suspiciously new, incredibly expensive German fridge-freezer in her kitchen. Micromanagement seems to be the thing now. And yet here you are, sitting in Mickey Lemon's with some old ex-copper just drinking coffee. Well, for some people, you make an exception. Smith looked away from him then, the mouth working a little as he thought over the situation and what had been said so far. At the counter, Mickey was explaining something to 2 pretty Eastern European girls, something along the lines that he only served food and drink here and was not planning to widen the range of services available. They'd have to find alternative accommodation for their franchise. Waters found himself thinking about Marta Dubrovsky, but he wasn't sure why. Smith had had enough time. He said, "If talking to me, or if me talking to you about Oliver Salmon is going to cause you problems, don't do it." The 2 girls left with free takeaway coffees, and they waved back at Mickey through the window. It was a perfect illustration of what Smith had been saying about the old-fashioned way of doing things. If a young foreign working girl was assaulted next week, a visit to Mickey Lemon's place might give you the lead you needed. Waters said, "I can't say it won't cause problems, but I can say Shirley Salmon needs all the help she can get. That's why I called on you, to let you know she needed a friend. I'm not expecting you to get involved, DC. I'm not expecting you to investigate." "Yes." a slight raising of the eyebrows that becomes a little frown, a tightening of the mouth to one side that might be the hint of an apology, but which probably is not. DC, what? Yesterday afternoon, after Dermot, Murraid, and the baby had left, we drove over to Pine Hills. We? Jo went with you? Yes, I told her all about it on the way. Once we were on the move, it was easier. I calculated that she wasn't going to grab the wheel, but she's met Shirley a few times, and Oliver once, so she didn't object at all, as it happened. Waters stared into the dregs of his coffee before he said, "So you told Jo who had told you about it?" Smith nodded in a positive way. "Absolutely, and you're wondering whether she's annoyed with you, I expect." It was Waters's turn to nod. He did so somewhat less enthusiastically. "Well, she is a bit. Or she was. As I say, she's got a lot of time for Shirley, so she was keen to help out by the time we got there. I think Jo will be having a word with you the next time she sees you, though." "Oh, good." Smith was enjoying himself, it was plain to see. He put up a thumb in Mickey's direction, which meant that 2 more coffees would arrive shortly. That would be Smith's third, and Waters wondered about caffeine and heart rates. The conversation with Jo would be awkward enough as it was. Smith said, "Anyway, I'll let you know what occurred yesterday afternoon. It's up to you whether you want to tell me anything else about the case. I won't be offended if you don't. How does that sound?" Waters remembered that from many interviews. The laying it out plainly, no hidden cards, followed by the salesman's assumptive close, getting the agreement of the witness or the person of interest or the suspect, so they had the sense they were willing participants in the process. Some imagined they were in control of it, and they, of course, were the ones most in danger. Waters, at least, was unlikely to make that mistake. He said, "So where is Jo this morning?" If she was about to join them, he wanted to be ready. "Cambridge. I dropped her off at the station earlier on. She has a dinner tonight, so she'll be staying over." "A working dinner?" Waters was giving himself time to think. If Smith got involved in the investigation into Michelle Sims's murder, just how wrong could it go? "You just lost your job wrong?" Smith said, "Difficult to say with these university types. What they call work and what we call work are 2 different things most of the time. Still, Jo's done both sorts, so she's got her feet on the ground." Waters knew Jo Everson had been a detective inspector in the Metropolitan Police before she left to pursue careers in profiling and writing about some notorious murder cases. He also knew that in the spring she had sold her detached 5-bedroomed house in Cockfosters for £1.5 million. Smith had sold his own property at the same time. Even allowing for what they must have paid for Drift's End, they had to be comfortably off, and they probably didn't need to be working at all. Smith understood what Waters was doing, putting the conversation into idle and giving himself time to think. To help out, he said, "And what about Janie? What were you saying yesterday about a job?" That didn't help at all, obviously. Waters said, "It's in Manchester." There was no reason to go into detail. That was the single salient point. "Oh, and I'm getting the feeling you won't be putting in for a transfer." Waters drank some coffee. He'd made up his mind. Smith said, "Well, I'm sorry about that. Bad luck. She's a good one. So, tell me what happened in Pine Hills yesterday." They had arrived late in the afternoon. Shirley Salmon had kept her composure until they sat down in her office, with Oliver watching television in the lounge of the apartment. Then she'd had a bit of a wobble, Smith said, thinking they'd arrived simply for a social visit and that she had to explain everything that had happened. Then she had another wobble when she realized that the young detective who'd asked her if she had mentioned it to anyone else, and she'd understood perfectly whom he meant, had told Smith that one of his old friends was in trouble. Smith had scolded her for not calling him as soon as things had turned nasty, and then Joe had gone into the kitchen and made the first of several cups of tea. He listened as Shirley told him the story from the beginning, and he didn't ask many questions. Smith hadn't said this, but Waters knew it, could picture it, the intent listening, allowing Shirley to pick out what she thought was important, because that in itself would be revealing. "I told her," Smith said, "that at least she'd got lucky with the duty solicitor. Christine Archer?" Waters said, "Yes, one of your favourites." The look was direct then, but Waters never wavered. "Anyway, after she'd been through it all, she fetched Oliver out to say hello. I've known him since he was, 8 or 9 when he first stayed on the site. 10 years at least." Waters was working now, listening to a character witness, just as Wilson's team had been for the past couple of days. He was surprised he could be as objective as he was at that moment, detached and evaluating what the witness was saying against the strength of the evidence. But Smith had seen it and interrupted his own account. "You do know it's ridiculous, don't you?" "As I've heard you say plenty of times, what we know and what we can prove are often two quite different things." The cafe was busy now. A skinny youth had appeared behind the counter, serving, and Mickey Lemon was just visible in the kitchen behind it, grilling burgers and frying all sorts of unhealthy delights. Smith said, "Are you sure you don't want a bacon sandwich?" "Yes, but don't let me stop you, DC." "I think I might. I don't get many opportunities nowadays." He didn't need to explain. Jo had made it her mission to bring Smith back to full health and fitness. Smith had escaped the clutches of one micromanaging detective inspector in D.I. Turek, but ex-D.I. Everson was a different proposition altogether. Smith had Mickey's attention before long and asked for the sandwich with the requisite sauces, the bacon to be just a fraction overdone so that the edges were crispy, and if Mickey didn't mind, he'd have butter rather than any of those healthy spreads. As Mickey walked away with the order, Smith caught Waters smiling and said, "At my time of life, you've got to live each moment to the full. Also, I've had a near-death experience. It wasn't the first one, but it was the nearest. A bacon sandwich now and then is a form of closure, I reckon." Waters said, "Your time of life? You're not 60 yet, and you look fitter than when I first met you." "Well, that's a backhanded sort of compliment, isn't it? What was wrong with the way I used to look?" "It was probably just the 3 cigarettes a day. And now I'm not even tempted, so that's a bonus as well. All those years of trying to give up, and all it took was a knife in the pericardium." One of them had to make the next move forward. Smith was holding back, Waters knew, giving him the initiative as to whether he wanted to hear more about the encounter with Oliver Salmon yesterday afternoon. "So, did you talk to Oliver yourself?" "Yes. He told me he'd had a ride in a police car." After a moment, Waters said, "Does he understand what's happening?" "I doubt it. But then, does anyone else? I'm bloody sure I don't." It was the first sign that Smith was annoyed. Over his shoulder, Mickey Lemon was putting the finishing touches to the bacon sandwich, and Waters had hunger pangs now. It took a conscious effort to remind himself that they were no longer a team as they had been for the past few years, working the mean streets of Lake, visiting cafes like this one, having lunch out at the tuck shop on the bypass, or afternoon tea with Ma Budge, before they took her son in for questioning once again. "Did Oliver say anything else, DC?" "Nothing of any importance. Not while we were in the apartment, anyway." Which meant that they, Smith, Joe, Shirley, and Oliver, or some combination, had left the apartment where Shirley lived during the season, and Waters could already make a good guess as to where the excursion had taken them. It was an obvious thing to have done, but as far as he knew, Reeve hadn't done it yet. If Smith had, of course, he might have compromised the outcome of any subsequent visit. This is the danger that comes from allowing anyone outside an investigation to interfere. The bacon sandwich arrived. Smith lifted the top layer of bread, nodded approvingly, and then added a finely judged coating of the world's most famous brown sauce, and then a dash of malt vinegar. He replaced the slice of bread, and then he and Mickey spent a moment admiring their combined handiwork. Waters felt like an intruder. He said, when Mickey had left them, "You took Oliver out for a walk." "Yes, in the evening. Still too hot in the day for walking, isn't it? You could say I even got lucky with the weather. The first summer after I retire is the hottest in 40 years. Maybe it's a sign." He picked up one half of the sandwich and bit into it. "And now I suppose I might as well make a wild guess as to where you went on this walk." Smith paused halfway to his second bite. "Well, I hope it isn't a wild guess." "You went down to the footpath where the body was found." Smith frowned a little. "Not exactly. We did sort of amble in that direction. We went along the track, you know, the one you can drive along that comes to a dead end." Waters knew it all too well, having spent a very long, hot Friday there a fortnight ago this very day. He nodded, and Smith went on. "But we didn't get onto the footpath, not even close. Halfway along the track, Oliver stops. He's decided that he isn't going another step in that direction." "Did he say anything?" "Yes, he said, 'Time to go home now.' He said that several times, and eventually that's what we did. These sandwiches are pretty filling. Sure you don't want the other half?" Smith lifted the plate towards him. Water reasoned that Joe was going to find out what Smith had been up to today. At least if he, Waters, had eaten half the sandwich, he could claim he had reduced the patient's intake of nitrates in the processed meat and cholesterol in the butter. This might go some way to placating her irritation over Smith's being involved in the case. He took the sandwich and said, "What conclusions did you come to?" Smith frowned and chewed one piece of the sandwich more thoroughly before he said, "I think you meant to ask, to what conclusions did you come? Anyway, I checked with Shirley. They've often walked that way before and gone along the footpath scores of times. He'd never reacted like that before. We couldn't get him within 30 yards of where the path into the dunes starts. He planted his feet and he wasn't going anywhere in that direction." "That doesn't look good, does it?" Smith had finished his half of the sandwich. He wiped his fingers on the piece of neatly folded kitchen roll that Mickey had thoughtfully provided, leaned back in the plastic chair, and said, "Good for whom?" "For Oliver." The footpath reminded him of something that he didn't want to be reminded. And then Waters paused, because there was another hanging preposition in the vicinity, which could, I grant you, be something he had done there. Equally, it could be reminding him of something he'd seen. Oliver is, in this respect, a child of about 8 or 9 at best. We've been through this at Central. Good. I should hope you have. 8 or 9 at best, maybe younger than that. How is a child likely to react if they've seen something truly shocking? I don't have a list of probabilities, but one way is to shut it out, to refuse to have anything to do with it, including going anywhere near the place involved. In case you're wondering, we didn't try to get anything out of Oliver last night. We just watched him, and then we walked back to the apartment. Like all things bad for you, the bacon sandwich tasted divine, and Waters didn't want to hurry eating it once he had begun. So he paused and said, "You're suggesting Oliver is a witness?" "I'm suggesting it's a possibility. But possibilities being what they are, it isn't the only one. You're about to mention the DNA evidence, I imagine." Waters nodded, chewing and thinking about the doctors last Christmas Day, saying that the blood loss had been so catastrophic there would most likely be some loss of brain function. Maybe it just hadn't kicked in yet. Smith said, "That's what makes it interesting, obviously. It's not unheard of for a witness's DNA to be present at a crime scene. Present, yes, but not in the mouth of the victim. That could be just about unheard of, DC. Fair point. Fancy another coffee? Does Mickey do decaffeinated? Smith glanced at the people occupying the nearest tables before he said in a lowered voice, "Just what sort of place do you think this is? He could lose business if you start spreading rumours like that." "I was thinking you've probably had enough to keep you going for the rest of the week, that's all." Smith refolded the piece of paper tissue and placed it on his empty plate. "I've had enough. I was asking whether you wanted one. If you're going to prove Oliver didn't kill that poor woman, you'll need to be firing on all cylinders." After they'd said goodbye to Shirley and Oliver, the two of them went back to the track, parked, and walked along the footpath in the gathering dusk. Even after a fortnight, Smith said it was easy enough to find the place the forensics team had examined, and Shirley knew enough about the case to tell them where they should be looking. Smith said, "I've been thinking about this since yesterday afternoon. It kept me awake half the night. If somebody moved the body, they did, DC, that's not in doubt." There was a space before Smith said, "Really?" A universe of doubt can be expressed in a single word, if you've had enough practice. Waters waited then, and Smith went on. "You've seen all the evidence, Chris, and I realize I'm only aware of the bits you've shared with me, and I do not expect you to tell me the lot. Apart from anything else, I imagine we'd be sitting here with Mickey waiting to close up tonight. But are you telling me there's good evidence the woman died at the first location, close to the road?" It was a simple enough question, but Waters saw the line of argument that stretched from it immediately. He saw it now, but no one had raised the possibility before this moment, or perhaps they had, but in a meeting that did not include him. That was the difference. They didn't sit around for hours any more just talking about people, probabilities, and possibilities. These days they carried out instructions. They did not fly kites. "No, I'm not. There's good evidence she was attacked there. And when people are attacked for real, they tend to put up resistance. They struggle. Sometimes they get away and make a run for it. Some attackers give up at that point. Others pursue the victim and finish the job." Waters felt his mobile vibrate in his pocket, and he was aware of the time. He should be back at Central by now. Smith said, "I'm having trouble putting Oliver into that scenario. I cannot see him being quick enough to catch a relatively young woman fleeing in fear of her life. She wasn't overweight or anything, was she?" "No," Waters said, realizing at the same time just how little Smith was working with. He was conducting his own investigation primarily as a thought experiment, but the alternative, Smith went on to point out, was even less credible, that Oliver had strangled Michelle Sims at the first scene near to the road, had picked up her body and then carried it well over 100 yards. "You've met him, Chris. He just isn't physically big enough or strong enough to do that on his own." Waters didn't want to say he hadn't really met Oliver Salmon. He had watched him in the cell at Central. He had seen the video recordings of an interview, but that was all. When Smith was at work, he'd always go out of his way to get in front of people, witnesses, suspects, victims, colleagues, friends. It made no difference. Smith said, "So maybe he had help. Maybe Oliver did kill the girl, and then someone else moved the body." Waters hadn't kept the surprise from his face when that was suggested. "Seriously? That's not something we've looked at, DC. Who? Shirley? What about Ted the handyman and his barrow thing? Anyone there with a personal connection to Oliver? I'm serious. Don't rule anything out. Shirley finds out Oliver's done something awful and tries to cover it up. Would she be the first? What I've just suggested is a better fit than Oliver Salmon carrying out the entire thing on his own, isn't it?" Simply in terms of accounting for how the body might have been moved, it was a better fit. Pointing out that Shirley was an old friend was irrelevant. Smith would say being an old friend of his was no guarantee one was not a criminal. In fact, quite a number of people who were criminals would also consider themselves his friend. This was now a logical puzzle to be solved, just as much as it was a crusade to save an innocent man from jail. Waters gave Smith's last question some time before he answered. "Yes, I can see all that. Obviously there are questions about how Oliver was involved, but he was involved, DC. The forensic evidence, the saliva traces, are as solid as it gets. Oliver had intimate contact with Michelle Sims at or near the time of her death. Add to that, when he's shown the photograph of her in the interview, Oliver says, 'I think she's dead.' How do you explain that? No image of Michelle had been shown in any of the media to which Oliver has access. I've seen you go for a charge on less than that, DC." Smith was staring down at the empty plate. After a second or two he nodded, sighed, and looked about the cafe. "This place is a little gold mine, isn't it? We've been talking about getting ourselves some sort of business. That's Joe and I, not me and Mickey Lemon. Something seasonal, maybe, a few months in the summer and then having the winter off." "Why not? It would save you from being bored, wouldn't it?" "At no point in our 2 conversations have I said or implied that I'm bored." "Agreed. I'm just making an assumption." Smith nodded again and gave Waters an honest, appreciative smile before he said, "All right, if you want to get into this properly—" "Yes?" "Then you'd better get a move on. Stop ignoring the texts you're getting on your phone. You've had at least 3, and they might be to do with the case. Decide whether you want to give me anything else to work with. Up to you, no pressure. And then accept the fact that this is Mickey's busiest time of the day." Waters looked across the cafe. There was a small queue of people waiting to be served. He could only see one empty table. He said, "I can accept that. How's it relevant?" "We can't just sit here. This table needs to be earning him some dosh." "Okay. Any suggestions?" "We could talk on the way back to the car park." "No, better idea. 2 pieces of the homemade flapjack. I'll have a mug of tea with mine." Chapter 27. There had been 4 texts altogether, 1 from Janey and 3 from Serena, which was about the usual ratio on a normal working day. Janey had asked him what time he expected to be back at the flat tonight, nothing more, but it felt significant in some way. When he reflected on it a little more, Waters realized it was because this might be their final weekend together in the old way, the way they had become accustomed to over the past year. There might be more weekends to come, but those would be different, bookended by hours of travel, hours in which to think and worry, getting back late before work the next day. Sooner or later one of them would postpone, and in the end the postponements would become cancellations. Serena's first text told him Tarek had asked where he was. She concluded it with, "So I said I thought you'd gone for pizza. He said we couldn't eat in the office. I give up." The second text told him Tarek had been in again asking the same question. It had been sent just 20 minutes later. This was typical of the detective inspector, who would be unable to leave this alone until he had confronted the guilty party. The third text had arrived as Waters was driving out of the multi-story car park, and it was much more interesting. "I've located where that other mobile was when it made the call. The name of the tower is Dunstable West." Waters's geography wasn't as good as his history, but he knew this was important. He called Serena from his car as he drove back to the station. "Dunstable West? I'm guessing that's on Dunstable Downs, right?" Serena said, "Yes, it's a major tower south of Luton. It takes a lot of Luton's mobile traffic. You should know I'm putting myself at considerable personal risk getting this sort of information." "How?" "I've explained this before. Every time I call Martina for stuff like this, she thinks it's an excuse. She invited me for another game of squash this morning. If I'm alone with her in the showers, anything could happen. Dunstable Downs, south of Luton. Why would someone make a call to Michelle Sims early on a Thursday evening on a pay-as-you-go mobile through that particular mast? Why was it the first time she'd ever been called by that number, as far as they could tell? Michelle was a businesswoman with established family and social circles, or at least that's a fair assumption. That sort of phone is used by youngsters, by people with little money, by gangs, and by people who think they have something to hide. Serena said, "Sir, I think me getting unofficial info about mobile phones should involve a risk assessment in future." "Okay, I'd agree to that, but I think you should also be open to new experiences. Remember what DC used to say about life's rich tapestry?" Serena could remember, apparently, and she said she could suggest a few near experiences that her sergeant might want to open himself up to enrich the tapestry of his own private life. Waters thanked her and asked whether she had done anything about tracing the sale of the pay-as-you-go mobile. It was a long shot, but you don't become a better sniper by not taking on those occasionally. Serena said, "You didn't actually ask me to do that. We just talked about it, didn't we?" "Yes." "But I did, though. Ford has just given me a list of Luton retailers. I'm about to start fitting it in between the other calls to people on the caravan site. How are those going? Just so I know, in case the DI is waiting for me at the back entrance." "Complete waste of time so far. How long will you be? Tarek is poking his head around the door every 10 minutes. Something must have intervened, because it was at least 20 minutes after Waters was back at his desk before the detective inspector appeared in the main office and beckoned to him. They met in the doorway, and then Tarek turned away into the corridor like a schoolteacher taking a naughty pupil out of the classroom. Waters followed, surprised at his own feeling of annoyance. He was no longer a novice at this, and what's the point of having some authority if you have no freedom to exercise it? But he kept quiet and waited, because this might be about something else altogether. Tarek said, "Detective Constable Butler tells me you went out for lunch, Chris." "Sir, though that isn't strictly accurate." "In what way?" "I went out at lunchtime, but it wasn't with the purpose of going to lunch." The fact he had then consumed half a bacon sandwich and a piece of homemade flapjack didn't make this untrue in any way.
"I see. What was the purpose, then, if you don't mind me asking?"
He did mind, a lot. It might be no coincidence that for the first time in several months he had just spent an hour in the company of a man who had, when the situation required it, fought the system every inch of the way. There had been times, and not a few of them, when Waters had thought, why doesn't he let that go? Why go out on a limb for something trivial, for some small point of principle? But there's no such thing as a small point of principle. Principles are big things. If principles aren't worth fighting for, what else is? What else matters? Waters said, "I went out to speak to someone as part of the investigation, sir."
"Really? The Sims investigation?"
"Sir." Tarek was staring up at him with a look of considerable surprise. O'Leary walked by, edging past them and then moving away slowly, hoping to catch something of what was being said. Tarek waited until he was far enough away before saying,
"I see. Has there been some development that I'm unaware of?"
How does one answer that when one doesn't know what someone else is aware of? The fact that Waters didn't know, of course, was the crux of the matter. We're back to those missing informal meetings, the gossip in the canteen that is impossible now because they took the canteen away and replaced it with a vending machine. The thought suddenly occurred to Waters that this was Tarek's philosophy of policing, the vending machine philosophy. You put in certain tokens, press a sequence of buttons, and out come prepackaged, uniformly processed solutions. But the thought had taken too long, and Tarek said,
I'll assume the answer is no then, but I cannot imagine why any of us has the need to have secret meetings, and I'm not going to ask who this was with in a case like this one. You've heard me say this 100 times, Chris. There's no I in team, and... Maybe not, but there are at least 3 of them in investigation. How much more time is he going to waste on this? Waters tuned out most of what was said until, to let you know that DCI Freeman is standing in for DCI Reeve. When he asked why, Turek told him it was for personal reasons, nothing to do with the course of the investigation. Waters stood and waited for more, and it didn't come. Turek said he hoped the phone calls to the Pine Hills guests could be completed by the end of the day, and then he stood blinking behind the steel-rimmed spectacles until Waters turned away and walked back into the office. Serena hadn't heard about Reeve. She thought about it deeply for 3 seconds before she said to Waters, "You should go and make sure she's all right." And then, for Ford's benefit, she added, "Sir, you've seen her this morning?" "Yes," Serena said. "She was about earlier on." One cannot be friends with a senior officer for all the obvious reasons, but both of them, Waters and Serena Butler, had reasons to be grateful to DCI Alison Reeve. She had been their DI when they joined the force at Kings Lake Central, and they soon became aware of the history between Reeve and Smith, that she had been a detective constable when he had been Detective Chief Inspector Smith. The 2 of them had worked together for years, and there was considerable mutual respect. As junior officers, you learn to respect that respect because it doesn't materialize out of thin air. Waters stood up. He said to Serena, "Make her start ringing those phone shops," and then left the office, went right along the corridor until he reached the stairs, and took them 3 at a time. He'd noticed things, hadn't he, over the past couple of weeks? He just hadn't put them together, too busy. But SIOs do not relinquish cases willingly, ever. It's a matter of pride as much as anything else. He slowed his walk as he approached Reeve's office, intending to go past it and glance in. If she was with someone, this could wait. When he looked in, he saw her at her desk, reading her screen, and there was nothing obviously wrong. This was exactly how he would expect to find her on a normal day. He was in half a mind to keep walking by, but she'd seen him, putting up a hand and inviting him into her room. She said, "Hello, I was wondering if you'd show up." He asked her why, and she said Detective Inspector Turek had mentioned to her that one of his sergeants had gone missing. Waters thought, why do that? Why tell a senior officer something as trivial as that? The only possible answer was that for Turek it wasn't trivial. Alison Reeve read his face and said, "Or was there something else?" "Yes, ma'am. D.I. Turek just told me that DCI Freeman is standing in for you on the Sims investigation. I came to see if you're all right." Her eyes faltered away from his own and ended up back on the screen of the laptop. Seconds ago he'd thought to himself that there was nothing obviously wrong. But there was. Waters looked away from her, not wanting to stare, as she dealt with something internal, something emotional. Through the window, Kings Lake shimmered a little in the haze of dusty sunlight and fumes. The drought was official now. The weathermen had declared it with a sense of professional satisfaction. No more baths, take a shower with a friend. Serena would be delighted. When he looked back, the Detective Chief Inspector's face was pale, as if she was cold. But there was an odd smile, too. She seemed to have found something amusing, either on the screen or in his words of concern for her. She said, "Thank you, Chris. Thank you for taking the trouble to ask." "And, Serena, ma'am, we were just talking about it and thought it best to come and find out directly. If there's anything we can do—" Reeve's right hand was busy making a few clicks on the trackpad of the laptop. She said, "Yes, as you say, find out directly.
Avoid the speculation. I'm just debating whether I should share this with you. I don't think it's going to make your day. At least, I hope not." The wan smile again. He had a bad feeling about this now. She came to a decision, nodded to herself, and said, "All right, it's going to be out there soon, one way or another. At least this way I get control of it, don't I? The DCS will probably disapprove, but that won't come back on you. Come around the desk and have a look." The web page had N-HL in bold letters across the top. His first thought was he was seeing the website of a delivery company, but that lasted only a fraction of a second, because underneath were images of doctors, nurses, and research laboratories. He didn't read any detail. He looked back at Alison Reeve for an explanation. She said, "I was told a couple of days ago that this is what I have. N-HL is non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Basically, it's cancer of the white blood cells. There are lots of different varieties. I'm still waiting for some results to show which one I've got." Nothing in life can prepare you for the first time you are told such a thing. Reeve's gaze was back on the screen. She didn't want to embarrass him. He didn't know how old she was, but he was sure she wasn't yet 40, maybe 10 or 12 years older than he was. His head seemed to be full of questions, from "Are you sure?" to "How long?" but he found himself unable to say a word. "So, there we are, mystery solved. I haven't been feeling great for a while, and finally I know why. In a funny way, it's a relief. Now I just need to get treated." Waters said, "What does that involve?" "If you don't want to talk about this, ma'am, I understand. I just don't know what to say." I know the feeling. I was dumbstruck as well when she told me. She's my consultant. Anyway, the most likely treatment is some sort of chemotherapy, which is a lot better than it used to be, but still worse than the early symptoms of the illness. Something to look forward to. But on the bright side, the 5-year survival rate is not bad for most forms. The consultant has ordered all the tests, but she doesn't think it will have progressed too far, based on what she's seen up to now. That's what I was looking at when you came in. She had Googled her own chances of living for 5 more years. That's what we do now, with everything. People here in Central, some of them seemed to think he, Waters, had a mystical gift for understanding the digital universe, but he had simply grown up with it, that was all. From knowing nothing of non-Hodgkin lymphoma 5 minutes ago, he could sit at this laptop now and within half an hour produce for you a 700-word document summarizing risk factors, symptoms, diagnostic procedures, treatments, and prognoses, all beautifully presented, with subheadings and a couple of graphs and charts if you asked for them. And none of that was of the slightest use when you were confronted with someone you liked and admired who had just told you they had such an awful disease. He said, "Well, I'm very sorry to hear it, ma'am. If there is anything at all, there is just one thing. Give DCI Freeman your full support and make sure everyone else does." "I will do that. I know. They're sending me off on medical leave. Today's my last one for a while. To be honest, I could stay here and do something, but they won't have it. And when you're told something like this, it does get into your head. A big investigation needs someone's full attention. DCI Freeman has already been very supportive. All this was supposed to trickle down the chain of command. I shouldn't really have told you. Have you told anyone else?" "I'm seeing my parents tomorrow." Waters paused, imagining that, before he said, "What about DC?" "No, I'm sure he still has enough problems of his own." Waters was quiet, and she looked up at him from her seat, studying his lack of obvious reaction to what she had just said. "What about you, Chris? Have you seen him recently?" "Yes. He's doing very well." And if she had pursued it at all, He would have told her there and then he'd had lunch with the man in question only an hour ago. But she only shook her head again. He said, "He'll get to hear of it, ma'am. I'm sure his network is still very much intact." The implication was clear enough, and she didn't say he was not to tell Smith the news about her illness. She closed the laptop and said, instead, "Oliver Salmon?" It would be wise not to repeat Smith's description of the case as ridiculous. Reeve was asking for a professional judgment, which isn't always the same as one's opinion. Waters didn't answer immediately, however, and she told him he could sit down if it was going to take a while. He declined, but said, "I don't think it's straightforward, ma'am." "Why not?" She knew that it wasn't. She wanted to see if his reasons for thinking so were the same as her own. The forensics point strongly towards someone who in several other respects is a poor fit, and I understand that the family have the resources to put up a fight. As D.C. would have said, this one could get messy. Reeve said, "It isn't just the forensics. Oliver's own words at the interview clearly show he knows something about what happened. He knew she was dead. It's all on the video, and that's going to take some explaining away." She leaned back and swiveled a little in the chair. It was odd. She had a life-threatening illness, was facing months of difficult treatment. She had to tell her parents tomorrow, and yet she was here, weighing up the arguments for and against a murder charge, working out the probabilities of getting a conviction. Waters said, "The CPS have told us we can charge, but we haven't. That's sending a sort of message to everyone, ma'am, if you don't mind me saying so." She did a surprising thing then. She reached out and touched his left arm as she said, "Of course I don't. That's your job as a detective sergeant, to tell me what the troops are thinking. It's a job you're doing very well, just in case you're having any doubts." "Thank you, ma'am." He was, but this was hardly the moment to go into all that. "But as for the delay in charging Oliver Salmon, I'll bring you up to speed. The decision stands. What they're waiting for is somewhere to put him when he's on remand. Naturally, he cannot go on to a wing in Norwich or Peterborough. There is the secure hospital at Great Mossingham, and as soon as a place becomes available, the intention is to proceed with the charge and place him there." Under normal circumstances, he might have protested to Reeve, but circumstances more abnormal than these he couldn't picture at the moment. The unit at Mossingham was for the severely mentally ill, the suicidal and potentially dangerous individuals who have come to the end of the line. Oliver Salmon didn't belong in such a place, but surely if you left him in there long enough, he might. There would be no open doors, no loving aunt sitting outside his room, ready to reassure him that everything would be all right soon. It was a shocking thought, but he said none of this to Reeve. She said to him, "Chris, what I've told you, about me, I mean, isn't in confidence, so don't make it a burden. It will all go public in the next day or two. If there are people you need to tell, go ahead and do so." It was his intention to tell Serena straight away, but when he walked back into the main office, she was watching for him and stood up. This meant that something had happened, something significant, while he had been out of the room. The question was on his face before he reached her, and she said in response to it, "We must be on a roll. I found it on the second bloody call." Richard Ford was watching and listening. How much had she already explained to him? Waters said, "The mobile? The pay-as-you-go? Bought at LU1 Mobiles. Should be fairly obvious where that is. Guess when, though?" She was pleased with herself, and so the date must be important to them in some way. Waters didn't hurry his answer. He worked it out. On or around the 27th? The same day, at 17:53, the mobile that called her last, on the 27th, was still in its box in her hometown 21 minutes earlier. That's a bit strange, if you ask me. Waters sat down and looked at the two of them. Then he said to Ford, How far have we got with the list of Pine Hill's guests? Have D.S. Wilson or D.I. Turek been in to check? Ford picked up the sheets of paper, flipped through them and said, "We're well over halfway. Just about everyone says no, and that's the end of it. A couple have wanted to know what's going on, that's all. No one here has asked how we're doing." "Okay, can you keep going with it on your own? It'll give us a bit of space to look at something else. You'll be able to tick phone interviews in your young detective's I Spy book after today." "In my what, sir?" Serena looked equally bemused. Waters said, "Nothing, it's just something someone used to say to me. It would help if you could plough on with the interviews, though, Richard." "Not a problem," said Ford, and he had the right attitude. He could learn more by keeping his mouth shut and his eyes and ears open in situations like this one. Then Waters said to Serena, "I'm assuming if there was a bank card involved, you'd have told me already. Cash. And before you ask, the shop's CCTV is on a 1-week rolling delete." "Where is it?" "The CCTV? Up in one corner behind the counter, I expect." "No, the shop." She didn't know, but had it online in a matter of seconds. LU1 Mobiles was situated in the largest shopping centre in the middle of Luton. Still in his chair, Waters asked whether the shopping centre had its own car parking, and the answer was yes, a multi-storey. A Thursday in a big and busy town, not yet 6 o'clock. The traffic would have been heavy, and there wouldn't have been a toll-free parking space within a mile. He said, "See if the car park will hand over their records for that day." For the first time in a few minutes, Serena Butler hesitated, not quite following his line of thought. "Right, but that's a data request. And whose number are we looking for? I assume that we are." "Whose?" Waters shrugged as if he hadn't thought that far ahead. "Barry Sims. I don't suppose anyone thought to make a note of it, but you can get it from the DVLA." Their eyes met and held. She had visited and helped to interview Barry Sims, and he, Waters, knew it. She'd felt a little sorry for Sims, but nothing more than that. Then Waters added, "And I suppose anyone who's lost a mobile recently." Chapter 28. At 4 o'clock, the air conditioning broke down. It did so without any fuss, just a quiet click, as if a timer had operated, but nothing the detectives in the room could do would persuade it to work again. Opening windows made matters worse. The air outside was no cooler, and it was heavy with traffic fumes. But the three of them had had almost an hour without interruption, and progress had been made. Waters was working intently on his own document, but monitoring what the other two were doing as well, because sooner rather than later Turek or Wilson would appear and ask for a progress report. Serena had been on the phone for several minutes now, mostly waiting. She found herself with the edge of a case file, eyes closed, as if she were on a beach in Costa del somewhere else. Then a voice on the line brought her instantly back to Lake Central. She said, "Hold on," into the mouthpiece, and waved to get Waters' attention. She said, "The car park office has got that info. They'll hand it over if they get a formal data request. Ask them what their procedure is." Data protection has become the thing now, and every organization has interpreted the new laws differently. It can take minutes or weeks, depending on how an organization's solicitor has decided to view the latest set of regulations. Waters watched and listened, ready with a variety of persuasive threats and imaginary benefits to anyone at the parking company who was in a position to hand over what they needed. Serena said into the phone, "Fair enough," and then to Waters, with a hand over the mouthpiece, "He just wants the name of a senior officer. He's done this before. He said the senior investigating one, if possible." Waters weighed this up. It was an easy enough lie to tell. Any old name would do. But in this case... He said to Serena and Ford, "We don't know where D.I. Turek is, do we?" Serena said no, without hesitation, but Ford looked pleased that he did, and said, "I think he's in his office, sir. He was about 10 minutes ago when I—" "Richard, pay attention. Sergeant Waters just told us that we don't know where Detective Inspector Turek is." Ford looked at her. I thought he was asking a question. Serena patiently interrupted him again. You thought he was, but you're overthinking things again, Richard. It was one of those rhetorical questions, wasn't it, sir? The ones that don't require an answer? Waters nodded, but Ford wasn't quite beaten. He said to Serena, But you answered it. You said no. That wasn't really an answer. It was more me just agreeing that we didn't know where the DI is. But, Waters said to Serena, keep your man on the line. I'll call the SIO. Alison Reeve might still be in her office. She hadn't looked at all keen to be gone from the job and the building she might not see again for months. He called on the internal line, and it was picked up after only 2 bleeps. Freeman. He said, Oh, sorry, ma'am, I thought DCI Reeve was still in the building. She might be, but she isn't in here. Who is this? He told her and explained why he had called. There was no way back from that, and if this was the new reality, it was best to find out what it was going to be like. She listened without interrupting and then said, A car park in Luton? Ma'am. In the Sims investigation? Yes, he said. This wasn't going well. Turek might have been the better choice after all, but Cara Freeman made quick decisions. He'd noticed that before. Tell the man you'll call him back in 10 minutes, then come and see me, Chris, in DCI Reeves's office. As Waters climbed the stairs, he heard someone behind him. It was Turek. They spoke, but then both carried on walking until they realized they were making for the same destination. When Waters stopped, Turek said, Why are you here, Chris? Waters explained he had been sent for, and Turek said so had he, just 5 minutes ago. Something about the situation was annoying the inspector, but the door was already open, and there was no opportunity to question his sergeant further. They heard Freeman's voice telling them both to come in and sit down. She was working at the laptop, frowning and squinting a little, even though she was wearing spectacles. The first time Waters had seen that. She must be long-sighted. She told them she'd only be a moment, and then she reread something carefully, one hand hovering over the keyboard. Finally satisfied, she pressed the Enter key, and he guessed that a message had been sent to someone important. Freeman looked up then, removed the spectacles, smiled, and said to Waters, Good, I thought it would save time if the 3 of us were here. Chris, tell me about the new lead in the Sims investigation. He didn't need to look to his right. He knew Turek's head would have turned slowly in his direction. What he did need to do, very quickly, was to understand what Freeman was doing here. Was this unintentional, the result of her literally just taking over the case, or had she engineered a potentially awkward confrontation for reasons of her own? She had the same smile when she went on, I'm assuming it's a new lead because there is nothing about it in DCI Reeves's notes, and they are comprehensive. There is no mention of any plan to trace vehicles in Luton. Turek's breathing had altered a little. This was intentional on Freeman's part, and Waters knew then that the rules of engagement in the Kingslake Central Criminal Investigation Department had changed, perhaps forever, if not for good. He said, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a lead, ma'am. It's a line of inquiry. Freeman looked at Turek, who said, Sanctioned by who? The look came back to Waters, but before he could speak, she said to them both, It looks as if there might have been a breakdown in communication. Those waste more time in the police force than anything else, including expenses claims. Chris, I gave you 10 minutes. You have 8 left. What's the line of inquiry? Waters kept it short and simple. He said that as it was his team which had worked on the mobile phone records in the investigation, when they discovered this afternoon that there was a new pay-as-you-go device involved, it made sense to try and link it to— He saw the slight change in Freeman's expression then and put it a little differently. It made sense to see if there were any links to anyone else they had spoken to, and who might be involved. As the mobile had been purchased in Luton on the 27th, the same day that Michelle Sims was murdered, it was logical to look at people involved who were from there. Tarek said, "Involved how? As members of her family? As people who have lost a wife and a sister?" Freeman said to Waters, "Why the request to obtain the records of a multi-story car park?" Tarek twitched, and Waters looked at him directly for the first time since they had entered Freeman's office. The detective inspector was seething, and it wasn't difficult to see why. Feeling undermined, looking like a man who couldn't manage his team, embarrassed in front of a new, highly rated senior officer. But Waters surprised himself with his own lack of sympathy. The fact was that the investigation had been narrowed down too quickly. This was not Tarek's fault, but he should have made the point himself. "Ma'am, we want to see whether the vehicles belonging to her husband or her brother-in-law were in the car park at the time the phone was bought." Tarek said, "What if they were? People buy new phones. They even use them to call their partners and relatives. If I'd been consulted, ma'am, I would not have allowed this to continue." As far as Waters could tell, the detective chief inspector wasn't bothered in the slightest by the animosity. She was weighing it up objectively. She tilted her head slightly to the left and raised her eyebrows a little. Then she said to Waters, "You could just phone the two men and ask them if they bought the mobile in question, the one that made the last call." "Precisely!" Freeman's gaze went to Tarek, and if he was going to say more, he changed his mind. Then she looked back at Waters. He said, "I did consider that, ma'am, but then I thought it would be interesting to see if either of them was in the shopping centre at that time, before asking them if they'd bought a phone. If one of the vehicles was present, but they denied buying a pay-as-you-go, it would be—" and yes, he still hesitated even now before he used the word— "it would be a bit of a coincidence." The surprised eyebrows again, but a different look beneath them, a sharper, more appraising look. She swiveled the chair a little in Tarek's direction and said, "That's quite nice." Tarek made no comment, and after another short moment of reflection, Freeman said, "Is Serena Butler handling it, the car park thing?" Waters nodded. "All right, tell her to use my name. I'll send an email confirmation to her in a few minutes' time. That's not an authorization to use my name for anything else." Waters nodded again and stood up. It was obvious that Tarek would want to remain behind with the DCI and say all sorts of things. Tarek, too, must have assumed that's how it would go, but Freeman said, "Chris, hang around for a minute, please. Simon, I'll catch up with you soon." When the detective inspector had left, she asked Waters to close the door to the office that was now plainly hers for the foreseeable future. Then her attention was back on the laptop's screen. She put on her spectacles, read something, and took them off again. Years ago, when Smith had first met her, Waters remembered a comment about the whole show being run by sixth-formers soon, and she didn't look much older than that now. Waters thought she might actually be younger than Tarek. She said, "All right, give me your take on this investigation." He'd soon have this off by heart. It felt like a rerun of his meeting in Mickey Lemon's a couple of hours ago, followed by the conversation with Alison Reeve. He used some of the same phrases, making the point about the forensics pointing very clearly at someone who was in almost every other respect a bad fit. He said that while Oliver Salmon clearly might have had the opportunity, what could his motive have been? Freeman took her time before she answered him. A sexually motivated attack by a completely inexperienced 18-year-old. He was aroused, followed her, made some sort of advance. When she pushed him away, or whatever took place, he lashed out. She struggled. Maybe she attacked him. Have we examined him for any marks? I don't think so, ma'am. We should have done so. That's basic stuff. A longer pause while she reflected on that, and Waters began to reflect on a number of other matters. Freeman said, "Anyway, tell me why we're wrong. you seem to think we are. There's no evidence of a sexual motive, other than her clothing being pulled about. Even Dr. Robinson pointed that out to me at the scene. He thought it was odd. That's Dr. Robinson, the pathologist? Yes, ma'am. We haven't got another Dr. Robinson who's a member of this criminal investigation team. He didn't answer her this time. She went on, So, sticking with the majority view, we explain the disarranged clothing by saying that Oliver Salmon, 18, completely inexperienced, couldn't resist having a look, because that's how it starts, isn't it, for everyone? We get curious and we want to see, and being brutal, because sometimes we have to be, Oliver Salmon has disabilities which mean he's somewhat behind the curve, okay? There was a new edge in her voice now, but he guessed this was by design. She might be annoyed because he'd brought her problems in her first hour in charge. Equally, she might be testing him to see how he held up, how he held on to his own ideas under pressure. He'd certainly been tested like that before. He said, It's one interpretation, ma'am, but you're not buying it. Not entirely, no. That's all right. Is it true that you put the Salmon family in touch with Central's least favourite duty solicitor? Yes, ma'am. Was that deliberate? People are saying that it was. When he didn't answer, Freeman said, I wasn't running this when you did that, so I'm not really bothered. If I had been, it might be a different story, but I'd like to know your reason. I've met Shirley Salmon, Oliver Salmon's aunt, a few times before. They're decent people, and I thought they could use some help. Freeman picked up her glasses, as if she intended to get up from her desk, walk around it, and take a closer look at him. In the end, she didn't put them on. Which raises a couple of questions. Did you declare a personal interest? Was it your place to assist people under our investigation in that way? And in doing so, did you make it more difficult for your colleagues to carry out the investigation? Waters said, I don't see it that way, ma'am. Christine Archer is rigorous, but she's been on our list of solicitors for years. Any one of us could have called for a solicitor, and it could have been Miss Archer who turned up. That's beside the point. You chose to use your position to influence who did turn up. Then she glanced at the laptop again and said, This is my third SIO. Waters said, Yes, ma'am, and wondered whether she expected him to congratulate her. He concluded the answer was most likely no. It was probably a sort of warning. Do you see much of Smith? A little, he said, alarm bells ringing. Could she possibly know that it was through Smith he had met Shirley Salmon in the first place? If she had asked, he would absolutely not have told her he'd had lunch with him today. But had Freeman driven through the town on her way to Central? Was it conceivable she had caught sight of them? Nevertheless, he knew what she was doing. He recognized the technique, switching direction apparently at random, like Ford running with the ball on a Saturday afternoon, wrong-footing the opposing backs before suddenly making for the line. She said, I tried to recruit him twice. If he'd just hung on a few months longer, he would have ended up working for me in the end. I hate losing. And Waters thought, she's peculiar. You could say this is verging on the inappropriate. Anyway, the reason I mentioned Smith is that in our last conversation on the subject, he said he would not be available, but he had 2 young prospects who were the next best thing. One was Serena Butler, and the other was you. As you know, Serena's already on my team, as and when. Are you? Answering that too quickly would have been a mistake, but eventually he said, Yes, ma'am. Good. Any other reasons why you're looking for a perpetrator in Luton? He talked briefly about the missing iPhone, and then about Michelle Sims, how she had come across so far as complicated and potentially vulnerable, someone who might well have become involved in difficult relationships. Evidentially, in terms of a case that could be presented in a courtroom, this was meaningless, and Waters knew it, but Freeman heard him out before she said, "Go with it for now. Don't make any more moves without consulting someone here, preferably your DI. You've really pissed him off, ma'am." It was impossible to tell whether she was annoyed herself. Her comment about Turek had come across as a statement of fact, nothing more. And as you've had your people spending their time on other stuff today, better make sure that what you were supposed to be doing is all done before anyone goes home tonight. He said it would be, and made another move to get up and leave. This time she didn't prevent him, but as he was heading towards the door, Freeman said, "Alison Reeve told me to back you as well. Not in as many words, but she did. So you can make friends as well as enemies, which is good to know." At the door he waited for her finally to dismiss him. "But if it turns out that you've wasted time and resources and goodwill, that's on you." Back in the office, he went to Serena, and she told him Turek had been in minutes ago and left a note on his desk. He gave her Freeman's authorization and said she should use it straight away to retrieve the car park's data for the 27th of July. She had more to tell him, he could see, but he went to his desk and read the note. It was in Turek's own hand, small, angular, and difficult to read at the best of times, but the meaning was clear enough. It was an order that he should inform Detective Sergeant John Wilson, acting desk sergeant on the Sims investigation, of the new line of inquiry so as to ensure correct documentation. Turek could have done so himself, of course, and the reason why he hadn't would become obvious as soon as he, Waters, spoke to Wilson. As with Turek in Freeman's office, Waters had the strangely liberating realization that he didn't care about another confrontation with the man who carried a grudge from years ago about, what was it, the Macpherson case, long before Waters's time on the force. And that sprang from another realization which had been taking shape over the past few weeks. Becoming a detective sergeant had made it clearer that there were aspects to this job which he didn't like, and if he didn't want to do it any more, he had plenty of other options. Serena had come to his desk, impatient as ever, and his look told her he was ready to hear it now. "We should have the car park data within half an hour, but—" "I don't like it when you do that, sir." "Yes, I know." She peered at him, making it obvious she was doing so, and asked if he was all right. He said he was, and asked her if she would like a written apology, with a straight face that made her laugh a little. "And I got the registrations from the DVLA, cross-checked against their addresses." Waters was paying attention now, despite the anarchic thoughts of 5 minutes ago. Barry Sims was easy, but Graham Fletcher wasn't. They had to do a bit of digging because it didn't show up straight away. Any guesses why? She liked this guessing thing with him. Waters knew he had a reputation for being clever, though he wasn't feeling it much lately, and Serena wanted to put it to the test on a regular basis. He said, "No, right out of guesses, tell me." "Okay. They couldn't find it straight away because he's sold it." "Fletcher has sold his car? When?" "Tuesday of this week." Waters could see that Serena already had some, if not all of it. First the iPhone, and now the car, and don't forget the traces of sodium N-lauryl, whatever it was. Don't forget the brother-in-law keeping the peace between the two sisters, in touch several times with Michelle while she was at Pine Hills, keeping the peace in the rows that Michaela Fletcher had made no mention of to anyone. Some would argue that if he was worried about the car, Fletcher would have got rid of it sooner, but that might have aroused suspicion if it had been discovered. And wasn't it Tuesday that Serena had begun leaning on Fletcher about locating the missing iPhone? Waters said, "Do we know where the car went when he sold it?" "Yes, got all that. It's a dealer in Luton. Went in as part exchange, would be my guess."
Another voice said, "Check their website, see if it's listed." They looked around, having both forgotten about Richard Ford. He ducked slightly, expecting to be told he'd been caught thinking again, but Waters said, "Yes, good idea. Serena will give you the details." She came back to his desk after doing so, with Ford already busy with some proper detecting for a change. Waters pointed to the spare seat, and she sat down. "Chris." "Sir, are we going with this now? We seem to be out on our own a bit. No one's spoken to us all day. This is nothing to do with Oliver Salmon. DCI Freeman has agreed to us taking a look elsewhere, on a temporary basis, I think." "Freeman? What's happened to Alison? When you came back, you didn't say anything." He still had all that to deal with, or with which to deal, whatever. But this still wasn't quite the right moment. Serena wasn't waiting too long for answers when there were more questions to be asked. "And does Tarek know? He seemed to be in a foul mood when he put that note on your desk." Waters held up his two long-fingered hands, the backs towards her. He said, "Detective Inspector Tarek was in the room. Do these look at all bruised to you?" Serena looked closely at his right hand and then at the left. "No." And then, with an expression of delighted alarm, "Why, you didn't punch him, did you?" "We didn't come to blows, but one way or another I got my knuckles rapped. Cutting to the chase, then, I seem to be telling various people that I don't think Oliver Salmon did it, and most of them aren't happy to hear this. Freeman has said I can look at someone else, and I know you've already worked out who that is, but she's made it clear I'll be executed at dawn if it turns out to be a waste of time and resources. She also mentioned the loss of goodwill, but I think it's too late to worry about that." Serena had one of her serious faces on now. She thought over what he'd said before. "But you did want to punch him, didn't you?" "Not particularly. I think he wanted to punch me, though." "DC would have said you must be doing something right then." Tarek entered from the corridor and went to the desk he kept in the main office. He didn't make eye contact with any of them across the room. He just sat down and woke up the monitor screen before he began typing. Serena made a "there-you-go" face, and Waters said more quietly, "Freeman made it plain she thinks I'm on thin ice with this. I don't want anyone else falling through it with me. Ford's still an innocent. No one will blame him. You're not, and you don't see me as an innocent." No. Try as I might. "Well, we can talk about why that is another time. It's nice of you to be concerned, sir, but I think I can take care of myself. If the worst comes to the worst, I can always say I was just following your orders, can't I?" "Absolutely. Fine. I might have to say it sooner than you think he's on his way over." Tarek's expression was set to unforgiving. He ignored Serena and Ford, and without preliminaries said to Waters, "Have you spoken to Sergeant Wilson yet?" "No, sir." "Make sure it's done before he leaves. I don't want that dragging on into Monday." Waters said that he would and waited. There was bound to be more. "Where are we with the list of Pine Hills holidaymakers?" Waters had no idea, and was in the mood to say so, but Serena stepped in. "Nearly finished, sir. There'll be a few to follow up, the ones who didn't answer their phone this afternoon." Tarek said, "All right, make sure it's done." And that was it. The detective inspector turned on his heel and walked away. They watched until he was out of the office again, and then Serena said, "He looks like someone did something nasty in his handbag." The day was running out quickly, and there was still much to be done. Waters felt the need to make a list, starting with the visit to Wilson in the incident room. Might as well get that out of the way. Serena went back to her screen to see if the parking data had arrived. There were 2 minutes of quiet before Ford said, "Mercedes C-Class Saloon Silver, new in this week. Low mileage, excellent condition, 1 local owner. Pictures to follow available from next Monday. No registration details, but that's got to be it, sir." Waters paused in the list-making and looked at the two of them. "You'd think so? Well done again. Ring them, though, and check the registration. We need to be certain."
He glanced at the time on his screen. They might well have closed first thing Monday. Richard, ring them.
They'll be open tomorrow, sir. I can take the details home and ring from there. Teacher's pet.
Serena had her eyes fixed on her own screen, and she didn't glance up even when they were both looking at her. Waters shook his head at Ford, who had taken no notice of her anyway, and then they heard, "It's opened with Excel, here we go." They watched as she tapped a few keys and waited. Then she looked up quickly and said, "Barry Sims first," before her eyes went back to the database she was searching. Waters added items to his list with the nagging thought that he had forgotten something important. It wasn't telling these two about DCI Reeve. He'd do that soon. Something else. No, doesn't look as if Barry has ever used the car park. These records go back months. I wouldn't be surprised if Barry Sims takes the bus when he goes into town, to be honest. Let's put the other one in. He needed to finish the document he'd been working on at various moments during the day. It was only bullet points, but it had to be as complete as possible. What else? Be ready to move quickly on Monday if any of this looked promising. None of them were on duty over the weekend, but all would be in by 8 on Monday morning. When Waters glanced up again, because the room was so quiet, he saw Serena staring intently at her screen. Ford was watching her as well. Without acknowledging either of them, she muttered, "Double-check that," and pressed some more keys. A few seconds later, she said, "Same result. Sir, he was there." Chapter 29. With Waters to her right and Ford to her left, Serena moved the pointer, clicked, and highlighted an entry on the database. It now stood out from the mass of tiny print as a blue bar across the screen. She said, "That's the reg of the Mercedes Ford he just found for sale. On the 27th of July, it was still owned by Graham Fletcher." Waters said, "It's so small I can hardly read it. What are the times?" "Arrived in the multi-story at 17:28, left at 18:06. The fee was £4.50. That's a bit steep for less than an hour's parking, isn't it? I won't be doing my Christmas shopping in Luton." "Remind me what time the phone was purchased?" Without checking and without hesitation, Serena said, 17:53. 38 minutes between the time the car goes past the camera on the first occasion and the second. He finds a space, parks up, then walks from the multi-story to the shops. We know the phone shop is in the centre, but you'd still allow a few minutes for him to do that. Then he's in the phone shop. He chooses one, with or without assistance from the staff, and less than half an hour after he arrived, he's buying the pay-as-you-go with cash. How many people who have bank cards do that now? 13 minutes after that, he's leaving the car park. He must have pulled over somewhere, because just 8 minutes later, Michelle Sims gets a call from that mobile. He was in a hurry. Serena said, "Unless he loses his phones on a daily basis, he's still got his iPhone at this point. So why does he need another phone?" Richard Ford said, "Excuse me for saying it, but this doesn't prove that Graham Fletcher bought that phone, sir. It just sort of proves he was in the shopping centre when it was bought. I say sort of because someone else might have been driving the car." Serena took it up. "Well, not his wife. We know where she was. Who else? Someone from his company?" They waited for Waters then. He straightened up, his back aching from leaning in to study the screen, put his hands into his pockets, and didn't hurry. Serena recognized the signs and clicked back to see if the same vehicle used the multi-story regularly. Ford stared at the sergeant and wondered if he was all right. Eventually, Waters said, "Richard, you're right. Of course you are. Don't excuse yourself for saying anything when we're into something like this. But it's the odds. Someone else might have bought it, yes, and that makes Fletcher's being there or being involved in any way a coincidence." He didn't look in Serena's direction, didn't need to. But if that's the case, what are the odds that it was someone else who knew Michelle Sims who bought that mobile during the 38 minutes that Fletcher was there? Fletcher has admitted he was exchanging texts with her that day, and then, while he's in the shopping centre for less than 40 minutes, someone else buys a mobile phone and calls her the same night. What are the odds on that happening? Serena said 183,964 to 1. Waters left them saying he had to see Wilson and that he wouldn't be long. He took the circuitous route, not because he wanted to put off the inevitable, but because he needed a few minutes to think, to work this all out. When would be the best time to speak to Fletcher about the mobile? Tonight? Tomorrow? Monday morning? When should he let Freeman know there had been a development, if it was a development? And should he do that through to Rec? Would that help to heal relations, or just delay progress? How and how soon could he get down to Luton himself and meet these people face to face? Lake Central already had the Friday evening feeling. Most CID had gone home, but on the ground floor there were uniformed officers equipping themselves to do battle once more with the rising tide of drunkenness that swamps the streets of provincial towns and cities across the land every Friday and Saturday night. Let's have continental opening hours, the politicians had said, and then the British will learn to drink in civilized continental ways, like proper Europeans. They didn't say when this miracle would occur, naturally, and those ministers who had proposed the idea were long gone, leaving the police to hold the line and clear up the mess. By 10 o'clock, a dozen vehicles and twice as many officers would be engaged on the streets, being abused, spat at, vomited on, and ferrying the people having a good time to accident and emergency. Mostly they were of Waters's generation. He had grown up with it, tried it once or twice, and grown out of it too. But without Smith, he wouldn't have known how things used to be, when the pubs and clubs had licenses that shut them down at 11 in the evening. It was all over by midnight, Smith had told him, and even earlier than that on Sundays. People still had a skinful now and then, but there was none of this anarchy. The centre of Lake wasn't a no-go area for decent-minded sorts on a Friday night. I don't pretend to understand it, but I know what we should do about it. Detective Sergeant John Wilson was still at his desk, and it was plain he'd already been told what had been going on as far as a new line of inquiry was concerned. Waters stood by the desk in the incident room as Wilson pretended surprise and wrote down a few notes. When that part of it was over, he looked up at Waters and said, "Well, this is all very exciting. When do you expect to make an arrest?" "I've no idea." Wilson went to write that down as well. Then he smiled up at Waters and said, "You can say that again." There had been a time when Wilson intimidated him. The stocky, powerful build, the shaven head, and the deliberate sense of menace made plenty of people wary of Wilson. But he was in the end only a bully, and Smith had been able to make him dance whenever he wanted, with well-chosen words, nothing more. Every force has its Wilsons, and perhaps even needs them on occasion, but they are dangerous dogs and should never be allowed into the house. There was no need to respond, and Waters had begun to move away when Wilson said, "The bit I'm waiting for is when you take Oliver Salmon out of the equation, though. Doesn't matter how many other suspects you can invent. Doesn't even matter how much legal advice you get for the Salmon family. Is it right you knew them before this investigation kicked off, by the way?" Waters didn't rise to the implication, but stood and listened to see what else might come. There might be some value in letting Wilson show more of his hand. "That's what I heard. Wouldn't surprise me, but like I said, you can drum up all the suspects you like. I won't be buying it until you can explain to me how his saliva got inside her mouth, other than the obvious way, which is he stuck his tongue down her throat. Disgusting thought!" This was Wilson at his best, the deliberate crudity, the provocative leer, the hope that Waters would lose a little of his smug, smart-assed self-control, and, ideally, lay a hand on him. The two of them were alone, and there were no witnesses, but there was no doubt in Waters's mind that witnesses would appear were he to do any such thing. As desk sergeant, is there anything else you need to know about the new line of inquiry? Wilson didn't answer that. Waters turned and walked away, directly back to his own office this time. There was more unpleasantness to come, and he might as well get it over with now. A bond is formed with other officers when you have worked through long and difficult cases together. Ford had not experienced that with Alison Reeve, and so he said how unfortunate it was that she had cancer, but Serena was as shocked as Waters had ever seen her. She put up a hand and covered her mouth, as if she was frightened about what she might say. But when she spoke, she said only, "She told me she was ill. I never imagined." He recalled it, the day when he'd seen the detective constable place her hand on the arm of the detective chief inspector, as they sat and talked in the intimate way women sometimes do. Serena said to him, "So how is she, in herself? When does she start the treatment?" And they want details, too. He didn't have the answers, but said he had no doubt a call from Serena over the weekend would be welcomed. She had Reeves's mobile number, didn't she? The two of them, Serena and Ford, should have gone home, but they were showing no signs of doing so. Waters's focus was on Monday now. He asked Serena to put all the details of the afternoon's developments concerning the car park into the central file for the Sims investigation. This would only take her a matter of minutes, and then he asked Ford for details of the dealer who had Fletcher's car. Ford brought them over with the news that he had already confirmed it was the same car. He'd left a message earlier, and while Waters had been out of the room talking to Wilson, the sales manager had called back, thinking he had a customer. Waters said, "How did you leave it with the manager?" "I said we might need to speak to him about the car on Monday. I made sure it will still be there if we do. I said it might be of interest to us, sir." Ford was all right, steady and not inclined to flap or get overexcited. There was even a touch of the John Murrays about him. Soon the man himself would be back. Waters wondered what he would make of all this. It was another opinion that mattered. "Fine. How many of these calls to Pine Hills still to go?" 3 was the answer. Waters told them he would make those now, and that the two of them should go while there was still some of Friday night left. He opened his own screen and saw the document he'd been working on. This should also be complete in a few minutes. With any luck, he would be home by 8 o'clock himself. The thing he'd forgotten almost declared itself at that moment, but Serena came to his desk with sheets of paper, pointed out a couple of things, and then stared at his screen. He had headed the document simply Michelle Sims. Underneath that was a brief paragraph, followed by a list of bullet points, quite a long list, summarizing everything they knew about the woman beside whose body Waters had kept some sort of vigil that long, hot Friday morning. 2 weeks ago, today. It felt more like 2 years. Serena said, "Ha! Bullet points, 1 side of A4 or less. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Is this for Freeman?" He nodded, clicked save, and then print, not looking at her directly, because it wasn't beyond Serena to make another and more accurate guess than that one. But she went away and tidied her desk. He knew that within the hour Serena would be talking to Alison Reeve, perhaps even arranging to meet for coffee or something, and that was a good thing. Ford was on his way as well. Waters told him he'd had a good week before he said good night. Alone in the office then, with 3 phone calls to make before he could go back to the flat. To the flat where he'd promised to meet Janey more than 2 hours ago. There was no text waiting on his mobile, and no sign of a missed call. He dialed her number, but it rang out, and then went to leave a message. He didn't, because it would sound lame. They'd been here before. At first she had found it exciting, even a little romantic. My boyfriend's a police detective. He has to go off on investigations at odd hours. He can't always discuss his work. But that wears off after a while. Janie Cole was intelligent and understanding up to a point, that point being the one at which she'd begun to suspect she might always be second on his list of priorities. To be a detective's wife is to be a detective's widow, even when he's alive and well. Waters tried her number again with the same result. He was certain she could see who was calling, and that she was refusing to answer. Then he put his mobile away, picked up the landline on his desk, and found the list of potential witnesses from Pine Hills. When he arrived home, the flat was empty and silent. It was a few minutes after 8 o'clock in the evening. Janie had tidied up before she got tired of waiting for him. He looked around for a note, but there was no other sign she had been there, ever. He went to the bathroom, opened the cabinet above the basin, and saw that her toothbrush and things had gone. He didn't know whether she had taken it today or on an earlier visit. When exactly didn't matter. In the bedroom he discovered that the drawers she had used for clothes had also been emptied. He went through to the kitchen, turned on the grill, and made a toasted cheese and chutney sandwich with the stale bread. Someone had once told him that stale bread makes the best toast. He couldn't remember who, but it was the kind of trivial but somehow important life skills advice Smith handed out on a daily basis. Tea leaves make a better cup than tea bags, every time. Yes, it might have been Smith. Sitting at the small kitchen table with the sandwich, he poured the remains of a bottle of Madeiran into a mug, too idle to fetch a wine-glass from the cabinet. Red wine, that was another thing. He'd never bothered with it until Smith got involved. But it made the sandwich taste better, and that's the whole point of a sandwich. He took out his mobile and laid it face up on the table beside the plate. He hadn't been alone on a Friday night very often over the past year, but this seemed like the way things were going to be for a while. He was savouring the last mouthful of wine when the phone lit up and began to ring. It wasn't her, just a number, but it had a vaguely familiar look about it. He accepted the call and said his name. "Funny coincidence," said a female voice. "That's who I just called." "What are you doing?" It was Catherine Diver. Waters told her exactly what he was doing, going into quite a lot of detail about the sandwich and the wine. She said she'd always thought he was a man who knew how to drain the cup of life to its dregs, and then she asked what he was doing next tonight, because there was a good saxophonist on at the Blue Note, starting in about an hour. Waters declined politely, and Catherine said it was okay, he could bring his girlfriend as well. He didn't go into any details about that, because it would just give Lake's leading female private detective, and the only one, as far as he knew, just too many opportunities, and he wasn't in the mood. Catherine said then, "Look, in case you're getting the wrong idea, it's nothing personal. If I wanted your body, I'd come to your flat in Old Wharf and take it. Resistance would be futile, you know that. I want to talk about something else." How did she know where he lived? They'd only met again a couple of weeks ago, after a gap of years, and he hadn't mentioned that. Maybe another night, he said. He was at home, but he still had some work to do for tomorrow. She couldn't possibly know he wasn't on duty over the weekend. Catherine said, "All right, this time, but I want to speak to you. It's about a business opportunity." Yes, he would have asked at that point, but she'd gone. A business opportunity. Seriously? She had talked about Diver and Diver that night in the club, and he could see and hear for himself they were doing well. But that well? Recruiting police detectives well? He tried calling Janey again. Then he took the single sheet of A4 out of the briefcase he sometimes used for work, laid it on the kitchen table, and studied it as if someone else had written it, and he'd never seen it before. Chapter 30. No, we don't hear any traffic. Sometimes a dinghy goes by if the tide's in. The three of them listened then, as if to see whether Smith was mistaken, but there was only the sound of a dog barking in the distance, somewhere far out on the marshes where the footpath wound its way east. Joe said, "Don't forget the jets, though." "Ah," said Smith, "and the jets. When RAF Coningsby have saved up enough fuel coupons, they put on a bit of a show over the wash. It's their training area. If the wind's in the west, they run in from here when they're doing target practice. Typhoons mostly. We reckon the estate agent kept it quiet, but it's a plus for me. A free air show once a month." Waters looked up into the sky as if trying to picture a typhoon fighter rolling and banking, going in low, but there was only a passenger plane at many thousands of feet, just a glint of sunlight leaving a vapour trail across the blue, heading northeast. He put down the coffee cup and picked up the binoculars that lay on the table. Now he could make out the great silver airliner, but it was so high the sound wasn't reaching where they sat in the rear garden of Drift's End. Smith said, "Too high for Scandinavia. We think they're bound for the Far East or Russia. It's a regular flight path, dozens every day." Waters nodded and replaced the binoculars. Smith said "we" a lot since Waters had arrived for lunch an hour and a half ago, and that, as much as anything else, summed up the changes in his life since he'd retired. Common sense told you the two of them spent a lot of time together, but it was evident in every conversation that they had lots of conversations about the cottage, the village and its inhabitants, the ramblers and dog-walkers, the birds. There was a Drift's End list with 81 species already, about the plants that would and would not grow in this soil, about what would happen if the tide got as high as it did in 1953. They'd be cut off, Smith said, possibly for days. Good thing he'd bought that dinghy. He seemed to be relishing the idea. Lunch had been a chilled chablis, salad and seafood, the latter all local from Whalley Westons, 2 villages along the coast. When Waters inquired, he was told there really was such a man. It wasn't a brand, and Smith had known him for donkey's years. Everything came off the few small boats that still managed to earn a living from the seas around the North Norfolk coast. As soon as Waters had arrived, Joe had said, "You do eat seafood, don't you, Chris? We do, all the time. But I've got locally made sausages I can do for you, and eggs, and seafood would be good," he told her. "Remember the crab salad you made me eat in the Queen's Arms at Overy?" he said to Smith. That was the first time he'd noticed seafood. He'd been trying to find something as good ever since. Smith had winked at Joe then and said they could match it because he'd been back there and got the secret formula for the dressing from Marjorie Harris, who owed him a favour or two. Yes, she was doing all right, and Julie Shapiro had recovered well from her leukemia treatment, which inevitably brought about the moment when he told them about Alison Reeve. Smith had been silent for 30 seconds, and Joe had watched him as she asked Chris questions about the detective chief inspector, whom she had met briefly on 2 or 3 occasions. From what she knew, she said it's one of those that if you catch it early enough— "You only found out about it yesterday?" There was a familiar edge in the voice. The bad news had caught Smith off guard. "Yes, DC. As I already knew I'd be here today, I thought it better to tell you this way rather than on the phone. As far as I could tell, she's okay, if that makes sense." Joe said that it did, and Smith asked whether Alison still had the same mobile number. There was no point in discussing whether he ought to ring her, and Waters guessed Alison Reeve would be expecting such a call anyway. The mood over lunch had become a little more sombre than it might have been, but what else can you do? Sitting there in the pleasant shade of Drift's End on a Saturday lunchtime was one of those tiny, perfect moments. But elsewhere, in the same instant, friends are confronting the other side of life, which is death. They are telling their own shattered parents the prognosis isn't so bad, and reassuring them that the consultant is one of the best in the field. When they had finished eating, Waters declined a second glass of the Chablis because he was driving back, and Smith went to make coffee. Joe said, "He's fond of Alison." "Yes, they go back a long way." "He's fond of all of you, except someone called Wilson, and another one called O'Leary, I think." Waters smiled at the names, and she went on, "He thinks people don't get in touch because they imagine he's still at death's door himself. As you can see, he isn't." He didn't know Joe well, but this was a reproach, and she looked directly at him until he acknowledged it. He said, "I'll have a word around the office. To be honest, when I turned up that Thursday, I was really surprised to find him so well. Last winter, when he was on the edge for so long, they seemed convinced he wouldn't make it. Some people probably are nervous of seeing him again, just in case he isn't what he used to be, I suppose." It was enough of an explanation, if not an apology, for Joe to smile again. She said, "Well, I think he is, but, as he'd probably say himself, only more so. As far as your visit on Thursday is concerned, I haven't quite forgiven you. Did you wait until I was out of the house? Were you keeping us under observation?" It was impossible to know whether she had remembered his car pulled into the driveway as she'd driven past that morning. No, he said, he hadn't been, but there was no point in lying to her about the fact that he had come to speak to Smith about Oliver Salmon's case. She'd already cornered him about it as soon as she had the chance, about 10 minutes after he arrived today. She said now, keeping an eye on the open stable door at the back of the cottage, where Smith would shortly reappear with freshly ground coffee, "He only has one more appointment with the surgeon, and then they'll sign him off. As you can see, he seems to have made a full recovery, but I don't want anything to risk that, Chris. If this didn't involve Shirley and Oliver Salmon, I'd be telling you to back off." Joe Everson was a former detective inspector with the Met, and sometimes it showed. It must have been years ago, because she was an established writer now. Waters had read 2 of her books about well-known murder cases. But, as Smith himself used to say, you can leave the force, but it never leaves you. This was invariably followed by bad Star Wars jokes, but it was true. Waters only had to think about his own father. If you talked with former Detective Sergeant Douglas Waters for more than 5 minutes, there would be some mention of his time in the Kingslake Police. Waters said by way of defence, "I was in a no-win situation, Joe. I knew he hadn't heard about Oliver, because if he had, he'd have been in touch with me or Alison Reeve, and I also knew that when he did find out, he'd be annoyed with me for not telling him." "I can see that, but you must also have known that when he did hear about it, he wasn't just going to sit and do nothing. We had to drive over to Pine Hills the same evening. There was no point in trying to stop him." Waters had never met Sheila Smith. She had died around about the time he was studying for his A-levels, and he wondered now how alike or how different the 2 women were. Sheila had been a teacher, well-read, Smith had told him, and well-respected. Waters remembered the many shelves of books in Smith's previous home, and wondered where they had all gone. And here was Jo, another woman involved with books and research and writing. They didn't look much alike as far as he could tell from the photographs he'd seen of Sheila, who had been at least as tall as Smith, slender and dark-haired. Jo was shorter and blonde, ash-blonde now, after all the sun, the hair pulled back into a simple short ponytail. Her dark blue-green eyes were upon him now, waiting for a response. Waters said, "I do understand. I don't have to say anything else about the case today. It was worth coming for the lunch." She wasn't having any of that, and laughed enough to encourage him. "But you were there that evening. What did you make of it, when Oliver went for a walk along the road to the dunes?" Jo said, "I'd only met him once before, last year, and very briefly, so I don't claim to know him at all. But it was definitely peculiar, the way he stopped in the road. He was remembering something that had happened there. Someone with the right skill set might get it out of him. It's hard to imagine he did it, but the forensics. She didn't need to say the words. Smith appeared at the open door and said 2 more minutes because he'd had to clean the grinder. He didn't want this Costa Rican single estate contaminated with the Italian roast they'd had at breakfast. When he'd gone back inside, Jo said, "So what did he tell you to bring today?" She almost certainly knew the answer, but she was keeping a distance from the 2 former colleagues, not wanting to presume. That was Waters's guess. He was also sure there was no way she was going to go off and do the washing up while the 2 of them discussed the murder of Michelle Sims. Waters said, after I'd given him the outline, he said if it was his case, he'd want to know as much as possible about the victim. I'd heard that before, obviously, and I asked why, and he said it didn't sound like a random one. He said she wouldn't be one of those victims who were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He let that tail away as he looked at Jo, searching for some sign that the 2 of them had already discussed this. They must have done so. But she kept her silence and gave nothing away. Waters went on. I don't know how he got to that so quickly, from the little I'd said. I mean, I agree, but it wasn't just because he refuses to believe Oliver could have done it, was it? Smith was coming back with a tray of cups, saucers, and cafetière. Why there were 2 of the latter, Waters couldn't imagine, until it was explained that the Costa Rican was strong stuff for young people, and rather than suffer in silence, they could have some of the more mellow Italian without embarrassment. Waters told him he was a very considerate host, and Jo agreed, but she said he was also a nutcase about certain beverages and foods, to which Smith agreed, but added that if one was naturally a connoisseur of the finer things in life, one should embrace one's destiny, because life, is short. And then he poured coffee for them. It was a moment in which nothing more needed to be said. Bitter chocolate, dark smokiness, a hint of toffee or caramel, that's the sort of thing that might be written on the packet of beans Smith had ground to make the coffee. Whatever the words, it was strong stuff, and Waters took small sips of it. A couple of these, and his ears would be ringing. When he put the cup back onto its tiny saucer, Smith said, "So you 2 started without me. What have you got there?" He was indicating the single sheet of paper Waters had put onto the table, A4 and folded twice crossways, so that it would have fitted into an envelope. "Just about everything we have on—" "Whoa!" The hand came up in the familiar traffic-stopping gesture. "No names, no pack drill. Is it written on the paper anywhere?" "Yes, at the top." Smith got up from the table, asked to be excused, and went back into the house, reappearing moments later with a pair of kitchen scissors, which he handed to Waters. The intention was plain enough. Waters unfolded the sheet and made a cut across it near to the top, removing the victim's name. In one sense, of course, it was merely a symbolic gesture, But Waters understood why he'd been asked to make it. It was for his own sake. He was, in sharing intelligence collected by the King's Lake force, committing a disciplinary offence. It was highly unlikely the offence would ever come to light, but should it do so, he could say truthfully, if they were careful now, that the details had only been discussed anonymously, that the victim's name had never been disclosed. Waters folded the narrow strip and put it into the pocket of his jeans before offering the remainder to Smith. "If it were me," Smith said, "I'd give it to a profiler first." Jo reached out her hand, and Waters gave her the paper. She moved her coffee cup to one side, placed the paper flat on the table, and pulled her chair closer before she began to read. Smith asked if Waters would like some more coffee. The answer was, maybe later, then poured himself some and picked up the binoculars to look at a solitary seagull hanging high above Drift's End in the warm blue air. As far as Waters could tell, Jo Everson went through the information in 3 different ways. She read it quickly from top to bottom, more as if she were examining a photograph than a page of text. Then she placed a finger by the first bullet point and stared intently at it for some seconds before repeating the process with the next. Halfway down, she looked up at Waters and said, "No Facebook page?" He said there was one, but there had been no new posts on it for some months. It had offered no insights as far as the investigation was concerned. Jo frowned, and Smith asked if she needed her laptop. The answer was yes, and away he went once more. She continued the point-by-point examination until Smith returned. When he handed it over to Jo, Waters noticed the screen already showed a Facebook log-on page. This became the focus point as she typed in and waited for the results. Waters exchanged a look with Smith, but nothing was said. There was the sound of an outboard engine somewhere beyond the front of the cottage, and that must mean the tide was coming in. Waters had looked at the Facebook page more than once, and he knew what Jo would see. There was only one photograph, Michelle's profile picture. It was posed, and she looked demure and rather ordinary. It did not convey the woman he had pieced together from the rest of the intelligence they'd gathered about her. Reading back through the older posts, Jo would find mention of Michelle's singing. She must have sung in a bar or at a party, because several people had commented how good she was, and there was the usual chat about clothes and hair and holidays. Jo said, "She gave up on social media about 6 months ago. I wonder why. You'd say she was a natural up to that point, except no photos. Perhaps there were, and she deleted them. She works in hair and beauty, but there are no pictures. Odd." Waters could see her clicking back further into Michelle's digital history. Smith held up the cafetiere again, and Waters made a gesture that meant, "Just a little, then." Smith refilled the cup and then poured a third one for himself. Jo said, "When she was posting, I can find no mention of her husband, not one, but it says on the sheet that she was married. Have you met him?" "No." "A lot of what's on the sheet comes from the sister. You've met her?" "No." There was a tut of irritation from Smith, as if Waters was at fault, but a glance in that direction showed only that the sardonic sense of humour had also survived a week of induced coma unscathed. Waters said, "The only person of any significance I've had direct contact with is—" he almost said her name, "the woman in question. It lasted longer than was strictly necessary, I'm sure, but she didn't say very much." Jo's attention was back on the sheet of paper. "So who did speak to the husband? Someone must have interviewed him at length." Waters told her about the visit made by DCI Reeve and Serena Butler, how they had gone to the home in Luton. Some of this had been summarized into the notes Jo had in front of her, but she clearly wanted to know more, Smith added that those two detectives wouldn't have missed much unless things had gone downhill even more than he'd expected since he left Kingslake Central. "It's not in there," Waters said, "but DCI Reeve told us that the sister told her that it was becoming increasingly difficult to work around saying the name, that her sister, the victim, used to call him the Plastic Man sometimes. That's what he does, works in plastics." "Oh." Joe's gaze returned to the laptop and the Facebook page. "There are many thousands of them already, and one day there will be millions, the pages of the dead. Social media is becoming a mausoleum, a virtual vault. The artificial intelligence that runs it all is unable to distinguish between our occasional silences and our final one, and so we remain there, caught in the instant of our extinction. For some, a caring relative or a careful attorney will make the announcement, but even then, for many, the pages will remain as monuments to lives that were once shared with millions." Joe said, "Well, the fact that he's missing completely from here is unusual, to say the least." Waters told them what Serena had said about Michelle's bedroom, how it was separate from the rest of their home in all sorts of ways, and apparently somewhere her husband rarely, if ever, went. He hadn't even entered it when the two detectives examined her room, but had waited downstairs. Smith said, "I take it that someone has had a really good look at him for this." He was at work, as he said. That all checks out. Allison and Serena agreed they didn't have a feeling about him other than feeling a bit sorry for him. That's the impression I got from them. Smith pursued it further, "because the chances are somewhere between 60 and 70% that she was killed by someone she knew. A frustrated husband fits the bill, shut out of her Facebook page and her bedroom. I'd want more than one conversation with him." Joe closed the laptop and said, "Those statistics don't distinguish victims by gender. For female victims, the percentage is even higher. Give me 10 minutes to look at the rest. You did well to get all this onto one sheet of paper, Chris." "Properly trained," said Smith. Chapter 31. Okay, then, I'd say she was a complicated and conflicted personality, probably inclined to be impulsive. I'm sure she didn't spend months agonizing over whether to get that particular tattoo, but also likely to spend time reproaching herself and regretting choices she'd made. That fits in with some of what the sister says about the mood swings and the volatility, the suggestion she was bipolar. I'd guess from what I have here, by the way, that her sister knew her better than anyone else. That relationship was probably important to her, a safe harbour when things got rough. But even then there are things her sister didn't know about, such as the heavy drinking, which suggests the victim kept a lot to herself. Outwardly sociable, inwardly lonely, is more common than we imagine. If the hairdressing business is a busy, successful one, then she isn't without ability. She can organize, and she can handle money. She gets the kind of people who work there, and she gets the customers. She understands what they're really looking for when they book an appointment. Waters and Smith exchanged identical looks. They're looking to get their hair cut, aren't they? It's a chatty, sociable environment, and that reflects one side of her personality, but she's multifaceted. There are signs she is profoundly dissatisfied with herself and her life. I'd be interested to know how long ago she had the breast implants done, if I was doing a full workup. It's the subject of jokes, but it's major surgery, painful, and with a long recovery. You don't do that to yourself voluntarily, unless you've got genuine problems with self-esteem. And who were the implants for, if not her husband? Women often say it was for themselves, no one else, but that's only indirectly true. It's for themselves in the sense that the increased attention from others is what makes them happier, or at least they think it will. The drinking may be another expression of the same thing. We all use alcohol to escape ourselves at times, but for some it becomes the preferred version of reality. I'm not a pathologist, but I think it takes years of abuse before you have those signs in your liver, so your victim has been conflicted for a long time. Unless she's out 4 or 5 nights a week, she has been drinking steadily at home for a while. She craves attention. She is prepared to sing in public, but I'll bet alcohol is needed before she does. She obviously had a good voice. Waters mentioned the couple he'd interviewed in Barnsley, who had remarked on the woman's singing, and Smith asked whether he'd telephoned them or actually gone to South Yorkshire. When Waters told him, Smith asked why, and Waters, in a deliberately off-hand way, told him it was to interview a guest at Pine Hills who was on the sex offenders register, but it wasn't important. The look on Smith's face was priceless. Joe said then, "But the thing that leaps out at me is the mention of the brochure for a fertility clinic. Where has that come from? And why did you decide to include it in your list of notes, Chris?" The question took Waters by surprise. For the past 5 minutes he had been simultaneously listening and wondering how Joe Everson could get so much so quickly from words he had typed out between doing other jobs yesterday evening. He glanced at Smith before he said, "I could see Serena thought it was odd. She was sure the husband knew nothing about it from where she found it." Joe said, "She was, 36, 37? That's typical enough, I'd say. Maybe she hadn't done anything yet. Maybe she was thinking about it. But without her husband's knowledge or involvement, that's not typical. Ask your ladies whether the subject of children came up with him." Waters would not have claimed to know Joe well. This was the longest time he had spent in her company, but he could see now why Smith had been taken with her. The look on her face was familiar, because it was the same look he had seen many times on Smith's face. The intent, focused, inward gaze in pursuit of knowledge, understanding, and the truth. She went on, "And think about the cost. If it was a private clinic, any ideas?" It wouldn't be unfair to describe the two detectives as clueless on this one. "A single basic cycle would be at least £5,000. After that, depending on how determined or desperate you are, the sky is the limit. Did your victim have those resources? Managing a salon isn't going to be highly paid. And another thing, if she was involved in fertility treatment, if she's had a cycle of it, it will probably show in her financial records. I don't think you can hand over a fistful of used notes. Would your detective constable remember the name of the clinic on the brochure?" With perfect timing, they both answered, "Yes." "Well, that's another route into it." Smith said, "This is all very interesting," and he seemed to relish the warning look he got in return for that. "But if Chris goes back into the office with it, someone is going to ask, what the heck has this got to do with her being strangled in a seaside beauty spot 50 miles from home?" "I know I'd be asking that," she said, "and you should also know that it isn't the job of your profiler to answer questions, but to narrow down the range of questions you need to be asking." Smith acknowledged being passed at the net with a smile, and Waters guessed that matches like these probably went on for hours, much to the satisfaction of both participants. He thought for a moment about Janie Cole. Joe said, "There are only 2 possibilities. Either she was an unfortunate random victim, or she was not. If it's the first, everything I've pulled out of these notes is irrelevant. If she wasn't, then something here might not be irrelevant. It's my conclusion that she was an emotionally unstable and conflicted personality, and that makes her more likely to become a victim of violence within a relationship. Here's another conflict. If she was having fertility treatment, or planning to, why the drinking? It's something they tell you to stop. Was she actually an alcoholic? That also points to someone becoming a victim, of course. So I'll shut up soon. But here's the final reason you might want to explore this, Chris. If she was having or planning fertility treatment, there has to have been a man involved. The sisterhood can dream of the day when there won't be, but for now... Anyway, either she would opt for an anonymous donor, which isn't difficult, or it's the actual flesh and blood variety. If it isn't her husband, who is it? I'm sorry to break it to you both, but for most women, wanting and having the baby is the biggest thing in their life. It's the emotional Everest. You're in second place, the means to an end. And now I'll go and do the washing up and leave you in peace. They watched her depart in silence. Then Smith turned to Waters and said, "It makes you wonder what her Monday morning briefings were like, doesn't it?" Waters had put his coffee cup and saucer on the low brick wall surrounding a raised flower bed so that Smith couldn't refill it any more. The bed itself was full of colourful scented plants. Waters was no gardener and couldn't have named any of them, and it was alive with buzzing, humming insects. As he spent a moment watching, something darted in, out, and back again, almost too quick for the eye to follow. But Smith had spotted it and said, "Look at that! Did you see it? There it is at the Nicotiana!" Which didn't help a lot, but Waters could see the creature now, hovering yet motionless in front of a white flower, the wings beating so quickly they were nothing more than a blur. Smith said, "Do you know what it is? A hummingbird hawk moth. When I checked on the internet, there are lots being reported this year because of the hot summer. Can you see it feeding right down inside the flower?" Waters nodded. Smith had got out of his chair and moved around the table to get a closer view. "We've been keeping account. We've had up to 5 at a time, which is exceptional. The amazing thing, though, is where they come from. They're migrants, all the way from Africa and the Mediterranean. That tiny little thing has flown maybe 1,000 miles to end up in Drift's End." The moth was present for another 30 seconds, before lifting vertically like a flying saucer and disappearing over the roof of the house. Smith watched it all the way while Waters looked around the rest of the garden, thinking it idyllic and no place to bring stories of misery and murder. Smith pushed his hands into his pockets and said, "Come down to the end of the garden. There's a good view to the east, over the marshes." It was a view uninterrupted to the level horizon, a view of salt marshes and creeks, edged on the left side by the high shingle ridge that kept out all but the highest of spring tides, and on the right by the low rise of the land where the coast road winds its way from village to village. 2 squat Norman church towers, faintly blue in the far distance, looked as if they'd been added for effect by a watercolourist. Smith said, "Remember when Mark Randall was killed with the shovel, and we went after Gareth Stone? Some of us had him charged, convicted, and put away for 20 years as soon as we discovered he'd lied in the first interview. They weren't going to change their minds until we came up with a more convincing alternative, which we did in the end. I think you're in the same situation with Oliver. You've got to spend some time trying to show that he didn't do it, couldn't have done it, is even better. But what you really need is to find out who did. As Joe said, keep going back to the logical possibilities. If it wasn't Oliver, then she was either the victim of some other random attacker, or she knew the person who killed her. You've got to work both lines, keeping everything open until something begins to gain its own momentum. You know what that feels like by now. If she knew her killer, then the chances are that something on your one side of A4 isn't only relevant, it's important. You just have to work out which thing it is." Waters smiled and said, "I know that much, but resources are somewhat limited. I'm not the most popular detective sergeant in the building, as it is." "Naturally," said Smith, "I cannot imagine for a moment what that feels like." The sense grew, for Waters at least, that this was now about more than the case of Michelle Sims. Neither spoke before Smith turned and walked back to the table and chairs where they'd had lunch. There was still no sign of Joe. As he sat down again, Smith said, "I can't remember the exact occasion when I first said this to you, but I know I'll have said it before. The time will come when you'll have to choose between being a high-ranking, well-paid, and officially respected police detective and being a good one. This shouldn't ever happen, but in my experience it always does. I tried to work out why, but gave up in the end. There's some fault in the system which brings a certain sort of copper to that particular fork in the road, and maybe you've got there quicker than I did." Waters said, "You chose to go for DCI. That's high-ranking, well-paid, and officially respected." "Yes, and I also chose not to go any higher. That's the first point. The second is, when Sheila became ill, it solved the dilemma for me. That's not being heartless. She knew it herself and said as much to me. We laughed about it. The higher you rise, the more trapped you become, and you also become part of the problem. You think you're going to spend your time as senior investigating officer on the big cases, but mostly you don't. You spend half of it going to meetings about overtime budgets and equal opportunities strategies, and when you do get a good SIO position, you've always got an Allen on your back nagging about politics and public perceptions." These were things Waters had understood when he was a member of Smith's team, but which he had never heard spoken aloud like this, because, of course, it would then have been inappropriate and unprofessional. Waters said, "DCI Freeman told me the present case is her third SIO. That's unusual. She hasn't been a DCI for long. She's a bit of an odd one, though." "In what way?" Smith hesitated and didn't answer directly. "Is my mate, Detective Sergeant Christopher, still following her around?" "No, at least I haven't seen him lately." Smith stared at the flowers again. The afternoon had moved on, and the angle of light was changing. Joe came to the stable door and said she was making tea if anyone wanted some. When she'd gone, Smith said, "Cara Freeman might have got rid of DS Christopher. You want to watch out. She's ruthless, and she could be looking for a replacement." "Would that be a bad move?" "The answer to that sort of depends on what's happened to Terry Christopher. But how's it working out with Tyrek?" Waters had to smile at that. Smith stretched back in the chair and laced his fingers behind his neck before he said, "Look, I chose to carry on as a detective sergeant for good reasons. You've got a small team you can shape to your way of doing things. You've got some responsibility and admin, but not so much that you can't get out of the building when you want to, and you get to talk to people face to face instead of sending someone else and reading reports about it. Being a sergeant is still hands-on. It suited me, but it might not be right for you, not as a longer-term option. You've got the qualifications and the ability to keep edging up every year or two, but it comes at a price operationally. That's all I'm saying. Or you could quit and do something else." Waters knew before he looked up in surprise that the sharp blue eyes would be upon him as those words were spoken. What had he said that had given this game away? "Do you think I should?" "I can't answer that. Nobody can, but you." After a moment, Waters said, "Did I mention that I bumped into Catherine Diver recently?" Smith sat up and looked around in alarm. "She asked about you. She said she hoped you were making a full recovery. You didn't tell her where I live, did you?" "No, but she could probably find out if she wanted to. She's been in touch again since then. Something about a business opportunity." Smith stood up again. It looked as if afternoon tea was to be taken in the sitting-room of Drift's End. Then he walked around the table and sat on the brick wall of the raised flower-bed. With one hand he examined the nicotiana blooms that had attracted the hawk moth. "Your dad
would think that was hilarious, wouldn't he? You going into business with the opposition. And then, after a short silence, "Look, it's as I said. No one can make those decisions for you. I know this much, though. There are some unpleasant and dangerous people behind bars this afternoon, thanks to you. You've made the world a slightly safer place, and so has any copper who's doing the job properly. Not many occupations offer that as job satisfaction."
Waters showed he was thinking about that, and then Smith went on,
"And whatever you decide in the end, you've still got a case to sort out now. I'm guessing there's someone else who at least looks interesting. If you want to share that, now's the time. Jo knows we'll be talking about your case, but she'd rather not hear me doing it."
Still without mentioning a name, Waters talked about the victim's injuries, her phone records, the missing mobile, the fragments of leather beneath her fingers, the traces of solvent on her skin, the pay-as-you-go number, and the car which had been parked nearby when it was purchased, the car which was now in a Luton dealer's showroom. Smith was still examining the flowers. He had 2 or 3 of the little white trumpets between the open fingers of his right hand. He said, "And no one but you is taking any interest in him? Serena can see it. Freeman? I think she's giving me enough rope to hang myself with, to be honest." Smith let go of the blooms and looked directly at Waters.
"Well, to continue the imagery, they say you might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. You need to get face-to-face with this bloke, the brother-in-law, I think you said."
"No, I don't think I told you that, DC. Just the merest ghost of a smile then." Chapter 32. Waters arrived early in the office on the Monday morning, deliberately so. Mike Dunn had been the overnight CID presence, and he reported that there were no further developments in the Sims case. Why would there have been? No one was working it over the weekend, and they had a suspect ready to be charged. If Freeman was going to be as good as her word, the plan was to get out of the office and start making some house calls in Luton by mid-morning. Waters wrote it down so no irate detective inspector could say later that they didn't know what he was doing, where he was, or how to reach him. Then he added Serena Butler's name because she was the obvious choice, and probably the only detective constable in the building who would relish the thought of annoying Turek and Wilson simultaneously. And the fact she had already met some of the people he wanted to see would be a bonus. Next, he created a new file on the central database and named it GF. Into it went what he already had, which was a few facts, some dates and times, a small tangle of circumstantial evidence that wouldn't be enough to convict the man of a speeding offence as it stood. But the presence of the file on the database made a statement which was his intention. Detective Inspector Turek came into the office at 07:45, half an hour earlier than usual, and it was a fair guess Waters was the reason why. They exchanged nods across the office space, but might as well have been sending coded radio signals across the solar system for all the communication that took place. Turek picked up papers from his office desk and left the room without saying a word. Serena and Ford were due in at 8 o'clock. There were still a few names missing from the list of holidaymakers, which Ford could follow up, and then he could report directly to Wilson with little risk. The latest recruit was too new to be affected by the fallout from all this. "It comes back on you," Freeman had said, and Waters wanted to be sure that it did, and on no one else. At 10 minutes past 8, the 3 of them, Waters, Serena, and Ford, were standing around his desk. Turek still hadn't made a reappearance. Waters took the decision to go up to the Sims incident room with the intention of finding someone senior to tell that he was leaving the building, and if he couldn't find them, then Wilson would do. By now he had felt the warmth of bridges burning on his back, and there was a sort of reckless reassurance in it. If this was not where his future lay, he could at least do this one last job properly, the way it should be done. And then Turek was in the room, at his desk and reading the sheet of paper that Waters had placed there, his plan for the day. Serena understood all of this naturally, and her gaze travelled from the inspector to her sergeant and waited there as the senior of them approached the other.
"Does this really require two of you?"
Not the easiest of questions to answer. Even today, in the age of austerity and cuts to public services, CID detectives usually work in pairs. It isn't merely a tradition. There are plenty of good operational reasons for it. Waters got as far as "I" before he was interrupted.
"Because we still have quite a workload here. There are several more interviews that need to be carried out concerning Oliver Salmon's background. Those must be completed as a matter of urgency if we're to be in a position to charge by the end of the week."
Over Turek's head, Waters could see DCI Freeman. She was standing in the doorway to the office and watching. He couldn't be sure she could hear what was being said. "Sir, but Serena has already met some of the people I'm going to speak to, and—"
"Is that why she's going? To make introductions? I don't think so. You can manage this on your own. You two get details from me in 10 minutes. You'll be taking a statement from one of Oliver Salmon's teachers."
Freeman was making a move now, heading in their direction. Much to his own surprise, Waters found there was a smile on his face as he said to Turek, "A statement from Oliver Salmon's teacher. Does that require two people, sir?" When the senior investigating officer arrived, Turek said good morning to her and made a deferential movement, a half-step aside. Freeman returned his greeting, gave her own to the rest of them, and asked what this meeting was about. She was a small, slight figure, wearing a short-sleeved white blouse and smart, casual trousers. She looked about the same age as Ford, and it was plain that Turek was frightened of her. The DI explained he was making the best use of his resources, deploying staff according to their skills and the needs of the operation. As an experienced officer, Detective Sergeant Waters should be able to— "You're quite right, Simon. The interviews planned last week must take priority." She hadn't caught Waters' eye yet, and he remembered Smith's warning, ruthless. Was she about to humiliate him in front of his team? He had the bizarre thought that his pension wouldn't amount to much more than one decent meal a week in Sandrine's restaurant. She was backing Turek over the interviewing of teachers. That would contribute plenty, wouldn't it? Freeman had taken out her mobile, one of the big new iPhones. She studied it, and then she looked up and said, "Just checking my day. Doesn't look too bad, so I'll do it." Turek said,
"Ma'am?"
"I'll accompany Chris when he goes to Luton." Turek's mouth fell open a little. This was so far beyond the pale that he seemed to take it as a physical blow, a slap in the face. He glanced at the rest of them before he said,
"Really, ma'am? I don't think— As SIO, surely you—"
Freeman was looking at her phone again. 88% in the battery, so we should be okay. You can call me if there are any developments. Chris, you're driving. I think my MOT might have run out." The Detective Chief Inspector wasted no time, and they were out of the building and on the road within 15 minutes. She watched Kings Lake as they headed out to the bypass, and then her focus moved to her phone. She spent several minutes scrolling through messages and emails, reading some and deleting others. All this Waters could see out of the corner of his eye as he drove. Then she put the phone away and took an iPad from her black leather bag. She logged on, and he realized it was satellite-enabled. Was it issued by the Force? All the others relied on Wi-Fi signals. She said almost nothing to him as he drove down the first stretch of the A10, drove positively, overtaking occasionally, the lessons he had received in police driving becoming second nature now. By the time they passed Upham, Freeman had completed whatever was required on the iPad. She closed it and put it away, and then sat for a while watching the road ahead. Except that she wasn't. She was watching the way he drove. The situation was the reverse of the one he'd been aware of as he'd driven Turek up to Barnsley. Turek had noticed nothing about his companion, and nothing about the changing landscape as they travelled north. Freeman was relaxed, leaning well back in the passenger seat, which she had adjusted when she first got into the car, but Waters had the growing sense she was drawing all sorts of conclusions about him. When words finally came, they surprised him. She said, "Would you describe yourself as ambitious, Chris?" Probably not, ma'am." Somehow that response had ended up with an up note, as if he had asked a question. He sensed her head turning to look at him directly. He had given, without a doubt, completely the wrong answer. "Only call me ma'am for as long as you need to, okay? Except when we're meeting the public. Then you have to say it lots." He had to take his eyes off the road for a moment to look at her. Apart from the gender thing, that could have been Smith 3 years ago. He said, "When I say I'm not ambitious, I'm referring to rank, I suppose. I had a fit of it at the end of last year and ended up as sergeant, but I don't see it a ladder I have to climb. I'd say my ambition is to be good at the job, I suppose." "Well, you already are, so that's sorted. What's next?" Her speech was curiously abrupt at times, as if she felt only the essence of things was worth saying, that everything else was a waste of her time. Her mobile buzzed and she glanced at it. Something there was worth a frown before she put it away. Waters said, "Be better?" "Be better. And then the best? Like the army? You want to be the best detective that ever lived, or the best that you can be." Sounds like an uplifting message in a teenager's birthday card, if you don't mind me saying so. It still sounds like that, even if you do. He kept his eyes on the road, which was single carriageway, but open and fast. He allowed the speed to drift up towards 70, and wondered what she would say. He had no doubt she would notice. "I agree if you put it that way, Matt." Then wincing as he corrected himself, "But as far as I'm concerned, it's a job worth being good at, worth trying to be better at." A job, not a career? He shrugged an answer to that, realizing they were already seeing signs for Cambridge. It was uncanny how many conversations recently had ended up in the same place, with him contemplating the navel of his own working life. Janie, Catherine, Smith, and now Freeman. She studied one of the signs as it flew by and said, "You could have gone down the A1M from Peterborough. Long delays near Huntington, major roadworks." Her terse manner of speech seemed to be infectious. She said, "Is anyone wondering what's happened to Terry Christopher? Nobody's asked me." And the reason for that, Waters thought to himself, is probably that nobody wants to know unless the answer is something unpleasant. But he confirmed the detective sergeant's absence had indeed been noted. Cara Freeman said, "Still a sergeant, but he's gone to head up the chief constable's personal liaison team at county headquarters." Waters did his level best to look impressed, but had the feeling she'd seen through him. She said after a moment that DS Terry Christopher was very ambitious, and if they weren't careful, they'd all end up working for him one day. After a few seconds, Waters had to look at her. She kept a straight face for a little longer, and then began to laugh. They had already passed the first signs for Luton on the A6, when Cara Freeman said, as if she'd spent all the intervening miles thinking about his earlier answers, "So, if it isn't the prospect of a bigger office and a PA that lights your candle, what does? What makes it worthwhile for you?" He talked about enjoying the intellectual challenge and being part of a team. She picked him up immediately on that. "You see yourself as a team player?" An hour and a half ago she had stood and watched him face to face with an angry detective inspector, his line manager. Waters chose his words with care. "I enjoy being part of a well-run team." "Fair enough. But intellectual challenge and having some nice chums don't get you out of bed in the morning, do they? If they do, I'll apologise, and we can talk about match of the day instead. What did you think about that third goal in the Manchester derby at the weekend? This was ruthlessness, all right. Conversational ruthlessness. She wasn't rude, not even brusque, but you had to keep up, or she was done with you and probably bored by you. He said, "I don't know the first thing about football or sport in general. I was a good middle-distance runner when I was at school, but I gave it up at the first opportunity. I preferred sitting in the library and reading." "What did you read?" "History books, sometimes novels. I liked Dickens, which was considered strange in a comprehensive school, even in the sixth form." Now she was interested again, for some reason. "You enjoyed Dickens, but you don't seem to have great expectations. Back to the job. What's the thing you most enjoy about it?" The dealership that had bought Fletcher's car was their first call, and it was on this side of Luton. The destination pin was already visible on the sat-nav screen, and Waters estimated they would arrive there in a matter of minutes, depending on the traffic. They ought to be discussing how to approach this. Instead, he was undergoing some sort of analysis. But it was a good question, a pertinent one, all things considered, and he took his time in coming up with an answer. "I like closing the net around whoever did it, making certain that whatever excuses they make and whatever lies they tell, they're not getting away with it, and making sure the selfish people don't win out over the decent ones." Wayne Fletcher's funeral, standing in the graveyard among the lime trees, watching from a distance as the family said a final goodbye to their teenaged son, the first drops of September rain beginning to fall, and Smith saying something like that. Cara Freeman seemed to spend a long time thinking about his answer. "You like nailing the bastards, then?" "Me too. Gleneagles Motors. What sort of name is that for a car sales company in Luton? Do you think there's a Mr. Gleneagles? How do you want to handle this?" They never discovered whether there was a Mr. Gleneagles. Waters parked in the area marked "Customers," and a salesman appeared immediately, watching them and waiting at the entrance to the anonymous modern metal and glass building. Freeman told him to go ahead. She'd catch up in a moment, taking out her phone. The salesman met him halfway, hand outstretched, smiling desperately. It looked as if he was on some sort of last warning. He was young and small and labelled Neville, but somehow the jacket of his light blue suit still wasn't big enough. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs." No words could convey the epic nature of this error. Waters showed his warrant card and asked to see the manager. When asked if he, the salesman, could tell Mr. Mancini what this was about, the answer was no. Experience had taught Waters he could end up repeating the story several times before he reached the right person. Neville went away, and Waters waited in the still humid air. The heat wave was over, but nothing had come to take its place. Freeman was still by the car and apparently speaking into her phone. Mr. Mancini arrived on the forecourt, with Neville watching from behind the safety glass of the showroom. Mr. Mancini's suit fitted his rotund form perfectly, as did the demeanour that said, "I am a very busy man and profit responsible." "Is this about the C-Class?" "The silver Mercedes, yes, it is. One of my officers "Friday, I know. It's been stood here all weekend. That's our busiest time. I've had people looking at it. What's going on?" From the manager's glance, Waters could tell that Freeman was now standing close behind and listening. He said, "When you say you've had people looking at it, Mr. Mancini, do you mean that customers have viewed the car?" "Aye, it's what we do here." The man looked at Cara Freeman with a smirk on his face. Waters said, "Customers have touched the car. Have they sat inside it?" "I imagine so. People usually do before they lay out 25 grand. Waters explained there had been a misunderstanding. The car should have been withdrawn from sale and put in a secure location, pending a police investigation. Mr. Mancini was singularly unimpressed by this.
He'd purchased the car fair and square, and everything was legitimate. He didn't know what sort of business they thought he was running here, but, "Sir, could you show us the vehicle now?" Mr. Mancini looked as if he might want to argue this point as well, but the tall policeman's manner suggested that compliance would bring the matter to an end more quickly. The manager turned on his heel, and they followed him. The Mercedes stood in a line of expensive used cars with the price clearly displayed in the windscreen. Waters stepped forward to the side of it, bent a little, and looked in through the driver's window. Then he straightened up and caught Freeman's eye. He couldn't know how thoroughly she had briefed herself on the files, but she could probably see something in his face. Waters said, "Mr. Mancini, I'd like you to remove this vehicle from the forecourt. It isn't for sale until further notice. Please put it somewhere secure. We'll need to examine it. That might be done here, or we may need to take it away." The sales manager took a step forward, inflating himself, arms raised a little as if he would settle this with fists if necessary.
"Until further notice? On whose say-so? And on what ground?"
"On my say-so, sir. Detective Sergeant Waters, Kings Lake Central Police, Kings Lake. And on the grounds that this car may be significant as part of an ongoing investigation into a serious matter. Please have the car removed from the forecourt immediately."
Mancini said, "That motor represents a significant investment, never mind a significant anything else. I don't think you can just turn up and start telling—"
"Sir, can I stop you there?" It was Freeman. The manager turned and stared before he asked, none too politely, what she had to do with this. Waters noticed that a small crowd of appreciative employees had joined Neville inside the showroom. Freeman said, "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Freeman from the same place as Detective Sergeant Waters. We can just turn up here, and, unfortunately for you, we have. How many vehicles do you have on your stock list this morning?" The question took the sales manager by surprise. He couldn't be sure, but 80 or 90. Why? Freeman turned to Waters. "This looks like a legitimate business, but you never can be sure. Appearances are deceptive, aren't they, Mr. Mancini? Anyway, how long would it take to check the legality of 90 vehicles, Sergeant Waters? V5s, MOTs, trade insurance forms, serial numbers, registration plates. On top of that, we'd need to look at the credit finance capabilities if we were being thorough." Waters said, "Several days, ma'am. And we'd have to issue a closure notice while we did it, wouldn't we?" "Yes, ma'am." She turned to Mr. Mancini with a warm, engaging smile and said, "Or you could just remove the effing car." The little crowd of employees had dispersed as the sales manager headed back to the building. There was a brief silence, which came to an end with distant screams of "Neville!" The two detectives waited by the Mercedes until the unlucky representative reappeared with car keys in hand. It had to be Waters's imagination, but the jacket seemed to fit better now, as if it had enlarged itself, or the owner had shrunk a little. Waters followed on foot to supervise the incarceration of the vehicle and sign something, and Freeman went back to wait in their own car. It was about 15 minutes before he joined her there. She said, as he got into the driver's seat, "I found my opposite number in the station here. He's all right. They'll pick it up by the end of the day." Waters nodded, pushing the keys into the ignition so he could open the window. There was no air to breathe anywhere. Freeman went on, "I'll send you this DCI's name and number. You'll need to speak to him and tell him exactly what you want." "I will, ma'am." "Do you know exactly what you want?" He was beginning to adapt to this abrupt, no-nonsense way of speaking, but it was easy to see where her reputation for intimidation had come from, and easy to see why Serena Butler was more careful when Freeman was around than she ever was when D.I. Tarek was in charge. He said, "The car has been fully valeted. All sorts of people have got in and out of it over the weekend. Neville told me several potential buyers had viewed it, and 2 test drove it. It's about as contaminated as it could be."
But I haven't just wasted Luton CID's time because... Give me something or I'll call them back. The upholstery on the seats is cream-coloured leather. Our pathologist found 2 pieces of something similar under Michelle Sims's fingernails. Forensics said it was a material possibly linked to the automotive industry. Freeman said, "All right," and fell silent. Inside the showroom they could see Mr. Mancini. He'd taken off his jacket and was walking about and waving his arms quite a lot. Freeman said she really wanted his name to be Henry, but Waters didn't understand why, and he didn't ask. Instead, he said, "He's quite annoyed about the Mercedes. He seems to think he's been done over, and he's threatening to call Graham Fletcher about it." "Oops. Did you make any attempt to discourage him from doing such a thing?" "No." "That could liven up our morning, couldn't it?" Waters nodded. Eventually, after another good look at him, Cara Freeman said, "You could DNA the car, but if you found hers, it would be useless. She's a family member, and he could easily come up with an uncheckable story to account for her having been in the vehicle at some point. Doing it the other way round, if we can find recent evidence of the car on her, that's stronger. But I doubt whether you'll be able to match the fragments to actual tears in the seat, not after they've been processed in a lab. If we could put that car in the area at the time, that's a different matter altogether." Waters was ahead of her here. He said, "When the car goes into our custody, so will the sat-nav. How long does it hold the data? Would you happen to know that?" "Up to a month in most cases." She checked the date on her watch before she said, "No time to waste then. Nice. Get the boys here to look at the seats and the sat-nav as soon as." He nodded, but didn't say much, his mind already moving ahead with different scenarios for different sets of results from tests that hadn't begun yet. Freeman looked at him and wondered whether he was paying attention. She said, "So you know, I tend to say things just the once. I don't repeat and I don't remind. I don't chase people to do things. If things don't get done, I get rid of the people who don't do them." "Yes, ma'am." "Okay. That said, I'm quite enjoying myself. You know how to show a girl a good time, Chris. Where are we off to next?" Chapter 33. The premises of Luton Central Heating Services were on the far side of the town, and the traffic was still Monday morning heavy. At around the 8th set of traffic lights, Freeman said, as if nothing had happened since they were last discussing the subject of Waters's motivation, "People say I'm ambitious, but that's not how I see it myself. I've done the job in a particular way, and I've ended up where I am as a result. That's not the same as being ambitious, is it?" Waters said he didn't think it was. She went on, "I set myself goals, but not with any aim other than doing the job properly. The key is choosing the best people in the first place. I'm usually right on that. Then they just need to be managed in the appropriate way, and it's sorted." He thought it probably was that simple, but the simple things often aren't the easiest to do. "So what are your goals for the new squad?" Though it wasn't that new any more. Her team of specialists had been set up since January, but the dearth of good murders meant it still had the feeling of being untested. Where do I begin? First, I want the powers that be to start calling it the Murder Squad. That's what it is, but for some political and therefore inexplicable reason they won't. Second, I want a permanent base and a permanent core staff. You can't build a team by weekly emails and quarterly meetings. It's like the England squad only training together a couple of hours before an important international match. This was the second reference to football, but he made a conscious effort not to hold it against her. Third, local divisions must hand over cases more quickly. I can see why they don't, but it's a murder squad in name only, except they won't call it that, unless you give it murders to investigate. There are 11 ongoing investigations in the county, and we're currently looking at 2, both of them over a year old. But the suits know that if they insist on me having all the relevant cases, they'll have to give me the base and the permanent staff. It's a standoff at the moment. They were perhaps a mile from their destination now, but waiting in a contraflow on the ring road. Waters heard her mobile ping with a message, but Freeman was ignoring it, apparently more interested in having this conversation. "What are your chances of getting what you want?" 92% by the end of the year. Seriously, there's no practical alternative to what I've asked for, and they're about to give in. Of course, when I get my way, you're going to lose Serena Butler for good. She looked at him, waiting to see how that would go down. He said, "Any thoughts about where you'd base the squad?" "It's a bit far west, but Kings Lake has the best communications as far as roads are concerned. It also has the worst, or the best, murder rate in the county over the past few years, as you probably know, having worked some of them yourself. I've been having a good look at it recently." And that explained why she had been around for some time before Alison Reeve went on sick leave. She said, "So Serena would still be in the building, just not in your team, unless you joined the team as well." She'd been studying him, but now, when he looked at her, she glanced away. They edged forward a few more yards before the lights changed to red again. Still looking ahead, Freeman said, "That would make sense and solve some of the problems. Smith's departure left a situation which hasn't been resolved. It's a credit to him, of course. He was outstanding, but politically a misfit, and he left behind a team of outstanding misfits who can't, or most likely won't, adapt to doing the job any other way. This morning's argument was a good example. One answer might be to stop trying to make them fit, just put them into a new setup with a new boss who doesn't carry any of the old baggage." Alison Reeve had been, still was, Waters told himself, a good DI and a good DCI, but he'd never encountered anything quite like this. Everything made sense now, the way Freeman had appeared in briefings, sat at the back and said little or nothing, the times he had seen her on her own in odd places around the station. "Who do you mean by them?" "We're not talking big numbers, Chris. You and Serena." "What about John Murray?" "I know Smith rated him. Do you?" She was unnervingly direct, but it was fascinating, and it felt like the most important conversation he'd had at work in months. "If you asked me to choose between the two of them, I'd find it impossible." "Okay." They were moving again, and his thoughts had to go towards Fletcher now. Freeman had chosen a strange moment to raise the matter with him, but he had a suspicion she knew that too. Was she still trying him out? She said, "I suppose he'd come in useful when we were moving the furniture into the new offices. Would he be up for it?" "Moving furniture?" She smiled and said, "Thank you. I do allow sarcasm, but each individual is awarded only as much as they prove they can take in return. If you came across, would Murray come with you?" Waters paused, because this was serious. When it came to reaching her goals, he knew now that Cara Freeman, ambitious or not, was deadly serious, and being a part of that would be serious too. He turned the car into the industrial estate, where they would find Fletcher's company, and, maybe, Fletcher himself. He could feel the start of the adrenaline rush, familiar now, but no less exciting and scary, aware that the senior officer beside him was waiting for an answer. "Yes," he said, "I think he would." From the reception counter they could see back into the building. There was an office behind reception where a middle-aged woman sat in front of a screen, and then another office behind that one, which was Graham's, but he wasn't in, said the receptionist. "He's down at the big job in Farley, about 30 minutes' drive away." At Waters's suggestion, she called his mobile number but didn't get an answer. This wasn't unusual, she said, if Graham was in the middle of something technical, but he'd get back to her when he noticed the missed call. The receptionist's name was Ashley. She had a badge with the company logo and her name pinned onto her blouse, and she noticed when the detective glanced down and read it. Waters had shown his identification but hadn't introduced Freeman. The DCI had said nothing to the contrary, but judging by events at Gleneagles Motors, she was happy to stay in the background, at least for today. The girl was attractive, and Waters smiled at her before he asked whether that was Mr. Fletcher's new number. He said he knew Graham had lost his mobile last week sometime, wasn't it, or the week before? She said it was his new number, and Waters asked whether the lost phone had ever turned up, to which she answered no, it was still a mystery. He picked up one of the company leaflets from the counter and handed it to her. "Ashley, could you write down Graham's new number for me? I'll give him a call later. It would be useful to have a word while I'm still in Luton." She did so without hesitation, gave him the leaflet, and then picked up a pad from her desk, asking if she could have his number so that Graham could reach him too. Waters didn't glance at Freeman, but he gave himself a split second in which to weigh this up before he told her. On balance, this was likely to work to his advantage. The girl wrote it down and then said something he wasn't expecting. "Is this about Michelle?" "Michelle?" "Michelle Sims. She was Graham's sister-in-law. Course you know that. Is that why you're here?" The only sensible thing was to say yes. Behind him he sensed Freeman taking an interest now. Waters said they were in Luton to update Michelle's family on some developments, and Ashley didn't pause to wonder why they were here and not at Michaela Fletcher's home or at Barry Sims's. She said, "Terrible, wasn't it? I still can't believe it. She was so bubbly and funny. Graham's still devastated by it." Waters said, "You knew Michelle, Ashley?" "Worked at the salon before I came here. I was the receptionist and did all the bookings. Michelle was the manager. You never imagine these things happening to someone you know, do you?" Waters smiled again and said that he tried not to. Freeman stepped in beside him then and asked the girl how long ago she'd worked at the salon, but only in a friendly, conversational way. Ashley said she left in April, so that was about 4 months ago. Was it a coincidence, asked Freeman, that she'd changed jobs but was still working for the same family, more or less? Ashley said, "Not really. It's where I met Graham. He saw me working and thought I was doing a good job, so he poached me, that's what he said. This pays a lot better, so it was a promotion. And if my heating goes wrong, I get it fixed for free." Freeman laughed along with her before she asked, "How did Michelle feel about that? Did she mind?" Just the slightest hesitation, and a different look at the woman who must be a detective as well, although no one had actually said so. "She was a bit put out, but," Waters said, "I expect good receptionists are hard to find." And then he reminded Ashley to say who had called when Mr. Fletcher got in touch, or arrived back. Detective Sergeant Waters, Kingslake Central CID. As they walked back to the car, he noted the 2 vans in the yard, quite new, well-maintained vans, and through a metal roller door, tidy racking full of parts for the central heating business. There was a storeman talking to one of the fitters, both wearing company overalls. They stopped and watched as the 2 visitors crossed the car park. He had yet to meet Graham Fletcher, but he'd learned something about him in the past few minutes. When he was back behind the wheel with the engine running, Waters said, "Not much of a motive, an argument over a receptionist which leads to murder." "No, I don't fancy your chances when you run that past Detective Sergeant Wilson and Co." Freeman was watching him again, waiting for a reaction to the name. When she realized there wasn't going to be one, she said, "But we found out something useful, didn't we?" "Did we, ma'am? I'm still processing it." "Never mind, you can't help being a man. We found out that your Mr. Fletcher used to visit his sister-in-law's hairdressing salon at least up to April, when he pinched her receptionist. Why did he do that? I mean, visit a salon. Maybe he's fussy about his hair. Maybe the heating broke down a lot. Waters checked his notepad, typed Barry Sims's address into the sat-nav, selected a route, and drove slowly towards the entrance that would take them back into the town. Freeman's point would have occurred to him in time, but not that quickly. "And we also know," she said, "that buxom young Ashley says her boss's name a lot. She says it every chance she gets. Graham, Graham, Graham." He watched as the senior investigating officer passed a limp hand across her brow and pushed out her chest, which, as Waters had noticed before, was the very opposite of buxom, and panted a little. Quite how funny this was intended to be he wasn't certain, but he did laugh. Barry Sims was not at home. They walked around the rear of the property and looked in through windows, but the house was empty. Waters had the number from Serena already in his phone, and he called it while they stood in the shade and admired the neatly manicured garden. There were smiling plaster gnomes around a small pond, red water lilies and goldfish basking in the sunlight. Sims answered and told Waters he was at work, on the early shift. He'd be back a little after 2 o'clock. He could meet them at the factory, or they could wait until he returned, but he couldn't get home straight away because the company's German owners were in the building and— "Mr. Sims, it isn't anything urgent. We're in Luton, and we just wanted a brief word. We try to keep people informed." Freeman was pointing at the phone in Waters's hand, and then at her ear. He understood and pressed the loudspeaker symbol so she could hear the conversation. Barry Sims said, "You're going to charge him? Is that what this is about?" "Charge who, Mr. Sims?" "The person you've arrested. Just a kid, isn't it? Some sort of mental case?" Freeman looked as surprised as Waters, but she didn't intervene. This was his call and his problem. And the problem was that nothing had been made public about the arrest of Oliver Salmon. Waters said, "May I ask you where you heard that, Mr. Sims?" "Michaela told me at the weekend." Waters repeated the question. Did Sims know where his sister-in-law had heard the story? And the answer was from her husband. "From Graham Fletcher." "Yes." Freeman made no sound, but shaped her lips into a silent whistle. Waters explained that charges had not been made, that the investigation was ongoing, and that Mr. Sims might be able to help them further. Would he, as Michelle's next of kin, give consent for them to look at her bank accounts? The surprise on Freeman's face was genuine, but again she made no attempt to intervene. Waters reflected that if the two of them had talked more about the case on the drive down, she'd know what this was about. "Michelle's bank account? Why?" "It's routine," Waters said, "to look at every aspect of a victim's life." Sims said understandably, "But what about this person you've arrested? Have her bank accounts got anything to do with him? They can't have. I don't get where this is going now. What's happened to the 2 women I met? The other detectives?" Waters said, turning away from Freeman's gaze, "Mr. Sims, this is still a major investigation, as it should be. There are lots of detectives involved. DCI Reeve and DC Butler are colleagues of mine, and they told me how helpful you were when they spoke to you. We have made an arrest, but the person concerned has not been charged, which means the investigation is continuing. As a part of that, we'd like to take a look at Michelle's accounts. As I said, this is something we would usually do in a case like this one." "All right," said Sims. Was giving his verbal consent enough? Waters said he would email the question to make it official. If they could have the reply and the account details today. Sims told him then that the two of them had shared a current account, but that Michelle also had her own at the same bank. Waters asked him to send details of and consent for both. When the call was over, he turned to see Freeman standing by the pond. He went across and saw her staring into it, watching the fish, red, silver, and gold, suspended in their cool, circular world, motionless in the shade under the pads of ornamental lilies. She said, "I read the entire file last night. I didn't notice anything that would make me ask to see her bank accounts." He explained. It was something Serena had said about whether Michelle had ever followed through with a fertility clinic. If she had, there were significant sums of money involved. Reeve and Serena were both sure her husband knew nothing about it. It wasn't anything like a lead, of course, but if she had been killed by someone she knew with emotional complications, if there was someone else in her life. And before Freeman responded, he thought, mention this to Serena, get her to cover for me there. He couldn't ever say that the question had first been posed by Joe Everson. Life in a squad run by Cara Freeman would never be straightforward. She said, "Okay, fine. How did Fletcher get hold of the stuff about Oliver Salmon? Any ideas?" Waters shook his head and said, "I'm as certain as I can be that no calls to the family have been made by anyone on the team. It was made clear it would be too controversial because of Oliver's disability, too disruptive. Nevertheless, he's found out. Mr. Fletcher really has taken an interest, hasn't he?" She looked up and around the rest of the garden, the newly mown lawn with trimmed edges, a trellis full of sweet peas, marigolds in lines along the borders, and further back a small vegetable patch with a cane pyramid of runner beans no one would ever eat, because they almost never do. Freeman said, "This isn't her, is it? This isn't Michelle Sims." Reeve and Serena had said the same thing, and Waters marvelled at it. Men work things out, but women just know them. Smith had always said the best balanced team for any sergeant was two of each. Freeman turned, and they walked back around the house to the car. She asked where he planned to go now, and he said Michaela Fletcher was the final person he'd hoped to meet, though of course he hadn't yet come face-to-face with her husband. Freeman said, "You know you've really rattled his cage, don't you? I'd be surprised if Ashley hasn't rung Graham already, and he might have heard from Glen Eagles by now. Barry Sims might get in touch as well, if they're mates. If he has, what do you think Fletcher will do?" Waters pushed the key into the ignition, but didn't turn it. "I'd say he has three choices. He could ring me and be outraged, demand an explanation and accuse me of harassment. He could remain absolutely silent, which would be smart but suspicious. Or he could already be on his way to Luton Airport with a suitcase he packed earlier." "You seriously fancy him for it?" "Every time I look at him there's a new question mark. And I don't believe Oliver Salmon killed her. I haven't from the start. Just the old DNA getting in the way, though." Freeman took out her phone and read through several texts. If they were related to work, to this case, she didn't share any of it with him. That didn't matter. He had the odd feeling, almost the physical sensation, that something would break soon. He'd worked hard enough and taken enough from those who disagreed with him and disliked him, and in the end it evens out. You hang in there, and eventually it swings back in your direction. Freeman said, "Is this Smith's way, what you're doing with Fletcher?" Of course it was. Could he have dreamed of doing what he was doing now when he went into Kings Lake Central that first morning, when he stood there with Charlie Hills and DC wandered in and asked if he'd lost his tricycle? Some people alter your life forever the moment they walk into it. Waters said, "He used to say that sometimes you have to set fire to the forest to see what runs out. Not in every case. It's risky and it can get out of control. But he also used to say that if you always minimize risk, you also minimize results." I think he was right about that. Freeman shrugged and said, "Well, you couldn't argue with his results. You could about everything else, I'm guessing, but not that. Let's go and see Mrs. F. If the call comes through, put it on speaker and I'll record—" Waters's mobile burst into life, the old-fashioned telephone bell at full volume. There was no name, but he recognized the number because it was written on a leaflet in his trouser pocket. He nodded at Freeman. She took out her own mobile, pressed symbols, and nodded back to him. Then he accepted the call and said, "Good morning, Mr. Fletcher. Detective Sergeant Waters, Kingslake Central CID. Thank you for getting back to me." Chapter 34. "Ford, are you sure this looks a bit leafy to me?" Ford's Ford, Serena still found this hysterical, didn't have a built-in sat-nav, but he had memorized the address. He nodded and said, "The Glebe School, Meadlands, Little Swaffham. This is Meadlands Way." They had left the village behind several minutes ago and were in the countryside again. The road was no more than a lane, and if they met any traffic, something would have to give way. Tall old oak trees lined the route, and the succession of bends meant you couldn't see far enough ahead to be sure you were going towards any particular destination. Serena Butler said that maybe Meadlands and Meadlands Way were entirely different places, but Ford was, as usual, cheerfully undeterred. She thought back over the awkward scenes in the office. Detective Inspector Turek now openly hostile to Waters, Detective Sergeant Wilson ready to exploit that, and sooner rather than later, Detective Chief Superintendent Allen getting involved. This was unlikely to end well for Waters. Alison Reeve knew enough of the history to have kept the peace since Smith retired, but now she was out of the picture. Cara Freeman, in a situation like this one, was an unknown quantity. Why had she, as the senior investigating officer on the case, decided to disappear with Chris Waters for most of the day? Was she about to break some bad news to him? And, more to the immediate point, why was she, Detective Constable Serena Butler, on this wild-goose chase? A full work-up on a suspect, especially one about to face at least a manslaughter charge, was normal procedure, but interviewing their school teachers? Really? She'd met Michaela Fletcher and had formed something of a connection. Wouldn't it have made more sense to let her go down to Luton again and build on that, if Waters was anywhere near right about her husband, Graham Fletcher? "I reckon that's it, over on the right." Ford pointed through the trees. Across an expanse of open parkland, they could see a large and imposing building, Victorian or Edwardian, built in the grand style. In front of it were several cars, too many for it to be a private residence any longer. A blue and white sign came up on the right, and sure enough, it announced that they had found the Glebe School. There was the obligatory mission statement, to listen, to understand, to care. She said, as Ford turned onto the gravel driveway, "This reminds me of where I went to school." "Really?" "Yep, except that nobody listened, nobody understood, and nobody cared." There was a secretary and an appointments book. The secretary checked they were in the book, and then she directed them to a couple of chairs in the reception space. Mr. Longhill would be with them in a few minutes. It all had the feeling of being a private clinic rather than a school for rich kids with disabilities. There was no noise, and the two of them waited in silence. Anything they said would have been overheard by the secretary. The Salmons have money, and this is what it buys you, of course. Serena felt the old resentment rising up. She knew it could get in the way of the job. Mr. Longhill was, or rather he had been, Oliver's tutor. She needed to get this out of the way as quickly as possible without getting into any sort of discussion about how state education might be considerably improved if everyone in the state went to its schools rather than buying their way out of them. She needed to get back onto the case. Had Freeman given Waters a rocket? Had they met Graham Fletcher? Was it safe to text her sergeant and ask if Freeman was around? Footsteps, and then Longhill was walking towards them across the polished wooden floor. It had to be him, about 40, collar and tie, glasses and a beard, naturally. Introductions were made, and he shook their hands before inviting them to follow him into the building. They made turns this way and that before they were unexpectedly outside again, and crossing a courtyard towards a single-story prefab, which looked old enough to have housed lawn-mowers and the equipment for the tennis courts from the days when this had been a private residence. "This is my domain," Longhill said, "and it was Oliver's classroom." "How many in a class?" Longhill detected something in that, and he looked at Serena for a moment before he responded. 6, if they were all present, but that didn't happen often. Absence rates are high, for obvious reasons. There were 3 tables pushed together in the centre of the room to make one, and around them were 8 chairs, 2 on each side. On 3 sides of the classroom there were low cupboards against the walls, and the upper surfaces were covered in books, folders, paints and painting equipment, computers and monitors, reflecting the history of IT in education since the very beginning of time. An acoustic guitar, a violin, a stuffed owl in a case, and an extraordinary miscellany of smaller objects. The walls were covered in prints, some of famous paintings, some of abstracts and patterns, and in between these were various educational posters. The entire space had the air of an old-fashioned, eccentric and slightly chaotic primary school classroom. Longhill offered them seats at the central table and took one himself, facing them. Then he said, "Oliver." Serena said, "Yes, Oliver Salmon." The teacher wasn't in a hurry. He had the patient manner that the good ones have, and he was thinking about how to say what he wanted to say. He said, "Would you like me to go first, or would you rather ask questions?" Easy. Smith had hammered this home often enough. If they want to talk, let them. What they volunteer is usually more useful than what you have to squeeze out of them. Serena invited Longhill to say his piece. "I know what this is about. I've spoken to Erica, Oliver's mother." He paused, and Serena said they didn't have a problem with that. On first-name terms with parents, though. Fine. "Then I have to say that in my opinion, the idea Oliver is capable of violence towards anyone is absurd. I've worked with him in this room for 5 years. In that time you get to see all sides of a young person. I've seen him angry, upset, in tears, and I've seen him creative, excited, and happy. Never once have I seen anything to suggest he is likely to harm anyone. I refuse to believe that he has." Was there a tremor of emotion in the voice? She took another look at Longhill. He'd said his name was Trevor, and she wondered whether she should use it at some point. She said, "Can I ask whether the class is a mixed one? Do you have girls as well as boys?" It was a mixed class. They all left in the summer, bar Ivan. We called it our graduation class this year. Longhill got up and went to the wall on his left. He pointed to a group of photographs. Lucy, Honeysuckle, Ivan, Johnny, William, and Oliver. They were the nicest class I've ever taught. He sat down, and Serena could see she'd been right about him. He was taking this personally, as if the accusations against Oliver were a reflection on his professional judgment, or as if he really should have instructed them not to attack lone women on footpaths after dark. "And what was the age range?" "Oh, Ivan's the youngest, he's 15. The others are all between 16 and 18. Oliver was the oldest. He was 18 before the end of the summer term. He took upon himself the role of class leader, and he sometimes helped the others with their work. Oliver likes responsibility. He's desperate to be useful and to feel that he matters. He's a volunteer in a charity shop in Norwich. That's the Oliver I know." And love, she thought. He really cares about these kids. She tried to keep the surprise out of her face and her voice as she said, "Thank you, but I'm afraid we have to ask awkward questions. It's the worst thing about our job." "Go on." "You had 2 girls in the same class," and she glanced up at the board because using their names might help. "Lucy and Honeysuckle. Did Oliver ever, as he approached maturity, did he—" She was rarely lost for words, even if they were not always the right ones, but this had caught her unawares. Longhill said, not unkindly, "You're asking about whether he showed any sexual interest in them." She nodded and even blushed a little. Ford had better not be watching. Longhill went on, "I don't know how much you know about Downs. The 2 girls are Downs syndrome, so is William. Ivan and Johnny have different challenges. People with Downs have generally less interest in sex, certainly less libido than your typical teenager. They talk about having boyfriends and girlfriends, but that stems from their need to belong, to participate in what they see as a normal life. They will touch and kiss, but I've not seen anything beyond that in my time, not among the students I've taught." Serena said, "How long is that? How long have you been teaching here?" 12 years. "And what did you do before?" She was asking because she wanted to know, nothing more, but Longhill seemed happy enough to answer. "I was in mainstream, head of an English department. 12 years ago he was a very young head of English. What had brought him here?" She didn't voice the question, but he seemed to have heard it. He said, "This is more rewarding. I don't mean financially, more fulfilling. These young people and their families appreciate everything you do for them. I worked 8 years in secondary English, and I don't need the fingers of one hand to count the parents who said thank you, and meant it." The morning hadn't been a complete waste of time. Trevor Longhill was an interesting man. Ford said, "What's on the curriculum? What do you teach them?" Were just a few appendices in the national curriculum, thank God. Her Majesty's inspectors turn up every 3 years, see that the students aren't chained up and drooling in the corners, and give us an outstanding. We design our own— What? He'd seen Serena laughing, and maybe had misunderstood. She told him to go on. "We design individually tailored programs, and we consult all the time with parents and carers. Oliver's family is brilliant in that respect. We focus on the life skills they're going to need, but the main aim is to teach them to be happy and stable, and then to equip them for the outside world. The outside world can be very cruel in its assumptions." And Longhill came to a stop, and Serena Butler got it immediately. The outside world was here in the room, right now, and in Trevor Longhill's eyes, being rather cruel in its assumptions. She thanked him, genuinely, and she hoped he could feel that. He took them to the door and pointed out that if they went right across the tarmac, they'd reach their car without going back through the building. Back in the car, Ford said, "Seems like a nice bloke." She was looking at her phone. There was a message from Mike, which she could ignore, but nothing from Waters. Usually by now there would have been a "can you check this" or "I need a number 4" sort of query. What was he doing? What was Freeman doing? They might even be back in Lake by now. Maybe it was all over. She said, "Yes, he did. Are we sitting here for a reason, Ford?" He started the car and reversed into the drive. The front of Glebe School was covered in creeper, a mass of green leaves tinted with red, the sort that goes crimson and purple in the autumn, Virginia creeper. She thought about Bromley Road Comprehensive. During her time there, the reinforced concrete had decayed. Stains of rust decorated those walls, and the authorities had admitted there was asbestos in the ceilings, but it would be all right as long as no one made any holes in it. Ford hadn't put on his seat belt, and he was doing so now. Amazing what they do for them here. My younger sister's still at school in Lake, at the community college. Really fascinating. I know, she tells me all about it. Some of the stuff they do in PHSE these days. As if Ford hadn't been in a school for 30 years. Makes you wonder. The sex and drugs is pretty full on now. She likes to tell me because I'm a copper trying to get a reaction. She enjoys a challenge, then? He was driving through the trees towards the entrance. A couple of weeks ago, she wanted to practice CPR on me. I said, Christ, girl, you do that on someone whose heart's beating, it might stop it. Then I'll be arresting you for murder. Except I'd be dead. But it's brilliant they teach all that to these kids as well, isn't it? A tractor towing heavy farm machinery was coming up the lane. Ford pushed into neutral and pulled on the handbrake, waiting for it to pass. Serena stared at it as she said, Trevor Longhill never said they did. No, but I reckon they do. It was all on the wall behind him. What was? The posters. First aid, life-saving skills, Describe the posters. Ford did, and then Serena Butler told him to turn the car around. Longhill was still in his domain. When she walked back in, he looked up from his paperwork and asked what they had forgotten, a question or one of their phones. Serena pointed at a poster on the wall behind him and said, Do you teach that? First aid? Yes, I'm one of the school's designated people. Why? Did you teach it to the graduation class? To Oliver's class? Longhill hesitated. There was an odd look in her eyes, as if she was going to pin him up against the wall if he didn't answer quickly. Yes, again, why? How long ago? June, about a month before the end of term. And was Oliver Salmon in the class that day? Trevor Longhill got up and stood to face her. He was. We had the resuscitation dummy on that table. He played his usual full part in the lesson. She took a breath, looked at the posters again for some seconds, and then back at the teacher. You took a register which will prove he was present. You keep your lesson plans? Longhill nodded and said, Don't tell me you're really Ofsted inspectors in disguise. Serena smiled then. Without turning around, looking back at the posters once more, she said, Detective Constable Ford, don't take this the wrong way, but I think I love you. Chapter 35. Something in a voice can tell you that someone has been angry, even though they are speaking to you reasonably enough now. There's a kind of aftershock, a note or a tone still resonating, and Waters could hear it when Graham Fletcher first spoke to him on the mobile phone. He'd switched to speaker, as Freeman had indicated, and she was holding her own iPhone up so she could record the conversation. This would never be admissible in a courtroom, and he wasn't sure it was even a legal thing to do, but it would be on the SIO's phone, and not his. After the introductions, Fletcher had said, So it's a detective sergeant now. What's happened to the two ladies I spoke to last time? Still working on the case, Waters told him. Would Fletcher ask why the investigation was back in Luton when they had made an arrest in Norfolk? They now knew that he knew, though they didn't know how. If he didn't ask, that in itself might suggest he was playing a careful game. Then Fletcher said, Look, I'll come straight out with it. I've had the manager from Gleneagles Motors on the phone a few minutes ago. He's telling me the car he took from me in part exchange has been impounded. You already know this because it was you, wasn't it? He gave me the name of the detective who did it, and it was you, right? Cara Freeman was looking intently at her phone as the recording volume gauge flickered up and down. She glanced at Waters when she felt him watching, but her expression gave nothing away. He said, Yes, that was me, Mr. Fletcher. Well, would you mind telling me what the hell is going on? The gauge darted briefly into the red zone. Certainly, Mr. Fletcher, but not over the phone. We're still in Luton. I'd like to arrange a meeting with you. Now. We? Is this a woman who was with you at Gleneagles? Mancini said she became abusive. Freeman and Smiles were unpredictable companions, but she had a broad one on her face at that moment. and she was nodding to the invisible and surprisingly sensitive car sales manager. Then she put a thumb towards Waters. "I'm with Detective Chief Inspector Freeman, Mr. Fletcher. I'm not aware of any abuse taking place."
"She's a Detective Chief Inspector? Are you saying you want to interview me?"
"Yes, to both, sir."
"And I assume it's still to do with what happened to Michelle. You're not down here investigating fraud in the motor business."
The mention of the victim's name had brought Freeman's attention back to the business in hand. She mouthed the words "at home" to Waters. He said, "No, we're not, sir. We are on our way to speak to Michaela, Mrs. Fletcher. Is it possible you could meet us there in about 20 minutes?
"Eh? Well—"
Hesitation, thinking it over, weighing it up.
"Not really. I'm already back in the office. I've a business to run, and we're busy."
Freeman nodded. "Right. We know where that is now. We'll be with you as soon as we can." More silence, the sound of a door closing, before Fletcher said,
"Well, I'm not going to say I'm looking forward to it. I cannot see why you— What's the sodding car got to do with anything? Why are you—"
followed by an attempt at laughter, and then,
"Do I need a solicitor?"
Waters left it for 4, 5, 6 seconds before saying, "I don't know, sir. You're probably the best judge of that, as things stand." He'd heard Smith say it a dozen times, but it was as lethal as ever. Freeman was quiet for the first half a mile of the journey back to Luton Central Heating Services, and then she said, apparently apropos of nothing in particular, "All right, Detective Sergeant, you've got my attention." They sat and waited in the car, giving Fletcher a few minutes to warm himself up before they went in and introduced themselves. The additional vehicle parked in front of the offices was a metallic sapphire blue sports car. Waters pointed it out. "That's a Porsche, isn't it? A 911? Yes, 911 Carrera Cliché from the midlife crisis range, if I'm not mistaken. Fletcher has disappointed me even before we've met." "We're assuming it's his, ma'am." Freeman opened her iPad and typed, her fingers quick and practiced. Waters realized he had yet to see her write anything on a piece of paper. It took her about a minute and a half to find what she was looking for. Glen Eagles had it on sale for $45, low mileage, one previous owner. The dates would fit with Fletcher selling the Merc. Hold on. She typed again. The images on the screen changed, and he knew where she was. The police have almost instant access to the databases of the DVLA in Swansea, but Freeman must have had the protocols installed ready and waiting on her device. She could not have got through that quickly otherwise. "Registered to Fletcher 1 week ago. You'll be relieved to hear the MOT and insurance are both up to date." Waters said, $45,000 for the Porsche. Mr. Mancini said something about the Merc costing $25, so he probably gave 20-ish in part exchange for it. Graham Fletcher found $25,000 to buy the sports car. I wonder whether that was cash or finance. "We can find that out as well if you think it's important." She was waiting, fingers poised, like a keen detective constable. She had kept her word and was not taking over yet. Waters continued, "Serena said the house had to be worth $500,000. I don't know why she told me that, but she did. They've got money. And Mr. Fletcher likes to spend it on himself. 2 young kids, and he buys a toy that only one of them can fit into at a time. I can't wait to meet him." The door to Luton Central Heating Services was a double one, and the left side had been wedged open. As Waters watched, a man appeared there and took a long look in their direction. A white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a red tie worn loosely with the collar of the shirt unbuttoned. A broad-chested man with a tanned-looking face and short dark hair. Waters said, "I think he feels the same. indicating with a finger that Fletcher would be unable to see. Freeman looked up and across towards the building, and Waters was half expecting her to wave. Instead of that, she said, "He does look keen, doesn't he? Let's keep him waiting a bit longer. You can lead off when we're in there. I think you've made a connection with him already." His phone pinged and buzzed in his pocket. He looked at it and said, "Serena's got something." "What?" "Doesn't say, just ring me when you can. Best day at school ever." Typical. Waters agreed, and then Freeman went on, "She's quick, smart, streetwise, and she doesn't take crap from anyone. That's going to include me before long, too, and I don't mind. But you know the best thing about her?" "No," he said, listening and wondering at the same time how she might sum up him after today. "She's lucky. In this job, some people just are. I always like at least one lucky one in my team." He could think of moments since he'd known Serena Butler when that was true, at least as far as the job was concerned. But he couldn't think how Cara Freeman had discovered it so quickly. Putting the iPad into her leather bag, Freeman said, "Talking of which, don't forget what we were discussing on the way down here. I asked Smith twice, but he was the exception. Most people only get the offer once. Fletcher's gone back in. Let's go and find him." Ashley was a changed young woman. She didn't smile at Waters, and she didn't really want to look at either of them any more. Her face was paler and a little blotchy, and her eyes were red from crying not long ago. She took them into the first office, where the middle-aged woman stared fixedly at her work screen, even though they had to pass within feet of her desk. The receptionist knocked on the door and waited. There was a brass plate screwed to the door which announced that Graham Fletcher was the managing director. Waters doubted whether Luton Central Heating Services employed 20 people. The sign seemed superfluous, to say the least. A voice responded to the girl's second knock, and she opened the door. Fletcher sat behind a wooden desk, business papers and invoices in front of him, a calculator, an Apple laptop, a pair of reading glasses perched forward on his nose. He'd had time to consider how he wanted to appear, to compose the scene for them. Fletcher stood up and offered a hand to Waters, the right hand, and then he did the same for Freeman. This, too, had been scripted as he waited for them to arrive. "Coffee? Tea?" Freeman said yes straight away, tea white, no sugar, and so Waters said he'd have the same. Would there be biscuits, he wondered? Rich tea? The managing director waved a hand over the desk and said, "Summer's usually a quiet time, but we're non-stop. I cancelled the advertising 6 months ago, but we still get all this by word of mouth and recommendation." Freeman congratulated him. It was good to see a business doing well despite all the political uncertainty, and then she smiled and fell silent again. Fletcher stared at her and then looked to Waters for something, anything, but he said nothing either. The only sound was the fan inside the laptop, and that was barely audible. It was Fletcher's nerve that gave out. "Anyway, there's obviously been some mistake. I'm sure we can clear it up right now. What's this business with the Mercedes? What on earth's it got to do with what happened to Michelle?" Waters said, "We'll know more when the Socco team have examined it, Mr. Fletcher. There might be nothing at all." "Socco?" "Scenes of crime officers. The vehicle will be taken in for examination by Luton's Criminal Investigation Department. It's possibly there already." He glanced at Freeman, who nodded. Fletcher looked suitably astonished. "You think the car is the scene of a crime? What crime? You're supposed to be investigating Michelle's murder. That was up in Norfolk. I don't understand what you're playing at." Waters thought, "Leave this job? Are you serious? Idiot." Because in that moment he felt it. The knowledge that not only could he do this when many could not, more than that, he knew this was what he was meant to do. It might be something in the genes. His dad had been pretty good. It might have come from the fact that of all the disciplines in history, he had enjoyed most the one others liked the least, historiography, the study of how history is written, the critical examination of sources, the selection and synthesis into a narrative. It might even result from some quirk in his character that meant he was always in the kitchen at parties, talking to some nerdy individual who probably assumed they were doing exactly the same. No matter. It had all led to this, to something no one would ever have guessed he would be good at, to having Graham Fletcher at his mercy. He said, "If you don't mind, Mr. Fletcher, we'll come back to the car in a moment. I'd like to ask you about your lost iPhone. Did it ever turn up?"
"Not still on about that sodding phone, are you?" Fletcher had said, forcing a smile. He thought they'd done with all that. No, it hadn't turned up. Someone had had it away. Freeman asked whether he had reported the theft to the police. "Why would I bother with that?" was the answer. And she said to get a crime number so you can claim on the insurance. It was clear enough that Fletcher knew she was provoking him, and he didn't respond outwardly. But he's an angry sort of man, thought Waters. The two women in the outer office have been shouted at and threatened, getting the blame for the police being here, for telling them something they shouldn't, maybe. Waters said, "When someone is murdered, Mr. Fletcher, it's standard procedure for us to locate the last people they were in contact with. I'm sure I don't need to explain why."
"And you think that was me?"
In such an interview, every pause has its own significance. Waters frowned and looked Fletcher in the eye. "Well, according to her phone records, and to what you've already told my colleagues, sir, it was you. Yes."
"Really? I'd have thought the last person she had contact with was the one who killed her. Shouldn't you be out looking for him?"
A longer pause, allowing Fletcher the time to examine the situation into which he had inadvertently just wandered. Freeman was leaning back in the chair a little, the leather bag on her lap. She opened it, took out the iPad, and propped it up so she was able to see it, but neither of the two men could. Then she tapped the screen, red nails clicking on it, as if she'd already lost interest in the interview. Whether this was her intention or not, Fletcher glared at her and then at Waters, who said, "Assuming it is a him, sir, that's what we are doing. You did buy a phone to replace the one that was stolen?"
"Obviously. That's how people have been ringing me up today to tell me what you're doing. I don't understand what's going on with the car. Can you just tell me? I haven't got the time to sit here all day. In my line of business, time is money. Someone has to pay the taxes so that other people can sod about wasting time and money."
Smith would have loved that. He'd have knocked that ball over the boundary. Waters gave it half a smile instead and said, "Apart from the replacement for your stolen iPhone, have you purchased any other mobile phones in the past month, Mr. Fletcher?" There was a timid knock at the door, and Fletcher told them to come in. Ashley carried a tray with 3 identical mugs. She went first to Freeman, put down a coaster, and then the tea, repeating the process for Waters. Finally, she went around the other side of the desk, putting down a coaster and a mug on Fletcher's left side. She never once looked any of them in the eye, and she never spoke when Fletcher thanked her. She left the office and closed the door. The managing director was the first to pick up a mug and to take a drink.
"What's this about another phone? I run a plumbing business, not an answering service."
Beginning to come forward now, unable to resist it, just how Smith liked them. "Counter-punching is the way, Chris. The wilder they swing, the more opportunities you get. It was all about boxing, apparently, and Smith had had to demonstrate the counter-punch the first time he mentioned it because the apprentice had never heard of it." Waters said, "We're asking about another phone because on that day, Thursday the 27th of July, when you had several contacts with Michelle, the last call to her phone was made from a different mobile. We haven't been able to trace it yet, but we've made some progress. were asking everyone who'd been in touch with her whether they used a different phone, just to eliminate it. The mention of everyone seemed to reassure Fletcher.
"I see. But I have my mobile, then. Why would I call her using 2 different phones on the same day?"
"I didn't actually say that you did, sir." And then a different voice said, "But that's the sort of question we spend the taxpayers' money worrying about, Mr. Fletcher, all day and every day." Both men looked at Freeman then. She was still studying the iPad. After a second or two she glanced up, smiled, and went back to whatever she was doing there. Waters reminded Fletcher that the question had yet to be answered, and received a blunt reply. No, of course he hadn't bought another mobile phone. The notepad came out then, still the old reporter's style, less durable than an Alich, and less likely to form an archive, but still unnerving for the interviewee as a detective flicks back through the upside-down pages that he cannot read. What is written there? Where is all this going? What do they think they have on me? Eventually Waters said, "The 27th of last month. Can you tell me about your movements on that day?"
"The 27th?
"Yes, sir, the day your sister-in-law was murdered." Fletcher's face was becoming immobile.
"My movements on that day? I don't bloody believe this. Could you tell me what you were doing, just like that?"
"No, sir, but we keep a log. I could look it up and tell you pretty exactly."
"You want to know what I was doing all day?"
"If you don't mind, sir." Fletcher got up, said he would check the work diary in the other office, and added with heavy sarcasm that one of them was free to accompany him if they thought it necessary. When he went out, the door swung behind him until it closed. Freeman said, "Did anyone bother to look him up?" Waters replied that he didn't think so, and she gave a sniff of irritation before she said quietly, "I just did, or rather I got Simon Turek to do it for me, an ABH when he was 23, a punch-up in a pub. He laid a couple of blokes out, must have done some damage to get the sentence he did, a year suspended, and a hefty fine." This had no direct bearing, naturally, but people fall into 3 basic categories. There are those who will never strike a blow, even when they're under attack and in danger. There are those who will never strike first, but will let fly once they've been struck. There are those for whom violence is never far beneath the surface, and these are the people who do not know when to stop because they like it. Waters wrote it on the pad and didn't see Freeman smiling. Then she said, "It's going all right. He's left-handed as well." "Yes, I got that. Shakes with his right, but does everything else with the left." Around 10% of the population have the affliction. It's a little more common in men, but even then not more than 15%. If there are 20 million adult men in the country, 3 million at most will be left-handed. Divide that by the 3 according to the predilection towards violence. 3 is too low, but for argument's sake, and you're looking for 1 person in a million, not 1 in 60 million. This is the process, a kind of sifting of data through one statistical sieve after another, eliminating those who could not have done this thing, until you're left with the only person who could. Fletcher returned with the work diary, which was an actual book, a hard-backed ledger. He half threw it onto the desk in front of him, whereupon it closed, and he had to find the correct pages again. "It's all here. I know where I was and what I was doing that day." Waters said, "Were you using your own car on the 27th, Mr. Fletcher?" A frown and a pause before the answer. "Yes, I must have. Nothing here that would mean I'd used one of the vans. Why?" "And would anyone else have used the Mercedes? Anyone from the office, say?" "No, that doesn't happen. They've both—" Fletcher might have realized the significance of the question in answering it, but the detectives were watching him now, and he couldn't go back. Waters said, "Did you drive into the town centre in the afternoon, Mr. Fletcher?" Noticeably more wary now, Mr. Fletcher, weighing up each new question. "I may have done. That wouldn't be unusual." "But on that particular afternoon?"
I think I did go into town, yes.
What sort of time? Waters knew he'd already said afternoon, which was a slip, but not an important one. Fletcher was looking at him, trying to read the best answer in the policeman's face.
I think it was latish in the afternoon.
And where do you think you might have parked?
I'm not sure about that.
Waters turned pages on the notepad again, going backwards now. The interviewee realizes at this point that the police have had this information, whatever it is, for quite a while. What else have they got written in there since? Waters said, I think I can help with that. There's a multi-story car park adjacent to the Mall shopping centre. Your car was parked there between 1728 and 1806, and you've confirmed that you were driving it. Would you mind telling us what you went to the centre for? What did you purchase, Mr. Fletcher? Disclosure can be deadly in the right hands. Fletcher made little attempt to hide his surprise. Perhaps he had more important things on his mind. Eventually he said he wasn't sure. Nothing very significant, possibly just some things they needed in the office for the business. The most interesting thing for both detectives was that Fletcher was no longer protesting at his movements being investigated. The tacit acceptance of it meant the game had moved into a new phase entirely. Waters said, To be clear then, sir, you definitely did not purchase a mobile phone on that day.
No, I did not.
The look you give them says, and you're absolutely sure you want me to write that down in this notepad. Fletcher didn't blink, and so the detective sergeant wrote slowly, with a frown that said, So be it.
About the car, Fletcher said. I've got the dealer on my back, thanks to you lot. What's going on with it?
Possibly nothing to worry about, sir, but there were traces on Michelle Sims which might relate to a vehicle of some sort. Before you ask why we're looking at a vehicle of yours, it comes back to you being the last person with whom we know she'd been in contact. Again, this is almost a routine procedure.
Almost?
Yes, sir. Single words can speak volumes, but this was another example of Fletcher not wanting to go there just at this moment.
Traces of what, for God's sake?
I can't go into that sort of detail, Mr. Fletcher. The managing director closed the diary, but it was surely a gesture made more in hope than expectation. There were other voices beyond the door, a man asking to see the boss, and the receptionist explaining he was in a meeting, he shouldn't be too much longer. It was Freeman who ended the awkward silence. Mr. Fletcher, I can see you're a busy man, and we have a lot to do ourselves this morning. I have a couple more questions, and then we'll leave you in peace. How does that sound? An honest answer would certainly have involved more profanities than she actually received. Fletcher simply suggested she might be guilty of wasting police time with all this nonsense. Freeman said, Good. How well did you know Michelle Graham? Her use of the Christian name had to be as deliberate as Waters's avoidance of it.
Well, she was my sister-in-law. About as well as anyone knows their sister-in-law, I suppose.
You wouldn't say you were close to her?
I would not.
This was the first time since he'd known her that Waters had seen Freeman interviewing someone of interest. Up to now, he had only observed her grilling her colleagues. She had a peculiarly innocent expression now, almost a childlike smile as she said, But you used to visit the salon she managed, quite regularly. Was that for professional reasons? Did the heating system have problems? Fletcher replied slowly, saying the words carefully. I've not been there for months. No, not for about 5 months. Since April, isn't it? Fletcher didn't move or say anything for a long time. For so long, in fact, that when he did speak, Freeman gave a little start of mock surprise.
You said you had 2 more questions. What's the other one?
Yes, thank you. Please would you tell us where you were on the evening of Thursday the 27th of July, between the hours of 6 p.m. and midnight? Chapter 36. Chris, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but we need to get a room. They were standing in the car park of Luton Central Heating Services at 1 minute before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He didn't know yet how far he could go with Freeman in the sense of humour department, but she was looking up at him and waiting for some sort of response. He said, "We should probably call home and let them know what we're intending to do, ma'am." "Yes, that's my next move. Yours is to call Serena and find out what she got this morning. We'll make the calls from here. Now, I want him to see us at work in his car park." Waters took a few steps away from his car, and then he could see the girl, Ashley, in the back seat. She was pale-faced and staring back at him. Freeman had been sympathetic and kind, but somehow she had still managed to frighten the wits out of the receptionist. Serena was in the office. She told him Tarek was in the room on his own phone, not listening to this conversation. What she and Ford had got at the school had caused some consternation. Tarek had tried to reach Freeman, she said, but the DCI hadn't answered the calls. Waters remembered her ignoring her mobile. That was something worth noting for future reference. And then Serena told him what it was they'd discovered, without any of the usual guessing games. He looked across at Freeman, realizing she was almost certainly hearing a version of the same story from Tarek. Then she glanced back at him and shook her head a little in disbelief. He said to Serena, "You made absolutely sure of it?" He taught them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. "Actually, no. He called it, she was searching for her notes, manual insufflation, but that's what it is, mouth-to-mouth. It was one of Oliver Salmon's last lessons before he left school." You could shout, clench your fist, and shake it. You could imagine the moment when you get to say, "I told you so," to certain individuals. Or you could do what Christopher Waters did, which was to think very clearly. He turned away from Freeman and stared at the building in front of him, watching his own mind at work. If Oliver Salmon hadn't attacked Michelle Sims himself, there were two possibilities. One, Oliver had found the woman in the dunes, had somehow stumbled across her, had somehow realized that it might be worth trying to revive her. Two, Oliver had seen something of what had happened. Maybe the attack itself. Maybe the person carrying the body along the footpath. He had seen something, waited until the dangerous man had gone, and then he had tried to bring her back with what Mr. Longhill had taught him. He had failed, of course. Was it any wonder the boy would not walk along the road with Smith and Joe a couple of weeks later? Was it any wonder that when questioned about such an awful thing, he had retreated into himself? He'd been questioned in entirely the wrong way, as a suspect, not as a witness, as potentially the only witness. Waters said into the phone, "Well done." "It was Ford who spotted it, but I cannot tell a lie, it was me who worked it out." Freeman was still talking into her phone. He said to Serena, "This will probably come from Tarek anyway, but get onto Michelle's bank accounts. Her husband okayed it this morning, and the fertility clinic. Check if she ever made contact, whether she had any dealings with them. If they start talking medical privilege, you start talking police and criminal evidence, serious offences. Explain that the person concerned cannot give consent because she's the victim. If they still argue, give them Freeman's direct number." There was a short pause while she wrote this down, and then, "How are you getting on with her? What do you think?" "Too soon to say, but what?" "I don't know exactly. This is more like the old days." When he got back to the car, he heard the end of the DCI's conversation. "No, I'll ring Shirley Salmon and the boy's mother myself, Simon. Send me the numbers now. I want this set up for tonight, though. If they agree to him coming in, I need the Polish girl who helped to interview him last time, and I want the same solicitor, whatever her name was, and I need time beforehand to brief these people as to what's happened. Chris and I should be back by a glance at her phone, "between 4 and 5, so I'm thinking sometime after 6. Can you get that all arranged?" She listened then, said a yes, a no, and another yes before she ended the call. If Cara Freeman knew the meaning of the word equivocation, it was most likely as the thing she had decided a long time ago she would not do. She glanced down at what Waters had in his left hand and said, "I hope you're not thinking of using them." It was a glossy A4 brochure for Luton Central Heating Services. He said, "I picked it up from the counter on the way out, thought it might come in useful." Freeman still hadn't understood. Waters stepped closer because the girl was watching and might be able to hear some of this. He opened the cover and held it in front of Freeman, and she nodded and said, "Okay, nice. Make sure we've got that tonight. I'm assuming you don't have a hot date. Nothing personal, just that it's Monday." Waters said he'd be there and thought to himself that after what he'd heard her saying to Tarek, there was nowhere else he wanted to be more than in or observing the interview suite in Kings Lake Central. Freeman said, "I've also spoken to Luton. They can find us a room with a recorder. I've got a name that will get us in, D.I. Glover. He sounds like a good sort. He's gone down to their workshop to see what's happening with the Merc. How's Serena?" "Smug. I told you she was lucky. You owe her a pint or a Babycham, whatever she drinks. The last time we went out after a case it was a white wine spritzer, I think. DC almost had a heart attack. He stopped himself, realizing what he'd said. He didn't blush these days, but he could still manage sheepish. I take it he'd have been in his element today. Completely. Freeman checked her phone for the time and said, "We need to get going, but I'll say this much. He wasn't just a bloody good detective. He could teach a bit as well." After the usual preliminaries about whether his wife needed to be told any of this, Graham Fletcher had cut to the chase. He'd been at Ashley's flat in Chalney until after midnight. When they pushed him for a time, he'd said he thought it might have been nearer to 1 in the morning. The relationship had begun before she left the salon, and that, he said pointedly, was why he used to drop in there sometimes. When his previous receptionist left, it was an obvious thing for him to do, to give Ashley the job, and she was a good receptionist anyway. Freeman had said in his office, "You went home between midnight and 1 in the morning. Why didn't you stay the night?" Fletcher's answers were coming quickly, as they do when someone is telling the truth, or when they've spent time preparing them. "As I've said before, I knew that Michaela and Michelle had been having words. Either of them could have turned up early the next morning. I wanted to be home, just in case." Waters had intervened. "Mr. Fletcher, your wife has never mentioned any arguments with her sister. She gave us the impression they were having an enjoyable stay in the caravan." There had been a shrug and a look that said, "Not my problem, you'll need to ask her about that." Freeman had gone over it all again, checking the details. Yes, he'd been driving the Mercedes that night. Yes, he'd driven straight home from Chalney to his own house. Yes, Ashley would confirm his story, though understandably she'd be embarrassed, and he hoped the police, wouldn't make it any more difficult than it already was. He'd take responsibility for this. He knew she was young, but these things happen, don't they? Outside, in the main office, the two detectives had watched as Fletcher had a quiet word with the girl, one hand touching her shoulder. No one was under arrest, and they couldn't prevent him from doing so. Freeman had murmured to Waters that Fletcher had played his ace early, and he understood. Such an alibi might carry more weight with them if it had been more difficult to obtain from him, but nonetheless, if the girl confirmed what he had told them, the prosecutors would need more than circumstantial evidence to proceed any further. "So, Ashley, you understand that we're recording this interview. You can see the camera, and it will all be on tape as well. From that, we'll prepare a written copy, and we'll be asking you sign it. You'll be signing to confirm that everything you've told us is the truth, and that you've told us the whole truth. Is that all clear?" Cara Freeman had taken the lead and an entirely new tone with the girl once they were in the interview suite at Luton North. If Ashley Merrick had been the victim of a vicious assault, she would not have been spoken to any more sympathetically. She nodded and said that she understood, but she was still pale and fearful. Afraid of Mrs. Fletcher? Afraid of losing her job sooner or later? Freeman went on, "And you know what it is we're looking into, Ashley, because we told you, or rather you guessed, when we first came to your office this morning. This is an investigation into the murder of Michelle Sims, someone you knew. You don't need me to explain to you how serious a matter this is, I'm sure." The story she told them was a good match to Fletcher's. Freeman asked how Michelle had reacted when Ashley resigned to go and work for Graham Fletcher, and the answer had been that they had had words about it. Michelle had told her to go immediately and not to bother working her notice. She had driven to Luton Central Heating that same morning in tears and started work for Graham within the hour. Freeman had paused and then asked how much Michelle Sims had known. Had she realized her brother-in-law was having an affair with her receptionist? Ashley wasn't sure when Michelle found out, but she'd probably guessed what might be going on from her reactions that morning. Waters had the notepad in front of him. He wrote down a question and pushed it in front of Freeman. She read it and nodded, letting him know the idea had already occurred to her. She thought something over and then said, "Ashley, has Graham ever suggested to you that Mrs. Fletcher knows what's going on between you and her husband?" The reaction was immediate. "No! Oh, my God! He's careful to make sure she doesn't find out. Look, I'm not a kid. He hasn't made me any promises or nothing. He hasn't told me he's going to leave her. He's got young kids." A timely silence then, allowing the girl to reflect on her own words. Freeman said, "So don't you think it's a bit strange, Ashley, if Michelle suspected what was going on, she didn't tell her sister? If she did, you'd have heard about it, wouldn't you?" Ashley nodded. "I did say that to Graham. I was worried about it." "And what did he say?" "He'd deal with it. It wouldn't come back on me." Freeman managed to look simultaneously sympathetic and disappointed. Then she asked the girl to tell them again what had happened that evening, Thursday the 27th of July, being as precise as she could be with the times. The transcript would show almost no changes in the language she used, nor in the order in which she recounted the details, and then, from Freeman, something that Waters had not anticipated. "Detective Sergeant Waters, would you give us a moment, please?" But her eyes went towards the camera, and he understood. Chapter 37. The recording suite was 3 doors away, and he found it easily enough. Detective Inspector Glover was there, and a lady at the desk, civilian support probably, in charge of all the wizardry. Glover nodded, and then they both listened to the rest of the interview and watched it on screen. Freeman said, "So, the interview is over. I'm not going to ask you any more questions." Ashley nodded, but she looked as puzzled as Waters was feeling about where this was going. "Ashley, I can see you're in a difficult position, and I don't think you're to blame. I'm not blaming you, okay? As a police officer, I'm well aware that people can suddenly find themselves in frightening situations through no fault of their own. But I'm not talking to you as a police officer now." Waters and Glover exchanged a look. "I'm talking to you just as another woman, Ashley. That's all. I know you'll go away this afternoon, and you won't be able to stop thinking about this. I'm not naming any names, but if anybody threatens you or tries to hurt you because of this, you mustn't accept it. If that happens, get yourself into a safe space and get help. Do you understand? We're investigating the most serious crime. You must not put yourself at risk. Glover was in his late 40s or early 50s, red-faced, a little overweight, a little grey about the temples. He looked as if he'd been around the block a few times. Now there was a sardonic smile when Waters met his gaze again, and Glover said quietly, "And here's my number just in case." "I'm giving you my card, Ashley. Put it somewhere safe. It has my mobile on it, my personal mobile number. You can call me any time if you feel in danger, or if you just want to talk. And I'd like you to give me your number so I can call and make sure you're okay." Ashley took the card, looked at it, and put it into her bag. Freeman went around the table then, put a hand on her arm, and said something that wasn't audible through the microphone. Detective Inspector Glover said, "She's even got our uniform to give the girl a lift back to work. Says you're too busy." Waters nodded, wondering whether what Freeman had really wanted was the marked car turning up in front of Luton Central Heating. Glover said, "When you first arrived, I was looking around for the DCI. I thought you'd brought your kid's sister along for work experience. Have you been teamed up with her for long?" Waters looked at his watch before he said, "About 5 hours." "Jesus! Baptism of fire, then. She told me the bare bones of it when she rang in. I take it this innocent is the only alibi?" Waters said that she was, and Glover said, "Well, I checked him over locally, if that's any use. The business is legitimate, been going a few years. He's of no interest to us. See, she's even got me doing voluntary work." Freeman disappeared from the camera, followed by Ashley. Glover said, "I'll take you down to the Merc when she's back. They've already found something interesting, or rather, they haven't. You'll see what I mean when we get there. And in the meantime, before your boss gets back," Glover put out his right hand, "I'd like to wish you the best of luck, mate." There were 2 technicians working on the Mercedes, both wearing white plastic coveralls. When Glover arrived with his 2 guests, the woman stopped whatever it was she was doing in the driver's side footwell and stood up to greet them. Glover introduced her as Sergeant Janet Brady. She was businesslike and brisk. "As we weren't told what we were looking for, we've done all the basics. It's superficially very clean, been valeted by the place it was brought in from, I expect. That wouldn't remove the good stuff, of course, so we've checked it over with UV. No blood, no semen, no bodily fluids at all. Was that what you were hoping for?" Freeman thanked her first of all for fitting this work in, and then said any of those would have been nice, but they were interested in the upholstery. Was it damaged or disfigured? On the front passenger side in particular. Brady got the young man's attention, and Freeman repeated the question. He said he'd take another look, and Waters went with him. They got down on all fours and examined the seat. Nothing on the left side, just the pale cream leather and fabric, but on the right side, low down, where a hand might have clutched the edge of the seat, a couple of faint scrape marks that you'd never notice in the warm glow of buying such a nice car. Waters put up a hand, and Freeman came to see. She said, "Could be. Are those deep enough to leave traces under fingernails?" The technician said he thought so, but not so much that you could match a piece back to the exact spot on the seat. No, Freeman agreed, and the bits they'd got had been through a lab anyway. But if a couple more scrapings happened to be made on another part of the seat and then happened to find their way into a plastic evidence bag, that would be very handy. The young SOCO officer looked at Sergeant Brady, who said that sort of thing had been known to occur in Luton North. While he got busy, Brady took them round to the open driver's door and pointed to the dashboard. "As I said, we've given everything the once-over. We plugged it into the crash cube, which was negative, no signs of it being involved in any sort of collision. The onboard diagnostics were the same, not showing anything unusual. It was last serviced in February, so if the dealer claims it's had a full service before sale, he's lying. But the real disappointment is the EDR. Freeman asked without hesitation. Brady replied, "Electronic data recorder. They have limited memory, but it can last up to a month, and it tells you exactly where the car's been and how it's been driven. Or it does if it hasn't been wiped. This one was, less than a week ago. Before that, it's a complete blank." Freeman said, "Is that easy to do? Someone competent with IT can do it, or work it out. We should all have it done when we sell a vehicle nowadays, but we don't. It's possible the dealer's technician did it, but I wouldn't think all dealers go to that much trouble. Might be worth asking them if they did. If not, it was the previous owner." Waters said, "What about the GPS unit? Is there a route history?" Janet Brady smiled and shook her head. "No, I was coming to that next. It's the same. Wiped clean. Someone did a thorough job. Before you ask, there's no spare capacity on the drive. All written over. No chance of retrieving old data." The three detectives stood and looked at the car. Freeman's phone buzzed. She read the message and said to Waters, "Looks as if we're on for tonight. As soon as we're done here, I need to ring Shirley Salmon and Oliver's mother. Don't let me forget. So, you say someone did a thorough job on this. Someone who understands switches, electronics, and digital hardware. Sod it! I hoped we'd get something from this." Waters waited a respectful 4 seconds before he said, "I think we have, ma'am. Fletcher has the technical know-how. If he wiped the EDR and the GPS data, that tells us something, doesn't it?" Glover said, "It does. Absence of evidence on this scale suggests he had something he wanted to hide. That's how I'd be looking at it." Freeman said, "Fair point. I wonder how many 24-hour traffic cams there are between Luton and Pine Hills. I think it's 3, ma'am." Glover, Brady, and Freeman all turned to Waters, and the latter said, "How can you possibly know that?" Waters replied, "From the Sokoloff murder. It's how we proved some of Frankie Jacobs's men were up on the coast looking for Bernie Sokoloff. We went through the cameras between Kingslake and London. If they're still operational, I think there are 3 north of Luton." Freeman glanced at the others before she said, "Chris, has anyone ever told you that you have a tragic side to your character?" "Yes, ma'am." Glover spoke again, giving the impression that despite his condolences to Waters earlier, he'd rather be working on this case than whatever was waiting for him upstairs.
"Nice point, but only if he took the main routes. Not many 24-hour jobs anywhere else. And it's painful stuff working through hundreds of hours of footage unless you get one with the data logger attached."
Freeman said cheerfully, "Not a problem. I always have at least one masochist on my team. Is there anything else you can give me from this car?" Brady stepped away, squatted down, and looked under the wheel arches. Then she put a hand inside and felt around. "They didn't do a great job with the steam cleaner. There's plenty here. It's caked with dried mud and—" She was examining material in the palm of her hand, then holding it up to the light. "What looks like sand." Waters was moving forward to see before Freeman's eyes could find his. Greyish rather than the silver or gold of postcards and holiday advertisements, but it was unmistakably sand. Waters went to the other front arch and found some more of the same. Freeman said, "Yes, please. We'll have lots of that, bags of it. Stuart, where do your forensics go?" Waters realized she was talking to Glover as if she'd known him for 2 decades rather than 2 hours. The answer was Cambridge, unless it was specialist. "And what's your turnaround at the moment?" "Not bad," he said. "A couple of weeks for the basic stuff." Freeman frowned and then said, "Expedited?"
"They can do a couple of days if we really push, but that can be expensive. Ma'am, have to charge Norfolk for all this. Sorry, but—"
"Of course you are. Use my name as SIO. Any problems, Detective Chief Superintendent Allen will sign off on it. We'll have expedited processing of the sand, please. Full geological characteristics, or whatever they call it. Chris, who was the socko at Pine Hills? Remind me." Was this Freeman in top gear? If she went any faster than this, he wasn't sure he could keep up. Things start disappearing near the speed of light, don't they? Glover had his mouth open, still thinking about the cost, but he'd never finish that sentence. "Sally Lonsdale, ma'am. I've heard of her. I think she's good. You need to warn her about the sand and soil samples thing coming her way in 2 days. If any of that seat cover did accidentally get scraped into a plastic bag, we'll take that with it and send it through to the same lab as the last lot for comparison. Detective Inspector Glover, Sergeant Brady, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. After 3 years on his team, Smith could still surprise you. But in the day-to-day business of investigation, Waters had learned to predict the next move 9 times out of 10. As he climbed into the Audi in Luton North's staff car park, however, he realized he had no idea what Freeman had planned now. The time was a little after 3 p.m., and he'd heard her say to Tarek she would be back in Kings Lake between 4 and 5. If so, he needed to be making for the ring road. Freeman opened her phone and read, or rather glanced at a string of messages before closing it again. Then she said, "The time's getting on, and I really wanted to call in on Michaela Fletcher. I shouldn't I, as the new SIO, and her being the next of kin?" This was a game. She couldn't possibly need any reassurance from him. "That would be the usual procedure, ma'am. It would also put the wind up her husband, I expect, in view of what he told us this morning." "Chris, there's no one else in the car. We can be informal. I hadn't considered Graham Fletcher's reaction in the slightest, but now you come to mention it. I'm assuming you have the address?" Waters was already opening the sat-nav. He said, "It's sort of on the way back, but we're not going to be in Lake before 5 o'clock if we visit Mrs. Fletcher." "We could try. View it as an opportunity to practice your advanced driving. Have you got any of those temporary blue light things they stick on the roof, just in case?" "No, I think that's only in the States, ma'am." "Is it? Well, if you decide to join the team, and you're taking your time telling me you will, I must say, I'll get you some of the covert ones fitted to this. You do realize that would clinch it for most boys." "About that, but you have to be able to drive fast and talk at the same time." He took the hint and pulled out into the stream of traffic on the A505. Then he said, "How much of your team is in place? Who are the DIs, if you don't mind me asking?" Waters had been in the service long enough to realize it's the line manager who decides whether your life is going to be interesting, bearable, or miserable. Perhaps Freeman was also recruiting detective inspectors, and that's whom he'd be reporting to on a daily basis. If Simon Tarek, for example, was moving across to the murder squad in the near future, Waters would opt to stay right where he was and put up with investigating burglaries. She said, "If you're after a record-breaking promotion to DI, no chance. But I see where you're coming from, so I'll tell you. I've got agreement initially for 1 DI not appointed yet. I've made an approach, but it's no one you'll know." She turned to look at him, and he resisted the temptation to glance at her. "Also, below that person, agreement for 2 detective sergeants and 6 detectives. I've got 3 detectives in place, Serena is one of them, and a short list for the others. One of the sergeant's roles has been filled this week by an extremely capable young woman from Norwich. She's like you, unattached, and she'll relocate from county if I can get the set-up I want at Kings Lake. She's experienced and would give you a run for your money." She was making this sound more like a threat than a job offer, but Waters recognized the psychology at work behind it. If he looked nervous about being outshone, he wasn't ready. And what about the unattached? Was she assuming that because he just looked sort of single, or did she monitor relationships as well? Freeman continued, "So, the other sergeant's position is available, and there's room for John Murray if he wants it. I could make sure Serena is with you as well, if you wanted that. Remember, always have a lucky one." "What about Richard Ford? Not enough experience?" "A new and unknown DI, a very capable young woman from Norwich, hand-picked detectives to rival Serena Butler and John Murray, and at the helm a DCI who was simultaneously perhaps a little crazy and one of the few CID officers Smith had handled with care. It could be a murder squad in more ways than one. He took a surreptitious, sidelong glance. Freeman had put on her reading glasses and was studying a document on her iPad. Squinting, he could make out what it was, the reports of DCI Alison Reeves' interviews with Michaela Fletcher. A little crazy, maybe, but she was thorough with it. Chapter 38. "Look, we've got a room full of people, and I don't know most of the voices. Please put your hand up before you shout things out." The effect was immediate, just as the senior investigating officer had intended. A moment of silence. Waters watched as Detective Sergeant John Wilson considered whether to put up a hand before saying again what he'd been shouting above the general hubbub. This was Freeman's first address to the full team, and no one could be sure about the new rules of engagement. Alison Reeve would have been standing. Freeman was sitting in the first empty chair that had been available to her. Eventually Wilson said,
"Ma'am, the mouth-to-mouth thing. It's only a possibility. There's another, more obvious explanation for his DNA being all over her. I know he's disabled, but he can speak. He does communicate with people. So why hasn't he tried to explain what he did if he did it? If he tried to revive her, why not say so? The most likely reason is he hasn't thought of it. We have, and now some of us are assuming it's the truth. I'd say it's just speculation, unless they've got something more to back it up."
Wilson's opinion had support, particularly from those seated around him. D.I. Turek was midway between Wilson and Freeman, his face immobile. In all the activity since they arrived back from Luton, Waters hadn't been spoken to by the detective inspector. Freeman waited for quiet again. "John, I don't disagree. We're going to need evidence to back up this latest idea, as well as evidence to implicate anyone else. And you're right, Oliver Salmon hasn't said a word to indicate he attempted to help Michelle Sims. But then he hasn't said very much at all, has he? That's what this next interview is about. I'm told he's capable of understanding and answering our questions, if they're put to him in the right way. Maybe we've been putting them in the wrong way. He's been questioned as a suspect. Let's see what happens if we question him as a witness." There were folded arms and fixed expressions. Waters looked at Freeman and thought that Reeve would have made another attempt now to take more people with her. Cara Freeman was plainly unconcerned at the prospect of leaving a few behind. She said then, "Good. I don't suppose this has been said very often in the history of Great Britain, but Chris and I have had quite an interesting day in Luton. We don't have time to update you on all of that now, but I will at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I know some of you are on the 9 o'clock start. It's entirely up to you whether you come in early or not. If you do, don't bother claiming overtime. As far as I can see, we're broke. This briefing is over. Can I see Simon, Chris, Serena, and Marta before you leave the room, please?" Authority is a peculiar thing. We can all draw up a list of the individual qualities needed to gain it: conviction, strength of will, skill in communication, some sort of courage, maybe. But those with natural authority have an indefinable something else. If you dislike them, perhaps it's arrogance. While Freeman talked one-to-one with Turek, Serena waited with Waters. She said to him, "So the new boss thinks she had an interesting day in your company. Before you ask, no, she isn't the first person ever to say that. I never thought for a moment she would be. Does she like Fletcher for it?" The room was almost empty. Marta Dubrovsky was waiting on her own, and Waters raised a hand, inviting her over. "I hope so. She spent next month's forensics budget in 5 minutes. Hello, Marta. Thanks for this. Has the DCI told you what you're doing tonight?" The Polish girl returned his greeting, open and friendly. "I think so. First we meet with Oliver's family. We explain some changing circumstances. DCI Freeman says to me she wants a fresh start with all of them. Then we have another interview with him. Hopefully he will talk to us this time." "Why do you think he hasn't spoken to us yet?" She took longer over that question. Serena nudged his elbow. Tarek had left the room, and Freeman was speaking to someone on her mobile. Marta said, "Most likely he is afraid. He thinks he is in trouble. He will deal with fear by closing up. Like how you say it, the animal, the hedge thing." "A hedgehog?" "Like that. Don't come out until he thinks it is safe. That would be my guess." Freeman was approaching, upright, still at a brisk pace, her energy apparently undiminished. "Thank you all for staying on. I don't have a clue whose hours are what. Marta, we're going down to meet Mrs. Salmon. Oliver's with family liaison for 10 minutes. I'm going to get there okay for how we're approaching this interview. I say there because the solicitor will be present as well. I haven't met her yet, but I'm told she's a pain in the backside." A glance at Waters. "So we should get on with it. Marta, I'd like you in the interview as a familiar face on the desk with me. D.I. Tarek will be in the room and observing. If you two are hanging around, go into the recording suite and watch the live broadcast. We can all meet up afterwards and write our resignations together." And then she was on her way, Marta at her side, and being briefed further on how she was expected to play a full part in the forthcoming interview. Waters watched them go, hands in his trouser pockets, an expression on his face that could pass either for thoughtful or slightly dazed. Serena said, "As far as I can tell, she's like this all the time. It's no wonder she gets results, is it? It's no wonder she gets through sergeants. Terry Christopher is hiding behind a filing cabinet in Norwich, apparently. Good, he was a creep. I reckon she's someone to be associated with. A good name on your CV, though. There's talk of the M Squad being made a permanent one. Much as I respect and admire you, Chris, if I'm asked, I'm going." She wasn't fishing. She didn't know what her two superiors had been discussing on and off throughout the day. But if he even hinted at it, she'd spot it. There was no doubt of that. "So you should, but high flyers sometimes get too close to the sun. Remember Icarus? I thought he was a racehorse. No, that was Daedalus. If Freeman does the same, she could take us all down with her." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Us?" He nodded cautiously, but not cautiously enough to avoid the punch on his arm, which hurt quite a lot. "I bloody knew she'd ask you. Tell me you said yes." He told her he hadn't given an answer yet, and she knew better than to push him then, but she couldn't resist saying, "The last time I saw her, she mentioned something about DC. She said that if she couldn't get him, and she's accepted it now he's retired, the next best thing was to get his team. I thought she was joking, but I don't think she often is. I think she's just relentless. What about John Murray?" Waters nodded and avoided another punch. "See? It's the dream team, Chris. Sir, whatever. I expect you'd still get to boss me around. You have to say yes." What he said was that he needed a few minutes to make some calls and that he'd meet her down at the recording suite in a quarter of an hour. Back at his own desk, the office was mercifully empty. He drank some of the vending machine tea and ate a bar of chocolate. This sort of policing was very unhealthy. He'd be home late again and give in to the temptation to get a chicken balti from the Sunrise takeaway, which was only yards from the front door to his flat. He needed to stock his fridge better if it was going to be as crazy as this. If it was relentless? How about remorseless and ruthless? Occasional regret, pity, and compassion are useful qualities in someone you have to work for, aren't they? Smith could be seriously focused and didn't suffer fools or lazy people gladly, but Cara Freeman might be something else entirely. It wouldn't be dull, Serena said. It wouldn't be boring, but they have their place. Every day lived at this pace would be exhausting. It was late, but he called Gleneagles Motors anyway, and it was Mr. Mancini himself who answered. The police service wasn't the only business where the managers worked ridiculous hours. Mancini began to bluster again, saying he wasn't sure he could divulge details relating to the car's on-board computers, not with the Data Protection Act, and Waters had to intervene. He pointed out that the Mercedes was being advertised as having had a full service, whereas he knew it hadn't had one in the past 8 months, countering with a mention of the Trade Descriptions Act. Mancini said he'd need to make a phone call to find out whether their own technician had wiped the hard drives. Waters had 10 minutes to himself before he was to meet up with Serena. He allowed his mind to go where it would over the day's events, and it went to the front door of the Fletchers' expensive home, waiting for the sister of the murdered woman to arrive after Freeman had rung the bell. Serena had described Michaela Fletcher as more than usually calm and composed on their previous visit, but the face of the woman who opened the door to them was one being slowly consumed by inner grief. There was darkness around the eyes, and the lips were thin and pale. She looked 10 years older than her 35. They followed her through into a lounge designed to be bright and airy, but which was now only cold and oddly colourless. She asked if they would like some tea, and both detectives declined her offer. Waters had then seen something Freeman did have in common with Smith. She was as quick as he had been to sense the mood of the person she had come to see. They had not discussed it on the drive to the house, but Waters had no doubt that in these first moments Cara Freeman had recalibrated her approach and changed the questions she had in mind for Michaela Fletcher. Initially she asked no questions at all, explaining that as they were in the area, was she hoping the woman would ask why, she wanted to call and introduce herself as the new senior investigating officer. When Michaela Fletcher asked, Freeman explained that DCI Reeve was unwell and wouldn't be returning to the case. There was a pause after that, and Freeman simply waited. Waters looked around the room. He could see into the next, a dining room with a large oak table and 8 matching chairs. On the table were papers and what seemed to be photographs, as if someone was arranging an album. Michaela Fletcher had noticed him looking, and she said, "For the funeral?" the vicar asked. "They've all been really good." Freeman said, "Mrs. Fletcher, as far as that is concerned, I would be more than willing to come and represent the police service. It's something we do if the family would like us to, but I always ask. Some people find it intrusive and inappropriate. Others welcome it. I hadn't even considered it. Michelle wouldn't have minded. Come in your uniforms. She liked a bit of a show." Her first attempt at a smile since they arrived, just a momentary glimpse of sunshine late on a January afternoon. But Waters could see Michaela Fletcher was close to tears, that she would be crying soon. The true horror of the situation came home to him then, that they now had grounds to suspect this woman's husband had been involved, directly or indirectly, in the murder of her sister. The motive for such an act wasn't yet clear, and he had an alibi, but it was an alibi constructed on the sands of deceit. Infidelity is by its very nature dishonest, and Waters was more and more convinced that Freeman's instincts were right. He had offered it up to them too quickly. Freeman had said then, "I get the feeling Michelle was something of a character, Mrs. Fletcher. I hope you don't mind me saying so. I'm not saying it with my police hat on, just an observation." "Oh, well, she was larger than life sometimes, but—" Freeman's face was patient as she nodded sympathetically. Was this genuine, or was she at work? It was impossible to say. Maybe she could do both simultaneously. Michaela said, "But it's the little things you miss. No more random texts I have to phone up about before I can make sense of what's happened. On her manic days, everything was either brilliant or the beginning of the end of the world." "You usually ended up laughing, though."
and I miss her singing. She had good voice, didn't she? Different people have mentioned that to us."
Michaela Fletcher nodded. Her eyes were filling up.
"It's what I was doing when you called, for the funeral. We have recordings of her, just ones we made ourselves at different times. I was wondering whether we could play something. I haven't spoken to the vicar about it yet."
She was looking at Freeman with a question, and Waters had thought that every investigation has its own firsts. Now they were being invited to help plan the victim's funeral. Freeman didn't blink. "I cannot think of anything more appropriate, and if I come, I'll get to hear her, won't I?" Michaela stood then and said,
"You can hear her now. I think I've made the right choice, but another opinion. It's already in the player."
Another unspoken question, which Freeman answered with a nod, but without a look in Waters's direction, as the woman went to the audio system at the other end of the room and picked up a remote control. There was a peculiar sense of growing tension as the seconds passed. How often do you get to hear the murdered person sing? The opening chords of the piano warned him. He had heard this melody before, but the voice was still a complete surprise. Low-pitched for a woman, sweet but sensuous, and a strong sense of controlled power, of so much more in reserve, even though this was a simple love song. As simple as they come, and yet the words were magnetic because the singer was delivering them from the heart. "For you there'll be no crying, for you the sun will be shining." Michaela said,
"This was one of her favourite songs. She loved Fleetwood Mac."
She let it play to the end and stopped the recording. Freeman said, "It's wonderful. Who was playing the piano?"
"That was Michelle. She taught herself on a keyboard when we were kids. She didn't read music. It was all by ear."
After a time, Freeman said, "I can see why that isn't easy to listen to right now, but those recordings will be something to treasure. I think it's absolutely right for the funeral." Michaela Fletcher heard the words, but continued with another conversation.
"We have that piano in the house, right through there in the dining room. She used to play and sing for the girls whenever she came. They were always asking her. Now, as soon as they hear any of the recordings, they just start crying."
Waters wanted to say, "Do you know the other version of that song, the one by Eva Cassidy?" But it would be too strange on the one hand, and too banal on the other, unless he explained why. And how would he explain his question? What a coincidence, Mrs. Fletcher, that the first person we had locked up for your sister's murder listens to Songbird all day long. Freeman said, "It's understandable. They'll feel the loss as much as anyone." Michaela switched off the audio player and returned to her seat. Did she ever talk about having a child of her own? Obviously she was devoted to her nieces. That's a subtle line of questioning, thought Waters. Freeman is more than a miniature bulldozer. She can play this all sorts of ways.
Michaela said, "It came up sometimes. Sisters talk about these things. She was, yes. She made no secret of it, that half the time she was calling around to see them and not me."
Had she talked about becoming a mother recently?
"I don't think so. Why do you ask?"
Mrs. Fletcher was paying attention again. Freeman said, "It always helps me if I feel I'm getting to know the person who has been attacked, what her thoughts and concerns were, that sort of thing."
"I don't see why."
A longer pause as she thought about this, but Freeman was in no hurry to say any more, or to try and cover her tracks. Michaela Fletcher said then,
"We know you've questioned someone. What's happening there? Have you arrested anyone?"
"No. No one is under arrest at present, and no one has been charged. The investigation is continuing." Michaela Fletcher took a long look at the detective chief inspector then, and Waters could sense the thought process. She was making an evaluation as to whether this woman was telling her the truth, all of it, and nothing but the truth. To be a successful detective, there are times when you must convince others you are doing so. Michaela said, "And why are you in Luton today? Have you been speaking to Barry?" "Yes, we have." And if they had not, what would Freeman have given as an explanation? But it satisfied Michaela, and she said, "I remember earlier in the year she mentioned looking for a donor, with a look at Waters. A sperm donor. I don't think she was serious, not really. I remember it because I said to her it would be a good reason to cut down on her drinking." Freeman frowned and said, "A funny thing for a married woman to joke about, though." Despite her sorrows, Michaela Fletcher had that altered demeanour that comes when women discuss intimate things. She leaned a little towards Freeman, dropped her voice, and Waters knew he was momentarily invisible. "They did look into it years ago. They found out Barry was the problem. I think they just accepted it and moved on. But she used to say that if she hadn't handed Graham on to me, my two would have been hers." Freeman was good. She didn't blink, didn't give even a half glance in his direction. "Oh, she and Graham, your Graham, knew each other? Before, I mean?" Michaela nodded. "Yes, that's how we first met. They went out for a while. She used to joke about her hand-me-down clothes as well. It's funny how things turn out. No one ever thought she'd marry Barry either. She was always seen as more of a catch, more than me." Freeman had said then that Michaela must let her know the date of the funeral, and also, would she mind letting them have a couple more photographs of Michelle? 2 minutes later, they were outside the house and back in Waters's car. There was the now obligatory glance at messages on her phone before, "The waters are getting a little murkier, Waters. Sorry about that, it wasn't intentional. How many horsepower under this bonnet? It's the 1.8 TFSI, isn't it?" He looked at her and said, "Has anyone ever told you you have a tragic side to your character, ma'am? In case you hadn't noticed, Detective Sergeant, it's written on the back of the vehicle. The question for me now is, do I let you get away with that because you haven't given me an answer about my squad yet? And also, if I do let you get away with it, and then you join the squad, will a period of retraining be necessary as a result?" 158 horsepower at 5,000 RPM, ma'am. "All right, get us back to Lake and don't spare a single one of them. I'll consider your position." Chapter 39. "Oliver, look at me, please." She wasn't being heartless. This is what they had told her beforehand. Shirley Salmon, backed up by Marta. If he doesn't trust you, he won't look at you, and if he's not looking at you, he doesn't feel any need to answer you. Oliver had a fright in the last interview, and you have to get past that before you can go anywhere else. The boy's gaze was over to the left, somewhere beyond the seated figure of Detective Inspector Tirek. After a few seconds, Shirley touched his arm and said, "Oliver, you're not in trouble. Look at Cara when she's speaking to you, please." The first names had been agreed and used in the introductions. Even Mrs. Archer was Christine, just for the evening. The gaze came back to his aunt, and then went to Marta Dubrovsky. Freeman guessed he hadn't been fooled by the Christian names so much that he didn't realize the woman now asking the questions was the one he needed to worry about, even though this wasn't the same one as last time. She tried again. "Oliver, what Shirley says is true. You are not in trouble. We're sorry if you thought you were last time. We want you to help us now." Keep the sentences short, they had said. Say one thing at a time, one sentence at a time, and give him the spaces in which to answer. If you hurry him, he'll just close up again. "And we know you like helping people. You help your Aunt Shirley, don't you, at the caravans? You help in the charity shop." These were things he recognized, and at last he was looking at her directly. She'd found 10 minutes in her office to brief herself. It's amazing what you can retain when you need to. And there in the irises Freeman could see the brush-field spots, the pale flecks of concentrated connective tissue common in those with the syndrome. But his eyes were also blue and less fearful than she had expected. He was giving her an opportunity, after all. No more than a quarter of an hour, they had told her, and shorter than that if you can. Not too many words, make this as visual as possible, and in the folder in front of her she had the 2 items she wanted to show him. Oliver, we think someone might have got hurt, and we think you might have seen this person, the one who got hurt. Will you look at a photograph with me? Now that she had his attention, Freeman seemed to have all of it. He sat with a very straight back, his hands folded in his lap, frowning at the question, but with his eyes still looking directly back at her own. He nodded his answer, and she picked up the folder. In front of him she placed one of the pictures Michaela Fletcher had given her that afternoon, the most recent, with the 2 women side by side in a garden somewhere, each of them holding a wine-glass and smiling at whoever took the photograph. It was a good picture, and you could see a family resemblance, which was why she'd chosen it. If his recollection was vague or uncertain, he might as easily point to Michaela as her sister. Oliver leaned forward and peered at the image, his face a few inches from it. She thought, is he short-sighted? No one had mentioned such a thing, but if he was... His hands were small and square, his fingers short and curled inwards a little. And then as she watched, the fingers of his right hand curled further in towards the palm, save for the index, which was pointing at Michelle Sims. The finger remained, but his eyes came back up to Freeman, and he said, "She got hurt." It was important not to overreact. Martha had explained to them that Oliver might well be as sensitive to expression and tone of voice as anyone else in the room. Freeman said, "Thank you. What about the other lady, Oliver? Have you seen her before?" They had to consider the possibility he had encountered the women elsewhere on the caravan site during the 3 days they had been together before Michelle was murdered. "No, don't know this one." He was pointing to Michaela, and then the finger moved back as he said, "This one got hurt. She is dead." She had been told that getting him to describe an attack would be a risk. He was likely to become upset, and if that happened, the interview was over. Freeman put her own finger close to Oliver's and said, "Is this the lady you tried to help, Oliver?" "Tried to help? Yes." "How did you try to help?" He sat up straight again, completely engaged with her now, as if there were no other people present. His hands moved into a new position in front of him, fingers open, palms facing each other and about the length of a rugby ball apart. It took a moment for Freeman to realize he was holding someone's head in his hands. Michelle Sims's head. He leaned down and began to blow out rhythmically, pausing between breaths. He did this 4 or 5 times, and then turned his head to one side, listening. Freeman looked away from him for a moment. Shirley Salmon was weeping silently behind her nephew, and Christine Archer was white-faced. When Oliver resumed the breathing, she stopped him and said, "Thank you, Oliver. You did a very good thing trying to help. This is what Mr. Longhill showed you, isn't it?" He smiled broadly and said, "Trevor," before the smile faded as quickly as it had come. "But it doesn't work." There would be a dozen, maybe a score of questions she wanted to ask then, but a plan had been agreed, and she'd already seen the solicitor looking at her watch. Freeman picked up the photograph, replaced it in the folder, and took out a brochure. It was important not to make the connection in any explicit way. the connection between what he had just shown them and what he was about to see. "Oliver, can you help me with one more thing?" "Yes." "Thank you. I'd like you to look at this magazine for me." She placed it in front of him, the right way up for him, and said, "I'd like you to look at every page. Take your time. There's no hurry." He picked it up, plainly understanding that this was an odd request in the circumstances. Then, for some reason, he turned it over, put it flat on the desk, and began looking through it from the back cover. His face was close to the page again, as it had been when he viewed the photographs, and as he looked over each page his head moved up and down a little. He took Freeman at her word and did not hurry. Christine Archer seemed to be having second thoughts about this, but it was too late to intervene, and if she'd tried to do so, Freeman would not have given way. Oliver was taking about 10 seconds a page, and there were 8 pages in the brochure. A minute at least would pass before he reached the inside of the front cover. She noticed first that the up-and-down motion of the boy's head stopped. The rest of him, too, was suddenly motionless, as if an unseen finger had pressed pause and frozen the frame. It was vitally important that no one spoke, that the first reaction came from Oliver. He pushed the brochure towards Freeman. When, without thinking, she tried to return it to the middle of the desk, he forced it away from himself, and his eyes were full of reproach. Shirley Salmon knew him, of course, and she already had a hand on his arm. He turned around to her and said, "Bad things. We don't look at bad things. When people show us, we say, 'Go away.'" Shirley reached further forward, putting an arm around him. To Freeman's puzzled look, she said, "Believe it or not, other people like to tease the Olivers of this world, especially other children. They show them things they shouldn't. I'm sure you can imagine. Oliver has been told to tell them to go away. If he's seen something that makes him uncomfortable, that's how he will react." Freeman stared down at the inside cover of the Luton Central Heating Services brochure, at the smiling image of Graham Fletcher posing in smart company overalls, a spanner in his left hand, the other giving a thumbs-up gesture. There were other pictures, and some had people in them, but could there be the slightest doubt as to what had caused Oliver Salmon's distress? She said, "Oliver, can you tell me what you saw?" He turned further away, into his aunt's shoulder. His breathing audibly changed. Christine Archer was shaking her head, on the point of getting up from her chair. Freeman looked at Tarek, but he was giving her nothing in return. "Oliver, is it this man? Is he why you won't walk down the road to the woods any more?" The solicitor was on her feet now, a hand raised between Freeman and the boy. "Thank you, Detective Chief Inspector, but this interview is terminated." When Waters, watching and listening 3 rooms away, heard the final question about the road to the woods, he had just a split second of panic. How did Freeman know about that? He had not mentioned it to her. Doing so would have taken the story too close to a certain member of the public who had no business involving himself in a police investigation. Therefore, it could only be that Shirley Salmon had mentioned it to Freeman. But had Shirley had the sense not to include Smith's name? The DCI had asked whether Waters had seen much of him recently. Was that why? The likely consequences of not being open with a senior officer like Cara Freeman were all too obvious. Serena was sitting next to him. She watched as the DCI brought the interview to a formal close and said, "Well, if anyone had any doubts, that just ended them, didn't it?" Waters brought his mind back to the moment. Most of the bridges you try to cross before you come to them turn out to have been imaginary anyway. As he stood up to stretch his back, which troubled him sometimes, being tall has its downsides, he said, "Conclusive as it might seem, we can't use any of it in a court case. As intelligence, it's excellent. As evidence, it's useless. Because he's disabled? Indirectly, yes. What Oliver admitted doing corroborates the forensic evidence fair enough. Beyond that, what is there in the interview that ties anything to Fletcher? Oliver got upset when the page with Fletcher on it was in front of him. As a member of the jury, would you convict anyone on that? We could try interviewing Oliver again and hope to put together some sort of coherent account, but can you imagine putting him on the stand? Cross-examination? No judge would allow it. This wasn't an argument. It wasn't even a discussion, because she knew he was right. Serena stood up as well. Freeman would be here in a matter of minutes. You said it's excellent intelligence, though. How? We know this puts Graham Fletcher right in the crosshairs. That's the motivation, to go over every inch of it again, as well as looking into all the new stuff we got today. As Kara said, he's bound to be rattled now. When he got home, Michaela would have told him all about the visit from the police, the senior investigating officer sitting in his lounge and chatting to his wife, and he's going to be wondering just how much we let slip. How much does she know? And if we didn't tell her, why didn't we? What are we planning next? He won't get much sleep tonight. Serena thought it over. So, it's Kara now, is it? Waters ignored that and said, Something happened between Michelle and Fletcher. We know they've got history now. It's what was being talked about in the texts and phone calls. There never was any argument between Michelle and her sister. She said something, maybe she threatened him, and he snapped. That's my guess. At some time on the Thursday, he decided what he was going to do, and he made preparations to do it. I'm not saying he planned to kill her, but he planned to confront her about whatever it was up at Pine Hills without anyone else knowing. The texts would have given it away, so they had to disappear. He bought the burner phone so he could call her and it wouldn't be traceable. We don't know it for certain yet, but I think he wiped the data from his car for the same reasons. She stood up beside him, stifled a yawn, and looked at the time on her phone. It was one of those days when you lose track and have to keep checking how much more of it can be left. If you don't mind me saying so, sir, ironic, I think you're a bit of a dark horse. All these first names with the girls. Doesn't take you long, does it? First it was Marta, now it's Kara. What happened with Janie, by the way? I told you about the job interview. Well, she got it. In Manchester? Oh dear. And you decided you didn't want to transfer to the capital of Britpop. Something like that. His mobile began to ring, and he answered it immediately. It was Mancini from Gleneagles Motors, telling him what he needed to know, and asking whether he could have his car back soon, as he'd been so cooperative in the investigation. Waters made no promises, but said he would speak to Luton North in the morning and get them to call the sales manager with an update on their progress. As he was ending the call, Freeman walked into the recording suite alone. She saw the phone and asked the question wordlessly. Waters said, "That was your friend Henry, ma'am, Mr. Mancini. He's checked with his technicians. They didn't wipe anything from the Mercedes." "Good. Destroying evidence and perverting the course of justice. That's another 5 years. Did you see the whole interview, the two of you?" "Yes," they said. "And what did they think?" Waters said again what he'd been saying before she came in, that Oliver's interview had confirmed a number of things, but evidentially they were no further forward. They still had nothing that could tie Graham Fletcher to the scene. Freeman nodded agreement and then fell silent for 10 seconds before, "This place had a canteen when I was here last year. Is it still open?" They told her about the vending machines, and her response included the phrase industrial effluent and some colourful adjectives. She asked whether anyone kept the means of making tea or coffee in their office, and Waters said DCI Reeve had something in a filing cabinet. Freeman said, I need a few minutes to get my head around this now, so I'm heading up there. There's nothing the overnight lot can do with this, chasing banks and phone companies again. Chris, get someone on that traffic camera idea tomorrow morning, but you two might as well go home. Serena asked whether D.I. Tarek would be meeting with her now, and received a short and strangely ambiguous response. Just left. Sick child. It was Waters who said that if she needed any help, he had no particular reason to leave straight away, followed by Serena. If she would rather work alone, of course, and the answer was, I expect too much from people as it is. Offering to do more just to impress won't work, but I'll say yes to get the job done. There was no obvious way to reply to such a statement, so they remained silent. So I'll go up to Allison's office, make some tea or coffee, which will undoubtedly be stale, and drink it black because there's no fresh milk in the entire building. I'll lose track of time, and at around 9:30 I'll nip out to see if I can buy some pizza, which I'll bring back here. I'll probably fall asleep at the desk around midnight. Unless— she looked up at them both as if she'd been struck by a brilliant idea— unless one of you has a couch I can crash on for the night. You both live in Lake, don't you? Serena nodded, failing entirely to conceal a look of consternation at the thought of a DCI asleep on her sofa, and Waters thought, where does Freeman live? What do we know about her? There's no ring on her finger and no mention ever of a partner. She's old enough to have young children, but somehow the very thought is absurd. Does she really crash for the night in the apartments of junior officers? The answer came in a short laugh and a shake of the head. Seriously, guys? But I am going to be working in DCI Reeves' room. If you've got nothing better to do, feel free to join me. Give me 15 minutes, though. I've got to make a couple of calls, including one to Allison. I promised I'd update her every day. Serena said, I could fetch the pizza. Freeman looked suddenly touched by their support. She stepped closer, putting one hand on Waters's left arm and the other on Serena's right. She said solemnly, Okay, but I want you to promise me one thing, both of you. Serena said, Yes, ma'am. Please never forget this.
No pineapple. Not ever.
Chapter 40. At 8:30 the following morning, the Tuesday, Waters counted 24 people in the Michelle Sims incident room. There were not enough chairs, and many were standing. 23 of them were directly involved in the investigation into the murder. The 24th was there, it turned out, only so he could be thanked for making all this possible, and after he had taken his bow, Detective Chief Superintendent Allen left them. DCI Cara Freeman watched him go, watched the door close behind him, and waited for silence. She was sitting on Simon Tarek's desk, and when she edged herself back a little, her feet didn't quite reach the floor. Within a few seconds there was just one voice muttering, O'Leary naturally, but it tailed away when he realized she was staring at him. Okay. Thank you all for turning up on time. The management training manual says I should be cascading all this. I tell the DIs, they tell the sergeants tell the infantry, who then go home and tell their wives and husbands and pet dogs, who then come up with the answers. New senior investigating officers can have a difficult time of it, especially ones who seem to have been parachuted in from somewhere else. A local police force— we should, we are told now, use the word service instead, but old habits die hard. A local police force is a tribe, and loyalty still matters. But Freeman had done this before, and if she felt any fear, it wasn't showing. A sense of humour helps, and a few people had smiled at her comment about telling the wives and husbands. But as I still haven't met most of you, I thought I'd do it this way and save some time as well. As far as I'm concerned, DCI Reeve has done everything right so far. I'm in close touch with her, and I consulted her on a couple of points last night. She sends her best wishes and says she's doing all right, by the way. She thanks you for the cards and messages of support. Intelligent, conveying to those who didn't know her that she was working with Reeve, not trying to replace her or score points. This seemed easy for Freeman, effortless even. But two of the officers in the room, Waters and Serena Butler at his side, now knew more than the rest, after last night's late session. They had listened to her calling Ashley Merrick, ostensibly to make sure the young woman was safe, but also to tell her that the window of opportunity she, Freeman, had mentioned was a little smaller now. Waters had understood immediately what Freeman was doing. She'd said to the girl that if she had given Fletcher a false alibi, a serious offence had been committed. If she retracted it in order to help the police investigation, she might get away with it. But if Fletcher was arrested and charged, it would be too late, and she might find herself in the Crown Court. It was easy to picture the girl alone in her flat, frightened half to death, and wondering what to do, because the only person who seemed to be worried about her was the detective who was hoping not to arrest her. Minutes later, Freeman's mobile had begun to ring. The three of them exchanged a glance, three heads with but one thought, but it was a personal call. Waters and Serena both made moves to leave the office, but Freeman waved them back into their seats. They listened as Freeman asked questions about someone who was ill and made arrangements for a doctor's appointment in the morning. When the call was over, she said, "My mum's carer. Looks as if we need to change the medication yet again." She would not have said such a thing unless she was inviting a question, and Serena duly asked it. Early onset dementia, which began about a year ago, and early onset often develops more rapidly than the age-appropriate sort. Millicent Freeman had been the director of her own commercial design company until she was struck down in her mid-50s by the new curse of the age. Now she couldn't be left, and the carer, Romanian and remarkable, said Freeman, was living in. "What about your dad?" Serena said. "Died when I was 16. There isn't a good time to lose your dad, but 16? Anyway, my mother got on with it, but you have to wonder, all that stress and heartbreak, going to come out sooner or later. You two still got your mums and dads?" They nodded, and Freeman said to hang on to them for as long as possible, because they were bloody useful, and then it was back to work. "So, we've reached the dreaded moment where the SIO says we're going to go over it all again. We have no choice after the Oliver Salmon interview. You can see on the boards behind me where this is going now, and my thanks to Chris and Serena for setting all this up again last night. The detective sergeants already know what needs to be covered. I'm leaving who exactly does what to them, but I want it done quickly and above all thoroughly. To summarize, so you are all in the picture: phone records, video cameras in the area, registration plates, bank statements, alibis, witness statements, all to be checked by at least one new pair of eyes. You're not checking up on each other. You're just checking, and checking again. Forensics, I'm personally going to call the labs and offer to leave my body to science if they'll just give us a break. I can see some of you thinking this offer might slow things down, but laughter now. It was a masterclass in how to create and motivate a team. Serena nudged his elbow, and when he glanced down at her, she said, "Admit it, you can't say no to her." "But one more thing," Freeman was saying, on her feet now, the schoolgirl smiles quite gone. "Early on, there was a leak. I'm referring to the identity of the person we were questioning. I don't know where it came from, and I'm not going to waste time trying to find out. But I hope it wasn't from here. If it happens again, and someone in this room is responsible, I can promise that person it'll be the last mistake they make in any team run by me." Silence now. A moment for reflection, perhaps. Then,
"Right, that's it. Find your sergeants." Waters could see Turek across the room, but there had been no mention of detective inspectors. This was the other side to the Kara Freemans of this world. If they decide you're done, you probably are. By 10:30 they had established that on the 17th of February a Bax transfer for the sum of £7,500 had been made into Michelle Sims's private account, the one she didn't share with her husband. Within 3 days, £5,300 had been transferred out in the same way, and a single payment. Establishing where the money had gone was straightforward. It was named on the electronic record, but where it had come from was less so. They had a sequence of letters and numbers which the bank employee on the end of the telephone line was unwilling or unable to translate into a name. At Waters's suggestion, Serena took the matter straight to Freeman up in Allison's office. The DCI picked up her landline and called the Financial Investigation Unit in Norwich. Someone called Gary answered. Serena could only hear one side of the conversation, but it was plain the two people holding it had had a number of such encounters in the past. Freeman's answer to his first question was, "I need advice, Gary. I've been offered a massive bribe, like career-changing, but I'm not taking it unless I'm sure I can place it in an offshore account." And then, "All right, 25%, just the same as last time." Serena could hear laughter at the other end of the line. Gary asked more questions, and Freeman said, "I reckon it's tax fraud, evasion of VAT. On what?" She pulled a face at Serena and said into the phone, "Copper pipes and gas boilers, hundreds of them. How much? It could run into millions." Then Freeman passed over the code from the account, put down the phone, and said to Serena, "He'll get back to me shortly. He's usually quick. So it's what we thought?" Serena said, "The £5,000 went to Milton Hall. It's a private clinic near Cambridge. They only do fertility treatments. What level do you want to go in at, ma'am?" She meant who, as in who do you want to speak to at the clinic. Getting medical information can be more difficult than the financial sort. Freeman said, "You make the approach. Don't mess around with admin staff. Go straight to a director. That's my advice. Saves a lot of time. You can pretend to be me if you like, as long as you don't book me in. That's the last thing I need." Serena laughed, but the pretend-to-be-me thing was probably not a joke. Freeman's murder squad was the high-wire act in criminal investigation, made even more exciting by the fact that you had no idea whether there was a safety net. The landline rang, and Freeman picked it up. She listened for several seconds and said, "I told you it was plumbing. Would I ever lie to you, Gary? Email it to me as well. You're a darling. Give my love to Michael." Freeman put down the handset and wrote on the notepad in front of her. Serena said, "Who's Michael?" "Gary's red setter." "Oh, I thought he might be Gary's, partner. Why would you assume someone's gay just because their name's Gary?" "I didn't. Brilliant detective work, though. He is completely gay." Serena had to think for a moment. "Gary is?" "Yes. Who else?" "Maybe Michael is as well. Are there gay dogs? If there are, Gary would have one. Here." Freeman held out the piece of paper she'd torn from the pad. "I think I'm handing you a bit of a motive. The money came from the commercial account of Luton Central Heating Services. Do you think Fletcher made a contribution other than a financial one? If he did, I don't want to think about it. You're on your own with that." The data from the 24-hour traffic monitors was much easier to handle than it had been just 18 months ago. Once downloaded, it was searchable using the registration plate you were looking for, and within an hour, Waters and Ford had been through all of it from the 3 cameras, and there was no match.
They double-checked their methods by entering Waters's own registration, and sure enough, one camera showed up the journey he'd made south to Luton with DCI Freeman. Next, they used Ford's portable plug-in sat-nav to look for alternative routes, just to see how easy it was to miss the cameras. It was simple enough, particularly if you intended to do so. But in that case, you'd have to know where the cameras were. If you did not, it was a matter of luck. Either way, it was possible, still using A-class roads, to get from Luton to the Norfolk coast, either by heading first northwest to Peterborough or northeast towards Norwich. Waters wrote down the sat-nav's estimated journey times for both routes. Serena was taking her time up in Freeman's office. Waters looked across the incident room to where Turek and Wilson stood talking, controlling the Pine Hills side of the operation. There were a dozen detectives back out there, going over every inch of every possibility. Turek had spoken to him politely enough after the morning's briefing, but that was all. There was no longer any sense of teamwork, or even of being engaged in a joint enterprise. In that respect, the investigation had broken down. It's the job of the SIO to make sure this does not happen, but Freeman seemed unconcerned. She was certainly not unaware of it. The idea came to him then that she might even be using it to her advantage. Was she capable of that? Of leaving the fracture unmended because she wanted him out of this team and into another? That would be positively Machiavellian. Serena returned, ignoring Turek, crossing the office with flounce turned up to maximum before placing a piece of paper in front of him. He recognized Freeman's indecipherable writing and asked her to explain what it meant. When she had done so, Richard Ford said, "Well, that's it, isn't it? How's Fletcher going to explain this?" Waters could still remember such innocence, and he answered the question in a not unkindly way. It was a private personal loan to his sister-in-law. She was so unhappy because she hadn't had a child. They kept it from Michaela because she might feel guilty about having two beautiful daughters. They kept it from Barry because he was the one to blame for them being childless. The plan was to keep it a secret so it would be a wonderful surprise for everyone if it happened, or something like that. "Oh, sir!" Serena put her hand on his, and her eyes were warm and soft. How could she do that so convincingly? She said, "You shouldn't keep your sensitive side so well hidden. You should be writing an agony aunt's blog online. Or maybe you're the next Barbara Cartland, secretly typing away in the long, lonely evenings." Waters removed his hand from the desk before anyone else noticed. He said to Ford, "It's interesting, it's good, but it's not enough. Whatever they tell you on your next training day, showing motive and opportunity aren't enough. We have a heap of circumstantial evidence, but we still need to put him there somehow. Fletcher is intelligent, and he knows that. It's why he's been very tidy." A Smith word, tidy. And what would Smith do with these latest developments? The temptation to ask him was there, of course, especially now the said retiree was aware of the case in some detail, but it must always be resisted, for sound operational reasons, and maybe pride comes into it as well. Freeman appeared, looked about the room, nodded to Turek, and then took exactly the same path as Serena had minutes earlier. This convinced Waters that her disregard for hierarchy and protocol was entirely deliberate. She said, "Hard at it? Good. Me too. Forensics have accepted the offer of my body. In return, they've just told me the leather seats in the Mercedes were a limited edition. Someone in that lab has tracked this down on your behalf. Only 250 Mercs had those seat coverings. It gets better. The 250 is spread over 2 models, half each. Fletcher's car was one of only 125 with them. His murdered sister-in-law had bits of one of those seat covers under her fingernails." After a moment, Waters said, He met her in town the day before she went down to the coast, and he gave her a lift home. He has no idea what she must have been doing to get the material under her nails. Putting Michelle in his car isn't enough. We have to put him in Pine Hills." Freeman seemed a little nonplussed. She glanced at Ford first, and then at Serena, who said, "He's in a funny sort of mood, ma'am." Freeman dragged a chair across from another desk and sat in it. Over her shoulder, Waters saw Turek look away. Wilson was talking on a mobile phone. Then Wilson glanced at Waters before handing the phone to Turek, who began to question the caller in his usual clipped manner. On the surface, there was nothing unusual about any of this. Freeman said, "Unfortunately, Chris is correct, but every bit of intelligence makes Fletcher's tank a little smaller. Eventually he won't have room to turn around. If the registration plate is a dead end, move on. Serena, spoken to the clinic yet? Do that now. I'm going to call Ashley again and tell her she's possibly only got today to get herself out of serious bother. Come on! The harder we push, the more likely something is to break." She left as abruptly as she came. Turek was still on the same call, watching as the DCI left the incident room. Then the detective inspector said something inaudible to Wilson and raised the back of one hand to Waters, beckoning with a single finger. Chapter 41. The police station at Huntston is set back a little from the main road, where the traffic hurries by and barely notices it. The sign is a relic, the old blue light in a glass cover above the entrance, and just inside that door there is still a wooden counter, of the sort that was Charlie Hills's domain for many years, just smaller and not made from oak. It's a brick building, but the burnt clay mix was yellowish, and so it has never looked at home, never looked as if it quite belonged up here among the sandstones and flints. But the car park in front is spacious, with enough room for 20 vehicles, and it's just a pity, thought Uniform Sergeant Eric Boyd, as he glanced out of the ground-floor window, that these days you'll never see more than the 4 cars now parked on it, underlining the fact that Huntston's days are numbered. You could get 6 executive homes on that space alone before you demolish the station itself. When he started here, there had been 12 constables, 3 sergeants, and an inspector. Now Eric was in charge of the building and the shift whenever he was on duty, and the most men he ever had to deploy was 6, including himself. That only happened on alternate weekdays and at weekends, though most of the public hadn't realized it yet. Cover was often provided by Kingslake Central. They were safe enough over there. Talk of expansion, maybe even on a brand-new, purpose-built site out of the town. And with 8 years still to go before he could put in for retirement, Eric Boyd was as certain as he could be that he'd end up joining the queues of traffic into Lake every time he had a morning shift. Over the past 20 years, every 2-man village police station had closed. In the past 5 years, the stations like this one in country towns had almost all gone. Before long, the county would be trying to police itself from Norwich and 2 other centres. One of the vehicles he could see belonged to a couple of detectives from Lake. There had been 6 of them earlier, meeting up on the car park and then coming into the building, looking to use the facilities, asking if anyone was going to make them a coffee. The others had moved on, but these 2 were still hanging around and beginning to get on his nerves. They were only DCs, and soon he'd pull rank and send them on their way. His own 3 uniformed people had been sent down to Pine Hills this morning, leaving him alone in the building apart from Peter, the civilian support worker. This is what it's come to, he thought. 20 years' service, and I'm supervising a clerk on a 6-month contract as he inputs data. The poor sod thinks this will turn into a permanent position if he does well enough, and no one has the heart or the honesty to tell him otherwise.
We'll have constables on 0-hours contracts before you know it, never mind civilians. Boyd could still hear the voices of the detectives down the corridor, and now he was sure he could smell cigarette smoke. It was time for them to bugger off. He stood up, and as he did so, Peter saw him and said, "Sergeant, could you give me a hand with this?" Why not? What better use could there be of his £42,000 a year salary? He went across to the desk where the middle-aged man who'd lost his job when the electronic instruments plant closed last year was sitting in front of a screen, smartly dressed, collar and tie, doing his absolute best to get his life back onto some sort of track. Peter said, "Thank you. I've put in most of these registrations. I'm not actually sure what it's for, but—" Boyd leaned forward, looked at the paper on the desk and said, "That's one of Mrs. Peake's lists." "Oh, right. Is she an officer? I don't think I've—" "Mrs. Peake? No, she's an old dear who lives in Wells. She's been running a campaign about illegal parking outside her house for years. We started ignoring her monthly lists a while back, and she wrote to county. Then we got Assistant Chief Constable Devine on our backs. So we put it onto the hard drive as proof we take notice of concerned citizens. Then we ignore it. Don't waste a lot of time on it, mate." The man looked a little hurt, and Boyd was annoyed with himself for belittling another's efforts. He said, "Anyway, what's the problem?" "I've put in at least a dozen numbers without a problem, but this one," pointing at the paper, "turns orange as soon as I press enter. I've no idea why. I'll try it again." Sure enough, the numbers and letters turned amber, and they were underlined as well. Boyd picked up the paper — Mrs. Peake posts them second class on the 1st of every month — told Peter to clear the last effort, and then he read out the registration number as it was typed in again. Press enter. It went orange. Boyd said, "She's made a mistake. It's just a wrong number. The system doesn't recognize it." Peter said, "We can check. She says at the end of the list that she now keeps a photographic record of all the vehicles that pull off onto the pavement in front of her house. She says she's surprised we've never asked to see this." "Why would we? What does she think we're going to do? We're not traffic wardens." Peter sat and waited, still looking hopeful. Boyd said, "I don't know. What happens if you just go on to the next one?" "You can't. Whatever this is, it freezes the database." "I don't know. Look, I need to sort out these two from Lake. You've got IT support's number on your contact list. Give 'em a call. It'll probably be someone called Latif. I reckon he's 8 years old, who does it between lessons, but he's usually spot on. If he can't fix it, just bin the list this time. No one will ever know or care." The one with all the talk was called O'Leary. "We're just waiting for further instructions," was the story, but there was a snide, superior look on his face, the old plainclothes contempt for uniform that Boyd hadn't seen for a while, and he wasn't having any of it. He told them that if they didn't soon piss off out of the station, he'd be giving them further instructions with the toe of his boot. They were making moves towards the door when he turned his back and walked away. Back in the office, Peter was on the phone. When Boyd arrived at the desk, he heard, "Right-click is 2 fingers on the trackpad. I didn't know that." "Yes, that's opened another box. It says SPS 080818. So that's a date. What's the SPS?" As Boyd watched, Peter wrote down the answer and showed it to him. Subject of previous search. Boyd shrugged and said, "Who was looking for it? Can we find out?" Peter asked the question, but Boyd couldn't make out the answer. He heard Peter's response, which was, "So I press the pad harder and hold it down? That's worked. We've got more info now. And after this I can input the rest once I've acknowledged the highlighted item? That's very helpful, thank you. Was it you who wrote—" "Oh, he's gone. Problem solved, Sergeant." Peter went to clear the screen, but Boyd's hand stopped him. The little box contained a name that he recognized. D.S.C. Waters, K.L.C.
and the date of the previous search was recent, made after the beginning of the investigation into the murder of the woman up at Pine Hills. The detective sergeant whom Boyd had met there that Friday morning had looked for the number that Peter was trying to input. He hadn't found it because it wasn't there, but someone somewhere had written a line of code which recorded the search and matched it to subsequently inputted data. Maybe. It had to be worth passing on, and if those two characters were still in the car park... "Oi!" O'Leary had the car moving towards the exit when Boyd came out of the building and shouted. The detective slowed down, but didn't bring it to a complete halt. "All right, Sarge, keep your wig on. We're leaving. Stop and listen. D.S. Waters is one of your lot, isn't he?" O'Leary turned to the passenger, a young female officer Boyd hadn't met before this morning, and grinned as he answered, "Yes and no. Wouldn't say he's one of us, if you knew what I mean. University sort, got kicked off the advanced development scheme, bit of a tosser." The temptation to get hold of that scrawny neck and give it a good squeeze was almost overwhelming, but Eric Boyd had met them before and expected to meet them again before long. Instead, he reflected for a moment, thinking about the young detective sergeant who had done a decent job all day in the blistering heat, who hadn't been afraid to ask for his help, and he came to his own conclusions about D.S. Waters. "Bit of a tosser, is he? Well, he'd have to go some to get ahead of you in that respect. Get out of your car and get back inside. My civvy's got some information for him which is more than you're likely to come up with in a month of Sundays. You get to pass it on, and remember to say thank you." Detective Inspector Turek handed Wilson's mobile to Waters and said, "It's O'Leary. It's a bit garbled, but it might be something. Your name has come up in Huntston." Waters listened to the story as O'Leary told it, and then asked to speak to Eric Boyd, who took him through what had occurred on the screen. What exactly had this woman said about having a photographic record? Boyd read the words back to him and said he didn't know any more than that, but he did know where Mrs. Peake lived, if that was any help. Waters told him to go ahead, and Boyd said, "By the traffic lights, before you reach the harbour in Wells. There's a wide area of pavement, and cars sometimes pull onto it. They had a problem with taxis using it as an unofficial rank a few years back. Anyway, this all started when someone from her family got run over there, her granddaughter, I think it was." Waters thanked him and asked to speak to O'Leary again. "One more time, so there's no mistake, read the registration back to me." Turek could see this was something. In fact, the incident room had fallen silent. Waters said, "Right, get the woman's contact details from Sergeant Boyd. Then get straight over there, check she has photographs to match the numbers, especially the one you just read to me. If she does, get hold of the camera, or whatever it is, and bring it here. Call me as soon as you're speaking to her. And O'Leary." Waters had Wilson's phone in his hand. He was speaking to Wilson's detective constable, and Wilson was watching and listening to every word, but he was going to say this anyway. "Don't screw this up." Letitia Peake was 7 years old when she stepped out from behind a Honda Civic and was knocked down by a Tesco's delivery van. She suffered a broken tibia and spent a week in Lake General, but it was a simple fracture and young bones are quick to mend. For her 10th birthday last April, she'd been given her own mobile phone, and 3 months ago she had shown her grandmother how to use the camera on such devices. Mrs. Peake Sr. knew that these new phones had cameras, but she had never discovered where it was on her own until that Sunday afternoon. Nevertheless, she soon realized its potential as a weapon in her war against the motorist who continued to pull off onto the pavement in front of her terraced cottage at all hours of the day and night. Waters had put the image up onto the whiteboard, and 7 pairs of eyes examined it, taken from indoors through a window pane at an angle of around 45 degrees, and depending solely on the vehicle's own light above the registration plate, There could still be no doubt about what they were looking at. One could read it clearly, without any enhancement. Freeman said, "Would somebody indulge me and just run that through again?" Behind her, fingers tapped away at a keyboard. After a few more seconds, Richard Ford's voice said, "It's the Mercedes, ma'am." Freeman stared some more and shook her head a little. Then she turned to O'Leary. "One more time, please. What else did she say?" Mrs. Peake had not seen the man's face. He never got out of the car. In all, he must have been waiting there for a quarter of an hour. A few minutes after she'd taken the picture, the woman got into the car. Mrs. Peake couldn't describe her face either, because it was getting dark by then, but she could give a description of what she was wearing. With her eyes back on the screen, Freeman said, "Serena, you were at the autopsy when the clothes were removed. Is it a match?" "Yes, it is, ma'am." "All right, then." The waiting became unbearable, and it was Detective Sergeant John Wilson who broke first.
"Ma'am, we need to bring him in. We've got enough now. We should get down there and—"
"Agreed, John. We've got enough, but it's not organized yet. And I like more than enough, not enough. I don't want to interview Fletcher until I know his shoe size and what toothpaste he uses." She had turned to face them. "It's late on Tuesday morning. We'll interview on Thursday morning. That gives you just under 48 hours to find me everything you can on Graham Fletcher. For a start, I want to read the details of his past conviction. It didn't matter before, but it does now. Check Company's house and find out his history in business. Who are the directors of the business? Who's his accountant? Get me more out of his bank. Simon, get the warrants drawn up for his business and home addresses. 0700 Thursday, and liaise with D.I. Glover at Luton. A joint op gets us brownie points and saves on our fuel bill. Serena, back to the fertility clinic as soon as. Check all the details of what Michelle went through there. Was Fletcher involved, or did he just pay for it? Why am I saying just? If he paid, he's very involved. And I'd like someone to check again on the husband's alibi, just in case Fletcher starts trying to drag in other people to save his own skin. And talking of alibis, don't forget we still have a signed statement saying Fletcher was in his receptionist's flat when Mrs. Peake took her snaps. When we disclose, what's he going to say? Someone must have stolen his car, driven up there and back again. We've all heard more ridiculous stories believed by juries. Anybody found counting chickens will be shot at dawn. But Waters could see behind the warnings that Freeman believed she had Fletcher now, and when he caught her eye, he thought she almost winked at him. Voices were rising now she had let go of the meeting. There is a hum of excitement in these situations that few other jobs can produce, and it was probably in that moment his decision was made. It happens maybe once or twice a year when you're on the major cases, but all the weeks and months of patient plodding are worth it. Had they been lucky? One could argue it was so, but it's what you do with it that counts. Smith had said to them once,
"When a gift horse wanders into the interview room, the last thing you do is go anywhere near its mouth. You say, 'Good morning, Mr. Horse. How nice to see you. Tell us exactly what happened.'"
Freeman was talking to Turek when the door opened halfway and Pretty, from admin, put her head around it. She said, "Ma'am," and waved to get the DCI's attention. "Sorry to interrupt, ma'am, but there's a Detective Inspector Glover on the phone. He says it's important." Freeman told Pretty she'd pick it up in her office. At the door, she turned back, looked at the rest of them, held up a hand with 2 fingers pointed like a pistol, and said, "Not even one bloody chicken." Chapter 42. There are many misapprehensions about the nature of the process and its purpose. Even the name most commonly used to describe it is, in truth, inaccurate. Interrogation is more accurate than interview. The latter implies some sense of balance, of equality, and of potential gain to both sides. But to be honest, the interviews that take place after a suspect has been cautioned are one-sided affairs. They are not, as most of us naively imagine, about a search for truth and justice, and an experienced solicitor will make this very clear to you if given the opportunity. Such interviews have, as far as the police are concerned, one purpose only, and that is to establish whether there is enough evidence to convict you in a court of law, which isn't the same thing at all. A popular and not entirely mistaken view among experienced criminals and lawbreakers is that if the police are interviewing you, it's a good sign. They are looking for more evidence because they don't yet have enough. And the most stupid thing you can do is offer them any by answering their questions. Essentially, one has 5 choices at the beginning of such an interview. You can decide to answer all the questions, some of them or none of them. You can give a prepared statement and keep silent, or you can give a prepared statement and then answer the questions. Options 2 and 5 are particularly poor ones. Selectively answering questions immediately draws attention to which areas you're trying to avoid, and a good interviewer will sense this and expose them on the DVD recording. Offering a prepared statement and then commenting further on its contents provides the interviewer with endless opportunities to trip you up. Option 1, answering the questions fully, seems to be the wise choice if you're innocent, but you should remember what the sole purpose of the interview is, as far as the police are concerned. Option 4 presents its own difficulties, because you don't know in the first crucial interview exactly what the police already have. Unless the statement is as bland as possible, you might still be giving them something new. Which leaves option number 3. You do answer the questions, but with the same 2 words, no comment. Graham Fletcher had been arrested and cautioned in his home at 7:08 earlier that morning. Whilst he was seated in the back of Waters's car, Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman had asked him whether he would require the services of a solicitor once he was back in Kings Lake, and he had said he would. Did he have a particular solicitor in mind? Answering that question with a yes might suggest one has been expecting it. Fletcher said the firm used by his business had criminal lawyers, and he would like one from there. Freeman took the name and said she would pass on what he had said to his wife. Waters was with a shaken and white-faced Michaela Fletcher when Freeman did so. Waters understood why the senior investigating officer had done this. After the moment of arrest, the clock was ticking. The 24 hours they had to hold Fletcher without charge was already shrinking. Criminal solicitors have a habit of arriving late and then taking an inordinately long time in private consultation with their client. Freeman was thinking ahead and reducing the opportunities for delay. Julian Edgley arrived at Kingslake Central at 36 minutes after 10 o'clock in the morning. Freeman met him with D.I. Tarek in a side room of the custody suite. She outlined the situation, told him how she intended to proceed once he'd consulted with his client, and then shook hands with him. When he'd left the room, she turned to Tarek and said, "There'll go no comment." Waters had interviewed beside Smith on a number of occasions, but since becoming a detective sergeant in the spring, he had done so only once with Tarek, in an investigation into an alleged assault outside a nightclub in which a knife had been drawn. No charges had resulted, and Waters had yet therefore to stand in the witness box and give evidence in a court of law. He had pointed this out to Freeman yesterday when she told him he would be interviewing Fletcher with her, and she'd said he had better get some practice in as soon as possible then. Interviewing suspects requires a very particular set of skills. Not all officers have it, and many are happy for someone else to carry out that part of the process. It has little or nothing to do with seniority, and some outstanding SIOs will ask for a particular detective, constable, or sergeant to sit in when an interview is critical to a case. Every interview is now recorded on a DVD, and invariably these form a part of the evidence presented by the prosecution should the matter reach the courtroom. It is forgotten now, but defense lawyers fought long and hard against their use, preferring the written transcriptions or a tape recording. Their clients not infrequently have unusual egos, and there is a world of difference between reading the simple words "no comment" on a page and watching a suspect delivering the same phrase with a snide, sarcastic grin for the 18th time. Freeman hadn't hurried the consultation between Fletcher and his solicitor. She had given them more than an hour, and it was 14 minutes past midday when she pressed the button to begin the recording. Waters sat on her right, facing Julian Edgley, who was on his client's left, and the video camera was on a stand to the left of the police officers. Freeman read aloud Fletcher's name, date of birth, and address, and asked him to confirm that these details were correct. He answered, "No comment." She smiled and said, "Unfortunately, Mr. Fletcher, there's just one question you're obliged to give an answer to, and it's that one. Please check with your solicitor." After a nod, Fletcher gave the required monosyllable and shifted in his seat, setting himself for what was to come. Waters took a good look at him and concluded that the man wasn't easy to read. The face was not an ugly or unpleasant one, but it was immobile and closed. It didn't seem to be the anxious, confused face of someone who has been wrongfully arrested, or even that of a man who is surprised at being so detained. It's the face, Smith might have said, of a man who's expecting some hostile fast bowling, but who intends to stay at the crease all day if necessary. Freeman said, "Good, that's out of the way. We're going to be here a little while, so I've arranged for some tea and coffee. When it arrives, feel free to help yourselves." She opened the file and took out a page of typed notes. This was placed on the desk in front of her, and then she picked up a pencil, which seemed an optimistic gesture in view of Fletcher's unwillingness to confirm even his own identity. "Mr. Fletcher, you've had more than an hour to consult with your legal representative, and I'm sure he has done a thorough job apprising you of your situation and your rights. Nevertheless, I want to be sure you understand your right to silence. You do still have it. Remember when I said to you this morning, you do not have to say anything? However, since the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act of 1994, that right has been balanced by the right of magistrates and the members of a jury to draw their own conclusions about why you have exercised that right. This is known as adverse inference. If those parties conclude that in failing to answer you have concealed facts known to you, or even that you have acted unreasonably in refusing to answer, they may take this into account when considering the matter of whether you are guilty. That is why the caution says, but it may harm your defense. So, to put it simply, you would be ill-advised to refuse to answer our questions today, and then invent a story to explain the evidence we're going to put in front of you, because the jury will see through that, Mr. Fletcher." Her tone was reasonable and matter-of-fact, but Waters was aware of her language and her logic. This was a different person to the one who gave that briefing on the Tuesday morning. Freeman continued, "And we are going to put the evidence we have in front of you, just about all of it. We are not obliged to do so, and in my judgment we already have enough to proceed with charges." Julian Edgley frowned at her, but made no attempt to intervene. Freeman stared back at the solicitor, giving him all the time he might need to do so. "But, Mr. Fletcher, I am going to give you the opportunity to comment on what we have found. This is not going to be what Mr. Edgley might have described to you as staged disclosure. Lawyers sometimes view that as an attack on your right to silence, but I've never understood why. We're going to tell you what we intend to put forward when the matter comes to trial, and— No, that's an unwarranted assumption on your part. The mention of magistrates, juries, and trials at this very early stage is an attempt to intimidate my client. Undoubtedly, Edgeley's intervention was what Freeman had wanted, but she looked at Waters with some surprise before turning back to the solicitor. "It is? Well, I must have failed. He doesn't look very intimidated. Every little helps. The jurors will hear her say those words and think to themselves, it's true, he doesn't. Why doesn't he? If it were me, I'd be terrified." Freeman said, "Anyway, we might as well get started. Mr. Fletcher, I'd like you to tell us about your relationship with Michelle Sims. How long ago did you first meet her? She'd have been known to you as Michelle Holt at the time." No comment. "Michelle was Michaela's, your wife's older sister, of course. You dated her before you met and married your wife. How long did you go out with Michelle, Mr. Fletcher?" No comment. Waters saw the pencil in Freeman's hand make a second mark at the top of the page of questions she had prepared, and then a third and a fourth each time Fletcher gave the two-word response. She made a short vertical line. On the fifth occasion, she made the line at an angle through the previous four, and then began the process again. It was obvious to everyone in the room that she was keeping count of his no-comment answers. "Fine, Mr. Fletcher, we have this information from your wife. It's no secret, and it's hardly incriminating. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate at all with this part of the interview?" The solicitor looked irritated again, but Freeman was only going up to the line. She wasn't crossing over it into bullying or even implying a threat to the suspect. She went on, "Okay then, as I said, I'm going to tell you what we do know about your relationship with your sister-in-law. If you wish to say anything at any point, please do so. You went out with Michelle for several months before she ended the relationship, so this is someone you knew well and who knew you well. During that time, of course, you met her sister, and these things happen, especially when we're young. You then started a relationship with Michaela, which eventually led to your marriage. But you stayed in touch with Michelle, and you remained friends. As far as we can tell, it wasn't more than that." She paused, as if wondering whether he might like to offer a voluntary no comment, but Fletcher looked back at Freeman impassively. "But you used to call in at Michelle's hairdressing salon regularly. Presumably this wasn't because they had lots of issues with the heating. We also know that it was while visiting the salon that you met Ashley Merrick. Miss Merrick works as a receptionist for your company now, but up until last April she was employed by Michelle Sims at the salon. On Monday of this week you admitted to us, Mr. Fletcher, that you began an affair with this young woman while she was working at the salon." Waters was increasingly aware that the senior investigating officer's intended audience for all this was not in the interview room, and neither was it among the people watching these events in the recording suite. Those for whom this was meant were at this moment living their ordinary lives on a Thursday morning. They were shopping, driving, drinking tea with a friend, working as carpenters, sales assistants and teachers, gardening, playing bowls, donating blood, walking the dog. They had never met each other, and would not do so until a morning early in May next year, when the clerk to the court would assemble them in an anteroom and ask them if they were willing to serve. Freeman was thinking of them, and every word was chosen with care. "You admitted to us," she'd said, "and admission implies some sort of guilt. On Monday, just a few days ago. Why won't he confirm it now, the jurors wonder? This young woman, yes, a lot younger than him, and he's married to the poor woman whose sister was murdered, and so this Ashley Merrick sounds like a victim as well. He only gave her that job because they were having an affair." Freeman said, Obviously, we will come back to Ashley Merrick's part in all this. Let's move on to... There was a knock at the door. It was not opened until Freeman gave a response, and then Pretty was there, holding the door ajar so a uniformed officer could carry in a tray with mugs, a teapot, and a flask of coffee. This was all very civilized, and Waters told himself Freeman must have even more clout than he had first realized. But the arrival of the drinks had been planned, and he wondered whether Fletcher would unwittingly cooperate. Pretty had a folded piece of paper in her hand, which she brought around to Cara Freeman, saying that Detective Inspector Tirek had said that she, DCI Freeman, would want to see this. As Pretty and the constable left the room, Freeman read the note and then handed it to Waters. It was a printout of an email from Sally Lonsdale, telling them the filtration tests on the material taken from the wheel arches of the Mercedes suggested there was a high probability of a match to the samples taken by the Socco team at Pine Hills on Friday the 28th of July. Microscopy would take a few more days to confirm that the sand particles found on the vehicle were from the beach road, but Sally thought they'd want a progress report. Freeman had poured herself half a mug of coffee. Julian Edgley asked Fletcher if he wanted anything to drink, and received a shrug for his efforts. Edgley then filled 2 mugs with tea, leaving one on the tray, and putting the other on a coaster in front of himself. Freeman said, "So, Mr. Fletcher, moving on, I'd like to talk about the events of Thursday the 27th of July, specifically what you were doing on that day. When I say talk about, I'm using the term loosely, of course. Shall I put you down for no comment?" No comment. Oh, right. I might have confused myself here. Is that no comment on my suggestion of no comment, or the solicitor said, "Chief Inspector"? Sorry. The expression on her face was not so much a smile as a grin, as if she was interviewing a small boy about being cheeky to a member of staff, rather than a potential murderer. She was, Waters realized, simply enjoying all this, which in itself was a little extraordinary. The pressure on the leading interviewer, after weeks, months, and sometimes years of investigation, can be almost unbearable. Freeman said, "No comment it is, then. So once again, I'll go through what we believe we know. In the interview earlier this week, you said you thought you might have gone into Luton Town Centre late in afternoon of Thursday the 27th of July. It was increasingly difficult to see what Fletcher had gained from allowing Freeman to do this, to repeat with her own angles and inflections what he had said to them a few days ago. Surely it would have looked and sounded better if he had repeated those statements in his own words. Yet whether this had been his own choice or the solicitor's, he could not now change his approach without making matters worse. Freeman went systematically through the evidence from the car park, that Fletcher's Mercedes had been there when a pay-as-you-go mobile phone was purchased in the adjacent shopping centre. Had he purchased that phone, no comment. She pointed out the odds against him not buying the very mobile phone used later that evening to make a call to his sister-in-law. He made that call, didn't he? No comment. Number 16, according to the 5-bar gate count on Freeman's sheet of notes. She said that Mr. Fletcher must be growing tired of the sound of her voice, so Detective Sergeant Waters would take over now and disclose the forensic evidence they had gathered so far. There was still more to come, she said, picking up the email that Pretty had brought in. Again, Julian Edgley flinched as if about to protest, but she was invariably just a millimetre short of giving him the opportunity. Waters himself had been falling under the spell, and was a little startled when he heard his own name, but he had his own prompt sheet at the ready. "Mr. Fletcher, could you tell us what jobs you worked on during Thursday the 27th of July?" No comment. Fletcher picked up the mug of tea, took a small sip, and then replaced it on the table.
"I can help you with that if you're having difficulty remembering, Mr. Fletcher. We have the activity logs for your company. They show that in the morning you were with 2 of your employees at a property in Princes Street in Luton. The job was to power flush a central heating system. There were," making a show of checking his notes to demonstrate just how detailed they were, "a total of 14 radiators involved. We also have your stock inventory, which tells us which brands of chemicals you used in these jobs. Can you tell us what sodium N-lauryl sarcosinate is, Mr. Fletcher?" Waters saw Freeman make another mark on her notes. He paused and watched, because for the first time Fletcher had blinked. It was at the mention of the name of the solvent. It isn't an unusual substance, surprisingly, and it would not be difficult to invent an explanation for how someone might have come into contact with it. But what Waters was revealing was the amount of knowledge they had and the level of detail. Using his own company records, they had forced their way into Fletcher's world. Metaphorically, they had kicked down doors. They were turning over his gaff, and there was nothing he could do about it. Waters went on, "We found traces of this chemical on the skin of Michelle Sims's neck, mostly on the right side. You're left-handed, aren't you, Mr. Fletcher?" Julian Edgeley looked at the mug in front of Fletcher and then stared at Freeman. She stared back at him with raised eyebrows and nodded to Waters, telling him to continue. He said to Fletcher, "The post-mortem on Michelle's body revealed she had been struck hard on the right side of her face before she was strangled. There was a fracture in her cheekbone. This also leads us to think her attacker was left-handed." "This is absurd. About 20% of people are left-handed. How many millions of men is that in this country?" Freeman let the solicitor's interruption hang there for a long time, the silence magnifying its significance. Eventually she said, "The latest study I've seen says it's 11%, with slightly more men than women, but not enough of a difference to be statistically important. So very roughly that's 3,300,000 males. Take out the children, the infirm and the elderly, and I'd say the man who murdered Michelle Sims is about 1 in a million. Carry on, Detective Sergeant Waters." He did so. Did Mr. Fletcher know just how unusual his Mercedes had been, the Mercedes he'd sold in something of a hurry only last week? Could he explain how traces from that vehicle had been found on Michelle's body? Looking at Edgeley, Waters admitted they could not yet say that vehicle definitively, but they were working on it. The UK's vehicle records database is the most comprehensive in the world, and even as we sit here, he said, 2 officers are engaged in tracking down all 125 C-Class saloons with those cream leather seat covers. Proving that those traces could not have come from any of the other 124 would take a long time, but it would be done, and it would be enough. Graham Fletcher didn't respond to any of this. Freeman must have waited a full 30 seconds before she said, "Look, we don't actually mind no comment. It means we can all get on. It saves time, no?" She looked at her watch. This was the first time Waters had noticed that she wore some sort of complicated thing with lots of dials. It was a man's watch, too bulky for her thin wrist. "We've been at this for 40 minutes, which is too long for a no-comment scenario, so I'll bring this to a close now. Mr. Fletcher, on Monday you revealed to us that while your wife and daughters were on holiday in Pine Hills, you were seeing Ashley Merrick in Luton. You told us that on the night of the 27th you spent the evening with Ms. Merrick, and that it was after midnight before you left. When we first interviewed her, she confirmed what you had said. Since then, she has contacted me, and she has, of her own free will, retracted her first statement. You left her flat no later than 8 that evening.
She hasn't been into your offices since Monday, but you already know this. It's why you've rung her mobile number 22 times. You've also called at her flat on 3 occasions. I won't ask you to comment. It's obvious that you're a very caring employer, concerned about the welfare of your receptionist. Finally, Chief Inspector, Finally, Mr. Edgley, your client needs to know that we have a photograph of his vehicle parked by the turning into the Pine Hills holiday camp, taken late in the evening of the 27th of July. We have a witness statement confirming that a woman, fitting the description of Michelle Sims, arrived from the direction of the caravan park and got into the Mercedes. The car pulled away and immediately turned left onto the road that leads to the beach, to the dunes, where Michelle Sims was murdered a short time later. You may inform your client that we do not yet have a smoking gun, but I'm working on it." Waters watched as the solicitor wrote on a pad, and then showed this to Fletcher, and he thought, well, she was as good as her word. Anything less like a carefully staged partial disclosure of evidence he could not imagine. Freeman had pointed a sawn-off shotgun at the opposition and fired both barrels. Julian Edgley said, "I would like a private consultation with Mr. Fletcher." "No problem. You might as well know that after it he's going down to the custody suite, where he will be charged with the murder of Michelle Sims. If you ask for bail at any stage, I'll oppose it, and you don't stand a chance because of the nature of the offence, and because I have a prosecution witness in fear of her life. In the magistrate's court tomorrow morning your client will be remanded in custody, and that's where he'll stay for the next few months." She stood up, and Waters followed suit. Fletcher was looking up at her with an expression that he, Waters, didn't immediately recognize, and then suddenly he did. It was hatred. In another place, and at another time, the man might have seized her in those large, powerful plumber's hands and crushed the life out of her. If she sensed this, the senior investigating officer didn't show it. She said, "No comment? Okay. The recorders have been switched off. You have 10 minutes. I'll order you a fresh pot of tea." Chapter 43. He awoke to the sound of rain. The window that overlooked Dock Lane was 6 feet from his pillow, and he heard the drops blown in gusts against it. The light beyond the blind was still only half formed, and Waters could think of no reason to get up early. He turned over and looked at his phone. First at the time, then the news, and finally at his messages. The one from Janey was still there and still reproaching him. "I tried calling you last night, but I expect you were out. Just wanted to make sure you're all right." Or she wanted to know what he was doing on Saturday nights without her. He could text back, "Sorry, no signal down in the Blue Note," and didn't get back until 1:30. Then he was disappointed at the meanness of the thought and decided he would ring her later today. But he wasn't quite sure when, or even if, he really would do so. Women say they want to remain friends, and most men have no idea what that means. He was just a little hungover. It had been intentional, and so there was no point feeling sorry for himself. He had taken Ubers to and from the club, and he'd spent the evening drinking with Catherine and Jason Diver and their circle of interesting acquaintances. These were funny, educated, and intelligent people who were going out of their way to make him feel welcome. They said they could allow in one policeman, especially one who didn't look or behave much like a policeman, and he'd taken this as a compliment. In the colder, greyer light of this morning, he wondered about that for a moment, but lacked the willpower to come to a conclusion. Outside in the street, 3 blasts on a car horn and some shouting. Someone must have parked across the entrance to the Artisan Bakery again. 7:30 on a Sunday morning, and the noise had already started. But of course it never stops here in the town centre. On Friday he had come to a conclusion about this. The flat was too small and the area was too crowded. At 22 it had been perfect. 1 bedroom, 1 lounge, 1 small kitchen, 1 small bathroom. But now at 25 he wanted more space and somewhere a little more civilized. When Janey was here he'd had the thought that they might do something together, but being alone again offered new choices. After Friday's briefing he'd told Cara Freeman he was accepting the offer of a position in her new squad, and that meant he was going to be in King's Lake for the foreseeable future. With his sergeant's salary he could do better than this place. Half an hour later he got out of bed, showered, and made himself a cooked breakfast, the best restorative after a heavy night. He'd bought expensive bacon from the last proper butcher in town, and what Smith had explained to him was true. If it's the real McCoy, you can cook it in its own juices, and there'll be none of that horrible watery fat to deal with. He stared at it, cooking in the pan, and thought, 2 heavy nights, really. Better not let this become a habit. On the Friday evening, members of the Michelle Sims team had visited the Checkers because Graham Fletcher was now safely remanded in custody, and a quiet drink was in order. Just a quiet one. The major celebrations are reserved for convictions and long sentences. The longer, the better. Freeman had been there, and she bought the first round. Waters had noticed how quickly her star had risen, even among Wilson's people. But as an SIO, you can't go wrong if you bring your first case with a new team to a successful end in under a fortnight. Half an hour later, however, and unnoticed by most, she had found Waters and told him that on Monday she would put in the formal request for his transfer. She waited then, giving him the opportunity to say whether he'd changed his mind, but he had not. She said after that, "Good. Here's your first job. I've put another 50 quid behind the bar, so make sure it gets spent. I'm off." He asked why it wasn't yet 8 o'clock, and Freeman had said, "Home. I'm on duty. It's Daria's night off." She spoke briefly to Serena on the way out of the bar, and then Freeman was gone, and no one else had noticed. He sat down with Serena and told her where Freeman was going. She said, "I know, it's a raw deal. You give up tying yourself down with kids and all that to have a career, and then you end up looking after your mother. The only consolation I've got is I know my mother would rather put an end to it all than be cared for by me." When Waters went to the bar to fetch them another drink, Wilson was there. He said, "Another lucky call on the salmon kid." Waters was non-committal, paying more attention to the woman behind the bar than he was to his fellow sergeant. It was Wilson who spoke again. "But you've pissed off the boss good and proper. I don't know how you're going to put that right. You could offer to clean his car for a year. You need to learn. You can't go undermining your line manager like that." The temptation was there to tell Wilson how things would turn out now. But if he did so, Tarek would know within hours, possibly minutes, and then there might be phone calls to Freeman over the weekend. She wouldn't give way on what she had promised him, but why risk altering her view of him, which was, he hoped, as someone who could keep his mouth shut? He picked up the drinks, nodded to Wilson and said, "He'll get over it." At 11 o'clock the sky was clearing, and there had been no more rain for at least an hour. But had there been enough for this afternoon's garden party to be cancelled? Still watching from the window, he finished the coffee, which was the most expensive instant on the supermarket shelves, and accepted that it still wasn't as good as the fresh ground that some people insisted upon. When he got that new kitchen in the new place, he'd look into the matter properly, conduct a full investigation. Now that the thought was on his mind, he took out his mobile, called the number, and asked whether they were still on. "Why wouldn't we be? I'm standing on the bank, and I can assure you the sun will be breaking through within 20 minutes. The world's greatest empire wasn't built by people who stayed at home because there'd been a shower, Chris. We seafaring folk are a hardy lot." Foolishly, Waters had suggested that the small white dinghy he'd seen on the banks of the creek wasn't a vessel one would actually put to sea in, was it? It was barely 12 feet long, and "You can insult a sailor until you're blue in the face, sir, but you do not insult his ship. Rebecca Louise has feelings, and I'm duty-bound to defend her honour. What time are you coming over? I'd rather do so in person." "You said about 3 o'clock. "That's it. Lunch will be over. I'll put the kettle on for 3. Alison isn't coming, but I'm driving over to see her tomorrow morning. What about Serena?" "She has a squash match. She said another time, definitely." Smith had said that he, Waters, should get a hobby. Golf was a good idea if you wanted to climb the management ladder. A round or two with Detective Chief Superintendent Allen and Assistant Chief Constable Devine might work wonders. The seafarer's weather wisdom had borne fruit, and by the time Waters arrived at Drift's End, the sun was high in a blue sky once more. But the heat, the oppressive heat of that long summer, was a memory already, and the rain had freshened the air. A handful of people were already there, sitting around the garden table or wandering in and out of the cottage as if it was their own. These were faces he didn't know, and Smith introduced him to most of them. They seemed to be from the village, including one short, round, bearded man who was, Smith told him afterwards, a famous record producer from London who had retired to the coast and then, bored, built his own studio in the grounds of his rather large house. He plays the drums, sort of, aggressively, but we have a laugh most Friday nights. We? 2 or 3 of us. We get together and have a jam before we go down to the lobster pot for a lemonade. Sounds idyllic. Smith paused and looked around before he said, "Yes, it is. I'm a lucky so-and-so." Waters had asked whether Shirley Salmon and her sister, Oliver's mother, were here, and Smith said they were. They'd gone with Joe along the path by the creek. Then Smith had walked around to the front of the cottage and climbed the bank, with Waters following. Far in the distance, a tiny group of 4 figures was making its way towards them. Smith said, "So, in this hypothetical case in which those involved still have no names, you have enough to present a motive, some sort of blackmail?" Waters nodded, saying, "There's nothing definite yet, but it looks like that. The victim had already been paid a sum early in the year by her brother-in-law. We know his affair with the girl had begun by then. She may have used it to get the money out of him, but she had a history with him herself." Smith shook his head, his gaze still on the approaching figures, and said, "She wanted him to pay in more ways than one. But she must have been desperate to do that to her sister. You said they were close?" Waters went on. "The procedure at the fertility clinic in April failed, but she was booked in for another one at the end of this month. That's almost certainly what she was after, the money to pay for it. He had the money, but he probably concluded that this was never going to end, at least not of its own accord. Knowing the 2 of them were in the caravan together, and that the story could have been told at any moment, probably pushed him over the edge. The little group had become 4 distinct figures now. Waters could see Oliver a little way in front, the 3 women walking together behind him. Smith said, "Being the victim of blackmail is a good, if partial, defence, but the idiot has destroyed the evidence of it himself. I'll lay odds there was something in the texts he got rid of that would have helped his case if it comes to mitigation. Now it could come down to just his say-so. You can show elements of premeditation, like buying the pay-as-you-go phone, but a decent QC will argue it was a crime of passion, that he went to confront her, not to kill her. She provoked him or taunted him in the car,
and he went for her. That QC will assassinate your victim's character, I'm afraid. I feel sorry for the sister."
Waters told him then that Cara Freeman had said the same thing before she drove down to see Michaela on the Friday morning, after they'd charged Graham Fletcher. Serena had gone too, because she'd met the wife before. Freeman had said she wanted to explain the case in person and answer the questions face to face, because the sister's situation was so awful. Smith had taken his time before he responded to that.
"So, the Terminator has a heart of gold after all."
Waters had to smile, knowing the nickname would stick in his memory. Maybe.
"Meaning?"
Smith had lost none of his edge when it came to the pursuit of the unspoken. Serena told me that Freeman was sympathetic. She answered all the questions honestly, as far as she could. She offered support from Luton North, family liaison, and all that. Smith didn't need to ask again. He just waited with a sharp eye for the rest of it. But Serena thought it was still an interrogation. Freeman was looking for anything she could use. Had the sister suspected something? Had words been said which, in retrospect— you know the kind of thing, DC. Smith looked away, back at the approaching group, which had stopped by Rebecca Louise, no doubt admiring that fine ocean-going vessel, but Waters had seen the fleeting smile. If anyone understood what Freeman had been doing in Luton on Friday morning, it was the former detective sergeant from Kings Lake Central. Still looking away, Smith said,
"She's a piece of work, isn't she?"
"Do you think I'm making a mistake?" It was the question above all which had brought Waters here this afternoon. Smith turned back to him.
"You've been headhunted for the county's new murder squad by a DCI who's currently 10 points clear at the top of the Premier Division. That's a footballing analogy, by the way. At your age and in your position, I'd have snapped her bloody hand off. If you'd said no and I got to hear of it, I might have had to drag you there kicking and screaming. Of course it'll be a nightmare at times, but so is life."
Oliver was ahead of the group again, carrying a stick as he came along. He saw them waiting and waved. Smith put up a hand. Waters said, "Murray's back tomorrow. I'll have to catch him early before the news gets out. I've told Freeman he'll come along as well.
Give him a ring tonight. John likes time to think things over. If he plays up, let me know and I'll straighten him out. But he'll be fine with it. Whoever your new DI is, they have to be preferable to— Hello, Oliver! What are you listening to?"
Smith said quietly to Waters before the boy reached them,
"Like we don't already know."
After a moment, as if to himself more than to Waters, he added,
"And then she'll have my whole sodding team." Nice.
Waters stood aside at the top of the bank as the women came by. Shirley smiled at him, but he didn't catch what she said to her sister, Oliver's mother. They had walked on a few more feet before Erica Salmon turned and came back to him. She said, "I want to thank you. Shirley tells me you made a difference. If it wasn't for you, we might not be enjoying this afternoon." Waters was very much aware of Smith watching and listening. He said, "It was entirely a team effort." She held out her hand, and he took it. "Then please, thank your team, from us all." She went down the bank with Joe and Shirley, and Waters thought he'd had a narrow escape. There might have been hugs. Oliver was answering Smith's question about his music. He'd taken out one of the earphones and was wiping it carefully on a piece of tissue as he walked down the slope to the front gate of the cottage. Then he offered it to Smith so they could listen simultaneously to the music playing on his phone. Smith took the earphone and listened, looking surprised and telling Oliver that it was a beautiful voice, singing a beautiful song. "Who is it? What is it called?" And Oliver told him, adding at the end, sadly, "But she's dead now." Christopher Waters stayed up on the bank for a few moments longer. He had a decision to make. Another one. Idyllic? Most certainly this was. Smith had accomplished much more in the past few months than simply surviving. This was a whole new chapter, a whole new life. Jo was happy here, and today she had even welcomed Waters as if she meant it. After all, his last visit had ended with the two of them, herself and Smith, going to see Shirley, taking that walk and guessing what had really happened to Oliver that dreadful evening in July. Jo had perhaps begun to trust Waters not to bring the past with him each time he visited, in which case he could, in a small way, be a part of their future. But last night, in one of the intervals in the Blue Note, Catherine Diver had cornered him and said he had been avoiding her and she knew why. Oh, said Waters, she'd have to enlighten him because he had no idea himself. She'd said then, "Really, it isn't a good idea to play dumb with someone who's seen your choice of underwear, Chris. But I said to you a while ago I had a business proposition I wanted to discuss. There's something I could use your opinion on." They say timing is of the essence in most things, and hers could not have been worse. Freeman had beaten her to it, and it wasn't easy to break things gently to Catherine. She was inclined to break things herself, and not gently, if she didn't get her own way. He began to explain, but didn't get very far. "Oh," she said airily, interrupting, "it isn't all about you. Are you becoming vain? We need to be building a broader base for the agency, but we're turning away good local business, the old-fashioned gumshoe stuff our uncle used to do. People who want to do the whizzy high-tech things are to a penny. We need someone who could help us out with a bit of private investigation work now and then. We'll pay top rates. I wondered if you know anyone who would fit the bill. Somebody retired, maybe." Waters's life didn't flash before his eyes then, but a case did. The search for Tina Fellows, Mrs. Fellows in desperation, calling in Diver and Diver on their first-ever case, Waters himself wrestling with Catherine on the pavement, Smith running across the road, separating them and arresting her. Later, Smith telling her that if they lasted 3 months in this business, he'd eat his hat. He didn't own a hat, he said, but he'd go and buy one just so he could eat it if Diver and Diver made a penny as private detectives. "Well, what do you think? Would he be interested?" "Catherine, I honestly don't think—" "I know I don't want you to think, not really. I was lying when I said I wanted your opinion. I just want you to ask him. Tell him about this incredible opportunity. We're expanding. There could be a partnership in it for the right person. Who knows? Obviously, we wouldn't change the name if that happened, but—" In the garden, beyond Drift's End, Smith was still talking to Oliver, or rather, Oliver was talking and Smith was giving the boy his full attention. It's a rare gift, being able to listen like that. Waters made his way down the slope. Jo found him, smiled, and asked if he'd like a cup of tea. Yes, he said, and sat down at the table where the record producer was holding forth on the subject of how to grow a decent lawn on these dry, sandy soils. Beyond, Waters saw that Oliver was with his aunt now, and Smith was alone for a moment, hands in his pockets, watching everyone else. Perhaps the best thing would be to mention it as he was leaving, just sort of in passing, as if it was a mere trifle and of no importance. He rehearsed the words. "DC, you'll never guess who I bumped into last night. Remember Catherine Diver?" "Oh, perhaps not."